Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A powerful cosmic shockwave after the explosion destroys other planets. There is a story that one day, a god created a new eccentric world, created solely to get rid of boredom. The violet eye watches with a stern gaze, emitting a bright light as it does so. Then it is said that the deity called this world the Abyss, and then he slowly began. Monsters fall through a crack in space. It is explained that the god began to fill this world with his creations, so the struggle and war became desperate. The fighter fights with a mutant with a grin. There is a story that the ways of survival have become inevitable. There is a desperate battle between people and monsters, while everyone, of course, wants to survive at any cost. Coins are poured on a huge pile of gold and jewelry. It is said that you need to fight, kill, survive, and then God will reward because he likes it. Chess pawns are destroyed on the board, suggesting he didn't have anything more interesting than that. Slain monsters, pierced by arrows and spears, lie unconscious on the ground. The blade is stuck in the stone floor, blood dripping down next to it. A giant monster in the shape of a dragon appears before a wounded man. The dumbfounded fighter feels the mutant's mighty paw capture him. Blood begins to pour out of the mouth. Screams of pain are heard. Gradually, the sighs turn into mad laughter. A dying warrior lies on the ground, declaring that they are just dumb creatures who do not understand that they are doomed anyway. The dragon forms a giant white sphere in its mouth. Closing his eyes from the bright light, the soldier thinks that those guys would probably have coped. The warrior raises his hand with a glowing magic sign. A girl in yellow armor clenches her fist, claiming that the last death squad has been wiped out. She turns to her comrade in arms and says that there are only 4 of them now. Ares, the queen of the Valkyries, declares that this is all that remains of humanity. Keldian, the second of the 4 members of the death squad, holds his staff. Kante, the third of the team, is silent with his arms crossed. They all turn to the soldier sitting nearby. Hanu lowers his head with a sad look. He is told that they are the only ones who can save humanity. He is silent with a stern look, looking down. Bright magical orbs hover around the rings, talking about the space-time crystal or Kenial, a great artifact with mystical power that can return to the past. Desperate people are drawn to it. It is said that this is the last hope of humanity, destroyed in 50 years after falling into the abyss. A member of the squad goes forward, claiming that only one person can go back in time. The other holds his blade, asking what to think about, because it is obvious who will go back. Kante says with a confident grin that the strongest of them is needed, and everyone probably knows who he is talking about. Keldian adjusts his glasses and expresses the hope that his colleague will say something sensible at least once in his life. He regrets that he expected anything from him at least for a second. Ares approaches them with a spear and advises both of them to keep their composure. The warrior looks at the protagonist, stating that since most of the Valkyries sent to fight the golden dragons have fallen, it is only a matter of time before he arrives. She comes closer to MC, saying it's unfair, but they have no choice. The blue-eyed girl looks at her companion and claims that the only one who can return to the past is him. Hansu looks up with a stern look when he hears his name. He looks at his hand and begins to speak. There is blood on his hands. The guy is sure that he fought for too long. The main character with a blade confronts wolves. He selflessly chops down skeletons, realizing that every day, for many years. Blood is splattered on the canvas. The protagonist realizes that he has fought again and again. There are dried blood stains on his hand. He understands that dying this way is not so bad. Ares puts her hand on him and asks him not to say that. She leans towards him, declaring that the fate of humanity is now solely in his hands. With a sincere smile, she asks him not to give up. The protagonist looks at her with a tired look. Other teammates stand nearby and watch. Keldian, with a serious face, claims that the girl is right, because the fact that he started 20 years later than them, but is still here, in itself proves the choice. Ares holds Hansa's hands and asks to start it a little earlier, at least 5 years, then the current situation would be different. Kante says with a snow-white smile that they are right, because even he recognizes his skills, but if the guy really doesn't want to go, then let him just tell him. The bare-chested warrior confidently declares that if he returns on his own, he will be able to get all the things that he missed in his time. With a smile, he raises his fingers up, exclaiming that MC can get them, because he is the only one who can go back in time. Hansu looks down with a serious face and is silent. He gets up from the stones. A magical sphere with rings hovers in front of the guys. The protagonist and his companions look at this artifact. Bright light fills everything around. A small earthquake begins. It is said that he is already here. The stones begin to crack gradually. The crack is getting wider with every second. A giant dragon appears near the building. The ceiling gradually collapses. In his mouth there is a clot of yellow energy. Keldian addresses his comrades and loudly asks them not to be distracted by this. He releases light energy, confidently declaring that they will stop him. Rocks fall near the mage. He asks Ares and Kante to switch with him. A blond man in glasses with a serious face demands to detain the enemy while he prepares. The warrior takes hold of the rock, offering to leave him to them. The warrior with the spear flies forward, exclaiming that she will go first, and he needs to follow her. She deftly twists her weapon in her hand. Several other dragons penetrate through cracks in the ceiling. The lady lands and hits the ground with her spear, releasing energy. Ares activates a powerful skill, while shouting that now is Kante's chance. The warrior's blade begins to blaze with bright flames. He exclaims with a mad smile what she says. The fighter delivers a powerful fiery blow, claiming that he has long understood everything. He swings his mighty sword. Kante hits monsters with all her strength. Everything around explodes. A stunned soldier looks at the scene of the battle. Suddenly, the golden dragon grabs him with its paw and begins to crush him. He tries to resist him. Kelbian is sitting next to Hansu, who is about to go into battle. The mage demands to stop. The guy keeps his hand near the blade. He is told that his main weapon is broken, so there is no need to be distracted. Ares stands not far from them and claims that the blonde man is right. The lady in golden armor claims that the protagonist can leave the monster on them and go. There is no need to turn away from the people he meets. Just because he finds them annoying, it is necessary to take care of them as much as possible. The blue-eyed girl turns around with a genuine smile and asks if Hansu is listening to her at least this time. The protagonist with a bloody face declares that he will try to follow her advice. The warrior with a slight smile says that even in such a situation, he does not change at all. Ares holds the golden spear and declares that the rest falls on Keldian's shoulders. The mage stands next to her and holds a staff. He turns to MC with a serious look and says that he needs to listen carefully. Keldian begins to conjure with the help of a bright book. A blonde man in glasses with a serious face claims that there is no need for aimless killing, but there is no need to feel sorry for the parasites that will harm humanity during the Great War. A few bloody hands reach for Hansu boots, saying that only those who deserve to be saved should be saved. The image of a ferocious warrior appears. Kelbian declares that we should not forget about the berserker King Clementine. We need to kill him. The sorcerer stretches out his hand and asks the protagonist if he has understood. Hansu looks at him and nods silently. His companion smirks slightly. He continues to conjure with the help of a special book and asks to prepare in this case. Bright spheres gradually move in the artifact. A device for time travel rises in front of the main character. The protagonist looks at this with a serious look. Flashes of lightning scatter around the castle. The comrades turn around to see what is happening. Kelbian clasps his palms together, a sacred light bursting out of them. The dragons around the castle see a large magical seal. Powerful streams of energy burst out of the device. A bright flash occurs. The protagonist stands in the middle of other people who cannot understand where they have gone. Hansu raises his hand. In front of a group of people you can see an abandoned city overgrown with trees. The protagonist realizes with a smirk that everything has worked, so he will do his best not to disappoint them. Perplexed, people crowded on the street and at the same time do not understand where they are at all. A frightened girl suddenly shouts that she wants to return to her home. Another person asks others if anyone has seen his child. At the same time, the man grabs the other and declares that he is a bastard and it was him. The rival in turn asks him to let him go. Hansu watches them with a serious face, realizing that they are excited because they have just found themselves in a completely different world. There is a story that the year of birth of the protagonist was special, because then it all started with 100 people. But the number increased exponentially, so there were so many missing people that the situation got out of control. Astonished, Hansu holds a mobile phone in his hand. The events took place when he was just 20 years old. Through an incredible crack in the sky, a giant eye with a huge pupil is watching. The main character then also disappeared due to the impact of an unknown force. A smartphone with open news of the world falls to the ground and breaks. Particles of the screen fly to the sides. The raging warriors stay close to each other, in parallel. It is said that this is another world that absorbs the rest of the dimensions and is the midpoint of the abyss impact. So those who arrived first immediately learned the skills and were hyperactive. Ferocious monsters roar loudly with a terrifying sound, explaining that the mutants made this place simply nightmarish. So it was a world of cruelty and lawlessness. While people are swallowed up by the abyss, go to another world. A fighter with blonde hair looks around. At this time it is said that when everyone from the devoured world will be here. Above the crowd, the door to the abyss opens. Monsters devour the people fighting back in terror. It is said that in this case a great war will begin. Hansu realizes that he has only 5 years to become strong. MC stretches his arms. He calmly walks forward with a confident step. The protagonist looks at his hand, realizing that absolutely all of the skills he has learned and all of his power are gone. The guy stands in the middle of panicked people, realizing that in any case, an enemy must appear now. A small crack is visible in the sky, from which blue light is emitted. People are in complete shock from what they see. Moments later, a small creature crawls out of there. The beast fully protrudes from the crack in the sky. Amazed people see an unusual flying creature above them. He has bright yellow eyes and a bizarre appearance. The animal coughs slightly. The horned assistant introduces himself as Fairy, stating that he has come to give the survivors a brief briefing on what is going on. The discouraged people open their mouths, listening attentively to the monster. The flying creature asks everyone to listen to him with a smile. The protagonist remembers with a stern face that this briefing is a complete lie. A memory arises in which people beat each other up in rage. Hansu is sure that this is just an encouragement to fight and kill each other. Fairy spreads its little paws and happily welcomes everyone to the other world, while claiming that everyone will be granted an amazing opportunity. A disgruntled person points his finger at him and angrily demands to return him back home. The animal with sharp teeth earnestly asks to wait for the end of the briefing and keep quiet until then. The disgruntled citizen, gritting his teeth, notices that Fairy's tone has changed, at which moment he exclaims that it turns out that everyone has been granted infinite freedom. A cunning animal with a grin talks about laws, orders, morals, ethics. Fairy sinisterly asks people if they have dreamed of a world free of all rules. A heart beats in a person, which radiates powerful energy. The monster assures that all physical limitations will disappear and regardless of their occupations, they will be able to grow endlessly in strength. Featuring a ferocious fighter and a deadpan sorceress, Fairy claims that everything is as if they are the protagonists of the film. A smiling monster asks if the chance to become what they dream of is not wonderful. The animal shows its paw and wants to demonstrate to them what needs to be done for this. The discouraged guy feels something strange and tries to understand what is going on. Suddenly, his body splits into two parts. Other people are horrified to see this. The poor man falls to the ground unconscious. A scream rises. Fairy laughs and apologizes for not liking noisy chatterboxes. Frightened people run in different directions. The monster snaps its fingers at the same second. The girl is crying in horror. There are the same desperate people around her. Enraged, Fairy exclaims that he warned them that he didn't like noise. People froze in place and hear the question that those who are alive will make every effort. The beast smiles sweetly, noticing that silence has settled again, so he will continue. A white crystal hovers near its small paw. It has a sign on it. It says that this is a wound that can be received by killing living beings. Other stones of different colors are floating in space. It is said that there are 8 other types that look similar, and their appearance is random. Also, the rune is colorless. But if you work hard and grow, you can get better crystals. The monster raises a white rune, stating that it will increase their power. Hansu stands in the crowd, hearing the question of who wants to take her. The startled man sees MC raise his hand. The main character with a stern face holds his hand above him. He realizes that he hasn't used them for a long time. The surprised monster holds out the crystal. He flies up to the protagonist and exclaims that he is a great enthusiast. The smiling animal asks him to stretch out his hand. Hansu holds a crystal above his palm while the monster claims that it is cool, because runes change the law. The flying assistant confidently declares that his muscles had a limit of 117 kilograms. The mutant tells with interest that now this limit is at the level of 122 kilograms, and that's not all. The main character with an extremely serious face listens to him, realizing that it is boring to hear what you already know, while Fairy expected a completely different reaction. The horned beast suddenly flies to the side, and explains that runes have completely different effects depending on their type. That is, they are full of abilities that cannot be explained by science. Frightened people look at the bizarre beast, which in turn asks if they want to try, because he wants to show it again. The horned monster sighs and declares that in this case, they will stop there. Powerful energy hovers around the fighter's fist. The instructor asks you to remember one important thing, that no matter what ability or stat the rune improves, it will not be something bad, and to become stronger, you need to collect as many runes as possible. Crystals hover near the surviving people. Fairy in his conversation means that this is definitely necessary if the people want to survive. The frightened guys look at him silently. Suddenly, the guy starts running forward. People are violently pushing and threatening each other with reprisals. At this time, a horned little monster is in the air and watches the bacchanalia taking place. The enthusiastic guy reaches out his hands to the white crystal, noticing that he has caught it. Grinning, Fairy's assistant says that judging by the hero who took the rune, they don't really need instructions. Desperate people are saddened to hear that in this case he will take the rune. The animal points to Hansu and says that if you touch your right ear, the protagonist touches, hearing that in this way you can find out how many runes are available. The amazed guys see system windows in front of them. They are asked that people are very fond of counting things. The protagonist calmly looks out the window while the flying assistant claims that on average, the characteristics of people are 10, and that's all you need to know. In the system notification, MC's stats for strength, health, and perception are written, and he understands that his power has increased by 1 point, so if he collects more runes after hunting, the stats responsible for mana and magic power can also increase. Stones hover near people. It is said that runes can be obtained anywhere, you just need to kill a living creature. The killed soldiers lie on the ground. It is explained that it does not matter at all who will become the victim. The blonde man crosses his arms and hears that the initial conditions may be somewhat unfair. The amazed girl covers her mouth. It is said that it was about the same in the place where they lived before. The joyful monster smiles, assuring that he will give them something that can make them happy. Surprised young people hear that they need to forget about the past and enjoy a new life. The frightened guy sees a large knife in his hand. Fairy says that as soon as he leaves them, the training will begin, so it is worth giving it his all. People turn around in horror, noticing something wrong. In front of them stands a crowd of ferocious mutants with spears and clubs. The goblin opens its large mouth and begins to growl. The astonished people stand in front of the monsters. The discouraged guy holds the blade and wonders if this is really training. The people turn to the strange glow, declaring that something strange is happening. The goblins are standing still and are not attacking yet. Fearsome mutants show their sharp fangs. Frightened people hold knives with trembling hands. A crowd of people stands in terror in front of a horde of monsters. Someone raises his hand and offers to calm down. The girl looks back at other people and suggests not to aggravate the situation and slowly step back. The protagonist stands confidently in place while the others behind him back away. Hanu turns to look at them with a serious face. People are beating their backs against each other. The indignant man asks the other what he is doing, who, in turn, assures that something wrong is happening. A discouraged guy in a hat touches the energy barrier, declaring that they are all trapped here. He knocks on it in horror and shouts for them to be released. The excited guy stops knocking after noticing that something is wrong with the barrier. The people raise their heads in amazement and cry out. Stunned, the poor guy shouts that the walls have begun to get closer. At the same time, a horde of monsters can be seen behind them. The goblins begin to move towards humans with a frightening grin. One of the monsters opens its mouth and begins to roar very loudly. The guy in the hat holds the blade with both hands and declares that he will not die like this. He is shocked to see something with him. The guy notices that the other participant is on the other side of the barrier. He asks how he managed to get there. The bewildered man scratches his head, exclaiming that he does not know how it happened, because he just walked in this place. A surprised guy nearby notices the number 49 on the barrier. The guy in the hat walks through the energy wall and exclaims that he also passed here. The number 48 appeared on the barrier. Everyone notices that the number has decreased. The frightened guys are shocked to realize that only 50 people will be able to get out. A crowd of people in panic rushes to the exit. At the same time, Hanu froze in place. The main character sighs and thinks that they are non-entities. Because everyone could get together and fight the monsters, perhaps someone would have been wounded, but there would have been fewer deaths. In a flashback, MC is sitting in the middle of a mountain of corpses. He thinks about how last time about 40 people died at the hands of goblins. Out of all those who did not make it through the wall, only 10 survived. The protagonist frowns unperturbed, confident that this time will be completely different. He grabs the handle of his knife, knowing that he must first clear this area and move on to the next one. A horde of goblins rushes to attack in a rage. Frightened people turn around and see the attacking monsters. The blade of the knife flies in his direction. He does not have time to call for help. Blood splatters fly to the sides. The stunned guy lies on the floor and sees something terrible. It turns out that Hanu masterfully killed the goblin, then another one attacks him. The monster swings his club. The main character with a stern look catches his hand at the same second. He delivers a powerful blow to the opponent with his blade. The bloody mutant falls to the side. Hanu holds a knife in front of him with an intimidating look. Frightened people are backing away, not understanding what is happening. The tired protagonist sighs. He is slowly moving towards the energy barrier. The warrior wipes his face, realizing that his body has become the same as it was decades ago, which makes it feel uncomfortable. The guy sits down and stretches out his hand to the ground. He looks at the system window with a serious look, realizing that he is quite lucky, because his agility has increased by a 10th. The window contains the characteristics of Hanu. It says that agility does not just increase speed, but time itself is perceived differently, increasing the speed of reaction. The wounded goblin rises slightly. Hanu realizes that in this scenario it is possible to do all the same, but a little faster. Suddenly, the monster throws its knife right at the guy. The protagonist, activating the ability, immediately notices this attack. In a split second, he dodges the flying knife. The protagonist swings his sharp knife. He sticks it right into the head of the evil mutant. Discouraged monsters near them see this. Opening their vile mouths, they prepare to attack. MC sees several enemies jumping directly at him. Clutching his sword, Hanu realizes that he knew that as soon as the goblins noticed the blood, they would immediately go berserk. He holds a knife tightly in his hand. In a couple of moves, the main character kills several targets. The frightened goblin feels a cut on his body. The protagonist strikes at this time. Hanu clenches his fist, sighs. Other people are in shock, wondering if he will really fight alone. The guys run to the horde of monsters, declaring that they don't care in this case. The goblins frown at this. A group of people engage in a fierce battle with mutants. The protagonist calmly strikes, realizing that there is usually no need to rush so much from the beginning. Hanu suddenly turns around at a strange sound. With a stern look, he blocks a powerful attack. The protagonist counterattacks, realizing that now there is absolutely no time to be distracted. A metropolis overgrown with plants is shown. Ruined buildings are all around. MC thinks that if you count only this location, a lot of people were kidnapped, and if you count the missing from all over the planet, the number is immeasurable. Brave people fight monsters. It is said that first years who get here will be protected in the training zone. The yellow sphere sparkles brightly. There is a story that as soon as these 3 months in the training zone are over, fighters with cunning faces smirk. It is said that everyone will be thrown into battle with those who have been here for 2 or even 3 years. Hanu delivers a slashing blow, realizing that this is just a chance. He reaches for the white crystal, and a growl is heard nearby. The protagonist clenches the stone in his fist, realizing that this is a chance to become at least a little stronger. He stares at the shining crystal and remains silent, thinking that Keldian made the right choice by sending him here. Corpses of monsters and people lie on the ground. Smoke is in the air. Surprised people are sitting on the ground. Someone says that it is simply incredible. The stunned guy looks up, wondering if MC really killed so many goblins alone. Monsters lie on the ground with no signs of life. Hansu has his back to them. The main character lowers his head. There are mountains of corpses around him. Wiping the blood from his face, he is simply called a crazy monster. Fairy exclaims enthusiastically. He looks at the protagonist and states that they did a good job, because they most likely worked hard. People look with hatred at the animal, which notices that there are quite a few of them left. The flying assistant removes the barrier, asking about what people probably now know how to survive. Smiling, he waves his hand, flying into the crack along the way. The monster wants to just continue eating in the same vein, while he still has things to do in other areas. Disgruntled people below begin to swear and shout that he should just go to all four corners of the world. Hansu scratches his head and looks out the system window, realizing that compared to what it was, it's not all bad. The pop-up window reflects the characteristics of the main character, whose strength has increased to 14, agility to 11, health to 10, and perception is 11. He realizes that this is not enough, but it is quite good for training. Hansu holds the blade in his hands, aware that he has found something that looks quite useful. A curved sword glitters in his hands, the system saying that it is a blade received as a symbol of care. A guy with a bloody face wonders what to do next, while realizing that first of all, he needs to find a way to become stronger in the shortest possible time. The protagonist closes his eyes and thinks about what his teammates would do in his place. He recalls that there was one guy who told a very interesting thing. A long-haired fighter holds a mug of drink and asks if they've ever heard of the hidden dungeon. Hansu sits next to him and asks again, not understanding what he is talking about. A tall tower stands in the middle of a dark world. It is said to be a dungeon of increased difficulty, hidden in the training area. The guys fight with mugs. The interlocutor declares that he cannot clean him up, and to be honest, no one could. The main character sits next to him and wonders if he has become so strong anyway. The joyful interlocutor smiles, specifying in response that he would be here differently as one of the Valkyries. MC listens attentively with a mug to the fact that if the guy was in the past, he would definitely try to clear this dungeon, and if he succeeded, he would surely be able to defeat the protagonist. A ferocious snake crawls through chests of gold, telling you that the higher the difficulty, and the less likely it seems to win, the greater the reward if you succeed. The question is whether he is really not interested in finding out what happened at the end. The main character frowns, realizing that his goal has been chosen. The brave guy looks back at the destroyed world and thinks that if he wants to succeed there are a few more things to do in advance. The group of people is divided into two parts. It is explained that the first stage of training is the earliest, where 100 people unite and work together. A bright sphere fills the space. It is said that everyone acts in the designated area for a week, then the zone changes, and so on for 3 months. After that, as soon as the second stage of training is completed, the safe zone will cease to exist and there will be a possibility of contact with those who arrived earlier. Large steel chains close the doors. It is explained that in the first stage of training, 2 parts are hidden and no one has ever reached the end, because in order to reach the end of the hidden dungeon, you need to get them, and this is the only way to quickly become stronger. The main character mentally exclaims that first you need to find the hidden part that is closer to him. He is standing on the road and realizes that it must be somewhere here. At this moment a scream is heard asking what he is up to. The protagonist turns around and sees people. The man tells the girl that he just offered to go with them. She in turn exclaims that they are on their own. He grabs her hand. Hansu realizes that conflicts are beginning everywhere. The villain asks with a smirk where she went. He assures that they need to work together to survive. The frightened lady looks at him. The man wonders if she wants everyone to survive. The protagonist watches this, realizing that he does not have time to pay attention to such trivial things, because he needs to find the hidden part in a week, otherwise it will disappear. Suddenly someone calls Hansu by name. He turns to a guy nearby who asks if that's his name. MC realizes that he has been spotted when he needs to leave. The protagonist with a bloodstain on his cheek asks if they know each other. He opens his mouth in shock, asking again. The blonde man approaches them in a rage and indignantly declares that he is crazy, because they were together right before arriving here. The perplexed protagonist silently wonders how they know his name. MC looks at the guys carefully and remembers everything. The comrade points his finger at him in a rage, asking if the protagonist is listening at all, who, in turn, realizes that these are his college classmates. The imperturbable guy remembers their death and the fact that they used to study together, but after their death, everything was forgotten. The girl brushes off the man, claiming that she is coming with them. The frightened lady looks ahead. The protagonist realizes that it is Mihi. Hansu stands next to her and realizes that with such an appearance, her friend will quickly get into trouble. A group of angry people stands in front of the guys. Their leader asks how they dare to ignore him at all. The head sees a dark-haired guy, then thinks and understands who is in front of him. The man is excited to realize that this is the same guy who single-handedly dealt with a pack of goblins. The villain looks back at his comrades with a smirk, realizing that if they attack right now, when he is tired. A group of students turn around after being called. The guy in the jacket smiles, asking where their manners are, because he hasn't finished talking yet. Then he wonders who this guy is, because he looks shabby, so he probably can't do anything in such a state. The head of the hooligans with a sinister look stretches out his hand and offers to approach him, while they ask in an amicable way, because it is better to do it before they themselves approach. The protagonist stands next to his comrades, stating that such scum operates everywhere. MC states with a stern look that the rivals are just overexcited from the first battle. Hanu takes the lead, stating that they don't understand what kind of opponent they are climbing, because they are simply blinded by the idea that they can win. The stunned scoundrel stares at him silently. The protagonist approaches him directly, and wonders madly if he understands what he is talking about. The guy shoves him with his elbow. He is in complete shock. Gritting his teeth, the villain calls him a bastard. He is amazed to see a shining blade in the hands of the protagonist, who asks if there is anything to say to this. Suddenly, a man in a red shirt and jacket appears and asks him to calm down. It turns out to be a real boss who claims that they are not bad people. A bald man with his associates behind his back invites the main character to go with them, because given the situation, they will all find something to do. His gaze is confident and stern. He suggests that it is better to act together. The protagonist is imperturbably silent, noticing his gaze. A sinister boss stands in the middle of the henchmen. The protagonist notices that he has already adapted to this place. The villain smirks, a red aura hovering around him. Hanu realizes that he no longer sees the point in hiding his true nature, behaves like a hyena in his habitat, and eventually becomes a criminal. The protagonist holds his sword tightly, wondering if he should deal with it right now. A flashback arises with Keldian with a book in his hands. MC thinks about Erie's words that there is no need for aimless killing, but there is also no need to feel sorry for the parasites that will harm humanity during the Great War. The warrior told him with a smile that he should not turn away from the people he met. He should take care of them as much as possible. The protagonist with a bloodstain on his cheek lowers his head, realizing that his companion has saved so many lives. A group of villains are standing in front of the protagonist with a blade. Hanu thinks about how he doesn't have time to deal with all these guys right now, not to mention that such people have a habit of self-destructing over time if left alone. The protagonist calmly turns around and asks them to leave, while the boss's assistant exclaims that he is completely confused. The bald head stops his henchman, who is indignant. The boss stands in the middle of his subordinates, stating that they need to focus on the goal of establishing order in this place, which is where strange monsters are. Desperate people hold their heads. Fairy smiles evilly. The man understands that he also needs to deal with this devil, but at the same time there is something he likes. The boss confidently declares that only the strong rule here. He wonders why they don't take such a chance. The bandits and a group of students go in different directions. The head orders Sungo to move on. The blonde turns to them and wonders how it happened that people are scarier than monsters. He looks at the protagonist and realizes that he always knew he was a strange guy, however. The protagonist wipes his face while his comrade wonders if he has always been like this. Hanu is sitting at a table in a black cap and hoodie. The blonde man realizes that he was an orphan, that he always sat in the corner with a gloomy look, so they didn't pay much attention to him. The blonde guy approaches MC and wonders why he acted like he doesn't know them. The disgruntled protagonist only keeps silent in response. With an important look, he assures that it was just a loss of memory. Classmates look at him in bewilderment, wondering why the guy talks like some old man. The main character in response asks if this is obvious. The protagonist turns to Mihi, who laughs loudly. He does not understand what is wrong with her. The girl bursts into loud laughter. The protagonist thinks that a good life awaited her. MC with a stern face comes to the conclusion that beauty here is still a double-edged blade, because if used correctly, it is a fairly powerful weapon, so we can hope that everything will be fine with it. The guys are walking along the overgrown streets of the city. The guy behind walks next to the girl and declares that for all their walking, they did not say a word. He clarifies where they are going at all. Mihi turns to Hanu with a smile and asks where they are going, who replies that they will understand once they see him. The discouraged blonde opens her mouth, noticing what has appeared in front of them. The guys stopped in the middle of the street. The protagonist at this moment thinks about his first goal. The main character looks forward with a serious face. 6 students are standing in front of the descent from the steps. MC realizes that this is the subway station where the hidden part is located. The sign, which is overgrown with green plants, flaunts the inscription about Gangnam Station. The heroes were standing at the stairs leading down. Mihi looked at the brunette in surprise and asked, "Why are they at this station?" Covering his mouth with his palm, Hanu squinted at her and thought that he couldn't waste time explaining every little thing. If it weren't for Erie's words, he would have gone alone. Bringing his fingers to his face, he thought that he had no choice. Then, without turning, he replied that he was led by a premonition. He thought that instead of lost memories, he received superpowers. The heroes who followed him were shocked, and the guy thought that on the other hand, they had recently seen fairy. Should we be surprised at superpowers? The blonde turned to the man in alarm and asked if he was sure that they should follow the hero. Turning around, the brunette said that he was not forcing him. Closing his eyes, he continued that he was the kind of person who respected other people's preferences. If they wanted, they could just step back and watch from the sidelines. Taesung gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that no matter what the hell was going on here, he was angry with the way he showed off. Hanu was the first to go forward, and the blonde man thought he was tormented by vague doubts that this guy really knew something. The guys looked around, going down the stairs. Putting his hand on the brunette's shoulder, Taesung asked if he was sure that they were going to the alternate place. It was a little creepy here. He replied that no, they were going to meet the friends who lived here. Grinning, the blonde asked again. He looked to the side and asked, "What do you have to be to live in such a place? Are these his acquaintances?" The guy in white sneakers stopped. Standing at the entrance to the station, Hansu told everyone to stand. Blue eyes looked forward. The guy took out a knife, and the he, who had been asking what happened, suddenly screamed. Taesung abruptly turned at her cry for caution. The blue-eyed guy waved his knife ominously. Taesung threw up his hands and shouted. He saw the knife digging into the ground next to his body and asked what was going on. The blade sliced through a small monster. The blonde looked at the killed insect in shock and heard that this dungeon was made in the image of a subway station, and these green beetles were getting out after feeling vibrations from the surface of the ground. The two parts of the monster were lying on the ground. Hansu continued that they hate sunlight, so they don't usually crawl out. The cut monster now has a white rune. Picking it up, the brunette said that if they were bitten by that drooling mouth. Holding the rune in his hand, he said that their flesh would poison them in no time. Let them mean it. If they were bitten, they would pass out and die before they could do anything. The comrades were shocked by what they heard. Then words were heard that he would show an easy way to cope with them. A sharp blade plunged into the monster's mouth. The rest of the characters also plunged knives into insects. Hansu looked at the group of heroes and thought that the four of them might be useful. But then he turned his gaze to the guy with the headphones, doubting him. Coming closer, Hansu told the guy that if he was not sure of himself, he should walk on whole tiles. If he saw a crack with earth inside, he should just pierce it with a blade. But he should take care of his hands. Mehi wiped the sweat from her face and said that she thought it was just to hit where the ground was rising. The blonde agreed, saying that it was like hitting a mole in a game. Sangjin, closing his eyes, held a knife. The ground was rising behind him, and he was mentally telling himself that he would cope and succeed. Suddenly, the monster opened its round mouth, attacking him. Hasu resolutely pushed the guy aside, blue rays cutting the monster's body apart. The debris fell to the floor at the feet of the hero. Sangjin, who was sitting behind him, thanked the guy with a smile, and he thought that everything was clear with his fighting qualities. Without answering, the brunette walked on, thinking that he would end up being nothing more than a liability. The guy with the headphones lowered his head. Taesung approached the hero with a smile and said that he had a feeling that he knew in advance what would happen. Well, if he told him. Hansu recalled what he had already said. Confidently turning back, he declared that this was his superpower. His comrades were discouraged. Staring at him, there was a suggestion to concentrate on hunting. Cut pieces of monsters lay on the ground. Hansu held a white rune in his hand. Shifting his gaze to the others, he asked why they didn't pick up runes. Mehi, who was standing in front, said enthusiastically that they had decided that it would be better if he picked up the runes and protected them in return. Arching her eyebrows, the girl said that it wasn't like they would look like Supermen if they took runes for themselves. Putting his hand in his pocket, the hero looked at her, hearing if it would be better to give them to him in exchange for the fact that he would protect them. Hansu exhaled. The heroes looked at the guy who said that their loot belongs only to them. If they want to travel with him, let them at least follow the basic rules. He imagined travelers in cloaks walking under the scorching sun, and thought that those who had been wandering through the song for decades had all become a set of basic rules to help coexist. He squeezed the crystal with his fingers and thought that his prey belonged only to him. During group hunts, things were distributed according to needs and contribution to the common cause. Imagining the handshake, the brunette thought that in a crisis, a relationship based on goodwill. Then he imagined how one person stabbed another, and finished the thought that they often fall apart. The comrades looked at the guy in surprise, and the hero thought that soon they would realize how cruel and vile this world is. Looking at them resolutely, Hansu said that they should rely on their own skills first. If they were useless, he would simply throw them away. The heroes looked amazed when they heard that this was one of the basic rules. Mehi was the first to run forward. The remaining guys looked at each other. Hansu stared at them silently, thinking that they would soon get used to it, and would not need to explain such obvious things. His hands reached for the white rune. The hero thought that soon they would fight for them like dogs for a bone. The heroes picked up crystals around the station. Suddenly, the guy noticed something ahead and asked to look at this strange rune. Taesung held the purple crystal with a sly smile, and thought that instincts were telling him. The notification announced that it was the essence of the Akryl troll tribe. In the palm of his hand was a purple rune with the image of a lizard. He thought that if he took this rune, he would gain superpowers. The blonde man squinted at the hero and thought that he had said before that they had to distribute things, so he would put him in an awkward position if he made a fuss now. Holding a purple crystal in his hand, Taesung asked he had found this rune, so he could take it for himself, right? He wouldn't go back on his words, would he? Hansu nodded silently, which surprised the blonde, who thought it was unexpectedly easy. The hero clutched the crystal in his hands, and Hansu thought it was the essence of the troll tribe, a pretty good rune to start with. He imagined his body being covered with protective scales, and thought that this skill gives protection and regeneration. Both of these stats greatly contribute to survival, so the rune is very popular. Besides, it is passive, increases appetite, but food can simply be taken away when you become stronger. He imagined crystals of different colors and thought that the strength and level of skill was determined by the rank of the rune. He introduced 2 characters in white uniforms and thought that clever people with a variety of magic have hundreds of different skills. Imagining the man with glasses in front of the book, he thought that Kelbian had gained more than 1,000 skills. The guy stood with his hands in his pockets. He looked ahead carefully and thought that his situation was completely different. Colored crystals lay on the floor. The man reached for the orange rune with his hand. Holding it, Hanu shielded his eye from the glow. Then he clenched his fingers into a fist. Ares held the green rune, saying that as she thought, he had a skill limit. Covering her face with her palm, she said that it was equal to 7. If they had known before, he could have learned stronger skills. The brunette sadly lowered his head as he sat in front of the runes, and thought that he only had 7 skills. This was a fatal limitation, but he had a strength incomparable to this weakness. The guy remembered how he was surrounded by a bright blue glow, and thought that this was an endless evolution of the skills he had learned. The lizard essence that only gave rapid regeneration later became equal to the art of immortality Kante, and a swift dash became the level of Kelbian's signature skill Space Break. A bright flash lit up the hero's face, who remembered that Ares had given him the nickname 7 Stars because of his unique ability. He remembered walking beside his smiling comrades, and thought that it was this ability that had allowed him to stand in line with them. He had caught up with them, despite being 20 years behind. The guy remembered standing in front of the symbol-covered spheres, and thought that this was the main reason why he had gone back in time. Looking ahead, Hanu thought he shouldn't make a mistake now. Looking emotionlessly into the distance, the guy mused that Ares had said to be careful when choosing 7 skills to learn. If everything went according to plan, he would be trained like walking in a park. He looked at the guy holding the rune in surprise, who said that he would use it then. The purple crystal in his palm shone brightly. The system reported that the physical resistance characteristic had been created. The troll tribe essence skill was mastered by 1%. Taesung looked at the lizard silhouette of his palm with a sly smile, and thought that he had received a new characteristic. Opening his stats window, he read and thought that the other stats had also increased. Looking at the brunette with a grin, the guy thought that he was a fool, and he would never give such a thing away. Smiling slyly, Taesung thought that his opponent was just waiting. He would catch up with him before he could even blink his eyes. Hanu waved his hand and called for the others to go. Taesung put his hand on his shoulder and said that it would be dangerous now, so they would go together. Turning to the others with a smile, he continued that it was logical for strong people to go to the front line. It needed him, right? He wondered why he was looking at her saying this. Hanu glanced sideways at the blonde man and thought, even though he hadn't been told that he considered him his rival, even though it was a little cute. Throwing the guy's hand off his shoulder, the hero thought that this did not mean that he would turn a blind eye to this. The guys were going down the stairs. Looking ahead in surprise, he asked why he was going lower. The brunette replied that in order to go to the subway. Looking at him in disbelief, the girl asked if the trains were still running, and the hero replied that she would see. The guy took a step forward, and the heroine thought that he had never made a mistake before. The hero remembered how the brown-haired man sat on the ground, said that considering how many dungeons he had visited. The brunette retorted that he was sure that the dungeons he was talking about would not be close to those he had visited. The guy looked at the interlocutor with displeasure and asked, who is interfering in other people's conversations? The brunette stood with his arms crossed and said that he had heard him boasting about his non-existent knowledge. Pushing it aside, he sat down next to Hanu and decided to tell them the fastest way to gain power. Raising his finger, he said that he needed to lay his hands on one important thing in the training area. It was somewhere in the subway. Looking at the entrance to the station, the hero thought that they were located and lined up in different ways, but essentially the same way up to the 3rd floor. If you go through the portal in the center of the stairs and go down to the end, you can find a train standing in anticipation. Imagining the light at the station, he continued that if he was in time for it, then he could consider that he had won. The only problem was that it was difficult to get to him. The heroes were surprised, and Hanu calmly thought that the train left the next day, so he had to get to the right place today at all costs. They stopped in front of a shining blue portal. The hero decided to see what was there. He stretched out her hand in surprise, thinking that this was not Gangnam Station. She had been to this station many times. Looking at the blue entrance with blue lightning, she thought that she had never seen anything like it. Arching her eyebrows in alarm, the girl asked if he wanted to go there. He didn't know what awaited them there. Without turning, Hanu replied that he was going where his instincts told him. As he had said before, anyone who wanted to leave could do so at any time. Taesung smirked and said that he would go with him. Resolutely touching her breasts, he stated that she would go as well. Hanu squinted at her and thought that she seemed to be starting to worry. He remembered how the bully grabbed her hand and thought that most likely she was well aware of the situation. Remembering how the man pulled the girl with him, the guy thought that someone like her was in even greater danger than the others. He was determined to look forward, and the hero thought that this was why she wanted to become stronger, even if it ruined her beauty. The blonde raised her hand in alarm, saying that they would stay here. After all, no one forbade them from just continuing hunting, and the brunette said that he was coming with them. Looking down anxiously, Sangjin said that he would go too. He looked at the smiling Taesung, who asked where he was going. He had been too scared to do anything at all. Looking at him from under his forehead, the guy with the headphones replied that he shouldn't care. Turning to the blonde, he continued that no matter what he did, it didn't concern him. Taesung indignantly pointed his finger at him, and shouted that he had said somehow too much, was not there, until such a useless fellow traveler he would not clean up after him. Words were heard stopping him. Hansu closed his eyes and told him to stop the useless chatter. He confidently walked forward, saying that time was short, so they could do what they wanted. The girl and the guy left the blonde man behind. He gritted his teeth in displeasure, looked at them, and wondered how they dared to insult him in front of Mihi. The person took a step out of the portal, thinking that there were 1,000 mobs in the learning area, and the terrain was also different. Walking ahead, Hansu thought that common factors were still present. The Sangjin standing behind looked ahead in surprise, saying that it couldn't be. Where did the convenience store come from? In front of them was a small shop with broken windows. The guy reached for the goods on the shelf in surprise. Hansu touched the window, thinking that the rumors that there was always a store on the second floor of the subway were true. Was this some kind of reward? With a thoughtful look, Taesung examined the knife and asked if he should take different types of weapons. The guy looked at the glowing refrigerator. Looking at the goods on the shelf, he reflected that he had said that it was more of a supermarket than convenience stores, but it literally had everything you could possibly need. The guy took a saucepan. Surprised to see him put her on the fire, Mihi asked what he was doing. Hansu took out a bag and replied that he was cooking. The heroine opened her eyes in amazement and asked, "What is it?" Hansu poured a green liquid out of the bag, and she realized that it was the blood of green worms. She remembered how the guy sat on the remains, and thought that she was not the one who guessed what he was doing then. The hero then put parts of insects in a bag. With a satisfied grin, Hansu tore off a part of the monster and thought that goblin skin becomes extremely poisonous when it comes into contact with green blood. As he threw the pieces into the pot, he mused that goblins had evolved to survive against green worms, and their venom was quite potent. Taesung approached with a big smile, saying that it smelled wonderful. Would he give him a piece? Hansu calmly replied that it was poison. The blonde jumped back in shock and exclaimed that he hadn't said it was poison before. The hero retorted that he himself came up to the smell. Taesung was angry, and he said in surprise that they would never think of making such a thing. How does he know how to brew this poison? Hansu turned to the gritting guy and said that this was his superpower. His mind was just filled with knowledge. He thought that he could clearly see how he evaded answers. Remembering the pointer that knocked on the diagrams hung on the blackboard, it seemed to the hero that his head would explode while he remembered it. Back then, it was said that even if he could go back in time without knowledge, it would be useless. All the important information was here, and not only the information where to get the items, but also how to enhance them. Keldian slung the pointer over his shoulder and said that if he had any brains, he understood why it was important. He shouldn't share this information with anyone. Slapping the notes with his palm, the comrade demanded to remember all this. He imagined the sand that was pouring from the broken clock, and said that the knowledge of the future would only accelerate the destruction of the abyss. He should not become Prometheus. He should share knowledge only according to the plan, when necessary. The hero's face was reflected in the green liquid. He thought that he did not know the exact proportions and cooking time. The recipe was useless, so everything was fine. He poured the purple liquid into the bottle. Then he applied it to the blade. Mihi opened her mouth in surprise and asked if she could use this poison too. The heroes were surprised and delighted to hear him say that of course. And then they looked at the outstretched palm and heard that the price was half a rune of strength, or endurance for each use. Opening his mouth in displeasure, Taesung shouted, asking why he was so petty. Turning his back on them, Hansu said he could give them poison for free, but in the long run. Without turning, he added that he didn't think it was a good idea. The rest of the comrades stood behind. The hero thought that one-sided relationships always quickly collapse. The blonde man glanced sideways at the girl, who said that she would give him the runes later. Let him at least try. He turned to her with a smile. He handed her a bottle of pomp and warned her to be careful. If she got into her arms, it would hurt a lot. Sangjin squinted at the disgruntled brunette, who thought that if he continued to behave like this, he wouldn't even be able to steal the poison from him. The guys were standing in the store. Pointing his finger, Taesung asked if he could use the poison and then give him the runes, adding that he could too. The blonde took the bottle from the girl, saying that, of course, he would be the first, and the hero thought that he should begin other preparations. There was a backpack behind the guy's back. A ray of light fell on the guy holding his belongings, who thought that these preparations were enough. He turned to his comrade, who said that they were ready, and why was he looking at them like that? The guys loaded themselves with suitcases and bags. The question was heard, are they going on a hike or do they want to become bait? Why did they hang so many suitcases on themselves? Hansu crouched down touching the ground and said that if they didn't want to fight for the rest of their lives, they should bury their things here. Besides, if they swept everything around like that, they would be chased by other people who also needed things, so they should leave at least something. Looking at the brunette who turned, the girl thought that at first it seemed to her that he was just silent. Looking at him admiringly, she thought that he turned out to be more than an excellent fighter. The girl stood holding her hand. The question was heard, why didn't he get superpowers? She removed her hand from the buried things. Remembering the announcement of missing people, she thought that hundreds of millions of people had disappeared until yesterday. But none of them had been found. She would have to survive here for the rest of her life. The girl was on her knees, resting her hands on the ground. With her fingers bent, she thought she didn't want to die. With a resolute knitting of her eyebrows, Mihi mentally said that she would do whatever it took to survive. Then she looked at the brunette, and thought that it was better to be next to him. Hansu watched as she came closer with a slight smile. The heroes went on together. The disgruntled guy grimaced and said that he was acting as if he was the center of the earth. He then threw Sangjin's backpack, demanding that he take it too. Catching up with his comrades, Taesung called Hansu and told him about the superpower he mentioned. Confidently looking ahead, the hero asked if they could get the same. Turning his head in his direction, the brunette replied that it was possible. The comrades asked again in amazement. Then, their faces became happy when they heard the confirmation. Turning away from the others, Hansu thought he was saying that among all the people who had disappeared into this world, some had developed superpowers that they had not had before. Displeased to imagine the blonde, he remembered that Keldian had said to be careful. Among all those who had entered this world, there were a few who had superpowers that they did not have in reality. The abilities were quite diverse, the most dangerous among them. The distinguishing features had allowed people to survive, compared to the rest, great progress. So he had to get rid of everyone who would be useless to him. Hansu looked gloomily ahead and thought that he should get rid of them, and the blonde man wondered what was wrong with him. Smirking, Taesung said that he had become quite rude. The brunette shifted his gaze to him and heard the suggestion that he was still mad at him because he was mad at him in the beginning. Stepping forward, the hero replied that this was not what he was used to. He had just already said everything he wanted. The guy imagined his comrades and various monsters, thinking that for the last 5 years before going here, in battles with the growing number of monsters, the hope of the locals was gradually replaced by despair. There were abrasions and scars on the guy's face then. Now he looked away, thinking that despair had drowned out everything, and he was silent. Taesung standing behind him looked at him, and wondered what he had probably gotten hit on the head during the battle. Why was he acting like this? Gritting his teeth in displeasure, he looked away and thought that if it weren't for this superpower of his, he wouldn't be making a mockery of himself next to him. With a smile touching his chin, Taesung thought that he would wait and get stronger, then he and Mihi would start dating. He would get rid of Sangjin and command Hansu. Suddenly the guy waved his hand, stopping his comrade. Crouching on his knees, the hero reached for the floor with his hand and thought that this was slime. Examining the substance on his fingers, Hansu thought that, judging by the type of mucus, it did not belong to a sword-shaped snail. He imagined the silhouettes of a snail and a monster and thought that this one did not have a pungent sour smell, and he also did not see dried giblets anywhere, so it was not a cut zombie, so there was only one option. Something crawled on the floor, leaving a trail of slime. The red-eyed monsters opened their mouths the moment Hansu guessed that they were land mermaids. His comrades watched as the guy sat down, touching the floor. Touching the slime with his fingers, Hansu mused that these were definitely the footprints of a land mermaid. The black creature was crawling, leaving a trail, and he thought they were slow, but once they got a dose of paralyzing poison, it wouldn't be difficult to gut them in a second. The red-eyed monster opened its toothy mouth. The guy smiled slightly, thinking that he had a plan. He stood up. The surprised blonde demanded to stop behaving like a know-it-all. Approaching his comrades, Hansu called them after him and said that he thought they would be surprised by what they saw. They should help him. The heroes looked at him questioningly. A cloth was sticking out of the bottles of liquid. Hansu poured the powder into it, thinking that they didn't have gasoline. Well, that'll do. The girl looked at the bottles in surprise and said that this was a Molotov cocktail. Did he make them because he had found them earlier in the store? Taesung picked up one of the improvised explosives and asked, "Is this also part of the superpower? How convenient." As Hansu opened his backpack, he saw him smile and suggest that he probably liked it better here than his homeworld, in the sense that he could do whatever he wanted. With a smirk, the blonde man squinted in his direction, saying that if only he had such strength. Hansu stared at the guy, and while in his head, Kelbian was advising him to just kill him, and Ares was screaming, "That's it, that's it." Taesung asked why he was looking at him like that. Did he say something wrong? Without answering, the guy closed his eyes and exhaled. He drew a man with a bottle on the ground and said that he would tell the plan. Let them listen carefully. After drawing a few more figures, he continued that one of them would throw a hammer, after which the other 3 would come forward and attack. His comrades watched him draw on the dust, explaining that the person in the vanguard gets priority in the distribution of runes. Touching his chin, Taesung said that this meant that he would be in the vanguard. After all, someone competent should go ahead. Hansu saw his comrades raise their hands as he asked who would throw the explosives. Mihi and Sangjin squinted at each other, and heard the request to decide who it was. The brunette awkwardly looked away from the shining girl and thought that arguing with Mihi was somehow awkward. He squeezed his eyes shut, ignoring her pleading gaze, and Hansu decided that they would take turns throwing. The shadows of the guys were visible on the floor. The heroes walked along the corridor. The guy wondered how far they had gone, however, he could not say that he wanted to turn back. Looking at the comrades walking in front, Sang-jin thought that he went with them because he didn't want them to abandon him, but they really don't mind? The guy with the headphones was anxiously clutching a Molotov cocktail. Mihi held the straps of her backpack and trembled with excitement. Taesung looked at her in surprise. Then Han-soo, who was standing in front, told them to be careful, they were coming. The heroes stopped at the station when they heard a noise. The girl opened the bag when she heard a request to throw explosives in the direction of the sound. She set fire to the fabric with a lighter, thinking that she shouldn't be a burden. The fuse lit up, and she thought she could do it. Then she threw a projectile forward. The fire was approaching the neck of the bottle. The mermaid's eyes burned red. The bottle fell to the floor and broke. The silhouette of the monster disappeared into the bright flames. The girl standing behind exclaimed in surprise that she could do it. Han-soo ordered the others to go on the attack and reminded them that they were spitting parasitic poison. They had to be careful. Opening his mouth in shock, Taesung watched the guy fight. Looking at the stones flying out of the monsters, he thought that this bad person wanted to take all the runes again. The mermaid approached the blonde, who thought that he could not lose to him all the time. Stretching out her hand, she attacked. Taesung closed his eyes as he attacked the mermaid with his knife and shouted for her to fall behind. Then he opened one eye and cursed. The monster's body fell to the ground beside him. Looking at the knife with a smirk, the guy exclaimed that this poison really works well. Han-soo held a couple of runes and said that the poison he gave them was worth it. The blonde's face was reflected in the tip of the blade, and he thought that thanks to the poison, he would be able to quickly catch up with his opponent. The heroes all together confidently fought against the attacking monsters. The burning mermaid opened its mouth. The hero thought that, as expected, in a battle with an opponent who uses a flammable paralyzing poison, the guy with the knife rushed forward. The attack left a bright trail, and Han-soo thought it was a good idea to use Molotov cocktails. The blade was already dull, but it didn't really matter. The burning mermaid opened her mouth and screamed, and the guy thought that this was what he was preparing this poison for. The blonde man behind him was smiling. He smirked at the white crystals lying down. Reaching out to them, he thought that all these runes belonged to him. Suddenly, one of the mermaids spat poison at him. The liquid got on his leg, and the guy screamed. Falling to the floor, Taesung saw the poison burn through his pant leg, and thought that everyone had seen it. It was very humiliating. A clawed hand descended nearby. The red-eyed monster stared at him ominously. A lot of predatory mermaids crawled out of the darkness. Taesung opened his mouth in horror and shouted for them to leave him alone. Mihi turned to her comrade when she heard his cry for help. She opened her bag, surprised to say that she had run out of Molotovs. Turning to Sang-jin, she shouted that they should switch. He asked to wait a second. Gritting his teeth, he tried to knock the fire out of the lighter. When the fire appeared, he saw the face of a mermaid in front of him. In fright, the brunette dropped the bottle and screamed. Taesung was shocked to see her smash on the floor. Then he frowned angrily and shouted, calling his comrade names, shouting that he had said to quit, not to screw up. Frightened, Sang-jin closed his eyes, covering himself with his hands. Then, stunned, he saw the monster's body split into two pieces. The hero held a knife and ordered him to calm down and follow the plan. Han-soo stood next to the fallen guy and continued that then there would be no problems. The heroes were surprised to see him turn away and tell them to rest and take their runes. Taesung sat on the floor and said in relief that he thought he would die here. He looked at the hole in his pant leg and said that thanks to his skill, he had already healed. Looking in his direction, the hero said that if they increased their stamina, they would rest and regenerate faster, and then hurried them to take their runes. The blonde looked at the crystals divided into piles in surprise and thought, this was all he got. This guy was so strict in the distribution. Sang-jin also reached for his runes. The shadow hid the face of the gloomy blonde man, who thought that he could take these runes as well. A sly smile appeared on the guy's lips, and he called his friend. Sang-jin turned to the blonde man who asked, does his family have no conscience at all? He abruptly grabbed the brunette by the throat. With a sly smile, Taesung lifted him off the ground. Sang-jin squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth. The guy squeezed the offender's hand and gritted his teeth, panting. The blonde man grinned and reminded him that he was not even able to throw a Molotov properly, and almost killed his comrade. The interlocutor sweated and opened his mouth, trying to answer something. The girl ran up to them and demanded that Taesung let the young man go at once, or she would strangle him. He obediently threw his teammate away and said that he was lucky. Sang-jin coughed and rolled over, and the blonde advised him to be more careful and sensible next time. He grabbed him by the hair and added that the guy seemed to have forgotten his place, but he had better just follow the others for the rest of his life and not show off. The blonde man reached for the runes with a smirk, saying that he would take them for himself, but then a blade stuck in front of him. The guy rounded his eyes and asked what the hell. The main character looked at him indifferently, and replied that this was not his lot. Taesung turned around and exclaimed that giving the trophy to this donkey was like throwing it in the trash, because it had done nothing, and it was possible to cope without it. He frowned and asked if he was wrong about something. The brunette narrowed his eyes and reminded him that the distribution should be fair, and it was not for him to interfere with anyone's means of survival. The interlocutor turned away and muttered irritably that he would regret this decision later. Han-soo looked at the victim of bullying and recommended that he learn to defend his share himself. The young man began to collect his runes from the ground without answering. The girl looked at the main character puzzled. She smiled awkwardly and asked if they were annoying him. Mihi gripped the strap of her bag and muttered that she thought he might be by watching them fight all the time. The interlocutor did not look at her, answering that everything was fine, and he would not complain about what they were bad at. The companions walked forward, and the girl asked if this meant that the guy would travel with them to the end, but there was a feeling that at any moment, he could leave them. The interlocutor stepped forward. The brunette didn't turn around, saying that they were the ones who decided to follow him, but they were doing well, so don't let him worry so much about it. Mihi looked after him anxiously. The main character walked around the monsters and thought that most of the runes dropped increased strength and endurance, and you can't ignore the characteristics of the body, and not to say that this is a bad decision, given how important strength and endurance are now. He sat down and picked up the stone, remembering that he just needed such characteristics. A screen appeared in front of him, stating that his strength was 25.3, stamina was 24.5, and agility was 14.1. The brunette raised his head to the silhouette. Fairy smiled and exclaimed that the sum of his body's strength and endurance had exceeded 50, which was his first achievement. The guy grinned, and his spun asked why this creature had come here. The creature looked at the hero and remembered that he was the first to raise his hand, and he was also so fast. He flew around him and added that they had always loved those who tried their best. Fairy leaned on the brunette's head and said that he would like to give him a small gift, as the most active traveler. The girl came closer and raised her hand. She was trembling all over, but muttered that it wasn't fair. After all, they had different physical characteristics from the very beginning. The demon looked at her and noted that there was no need to be afraid, he would not even touch her. Fairy flew closer and stated that they don't kill someone just because they don't like them. Then he approached her ear and added that there were always exceptions, and she could be one of them. The girl turned pale and Fairy laughed, saying that it was just a joke that would never get boring. He poked the participant and asked again what she was saying there. Mihi's eyes widened in surprise when she pointed out that she was also incomparable to the others in some ways, but that she wasn't in a hurry to get rid of it to be on par with the others, so life had always been unfair. The demon returned to the main character and said that he had to stop wasting time, he should be rewarded. The brunette narrowed his eyes, already knowing what it would be, and the admin said that the prize for overcoming a certain number and a combination of physical characteristics was 3 runes to choose from. He snapped his fingers and asked what he wanted, maybe dexterity or healing. The hero looked at the stone in the palm of the demon's palm, who noted that the latter was just a consumable, but it was able to heal a hole in the belly and save from most poisons, just to spare life. But the brunette thought that it would be useless with a severed limb. The rest of the team stared dumbfounded at the guy when they heard about the healing rune that could help him survive a deadly situation at least once. The guys looked at the hero with hope, each thinking that in a critical situation, Hansu would spend 1 rune on him. However, the warrior looked at the demon and asked if the rune was immune to magic. The interlocutor snapped his fingers in surprise. He created some stones and answered in the affirmative, and the rest of the guys were upset. The protagonist accepted the reward, thinking that the healing runes were useful, but immunity to magical and physical damage is difficult to get in the tutorial zone, unless you are lucky like Conte. The stones emitted light, and the guy remembered that the increase in stamina simply affects the cost and recovery of strength, while resistance to magical and physical damage is a much more fundamental defense, and even immunity. The brunette touched his ear and mentally noted that with experience he would be able to resist physical attacks, but magical ones were a completely different matter. A stat window appeared in front of him, with a line about magic immunity, which was enough to avoid immediate death. The demon opened the rift and said that he was now leaving, adding that he was counting on him. The trio stared in shock and opened their mouths when Fairy said goodbye to the main character, calling him handsome. Hansu put his hands in his pockets and invited the guys to move out. Everyone turned pale, and he asked what was wrong with their faces. The signs read 3F. Another monster fell in front of Mihi. She wiped her sweat and thought that she seemed to feel better. The girl sat down to pick up the rune, and noticed that the main character was doing something again, possibly poison. Her face was surprised. The brunette turned when she muttered that his movements had not changed. The hero glanced sideways at his companion, noting that she was observant, when she asked why he had the same speed, although he had received many runes. Hansu showed off the marks on his wrist. The 3 of them looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. The brunette took the stone and explained that it was a way to store runes. The girl sat down and asked how he knew this, to which she received an answer about superpowers, and wondered if it was worth trying it too. The interlocutor stood up and advised not to repeat after him. There were stones near the monsters' bodies, and he added that this slowed down the hunt, so it would not be possible to store many runes. The guy collected another stone and noted that the runes would also lose their meaning if he died. Sangjin looked at him in bewilderment and asked why he would collect them then, and he replied that he planned to exchange them later. The hero imagined 2 hands and thought that even though it would be problematic to do it now, but once the rules settled, they could be used as a substitute for money in the training area, after which he said aloud that they should not do this, just let them use it one by one. Taesung leaned forward, pushing his comrade, and was indignant that the brunette dared to look down on them. Why couldn't he do what he wanted? The protagonist sighed and thought that it seemed that they never understood where they were, but they would come to their senses when they came down and were cursed. He looked at the blade and decided that he needed to rebuild everything first. Everyone else turned away and looked tense. They turned around when the guy asked them to listen carefully. The brunette stood in front of them and said that he didn't care if they followed him, collected runes or not. He threw his blade on the floor and repeated that he wanted to be heard right now. The guy stretched out his hand and asked to give him all his weapons. The blonde arched an eyebrow and asked why he decided to rob them, especially since he had his own blade. The weapon was at the hero's feet, and he replied that they could not fight with it, since the blade was too rough and almost useless, and he needed extra blades. The interlocutor frowned and exclaimed that this was some kind of nonsense. He made a gesture with his hand and clarified how they should fight back then, because everyone needs to fight. The guy grinned and suggested that the hero just wanted them to hide behind his back. Sang-jin looked at them uncertainly and muttered that he would still give up the weapon. The blonde man nervously turned to him and demanded to shut up. They stood opposite each other. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and asked if he really wanted to fight. Taesung looked at him and confirmed, stating that he had always hated his condescending gaze. The brunette rubbed his chin and thought that he had expected his opponent to refuse. But again he forgot that he did not know what awaited them below. He narrowed his eyes and decided that this was where he would draw the line. The guy raised his finger and said that he would give 2 options, and in the first one he would just leave, and they did everything on their own. The hero pointed to his companions and added that otherwise they would have to stand aside and watch while he coped alone. Hansu looked at them calmly and said that the choice was theirs. Sang-jin looked away and decided that he would stand aside. The girl arched her eyebrows and agreed, since the brunette claims that it is very dangerous there. The blonde man turned to her and exclaimed that this was why they should all fight together and help in these dangerous times. He sneered and stated that this bastard wanted to leave his friends behind and take all the trophies for himself. The guy clenched his fist and thought that he didn't care that this loser Sang-jin was cowardly, but since he also decided to step aside, it puts him in a difficult position. The main character narrowed his eyes and mentally smiled at the word friend, deciding that the blonde was just lucky that Keldian did not return to the past. He thought of the mage, and assumed that he would already be wandering around the blue or purple zone, so he shouldn't stay here either. The brunette frowned, realizing that he had to get there as soon as possible. He turned around and said that there was no time and they would think about it downstairs, but he wouldn't have to say anything if they could fight. Taesung grinned and replied that he should have come to something long ago, and he thought that since the brunette was so eager to go alone, he must know what was below. There was a stairway to darkness in front of them, and the guy decided that only a fool would refuse such a chance. After a while, the trio rushed upstairs screaming. The girl closed her eyes and exclaimed that she had said it would be dangerous, and the blonde man opened his mouth in shock and cursed. A few minutes before, they had stared dumbfounded in front of them. A huge snake loomed over them, and the guy thought that he did not even imagine that the monster would be of a completely different level. Taesung looked back, not believing that the protagonist was going to fight this creature alone. He was definitely out of his mind. Hansu raised his eyebrows resolutely. The enemy's pupils narrowed. The guy threw his backpack on the floor and took a fighting stance. The serpent straightened up and pouted. The brunette shuddered, guessing what he was going to do. He quickly hid behind the column. Then he pinched his ears. In the next second, the monster opened its mouth and shot out powerful energy. The attack fell on the column behind which the hero was hiding. It could not withstand the pressure and fell apart. The brunette's eyes flashed and thought that he expected this, and he succeeded thanks to his immunity to magic. The monster grinned, and its strong sound waves were generated by magic. Scales sparkled in the darkness, and an ordinary blade would not be able to penetrate them. The serpent turned to his opponent. The tail struck next to the brunette. He jumped away, realizing that this was not an easy enemy. Hansu dodged again and gripped the grip, remembering that he knew his weaknesses. The blade plunged between the scales, piercing the flesh. The monster arched and howled in pain. The main character jumped away from the enemy. The serpent opened its mouth, its eyes flashing. Another blow fell on the guy, but he managed to dodge. The monster loomed over the warrior. A powerful pillar of magic attacked the guy. The brunette closed his ear and closed his eyes. He noticed late that the tail was approaching him. He was thrown into the wall as if by a whip. In the cloud of dust, the silhouette of the hero could be seen. The guy frowned, blood flowing down his face, but said that finally the opponent began to react to the wounds. The serpent was trembling. Blood was oozing from his wound. The protagonist stood up and thought that this was a training zone, so despite having high physical defenses, he was still vulnerable to poison. The warrior clenched the hilt, noting that there were only 5 blades left. The brunette took a fighting stance and narrowed his eyes. Then he abruptly rushed to the attack, thinking that until the effect appeared, he could have fun. The girl shuddered, feeling a vibration. She looked deep into the corridor and thought that they were quite far away, and yet the echo reached all the way here. He cowered, wondering if the protagonist would be okay. The blonde man knitted his eyebrows and asked why she had stopped. He looked at her and reminded her that they didn't even have a dagger with them, so they had better run back to the store. The girl squeezed her hand nervously, thinking. Taesung opened his mouth in surprise and flinched when she announced that she would go to see the brunette. The other person gritted his teeth, annoyed to realize that those fucking pieces of shit had been ignoring him ever since they had come here. The guys also followed the girl as Taesung cursed doomedly. The trio ran back down the corridor. Mihi came down first and asked if the protagonist was okay. Her eyes rounded. The serpent clenched the brunette's hand between his teeth. His fangs sank into the flesh. There was blood everywhere, and the girl screamed. The trio froze on the stairs, looking at them. The guy frowned and thought that he had wasted too much time. He clutched a knife in his hand. Then he stabbed the monster in the face. The serpent opened its mouth in pain and howled. At this time, the brunette managed to jump back. The opponent shook, and the hero was glad that he had managed to plunge 3 daggers into him. Hansu touched his hand, noting that he had been bitten badly, but thanks to the stats, the wound should recover quite quickly. He introduced different monsters and thought that in the later stages, they showed increased resistance and healing abilities due to their evolved characteristics. But these poisons were pointless as they were ineffective, and using abilities made things even more difficult. The hero clenched the blade and admitted that in the early stages, the paralyzing poison was quite effective, and he wouldn't have been able to last so long without it, and now it was much easier. The snake rolled its eyes and collapsed to the floor. The guys ran up to him, and the girl asked if he was okay. The brunette turned around and asked if they were still there. Mihi looked at him and replied that she had come back because she was worried, but it didn't seem worth it, and then clarified how his hand was. The guy threw his backpack over his shoulder and assured that it was just a scratch that was already being restored, so there was no reason to worry. Taesung stared at the monster's corpse in shock, not believing that the young man was fighting this horror alone. He looked after the hero, realizing what a huge difference there was between them, how to compete with such a person at all. The brunette crouched down beside the corpse. He looked thoughtfully at the trophy. In his hand, he had a rune-shaped needle snake shockwave. The others glanced at the guy as he pondered that the reward would be quite useful, but he needed a magic rune to use it. Taesung crossed his arms and noted that this rune looked quite strong. He was jealous that the guy would use it, but the main character said that he was not going to do it, thinking that he did not want to spend his limit of 7 skills on such a thing. Sang-jin put his hand on his chest and asked to give it to him then. The blonde man shoved him in displeasure, and exclaimed that he would not even be able to use it for its intended purpose, so it would be better for him. The young man rubbed his chin and muttered what he already had. Taesung frowned and asked if he thought he would be useful with this rune. The girl stood between them, trying to separate them, while one said that this would help him stand on an equal footing with the others, and the blonde man was furious. The main character looked at them and asked that they got a job. He waved his hand and noted that there was not a word to give it to them. It would be better to sell it, at most to give a discount of 5% as members of the team. The trio stared at him, dumbfounded. The blonde man knitted his eyebrows and was the first to clarify whether it was possible to take it in installments, to which the brunette replied that if someone vouched for him, then let them do it for each other. Mihi looked around when the hero wondered if they had decided. The girl put her hand on her chest and replied that she would take it then, since guys do not trust each other. Mihi accepted the stones from the others, and the protagonist remembered that he had previously noticed her pick up a magic rune, although she tried to hide it despite knocking it out of the monster herself. The brunette squinted at her and decided that this was not surprising, because the more cards you hide, the better, and this is her method of survival, which makes the girl more ambitious than it seemed at first glance. Mihi approached him and told him that there were 3 runes of agility and perception, and 7 runes of strength and endurance. Hansu handed the stone to the surprised girl and said that he would only take 6 power runes with a 5% discount. She smiled and replied that he was very kind. The guy turned around and asked them not to think that he was just rude, because the fact was that if they got used to getting everything for free in such a place, then they would not have long to live. The girl knitted her eyebrows and lowered her gaze when she heard that nothing in this world is given for free. The brunette moved forward, deciding that it was time. He looked at the crystals in the corner, thinking that since there was a needle-like snake here, then there must be deposits of Zeterium nearby. The stones radiated a slight glow. The guy broke off one of them. Sang-jin and Mihi watched him with interest, assuming that he was using his superpower again. The guys peeked out from behind him, wondering what kind of material it was, which looked like metal, but was soft. Hansu silently stood up and walked between them. Then he began to cut open the monster's body. The guys watched with anticipation, wondering what he would do this time, and the blonde man asked in bewilderment what they were doing. Organs fell out of the snake's carcass. The blonde approached the main character and asked if he was making a new poison, and the guy replied that it was something else. He stacked the ingredients next to the pot and thought that the scales of the needle snake were quite strong, but not suitable for using as a weapon, so he had to create it himself. The brunette remembered the entries in the combo book for crafting weapons that could be made from monsters and materials in the tutorial area. He imagined himself on the battlefield and thought that the needle had a limited range, which made it difficult to inflict secondary damage, such as bleeding. However, if you knew the weaknesses of the enemy, then by inflicting pinpoint strikes, you could turn a disadvantage into an advantage. There was a blade on the floor in brown liquid, and the guy noted that the tip was a little blunt, but it was homemade, there was no other choice. Hanu stabbed him. He smirked, his product glowing as he thought that he needed at least that level of power. Considering how long it had taken the alchemists to calculate the combos to create the best weapon they could get in the beginning, it was worth it. The hero continued to sharpen the blade so that he could break through the defense of the monster that would have to be defeated to get the second hidden part. The guy imagined a creepy creature. The brunette wrapped leather around the handle. Then he looked at the sword contentedly. The blonde man stared at the hero, who muttered that if he came across the coca lizard, he could create a better weapon. But the needle snake was also not bad. It was unlikely that he could find a better blade than this. Taesung knitted his eyebrows and rounded his eyes. He pointed his finger at the blade and asked me to buy this thing with all his runes. The sword gleamed in the hero's hands, and the guy thought that it must be better than what he had. The pot was empty, and the brunette replied that it was an unusual weapon and he would sell it to him. But he couldn't make another one since he had run out of materials. The interlocutor frowned and gritted his teeth, irritably noting that the guy had spent everything for himself. He ruffled his hair and decided that there must be something better ahead. He just had to be patient. A train has arrived at the platform, and this is presumably their last destination. The doors opened, and the blonde thought that it was strange that there was electricity here, and the know-it-all had quieted down, so there would probably be no battles, and he would soon be able to receive the reward. The trio flinched when the brunette asked why they were coming in. Everyone froze and asked again, and Hanu said that the car was only for one, so they needed to get off. He turned around and repeated. Then he sat down on the seat, and Sangjin asked if he was mistaken. The young man looked around and muttered that there was so much space that it didn't look like just one could pass. The blonde man frowned and exclaimed that after everything they had been through together, why only Hanu had the right to choose. The brunette sat patiently and was silent while the guy shouted that it was only thanks to them that he got here. He got up and asked again. The guys looked away awkwardly, and the hero thought that this was a pitiful sight, although it was good, of course, that they wanted to seize the chance, but did not take into account one thing. The brunette swung his blade and said that there really was no rule, that only he could be here, because there were no rules in this world. He slammed the handle on the floor. Then he straightened his arm and said that they could leave now, or stay to argue with him. The main character pointed a gun at them and added that if they found a lawyer, they could try to write a statement against him if they wanted. Hanu grinned and offered to choose one of the two. Taesung gritted his teeth dumbfounded as he looked at the weapon. The train sped away, leaving the guys on the platform. The blonde gritted his teeth in fury, and the girl lowered her head. He frowned, only realizing that the main character had been serious all along. The guy turned to his companions and thought that the three of them had a chance to defeat the brunette and take all his items. His hand reached for the weapon as he suggested that in case of defeat, they would simply ask for forgiveness, and the hero would not kill them. Taesung turned pale and shuddered. In front of him stood Hanu. His blue eyes gleamed menacingly, and there was not a drop of pity in them. The blonde man stood on the platform, realizing that he would have killed him immediately if he had tried to move. So the hero just turned away and said that they would see each other later. He rubbed her hand and muttered that they shouldn't have pressed him so hard while Taesung was angry at being frozen by the brunette's gaze. The girl scratched her ear and added that it was also impossible to provoke, because it was he who helped them all this time. She turned around and offered to leave here. Taesung remained standing, thinking that these morons would not live long, because there is nothing wrong with striving to be stronger. His eyes went mad at the thought that this was why they had come here. The carriage was empty, and only a bluish light illuminated it. There was a diagram on the wall, and the main character noticed that the train made a stop at 20 stations during the journey. Each station has a random artifact, such as a diadem, and it was also impossible to return to the previous station. The brunette closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and thought that this was a structure that caused psychological conflict, and even if he made it to the end of the road, there was no guarantee that he would survive, so he had to be careful. The guy squinted his eyes, noticing that he was already at the 12th station. Hanu presented the trophies and listed that he had already collected 8 weapons, which are quite good for a beginner, but useless for him. He stretched his legs and thought that the Rune bracelet, along with the perception stat, could help identify the monster's weaknesses, but he already knew that, so they were of no use. The guy stepped onto the platform. The hero closed his eyes and noted that he also already had weapons, so he hoped for something else with increased movement. He approached and thought that he needed something that he could move freely with during the fight. His eyes rounded. In front of him lay the maniac's cloud snack. It was a pack of cigarettes, which after the first puff increased their characteristics, and as long as you continue to smoke, they will continue to grow. They were black, and the hero remembered that after smoking one piece, all the stats would be increased by 20%, and the effect lasted 10 minutes. He grinned and decided that this was the way to go. The guy took the pack and thought that even though they couldn't be used outside the training area, there was nothing better than this artifact. Hanu looked at them and muttered that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The image of a girl who exclaimed that she was tired of telling him that with every cigarette he was aging faster than he looked. The man just looked at her silently. She stood in front of him, so fragile, but brave. The girl took the pack and said that they were spoiling it. The interlocutor smiled and added that if she continued to smoke this filth, she would spoil her beautiful face. Hanu turned around and mentally asked her not to worry. This time they were different. The train doors closed. The main character got off at the station, where he said goodbye to his companions, and noted that they seemed to have left. He walked beside the snake's body and thought that there were still 4 days until another hidden artifact appeared, so he had to decide what to do for 2 days. The guy introduced the stones and noted that he could focus on hunting and mining runes. Then I opened the system window and thought that there was also an option to try to complete the remaining tasks. The hero glanced at the pot and muttered that he had completed a couple of tasks during the journey. He put it in his backpack and thought that he didn't know what he would get, but he would try to complete missions with good rewards. The brunette rubbed his chin thoughtfully, imagining the crystal, and remembered that among the tasks there was one with a promising reward and a quick one, where the sage stone with a clumsy mage as a follower increased all the user's stats by 10, including his own, and healed mortal wounds. The brunette climbed the stairs, thinking that the reward was good, and this kind of artifact was rare not only in the training zone, but also in the red zones, but whoever completed it must be a psycho. He introduced Andy Aaron, a member of the death squad who was summoned to the abyss along with criminals while volunteering in prison. The woman looked around in puzzlement, but even the most trusted people who were with her betrayed her as soon as the training began, and anger revealed their abilities. Her eyes reflected greedy grins. However, 7 days passed, and Aaron was left alone among the corpses, tearing each one to pieces and eating their hearts. The girl grinned in madness, although she wanted to commit suicide, and then this task surfaced. The main character rubbed the bridge of his nose and thought that this did not suit him, so it was better to skip, especially since it conflicts with his goal to save as many people as possible. The brunette shuddered, remembering that it was night and there should already be a task with a good reward. A system window appeared in front of him with the image of a bag of food of a selfish and rich person. The guy moved forward, deciding that he had to complete this task first, and he also needed to make sure that he had enough stamina, otherwise he would be too busy to take time to rest. Hanu came to the store, muttering that he had to eat first, but it was empty. Empty bottles and packages were lying on the floor. The things he buried in the ground were also stolen. The main character froze in irritation and muttered that these scoundrels dared to do such a thing. He chuckled and offered to see how brave they were. The buildings on the street were overgrown with moss. Men loaded boxes into a van. One girl closed her eyes and complained that she hadn't even had time to take anything for herself in a hurry, and those bandits had taken everything. Mihi arched her eyebrows and muttered that they might be strong. Sangjin narrowed his eyes and added that there are too many of them. They are superior in number, although their characteristics are lower, and Hanu has not returned yet, so it is better not to get into trouble. The 2 students squinted at him in surprise, noting that it was the first time they had seen him so talkative. The girl rubbed her chin and wondered how these people could find out where the convenience store was, because it seemed to her that they still had time. One of the men turned around, noticing them. He grinned and waved his hand. The students were dumbfounded. They rounded their eyes, and the girl asked if he had just waved, and the blonde replied that they were just trying to provoke them. Taesung knitted his eyebrows and said that there was no point in answering them. It was better to get out of here. The guy turned around and added that he needed to find resources and food elsewhere. He was sweating and thought that this idiot should have waved at him, but still the job was well done. Some time ago, the men turned to the stranger. Taesung came out of the shadows and suggested that they check the subway if they needed food. The blonde man smirked and said that it was better to take it right away before the others came, and he could show them the way. The student stood in front of the bandits and thought that the main character would have to fight with these guys for food, and it was not easy to defeat such a crowd, so he would have to ask him for help. Sungo pointed his finger at him and asked why he could trust someone who was so obviously trying to pit them against Hanu. The interlocutor grabbed him by the collar and demanded just to follow him. The man frowned and was indignant at this behavior, because their brother had once helped a student, but a fist appeared in front of his face. Sungo flew back and screamed. The blonde man grinned and said that the 3 of them were not even his equal. Why would he make a trap for such weaklings? The interlocutor grabbed his broken nose and shuddered. Taesung stood in front of the bandits, telling them to think carefully and not miss the chance. Mihi looked out the window. She opened the door and called the main character, whom she noticed on the street. The girl smiled and thought that he had just returned, but he was already feeling very relieved. The blonde man grinned and decided that there was no need to be nervous, especially since no one knew that he had set it all up, and even if he was caught, he would just find a way to excuse himself. Hanu entered the house, and Mihi told him that they were in trouble because when they were coming back to pick up Jizian and Youngju, some people took all the things from the store, and he replied that he noticed it on the way here. The brunette walked over to the table and asked how much food they had left. There were a couple of packs of cereal and water with bars near the backpack, and the girl replied that they tried to collect as much as possible, but it didn't work. Taesung looked at the hero slyly and said that anything happens, but since he has returned, they can go and demand everything back. The guy shrugged his shoulders and added that it wouldn't be easy to deal with all of them alone, but he would be so helpful. Hanu didn't turn around, but only chuckled, suggesting that he eat first. The interlocutor grimaced and frowned, outraged by such a reaction. He slapped the table and said that it was somehow wrong. The blonde man grinned and asked if he had no shame at all. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows when he pointed out that they risked their lives for this meal, so why not offer something in return? The guy made a gesture with his hand and said that he would think about giving him something if the hero offered something good. Mihi looked at him in surprise and said that they were collecting food for everyone. The blonde man knitted his eyebrows and was indignant that they were offering to give away the provisions for which they risked for free. Taesung chuckled and added that even among friends, there should be honesty, and Hansu didn't lift a finger for it, while they were doing their best, and someone had said that they shouldn't expect anything for free. Jizian and Youngjia silently looked away. The blonde man grinned and thought that this was his chance to win everyone over to his side, and then the hero would cease to be a problem for him. He looked back at the brunette, wondering how long he would behave so annoyingly. Hansu straightened up and muttered, "What a pity!" The brunette turned to the interlocutor and admitted that he had nothing to give in exchange for food. What to do then? The guy came closer and suggested that the hero must have collected a lot of all sorts of things without them. The two students looked at them questioningly and asked again. The blonde pointed at Hansu and told him that he had just come out of a secret place where he must have found something good, and that he should share it with them. The guy smirked and demanded to share the trophies, since he didn't care to go with them. He held out the bar and added that it was better not to be silly. Hansu glanced at him silently. Then he sighed and noted that the interlocutor had learned his lesson well. The guy stood up and thought that he needed to act more subtly, although not surprising, given what he sees in the rest of the equals. Taesung arched an eyebrow, and the hero thought that wasn't the problem. After all, it wasn't like he had taken them with him, because he needed them, even the runes from them. The protagonist turned around, and the blonde man asked where he was going, and Hansu mentally turned to Iris, for whose words he came here. The brunette looked away indifferently and decided that he had done everything he could. He imagined Conte, who had told many people that they got on his nerves, and he thought that he couldn't even imagine such a thing, how a friend could say such a shame. The main character opened the door and advised them to take care of themselves and save strength for the future. Mihi and Sangjin looked after him. The blonde smiled awkwardly and suggested not to fight and not to escalate, because before that they somehow coped without any problems. She looked at her friend and decided that they would bring the hero back. Taesung frowned and said that he could go, why stop him? Hansu went outside, and the guy thought that he was still acting like an arrogant asshole until the very end. The blonde man narrowed his eyes and said that he was pretending to be who knows what, but if they gave him anything for free, he would crawl back on his own, and they didn't want such a bastard. Mihi flinched when the guy asked where she was going. She stopped, and he asked if the girl had left them to go after the asshole. Mihi ran up to the protagonist and asked if she could go with him. The girl looked at him hopefully. The brunette didn't turn around, saying that he couldn't take her with him. The interlocutor let go of him and muttered that she understood, but the guy suddenly said that he had already told them about it. Hansu turned his head slightly and said that it was up to them to decide whether they wanted to get to him. Mihi smiled happily, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Taesung stomped his foot and shouted that she couldn't leave. He frowned and reminded her that she hadn't received her runes from Sangjin, thinking that he was willing to let anyone go but her. The young man behind him straightened up and said that everything was fine. Sangjin knitted his eyebrows and stated that he was coming with them. Taesung squeezed his shoulder and asked if the guy understood what he had just said. He looked at him menacingly and added that he couldn't do that, didn't think his father would let him off the hook. The blonde nudged him and asked if a stray dog dared to crawl away from his master. The interlocutor shook off his clothes and asked what he would do. He turned away and reminded them that they couldn't even go outside now, and the others didn't know if they were alive, since he was the one who would say something to his father. The blonde's eyes widened as he heard that none of this mattered at the moment. Sangjin frowned and stated that he no longer had any reason to obey him as before. Taesung stared at him dumbfounded, remembering that he had done so much to break the young man. He looked after the guys and shouted that they could go anywhere, because they still had all the food. Taesung clenched his fists and declared that sooner or later they would return here to him. The trio walked through the city at night. Sangjin exchanged glances with the girl and noted that they didn't have many supplies in their bags. The main character approached the window of some store. He threw on a new jacket, muttering that it would have been useless anyway. His companions looked at him in surprise. Hansu adjusted the new clothes and suggested that they move on as they still have things to do. Sangjin stole a glance at the hero, trying to understand what he was thinking. The brunette walked in front, and the young man thought that he had the strength to do anything, and if he got into trouble, everything would be pointless. Hansu glanced sideways at his companion, reading his thoughts. The protagonist looked at the sky and thought that this was not surprising, given that he did not know about the moon. The brunette smiled and said that it was almost midnight. The girl stopped and asked again. Her eyes rounded. She pointed up and muttered that something was wrong with the moon. The bright yellow disk was enormous. A slit appeared on it. In a second, a large creepy eye was already looking at the city. Mihi looks up at the sky with surprised eyes, noticing that moon has opened an eye. A frightened guy is holding a pack of sand near her. He does not understand what is happening. The student looks at his food in shock and states that it turns to sand. The girl hurriedly opens her backpack and exclaims that this simply cannot be, because then all their food. Her briefcase was filled with yellow sand. The guy looks ahead in amazement and notices that something is glowing there. Silhouettes of people are visible on the buildings. They can be seen from everywhere. Mihi and his partner examine their hands, not knowing if they are also glowing, while his friend assumes that this way it is impossible to detect people nearby, but everyone can be seen from a distance. The stunned lady hears that this is happening even through walls. She realizes that everyone can see where everyone is, and this literally pushes people to fight each other. The frightened guy asks Hansu if he knew this would happen. The protagonist with a smirk asks not to say such nonsense, because although he has superpowers, it is impossible to know about this in advance. Frightened comrades in arms look around. An indignant cry for supplies is heard, while Comrade MC thinks that he is too calm for this to be true. Dilapidated buildings stand under the dark sky. People are indignant at the loss of food and shift the blame onto each other. The disgruntled protagonist stands still, while at this time someone insistently demands to give up all the remaining food. The other replies that they themselves have nothing. Hansu understands that this is truly a bad world. He looks up, realizing that this is why he advised not to take too much food. A giant white eye looms over the city, and MC realizes that when moon, which exists only in this world, appears, all the food that anyone has simply disappears. The main character goes further along the road. His companions do not understand where he has gone. The protagonist turns around and states that he intends to do what needs to be done. Blonde and the other students look at the table of sand in horror. He exclaims that all their food has simply disappeared. The worried girl looks at the guys and asks what they should do now, whether it is worth looking for food somewhere else. A brunette in a blue sweater stands next to him and assumes that all the food from the store has already been sorted out, while the blonde decides that this bastard probably knew everything in advance. The enraged guy clenches his fists, thinking that the opponent decided to beat him, and this is probably his superpower. A stunned blonde exclaims to Taesung that something is going on outside. On a dark street, glowing silhouettes of people are visible. Sunggo angrily asks where this kid is that fooled them. After all, how dare he deceive him? Then he gives the order to find him immediately. Taesung watches from the window, aware that if they run into them as a group, there will be no chance of winning. He wonders if he should run away now and attack them when they disperse. An excited companion suggests that they go to Hansu. The indignant blonde man points his finger at her and asks if she really offers to return to this bastard who left them here, if she has any self-respect. She, in turn, screams in rage, asking if he has a plan of action and if he really thinks that they will cope, because sitting still will not change anything. The lady looks enthusiastically at the guy next to her and asks him to think it over, stating that if they can't find them, they will go after Hansu. The girl says that they can then offer him their help. The brunette next to her laughs and claims that they won't fight if there are too many of them, so most likely they can somehow come to an agreement. Taesung is discontentedly silent, realizing that they are right, because a temporary union is not such a bad idea. The blonde smiles slyly, realizing that he does not like it, but the opportunity to make him his debtor is too tempting. Then he says that his friends are right, because he needs to go and help. He leaves the building at night and states that in this case it is necessary to move quietly, and they will not be noticed. He also notifies that he knows the direction, so they just need to follow him. Suddenly, a green vine tangles his legs and he stumbles. Taesung falls to the ground, not understanding what is happening. A green plant is attached to his legs. The blonde screams that he can't take this thing off. The frightened leader stretches out his hand to his comrades and asks them to drag him. A mysterious man appears nearby, asking if they are sure they will be okay if they drag him with them. The boss and his bandits stand opposite and assure that they are unlikely to be able to escape. Then he invites them to come closer, because he just wanted to talk to the guys. The discouraged students froze in place. At the same second, they turn around and run away. Taesung shouts obscenities at them to stop. The man does not understand how he can use such rude words. The boss leans over to the indignant guy and claims that he is still too young for this. The villain in a red shirt and jacket looks at him and declares that this is duct tape, and while the blonde was engaged in his cunning plans, they also did not sit still, because when there are a lot of them, everything becomes not so interesting. He stands up and declares that there is enough chatter for now. The boss looks at the hostage attentively, wondering why there are only 3 of them and where the others have gone. Taesung is silent with hatred in his eyes. The scoundrel raises his leg. After a moment, the student begins to shout loudly. A powerful kick fell right next to him and left a crack in the asphalt. Taesung raises his hands in fright and with a nervous smile declares that he will tell anything, even where everyone else has gone. The boss turns to Sunggo, noting that the guy quickly understood the situation, but before that, someone wants to talk to him. The assistant with a band-aid on his nose smiles. There is an offer to go after they solve this issue. The villain leans over to the blonde man and remarks that this is not their first meeting. Then he claims that he is unlikely to get better until he does the same to him. Taesung clenches his teeth in anger, thinking about what if only he hadn't been abandoned. Sunggo smiles like a hyena. The boss leaves and says that they will still work together, so there is no need to get too carried away. The henchman remarks to his comrades that they should not get too carried away with beating him. Several bandits begin to kick the guy. He tries to close His comrades at this moment run away. The guy cannot believe that they just abandoned him. The blonde makes a hate promise that he will kill them all. Stunned students stand still and do not understand what is happening. Hot soup cools in the bowl. Han-soo is sitting on the ground with his friends, eating a freshly cooked dish, while the guys try to find out what they are doing. The blonde woman asks in shock if they really had a picnic. The worried student suggests that they knew after all that all the food would go bad. They approach their former comrades. The girl exclaims that it worked just fine and now they can eat together. Han-soo puts the spoon away and begins to stand up. With one movement of the blade, the main character draws a line along the asphalt. The discouraged girl does not understand what happened just now. MC points his weapon at her and strongly warns her not to approach. The protagonist turns around and goes to his friends who, in turn, shouts that this is just childish. Besides, it is all Taesung's fault. Worried students stand still. The question is what will happen if they do come up. The main character states with a smirk that his superpowers say that it will not end well for them. The brunette with a disgruntled face asks if this damn ability really tells him everything in the world. Han-soo, holding the blade, states that she does tell him a lot, such as that they have brought danger with them. The stunned guys turn around. Someone says that the protagonist is quite observant. In front of them is a crowd of bandits, led by a boss in a red shirt. He looks at them calmly. The main character stands next to the other students. His face does not reflect an ounce of excitement. Mihi next to him was on her guard. She looks at her friend excitedly. A brown sack of food from a selfish and rich man appears in the frame. A mysterious eye looms over the dark city, revealing that the conditions for obtaining this item are quite simple, namely to cook and eat as much food as possible while the moon is in the sky. The protagonist understands that this condition seems simple, but there is one more but. On the board there is sliced meat. It is said that it is necessary to be selfish, that is, the one who does not share with anyone, cooks and eats more food. The meat falls into the pot. Many people watch it. It is explained that such a person will be the only one who will receive the reward. The boss, together with his henchmen, watches with a predatory gaze. It is told that in a situation where everyone is frantically running around in order to lay hands on food supplies, they will have to overcome all obstacles and greedily eat food. A sharp knife plunges into the meat. The protagonist thinks that the creators of this task have a strange sense of humor. The amazed guys see Han-soo with food. The main character is sure that you need to remain calm even in such circumstances. Suddenly, a guy comes out of the crowd of bandits. The beaten Taesung walks forward, asked if he is okay. The blonde man angrily shouts for them to shut up, because they just abandoned him. The worried blonde assures that they ran for help. Taesung exclaims in fury that there is no need to talk nonsense if they hadn't run away. The blonde suddenly hears that he needs to calm down. The boss puts his hand on his shoulder with a smirk and offers to calm down a little. The leader of the bandits states that he is very pleased to see them again, while clarifying that the young man is quite skillful, so let him tell where he got the meat. The main character eats with pleasure and says that there is meat everywhere, while he wonders if he needs to be told what meat looks like. The discouraged scoundrels look on silently, not understanding whether he is really eating it. Han-soo stands next to his friends and continues to eat. The boss reflects on how they made some people try such meat, and they still suffer from dehydration due to poisoning, but he eats as if nothing had happened. The head of the scoundrels stands opposite and assumes that he has figured out how to cook meat without harm to health. Han-soo replies that if you cook goblin meat in monster blood, then everything will be fine. The boss silently watches him. He remembers the frightened Taesung, realizing that he is sure that the main character had superpowers, and also said that he got something important at the station. The protagonist forms a red cloud of energy in his hand. The head decides that now is the right time to attack. Next to him are henchmen in suits. The man understands that despite the difference in skills, they have a numerical advantage. Besides, the opponent is only a 20-year-old civilian. The boss of the bandits smirks, realizing that MC may be used to fighting monsters, but this does not mean that he knows how to fight against humans. The surprised blonde looks away. He is asked what he is waiting for. The leader strongly recommends that he go to his friends, eat, talk to a friend, because this is normal. Taesung, nervously, wonders why he would want to be a friend and why he gives orders in the first place, but it is still wise of him not to show off in front of the crowd. He rises from the ground in amazement. The beaten blonde goes to the guys and offers to talk. The girl anxiously shouts that he needs to stop and not cross the line. Taesung, with bruises on her face, continues to walk forward, stating that she needs to shut up. After all, they are all the same. Han-soo holds his blade and calmly says that this seems to be the end. The blade slices through the beaten guy's legs, and MC mentally apologizes to Iris. The blonde sighs, feeling that something is wrong. He falls to the ground. The guy is terrified and tries to understand what is happening. His white shoe lies nearby. Taesung's sobs are heard. He holds on to the severed leg and begins to scream in pain at the top of his lungs. The discouraged boss and his henchmen see this, and the question is whether this bastard has gone crazy. The guys look on in horror as Taesung tries to understand how the protagonist could do this. Mihi closes his eyes in fear. The victim shouts in rage that all this happened because of a piece of meat. The protagonist's frightened partner watches silently. The beaten blonde man lies on the ground and shouts that they should be more careful, because he did such a thing just not to share food. Hansu with a blade stands in front of the bandits. While the victim shouts that he will kill them all for the runes, the blonde shouts that it is better to kill him right now, because they will not be able to deal with him later. The head of the scoundrels with a stern look calls to prepare for battle, the assistant objects in fright. Sungo with a serious face reflects that the boss is unlikely to be mistaken, because the protagonist does not intend to fight them now, but if he becomes strong enough in the future, he will defeat them with ease. The bandits have taken out their sharp knives. The assistant realizes that they have a weapon with them, and because of Moon's radiance, he will not be able to run far, so it is necessary to get rid of him right now. The main character watches them with a predatory, imperturbable gaze. The villain wonders what a student has to go through to look like this. Hansu sighs with a stern face. He stands in front of a group of bandits, while thinking about how Ares and Keldian often quarreled even after they decided to work together. Images of his comrades appear. The protagonist recalls that Ares said that it was not so easy to make enemies, but Keldian said that if the enemy is already near, then he must be completely defeated, because if this is not done, then the enemy will crush himself. Hansu smirks, realizing that Ares and he agree with this statement. He looks at his hand, the magic signs faintly visible on his sleeve. The main character holds magical runes in his hand with a frightening grin. He is asked what kind of tricks he decided to use. The bandits go on the attack in a rage, and Sungo orders him to be beaten properly. Ferocious scoundrels hold knives. The order to kill this bastard sounds. MC clutches the blade in his hands, saying that if they started it anyway before the end of the night, the fighter prepares to attack. In a split second, he takes off. Hansu flies towards the opponents and offers to test them for the conditions of the task. Sungo frowns as she watches him and wonders how he moves so fast. MC delivers a powerful blow with his blade, warning that it will be very painful. The villain flies aside. The protagonist continues to chase the other. In the middle of the darkness, sighs of pain are heard. Stunned, the boss of the bandits sees his subordinate being killed. The leader is surprised to understand whether the protagonist has really absorbed all the runes, because if everything continues like this, the boss pulls out a knife and in a rage orders no one to run away. He states that there are more of them, and they should take advantage of this. Suddenly, the protagonist appears in front of him, thereby interrupting his speech. The scoundrel with an angry face asks if Hansu really expects him to back down. At the same time, the main character comes closer and advises you to think about it. The boss with a crazy smile wonders if the guy really thinks he'll be okay if he takes someone's life, because it's not the same as killing monsters. A dark red silhouette of the main character is shown. He is told that he is committing a murder. The worried leader tries to convey that this is not something that a guy like him should take so lightly. The frightened boss of the bandits holds a blade in front of him. Suddenly a powerful blow passes through his body. The protagonist leads his sword with a professional movement. The scoundrel flies to the side along with a splash of blood. The protagonist calmly appears before him, holding his weapon. Hansu's gaze is cool and stern. Wounded bandits run on the ground and scream in pain. Terrified students watch. The protagonist sticks a sword into the back of a defeated enemy, while noticing that they are still there. Hansu smiles and asks them if this should be taken as a desire to fight. The guys look at each other in horror. The main character pulls out a blade. The students run away from him in panic. MC walks past Mihi and his other partner. Discouraged, the girl watches as the protagonist continues to eat with pleasure. He bites into the meat and wonders what is wrong, while the guy thinks that he will never share. The girl with a sweet smile excitedly replies that everything is fine. Friends are sitting next to the main character, who continues to eat. The sun rises over the ruined city. A giant white eye rises above him. This creature has a strange yellow pupil. The eye closes. The main character walks with the guys, realizing that he has eaten about a 3-day portion of food. The guy realizes with a serious look that he has failed all the tasks focused on people. In his hands is a brown bag. He is sure that it was worth it. Fairy happily explains that this bag protects food from the gaze of moonlight in the subspace where everything can be stowed, and it is also 5 times more spacious than it seems, so almost a 2-week supply of food will fit there. Mihi, along with another guy, walks behind the protagonist. She stops and asks if Hansu is sure everything will be fine. The girl looks at him carefully and says that the protagonist did not kill them. The main character is only silent in response. He calls her a terrible woman with a stern look. MC smiles slightly as Mihi exclaims that she's not like that, because she's just worried about him. Hansu stands with her back to them as she thinks about how it's not surprising that the guy didn't do it, because there's nothing they can do even if they manage to get up, just because they're going to get stronger. The group of guys goes forward until the girl realizes that she doesn't have to worry about the others now, but if he kills them, he will get their runes and become stronger. Hansu, putting her hands in her pockets, goes further and realizes that if you take into account what she is thinking about, then she fits perfectly into the new realities. This is how you should perceive the new world. The protagonist realizes with a serious look that he could do this if his goal was to increase his strength. He has a cold-blooded look. The guy understands that he went back in time in order to save as many people as possible, minimize conflicts and join forces. So the most important task for him is to set the rules. There are corpses on the ground. The first rule is not to kill people for the sake of runes. Magic stones are floating in space. Hansu realizes that he could kill those people and take the few runes they had, but he still can't replace their contribution to the common cause. The fighter holds a blade in front of a mountain of corpses. The protagonist realizes that it will be difficult to impose these rules, but they will be more willingly followed if the one who has the power imposes them, and that's why it was impossible to allow someone to see how he thoughtlessly kills people. Close glances are turned to the person. It is said that cleaning is of course necessary, but there were too many extra eyes. The companions follow the protagonist, who is sure that sooner or later someone will stumble upon these runes anyway. The guy suddenly stops and tells the others that he will stay here. He tries to find out why. A partner with headphones around his neck declares that he can no longer walk with them. The surprised girl in shock asks why now, while the main character advises him to do what he wants. Hansu, closing his eyes, assures that he respects the personal preferences of everyone. The partner slowly turns around. A second later, he runs away from them in terror. The girl stands behind the protagonist, who asks why she doesn't do what she really wants. MC comes closer to her. She is scared. The protagonist notices with a stern look that she is afraid of him. Amazed, Mihi is sweetly surprised by this. She looks away and partially agrees. The image of the protagonist appears, lowering his head. Mihi looks down guiltily and realizes that she just needs to not cross the line. She looks up at the guy and claims that he won't let her come back if she leaves now, so he will follow him to the very end. The main character looks at her without showing any emotions. The girl is excitedly silent. The protagonist turns around, realizing that she still has great intuition. They are approaching the dungeon. The main character says that in this case they can go further. Taesung is lying on the ground, with a corpse on top of it. The enraged guy trembles with anger and declares that they are all useless bastards who should have been killed. A blonde without a foot crawls along the road, realizing that the main character has made a mistake, because his wounds are already healing, and as soon as he is healed, he will kill all the non-entities and go after him. He continues to crawl through the pain, wondering how they dared to abandon him. Suddenly, a black shadow appears in front of him. He raises his head in amazement. A guy in boots stands silently in front of him. Sang-jin looks at him sadly. The blonde remarks that he has been watching him all this time, and why approach him in the first place. Taesung points his finger at it with a smile and asks him to pick it up immediately, because he knows this is his chance. Sang-jin stands in front of him and asks him if he really should do it. He in turn shouts enraged that the guy won't leave him here after what happened. He offers to shake hands. Sang-jin calmly remains silent while the victim assures that this is his chance to improve. Not far from them, the boss sits. Taesung mockingly asks if he is really trying to look intimidating, since he himself is almost dead. Sang-jin reaches for the knife. The former partner without a leg offers to kill the idiot first. The guy is holding on tightly to a large knife. He stands in front of the blonde, who continues to mockingly praise him and explain what to do with the runes after killing the boss. Sang-jin stands in front of the lying guy, stating that there is no need to worry, because he will give him half. He grabs the collar of the frightened Taesung, who in turn asks why he approached him in the first place. He grips his clothes tightly. The stunned blonde man in shock tries to figure out what the hell is going on. The guy looms over him menacingly, stating that he now understands everything, while the opponent wonders when he became so strong. The villain looks at the opponent in horror, who says that he is trying to take a chance, so he should have done it much earlier. Sang-jin stares at him calmly, listening to the screams and pleads to leave him alone. Discouraged, Taesung feels the knife in his stomach. He reaches out to his opponent and calls him a bastard. The blonde winces in pain and whispers how he dared to do this. The guy holds him by the collar, reminding him that he himself said that he needs to know his place, so now he will be shown it himself. Sang-jin looks at him intimidatingly, saying that he is nothing on his own and that he has enjoyed using his father to bully him all along. Taesung slowly begins to fall down, insulting his killer along the way. The guy only laughs in response. A bloody knife falls to the ground. The hero sits next to his victim. He wipes his tears with his hand. The guy is kneeling next to the bloodied blonde. He is mentally trying to pull himself together. The shining rune lies next to the knife. Sang-jin is sure that this is nothing for him, just another step. The wounded boss stretches out his hand, offering to discuss everything and unite. The leader begs for mercy, assuring him that together they will become stronger, while Sang-jin understands why Hansu did not go after him. The guy looms over the bald man and wonders how pathetic he was in the eyes of the protagonist. The mad Taesung looks at him in a flashback. The guy is sure that he did not want to protect him at all. A frightened Sang-jin lies on the ground. He thinks about what if only he was brave enough to fight by his side in a dangerous situation. He looks forward, thinking that he could be stronger instead of fearing the protagonist's power. The guy with a surprised look thinks that he could have stayed on his side. Runes of different colors hover over his palm. He is sure that if he were strong, he would not be rejected. In a flashback, Taesung puts his hand on his head. He realizes that some things have changed compared to the past. The poor guy sits in a corner not far from the bullies. He realizes that he was afraid every time, and all because of one person. Sang-jin with a straight face claims that he is going to prove himself, to become as strong as Hansu. The guy is holding a knife in his hand, realizing that if he uses these fools and catches up with him, then in this case, even the main character will look at him differently. Several birds circled in the air. At one of them, she opened her beak and shouted. The girl paid attention to them. She took a deep breath. Then she shouted in their direction. They fell to the ground. Mihi turned around when she heard something. One of the birds pounced on her. A bright trail divided her. The parts fell behind the guy's back. The companion smiled at him, saying that she needed his help again. Going forward, he replied that not depending on anyone and doing everything alone were different things. Hansu handed her some crystals, saying that if there were skill problems, it was only logical to ask for help from a friend and that it was her lot. Mihi smiled at him upon hearing that she needed to try and understand the strengths and weaknesses of her skills, noting that he was strict about distributing trophies, as always. The girl opened the system window, thinking that this was their third day since arriving here. As she flipped through the menu, she wondered what she could buy from the hero's skills that would increase mana and stamina regeneration, which was a good idea, as without them it would be quite difficult to catch up with his level. Looking away, she realized that she was still trying not to rely on him. After that, she only sighed heavily. Hansu looked at his stats, saying that he could have upgraded them to 42 himself. Looking at the system message, he noted that the best cultivation method was to keep all the stats roughly at the same level, and he didn't even have to think about exchanging runes, as Mihi had low strength and stamina. Tu looked at the screen in front of them, having heard that the connection was being checked, and after asking if the announcement was heard. The companion looked up when it was announced that it was necessary to return to the starting position immediately, and that latecomers would be punished. The hero moved on when she thought it was fairy. The two of us continued our journey. The girl glanced at Mihi. She was embarrassed when he told her that if there was anything to say, then let him speak. Looking at him embarrassedly, she agreed. Then she closed her eyes, asking if he had a girlfriend. Looking up, she suggested that perhaps this was too personal a question. Watching the hero keep his hands in his pockets, she thought that although she knew that she should not think so, he seemed to her unusually generous, and therefore she could not restrain herself. With excitement and shuffling her hands, Mihi realized that she had originally wanted to ask a completely different question. The guy turned away, thinking that although she was shy, she still spoke directly. He introduced Conte, thinking that he would be happy with the question, even if it was empty politeness. Afterwards he remembered his trembling companion, and how afraid she was to even speak. Afterward, he remembered the blonde woman, thinking that he hadn't even met her now, but he couldn't lose her again. Mihi glanced at him, hearing that he didn't remember. Then she lowered her head. The two of them continued their journey. People gathered in a group. The hero and his companion passed by. Looking at those around him, he said that he saw many familiar faces. Fairy opened his mouth wide. He hovered over the people, asking if everything was in place and that, unfortunately, they had gathered here too quickly. Those present looked at him attentively when he proposed to go straight to the dialogue and that there was too good news for them. He held up a finger as he spoke of the first one. Fairy spread his arms, saying that if they held out for another 72 hours, they would be able to leave the place. Then he folded his palms, adding that this was wonderful news, and he would be pleased to hear joy and applause. But the people looked at him in silence. The creature froze, noticing the lack of reaction. Everyone began to applaud convulsively, and he was pleased to see their happiness. Fairy pointed with his hand, saying that it was time to introduce the star of this event. The stones on the ground trembled. People were frightened by what they saw. Someone's shadow hung over them, hearing that this was the most important place of this event. A red tower appeared in front of them, which the creature called a magical altar. Mihi looked up. Someone's paw stepped on the bars. The monster made a heavy sound. He said that it was a very cute animal. Fairy threw up his hands, asking if everyone could see him. The monster's eye appeared behind him, and he named it a carnivore. People opened their mouths in fear, hearing that they had not fed him all day before. The tower shook as the creature noted that the monster was eager to break free. Hitting the altar, Fairy noted that while it looked adorable, it wasn't as sturdy as they would like it to be, and would likely break soon. The beast opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. Fairy wondered how many of them would survive. The beast rushed inside the altar. The hero thought that if he came out, he would have to fight him. Their narrator smiled, suggesting that they move on to the second news. He rested his head on the pillow, saying that fortunately, there was a way to make him fall asleep, and if he fell asleep, he wouldn't even scratch the altar because he wouldn't try to escape. Sending people a kiss, he asked if they had any assumptions, and offered to receive a blessing if they guessed. They thought that they did not need it. Fairy threw back his pillow, noting that the actors were the most boring. Raising his finger again, the creature noted that the method was simple, and it was 5 a day. Showing a grin, he said that you just need to feed the animal 5 people a day. Mihi frowned when she heard that they could last 700,200, which meant that they would have to be fed 3 times. There were people behind him. He thought that there were only a little more than 60 of them left, and if he did so, a quarter of those here would be used as sleeping pills. Snapping his fingers, Fairy noted that the choice is up to them to take the advice or not, but for those who doubt their decision, he wants to remind them of something. An image of a huge monster appeared on the screen. He crushed people with his hoof. His eyes shone brightly. The monster threw the man into its mouth. Fairy folded his hands behind his head, saying that this recording shows people from another training zone who decided to try to defeat him together. People looked at each other in fear, saying that fighting such a monster didn't sound like a funny joke, and so they were told that they had only one way out. Someone raised his hand. The man was visibly nervous, asking how to choose people. Everyone looked at him, but the creature did not understand why he had asked him. Hovering in front of the guy, Fairy talked about what they decided for themselves, by arranging a vote or forcing them. Squinting, he added that either option would work if living people were used. Then snapped his fingers again, saying that they had to solve everything within an hour, offering to set a timer for them, and that way they would be safe for the next 24 hours. And then there would be another hour to pick the next victims. The timer showed a countdown with the words that they would make the right choice. People around them fell into despair, saying that they were finished. Mihi looked at the hero with a smile, wondering what was the right choice for him. Hansu closed his eyes, not understanding what the difference was, because everything had already been decided. The man in the hat looked at everyone, saying that they had to be honest. He raised his hand, suggesting that they draw lots, because then they would be able to choose 5 people for one day and then 2. Someone smiled, asking him why he would do this. Everyone turned to him. Mihi looked at him in surprise. Sang-jin smiled slightly, not understanding why they should be honest. Together with a group of people, he stepped forward and, as for the indignation at what he said, replied that everything was so. Looking through his thick hair, he asked everyone again what reasons for being honest. The guy pointed at him, asking what he proposed to do in such a case, because you can't say such a thing without offering an alternative. Sang-jin walked to the side. He put his hand on the post, saying that he had to use the most reasonable method. Clenching his palm, the guy broke it. The others were shocked. Part of the pole fell to the ground, and he suggested starting with those who do not bring any benefit. Standing in front of the broken rest of the pillar, he concluded by saying that they would choose 5 of them. Sang-jin turned to the others. Noticing the looks of the hero and his companion, the guy thought that he had received power, and now everyone listens to what he says. He smiled, realizing that he liked it. Sang-jin withdrew his hand, saying that they couldn't waste time. After all, another 100 people had disappeared in the distance, and they also needed to defeat those in front. Hansu folded his hands, hearing that nothing would work alone. Blows were heard from the altar. He was talking about how they might have to fight the monster soon, and so they should unite. He then glanced at the man in the hat, saying that they didn't need weaklings like him in this union. Looking at him in this way, he suggested that the weak be sent into the mouth of the beast first. Hansu stared at him silently as he asked for his opinion. Sang-jin stood in front of the hero, thinking that he was no longer who he was before, and Hansu should have noticed this, and that he would help him, because he did not want to become an enemy. Remembering how he had been grabbed by the hair, he decided that he could start a new life here, but for this he needed his help. The guy was a little worried, but still he was sure that the hero would make the right decision, because his judgments were perfect. Hansu lifted his palm, noting that he couldn't say it was a bad method. Putting his hand to his face, he suggested another option, following which, perhaps, they would all survive, so there was no need to sacrifice anyone. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise, not understanding how this was possible at all. Sang-jin stared at him, guessing what he wanted. The other man raised his hand, not believing that the hero was inviting them to fight together, because it was impossible, because he had seen the tapes himself and should understand it. Remembering how the monster devoured people, the man did not understand how they would defeat him, because his health increased from each eaten. Hansu looked at him questioningly, noting that he had not offered to fight. He opened his mouth, clarifying that he wanted to defeat him alone. Smiling, the hero replied that this is exactly what he meant. Someone was surprised, and someone got angry, saying that it was funny. People gathered, discussing how he could handle such a monster alone, and hoping that he really could. Everyone looked at the man, who pointed out that this was nonsense. After all, these were not goblins. Then he pointed to the hero, noting that they would not cope, and in an hour they would all die. The timer showed 49 minutes. Sang-jin stood behind. He looked up, thinking that he thought he had almost caught up with the hero. He turned his head away when he thought about how the guy had become so strong that he was able to cope with such a monster alone. Hansu looked up, saying that he was going to fight him, but it was problematic to do so now. Sang-jin hoped that even someone like him would need help in such a situation. He smiled, specifying that the strongest should come out to fight, and offered to fight together, but I heard that he did not let him finish, and let you listen, but first. The guy pursed his lips, not understanding what he wanted. Then he withdrew his hand, asking what he was proposing. Mihi looked at the hero with a smile, assuming that he would want to take her with him. Seeing his thoughtful look, she still decided that he would not do it, but the guy replied that everything was simple. People looked at him, hearing that if he increased his strength and stamina by 30, he would be able to defeat this monster in a one-on-one fight, and asked for one offer. Sang-jin and the girl looked at him carefully. The others also looked at him, hearing that they could give him all of their stat enhancement runes. Introducing the monster in the altar, he added that he undertook to kill it. The hero kept his hands in his pockets, hearing questions about whether only the weak should turn in runes and how many they needed. Hansu lowered his head as he counted his strength, stamina, and perception, deciding that if he used his items, he would definitely be able to handle it, and he also knew how to deal with this monster thanks to his combat experience. The hero presented 2 hidden treasures, deciding that he could get their hands on them. He imagined a man with a bright sphere in his hand, remembering that Kante and the others had failed, and the one who had figured it all out, the Berserker King, even though his features were perfectly suitable, had obtained the treasure by nearly dying. He clenched his fist now, deciding that his motivation would be a treasure, but this time he would become stronger and faster. Standing among the others, he said that he didn't care who gave the runes, but as soon as he had them, he would also go to the altar. The timer showed 41 minutes, and he noted that putting it off wouldn't do them any good. The man put his hand on his belt, saying that weaklings like them didn't have so many runes. After all, if it were otherwise, they themselves would be much stronger. Someone came up from behind when he demanded to give their runes, or they would draw lots if no one dared. He turned around when he heard someone call him selfish. The girl walked towards him, saying that it was obvious that if you started with the weak, he would be the first to be thrown, so it was not clear why someone would give runes like him. Standing in front of her, she said that the difference between the first and last places was significant. The girl hovered over him, asking that it was because he was weak in spirit. She smiled, saying that as expected, weaklings like him were trying to escape, because they couldn't even give away runes. He gritted his teeth, indignant at the way she spoke to him. A knife flashed on her belt, and she warned him to shut up, otherwise he would break all his limbs and throw him into the altar. He stepped back, noting that it was all about strength and that elders should be respected. He trembled with fear and remembered that they lived in a democracy. The girl approached him again, offering to vote in this case. Looking at him with a menacing look, she offered the choice of giving up the runes to save herself or being eaten. The others looked at each other in horror when they heard that the vote would be anonymous, just like in a democracy. Then the man approached the hero. Hansu looked at him, hearing that he could easily take the runes of the others. Someone hit the man while he was talking about what if the hero just kills a few strong people, outraged by his words. A guy in a hat grabbed him by the clothes. He shouted that he had to survive, because he had a family. Hansu saw 38 minutes on the timer when he heard suggestions to throw that person first. Then he took a deep breath. Seeing how people began to fight, he realized that they did not know when to stop, just like he thought, so he would have to resolve the conflict that had arisen. Everyone stopped when they heard the demands to calm down. Raising his hand, the guy wanted to offer several options. He pointed to the others, saying that there were only 5 of them and that it was order for the weak. The man was shocked. The man said that this could not be. Another man hugged his family when someone resented that they would be sacrificed to this monster. Hansu smiled when he heard being scolded for wanting to throw them to be eaten just because they were weak. The timer showed that there were 30 minutes left. The gate to the altar was open. Mehi stared at them silently. Someone came up behind her, saying that if she was going to behave like that, she could go with him. Sangjin stood beside him, saying that perhaps this was how the hero would allow people to approach him. The interlocutor was embarrassed, asking him that he still did not understand what Hansu really was. He looked at her. Mehi raised her head again, saying that she would like to go with him too. Smiling, she added that she couldn't just follow. The guy, looking at her, thought about not being left behind all the time, asking what she was going to do and if she would continue to look for him. She turned around, answering no. Turning to the other party, Mehi added that if she did so, she would only make him dissatisfied, because she would not be different from everyone else. Hansu stood in front of the crowd, asking them what they were doing while the others were working hard and that he didn't care how hard it was for them. They lowered their eyes, hearing that they understood what the consequences of their decisions were. The guy frowned, also saying that it wasn't them who left them behind because of their weakness. It was just that they weren't strong enough to catch up to them. Others looked away when they were asked that they were waiting for someone to take care of them, and that if they didn't want to have a chance of survival, then let each of them take 2 runes. So, standing at the entrance to the altar, he noted that this was all he had to offer, talking about who they would be hunting for the next 3 days to find the runes to return. It will take a long time to decide only for them, but let them inform if someone decides to run away without paying. He stretched out his hand, warning that he would tell them that they could try if they were not afraid. Now Mehi was leaving, saying that the hero always keeps his word, so he will deal with everything on his own. Frowning, the girl decided that she should hurry up to catch up with him. Looking after them, Sangjin offered to join them. The interlocutor stopped when she heard that the others would also be happy if she joined. Smiling, she replied that she would give her answer a little later. Then she silently went forward. The guy looked at her. Seeing her in the sunshine, he knew that he didn't need to see her fight to say that she had grown stronger since their last meeting. Sangjin clenched his fist, deciding that he had to show results, and what he had now was not enough. He visibly tensed, thinking that he would show what he was worth, when someone called out to him. The strong girl pointed at him, saying that they needed to talk. She stared at him. Sangjin looked up, asking what was the matter. Someone put a hand on her shoulder, not understanding why she was so tense. The man stepped forward, saying she was just shy, and introduced himself as Suyo. He pointed to a group of people, clarifying that the guy was their leader, and he thought that they, as leaders, should discuss something. Sang-jin shuddered slightly, surprised that he was mistaken for the leader. The interlocutors shook hands. The guy said that they were just friends, but he really followed him, to which the man replied that this is what makes him a leader, and also quite cool, given how strong they are. He replied that he was embarrassed by such words, but Suyol noted that from what he had seen, he was familiar with Hansu. The interlocutor smiled, asking to talk about the hero, if the guy did not mind. He lowered his eyes and agreed. The hero was at the top of the altar. He put his things down, noting that the goblin poison would not work on him. Taking the items in his hands, Hansu decided that he would have to use a paralyzing poison instead. A message appeared in front of him about the rosary of a flying cat. Then the hero had a snack, thinking that it was a pretty useful thing, despite the fact that he got it on the hunt, and they would help in battle. Going down the stairs, the guy thought that in general, the odds were not in his favor, but there was no choice. The monster opened its mouth. Hansu knew that this was not enough to fight him. He took out small items, deciding to use a lot of cloud snacks. The snack was in his mouth. Looking down, the guy noted that he hadn't done this for a long time. Putting the pack back, he hoped for understanding. A glow appeared next to him. A bright light surrounded him. Frowning, he realized that a rune had been created that was suitable for this world. After imagining the runes, the hero reflected on the fact that when their characteristics exceed 100, both the color changes, and the colorless rune itself becomes red, red becomes orange, which in turn turns yellow, and the numbers begin to change, starting with colorless. A window appeared that contained the characteristics of the rune. The guy noted that although the difference between 99.9% of ordinary runes and 0.01% of colorless runes was not large, the higher the rune level was, the greater the gap between the two would be. Smoke was coming out of the monster's mouth. Sang-jin thought about the fact that as far as he was concerned, he wasn't even one to be released during the first tutorial round, so a colorless one wouldn't work here. Standing on the platform, the guy noted that if he had the essence of a troll, he would have coped faster. Hansu pushed off with his feet. Attacking the enemy, he knew one thing for sure, that only one person had managed to find the hidden treasures. A bright light came from his eyes. The monster noticed him, and he thought about what he now understood after coming to this cursed world. The more difficult and impossible the task seemed, the more delightful the reward. The hero pulled the blade aside, deciding that it was time to begin. After imagining the various creatures, he reflected on how monsters like the carnivorous beast are born with racial skills. The carnivore was born with 2 racial skills. The monster struck. Looking at it, the hero decided that this was it. The beast's eyes shone brightly. Now there are 3 of them when using deterrence. Hansu felt his gaze. The enemy stretched out his hand to him. The hero saw huge claws in front of him. Jumping, he dodged the attack. Then he landed behind, thinking that this skill makes the prey freeze in place from fear, and then the beast devours the prey and restores its stamina with the help of carnivore. Wiping the sweat from his face, the guy decided that his behavior remained the same, and he was glad that it had not grown in strength. The monster opened its mouth and roared, but he thought that after carnivore, which restores him, a skill is layered, he usually uses a blood-drinking swamp that sucks blood from his body. A red eye flashed quickly. The monster struck again. The hero thought that he could not cope with this. He looked away, deciding that the eye was making only small holes. Feeling a shiver under his feet, he noted that he knew the most effective method. After imagining the nerve endings on the monster's body, Hansu decided to limit its mobility. The clawed paw went back to him. The guy dodged the attack, realizing that it was simply useless to strike with a needle on such a skin in random places. Waving the weapon, the hero decided that he could hit his nerves with a needle with poison. His attacks left bright marks in the nerves between the joints. The blade plunged into one of them. Opening its mouth again, the beast roared. Hansu decided that this should be enough. Smiling, the hero decided that he could wait until he could not move. There were 12 minutes left on the timer. The sounds of the struggle reverberated throughout the altar. A bright flash appeared near the guy. With quick movements, he stepped back. Hansu stopped, sliding along the ground. The monster was staring at him. He applied his gaze again. Several stones flew past the guy. The monster raised its paw. The guy put the blade in front of him, thinking that the effectiveness of the unique skill intimidation depends on the individual willpower of the victim, and immunity to magic also helps. Standing still, he noted that compared to the monster he had fought after advancing further, it was just a dummy. Hansu spat the snack out of his mouth, realizing that he was therefore confident of victory. The enemy had struck a wall, and in order to survive being different from the rest, he had honed his senses with combat experience and knowledge for years. As he pulled out a new snack, he thought about how when Conte said that anticipation was the most important thing in a fight, it made him laugh. But by this point he understood. As if seeing the monster about to move, he noted that he could see everything now. Another blow passed next to him as he thought that he could see where the monster was moving and where it was aiming. The claw cut a few hairs, and he realized that it was not easy after all. Blowing the smoke out of his mouth, he said that if he hadn't increased his strength and stamina, he wouldn't have been able to attack or dodge like he does now, thinking that fighting inside the altar was the right decision after all. High walls surrounded him as he thought about what if you count the time left and the cloud snacks. Suyo watched from the stairs, saying that it was clear that the hero was not joking. His companion grimaced, saying that she couldn't believe that he was fighting alone, calling him crazy. The man replied that the guy should have been sure since he came here, and even now he looks quite relaxed. Sang-jin stood behind, hearing from the others that it wasn't like the hero needed to take their runes, which meant that he had taken them on purpose. Then I came to the edge when someone clarified that they were going to do what they came for, intending to go down quietly. Sang-jin brought it to his mouth, shouting to the hero that they had come to help. Hansu looked behind him. Suyo froze in place in confusion and, hearing the guy shouting that they were already coming down, asked him what he was doing. He grabbed him by the shoulder, reminding him that they wanted to go down quietly so that the monster wouldn't notice them, to which the monster replied that the hero should know that they were there. Sang-jin put his hand behind his head, and when he heard that if he yelled like that, the monster would know about their presence, he replied that he hadn't thought of it. Suyo gritted his teeth, trying to answer that this really happens. Then he turned away from him and cursed. The latter, looking behind him, added that he was really sorry. Hansu smiled as he noted this. Walking next to his companion, Suyo talked about how they couldn't screw up because of that guy. Looking at the stairs, he decided that there was nothing to worry about. Seeing the monster strike, the man spoke about how once they relaxed after defeating the beast, they would get rid of both of them, as the two of them wouldn't have time to pay attention to them. As he continued to descend, he thought that the most important thing was that he had seen a hero fight. Looking at him, the man noted that he was dangerous. Suyo saw his gaze, deciding that he was not like the others, and compared him not to a human, but to a well-fed wild beast, a monster that behaves calmly only because of satiety. A little nervous, he thought that it wasn't even a matter of strength, but of the fact that he simply could not forget what he had seen once. The man remembered how the guy ran to people on the first night. He fought everyone alone without hesitation. Many wounds remained on the human body. He remembered his smile, realizing that in fact he even liked it, and he could not allow such a dangerous creature to exist. As he continued to descend with Suyo, he thought that when he got rid of the hero, he would have the others and even Mihi under his control, and that she would be quite useful. Turning to his partner, the man told her to go down and check what was happening there. The girl went downstairs, hearing that if things continued like this, they would have nothing to worry about, because the carnivore's movements were already slowing down. Sang-jin looked down silently. Afterwards, a smile appeared on his face. The girl turned around, noticing that he had fallen silent. But then she looked up. The ground beneath them trembled. A huge stone struck the stairs. Someone shouted that it was collapsing. Together with the others, the girl fell, not understanding what was happening. After a while, they rose from the ground, wondering why the ladder suddenly collapsed. Looking at the remains of the steps, she thought that they had already been discovered, but the beast was starting to get tired. The tail shot up into the air. The monster was in front of them. He directed his three-headed gaze at them. People clutched their heads, realizing that the pressure here was much stronger than at the top. Opening its mouth, the monster growled at them. Gritting his teeth, Suyo thought that everything was all right, and although he suddenly failed, Hansu was still here, so everything would be fine, and began to look for him. His companion pointed to the hero, asking what he was doing upstairs. Suyo turned around, saying that the hero should help them defeat this monster, and that together they would quickly deal with him, worrying that he had given up when the job was almost done. Hansu looked behind him. Blowing the smoke out of his mouth, he replied that he was going to do so, but they had ruined everything, because now this monster would regain all its stamina. He looked at the people below, thinking that he had barely dodged his attacks, and that was thanks to a cloud snack. Then he turned away, realizing that they would definitely not be able to cope with him. The man opened his mouth in surprise. Hansu took the flag in his hand, checking how much paralyzing poison he had left, thinking that once the monster was done with them, it would be quite difficult to continue the fight. As he climbed the stairs, he decided that he needed to plan a second run, telling the others that if they could kill him, then let them do it themselves. As he continued to get up, he heard a question about trying to escape. Frowning, the girl reminded him that his comrades were also here. After that, she looked around, threatening that she would use him as bait and demanding to bring him. The guy took a step up the stairs, asking who she was looking for. Sang-jin smiled at them, replying that he thought they had all fallen down the stairs. Looking at him in surprise, she thought about how it wasn't surprising that he wasn't heard, and perhaps he had broken the ladder by overhearing their plans, and then shouted that he would kill him. Looking down, the guy replied that he was willing to bet she wouldn't have time for that. Behind them, the beast licked its lips, waiting for them to freeze in fear of him. A monster loomed over a group of people. Looking at his grin, they knew that this monster was enjoying what was happening. Everyone raised their heads, Suyo saying that it would be worse if the monster regained its stamina. Frowning, the man shouted that if the hero left them, it would only get worse, thinking that they should cooperate with him as much as possible. Hansu looked behind him, saying that now he should not be afraid that the monster would break the stairs, since they themselves had voluntarily come here on donations. Everyone froze in surprise. A shiver ran through their bodies. They remembered how Fairy smiled, saying that the method was simple. A toothy mouth hung over them with the words that they needed to feed 5 of them every day. The monster attacked the people. Watching this, the hero thanked for such a noble sacrifice. Later, he was again at the top of the altar. Hansu approached Sangjin, asking why he did this. Looking at him, he said that he knew that he had deliberately brought them here, noting that he should choose his words carefully. Standing opposite, the interlocutor replied that he understood something. Sangjin smiled slightly. Then he looked up, saying that he understood how useful he could be. He frowned, suggesting that he use it. Hansu stared at him silently. The main character stood in front of the guy and asked why he would do this. He took a thoughtful puff when the interlocutor replied that he knew that his goals were different from those of others. Sangjin knitted his eyebrows and added that it was because he always thought a few steps ahead and acted non-stop, and he thought that he was finally convinced of this when the hero fought Tae-sung and those bandits. He remembered the defeated men and the fact that, despite the unconditional victory by superior forces, Hansu had not killed any of them. They then looked at the guy with hatred, and this could lead to problems in the future. And then the altar appeared. The main character even then looked calm and could easily get rid of everyone by force, but he did not do it. The guy knitted his eyebrows and said that he didn't know why he didn't kill people, it wasn't in his character. The brunette stared intently at his interlocutor. He stretched out his hands and asked to use it, and he would get dirty instead of the hero. Sangjin frowned and added that in return, the hero would take him with him, or rather, allow him to travel with him. The interlocutor only closed his eyes and grinned. He walked past and muttered that he didn't even know after all he had done. And the guy clenched his fist and said that there was no other way to deal with them that time, so he was caught. Sangjin turned around and promised that he wouldn't let this happen next time. He looked at the hero and exclaimed that he swore that everything would be different. Let him just think. Hansu was standing with his back to him, and the guy thought that people would constantly get in his way, just because of how he stood out, so those that the hero could not let go in front of him, the assistant would do his best to remove so that the brunette could concentrate on his goal. Sangjin narrowed his eyes and decided that in return, he would follow him and become stronger, just like Hansu himself. He looked at the hero and hoped that he would allow him to follow him on the way to the goal that the guy was pursuing. The swordsman turned. Then he looked attentively at the interlocutor and asked what he would do if circumstances did not allow him to join him. He smirked and added that he might have to fall behind. The brunette came closer, guessing that this was a hint and something would happen in the second training. Sangjin smiled and said that he would then become stronger and find him, let him accept him as an ally when it happened. The main character closed his eyes and with a smile asked the young man to leave. The interlocutor shuddered, upset that the guy still refused. He sped up and asked to be given another chance to correct all the mistakes he had made. The brunette stepped on a cigarette butt. Then he calmly looked at Sangjin and noted that he had misunderstood his words. The guy turned around and asked to meet him here tomorrow. He took out a pack of cigarettes and added that then this monster would no longer exist. Sangjin stared at him questioningly as the hero asked him to pick up the runes below. Hansu checked the number of cigarettes and explained that the young man had killed that dozen people, so the runes belonged to him, and later they would greet each other with a smile. After these words, the hero left, leaving the interlocutor alone in complete bewilderment. Hansu walked away from the jubilant young man and thought that he was still not sure about him, but he would really need him later. The brunette remembered Iris, who said that his most important task in the past was to save humanity. She knitted her eyebrows and added that it was ironic that there would be people who would prevent him from doing so, and for such purposes he needed a punisher to act in his place. He imagined a squad of Valkyries and thought that not only the Ares, but any monarch had such a necessary figure. The hero visualized Eren and other people getting their hands dirty instead of the master, helping him get closer to his goal. The brunette crossed his arms, thinking that he had originally thought of electing Eren for the role, but would give this young man a chance. The guy picked up runes from the corpses below, while Hansu wondered how much Sangjin could be trusted. He introduced the participants, and remembered that when the second training began, all those present would be forcibly scattered to different corners. The guy looked up, and the hero suggested that he might change his mind. The protagonist smirked and decided that with a few runes and 8 cloud snacks, if he got a useful punisher, it would be a pretty good investment. He turned away and muttered that nothing could be done if he failed, but now he should focus on obtaining the second hidden treasure. The monster howled, receiving blows, and the hero wondered what he would get from defeating him. Hansu leaned on his sword, thinking that if you look at the conditions for obtaining the second hidden treasure, they are simple. Small windows were painted up to the top of the tower, and the boy noticed that before the carnivorous beast destroyed the altar and broke free, he had to destroy it. The brunette stood on the corpse of the monster. He leaned on his sword and grimaced, muttering that this was simply not meant to be met. A door to subspace appeared nearby. The main character went there, having received a notification that the hidden task was completed. He stretched out his hand towards the glowing trophy. The brunette narrowed his eyes and grinned. The guy twisted the ring of the Vampire King, Nirmaha, in his fingers. Hansu took a closer look at the jewelry and muttered that he had been wondering where the ugly Berserker Queen had gotten it, but now it was clear why no one could get it. A white stone sparkled in the black frame. The hero introduced different items and remembered that there are different standards for indicating the level of artifacts, but the most important one is color, and ordinary ones cannot be more valuable than those with superior color. However, there are always exceptions. The guy thought about the stones and noted that just like travelers gradually evolve runes, an absorbing type artifact absorbs runes and changes its color. He introduced a trophy stand and decided that the most coveted for everyone were single artifacts. In his hands now was number 9, the Nermha ring, symbolizing Clementine. The hero visualized a man with a ring and remembered that single artifacts were named so not because there were only one of them, but because each of them had only one owner. The brunette thought about the frightened people and noted that it was no coincidence that the ring had become a symbol of Clementine, because in the face of his 8 authorities, people were literally torn to pieces, so it was hard to believe that such an artifact was in his hands now. Hansu smirked and thought that this was just great. He put it on his finger and muttered that, given how difficult it was to get it was understandable that it wasn't some small thing thrown away in a random place. The brunette clenched his fist and grinned, and the system announced that at the moment one power can be used, and there are 8 of them in total, but the artifact is now colorless, so it allows you to use 1/8 of its power. A window appeared in front of the guy with a characteristic, saying that the power of destruction deactivates the opponent's features and abilities, including even passive ones, and skills. The hero imagined attacking someone, and noted that for this he needed to make contact with the enemy. Then he thought about the timer and realized that the power has a time limit, after which the effective power will be removed. But even so, the very fact that he can reset the strength of his opponent at the first desire is a huge advantage. Hansu opened up his stats and muttered that in order to use the ring to its full potential, at least one stat must match the colorless rune. The brunette touched his chin and concluded that he would need a huge amount of magic runes, and the leveling of stats could be done later. He stepped back out of the portal. Leaving the altar, the hero went straight down the street. Familiar faces were waiting for him there, and he immediately ran up to the guy. She smiled and asked if he had really killed a carnivorous beast. Everyone immediately shuddered, feeling the vibration of the earth. The participants raised their heads. The numbers on the timer reset to 0. Everyone looked ahead and exclaimed that the altar had disappeared. The girl looked at the hero in surprise. Hansu smirked and recalled that he had said that he would take responsibility for its destruction. He blushed at these words. She turned away in embarrassment, straightening her hair, and nodded. Sangjin smirked, mentally noting that the hero still managed to do it, which means that he did not trust him in vain. The brunette looked at the girl and said that there was clearly some time before the next training began, so she should go hunting. After that, the guy turned around and walked on. He lowered her head and turned to him, stating that she wanted to take a different path. The interlocutor looked back at her. The girl rubbed her hand and muttered that she wasn't good enough to be around him, so sooner or later she would start relying on him. She smiled and added that fortunately, Sangjin had offered to go with her. The guy glanced sideways at his group and confirmed that they could go with them. Everyone was only happy. The main character looked at her and thought that this was a little upsetting, but now it was really better to separate. Hansu narrowed his eyes and said that it was a good decision, thinking that starting the second training would separate them anyway, so she was thinking about her position and her path. The girl silently looked after the departing hero. She took a step forward and called out to him. He smiled resolutely and stated that she wouldn't give up the next time they met. The girl smirked and offered to meet again. The interlocutor grinned. He then went on, agreeing, and left he and Sangjin behind. He, in turn, shuddered when the hero turned to him. The brunette did not turn around, reminding that the young man had asked to be used. Sangjin smiled happily when he heard that Hansu was leaving that choice to him. A week later, Fair appeared in front of the participants, and the second training began. The demon smiled and cleared his throat. He looked at the people and noted that there were many more of them left than expected, but who cares? Fairy grinned and said that he was looking forward to it. The main character narrowed his eyes, exchanging glances with him. The demon snapped his fingers and suggested that they change the scene first. He spread his arms, and a light appeared under the feet of the people. Sangjin and Mihi looked down in confusion, and everyone around them wondered what was going on. The schoolgirl grabbed her father's hand in fright. The main character knitted his eyebrows and thought that everything had finally begun. After a couple of moments, the guy leaned on the floor. People were transported into the room and looked around, trying to understand where they were. The brunette was standing next to the frightened schoolgirl, and a voice suddenly asked if everyone was here, and if it was necessary to arrange a recalculation. The men frowned in bewilderment, and asked again. Everyone's eyes widened and froze when they heard that from now on, they had to make sure that no more than 7 people remained in one room. A group of people looked at each other, and the admin announced that they would continue as soon as they were done with the task. Barnacle clattered and muttered that there were 8 of them, while the voice said that each room would have different situations, but everything should start the same way. The man crossed his arms and thought that he was not surprised, because it had been too easy lately, but what to do now? He glanced at the strange needle-like weapon of the main character. Hansu looked calm, and he recognized him. The man frowned and mentally noted that he hadn't seen his abilities in person, but had heard that he was indeed a worthy partner. The dark-haired woman stepped forward and said that in any case, those who remained would have to act together, and some would have to leave. She smiled and offered to introduce herself and tried to impress. The brunette spread her arms and added that everyone should demonstrate their own importance as a person. Someone stepped on the side and said that he would start. He demonstrated a flaming dagger, sneering that no one had ever seen such a thing, and introduced himself as Dichio, not forgetting to add that no one in this room had the skills to defeat him. Everyone glanced sideways at the man, who said that he was certainly not useless. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, determining that it was the chi art skill. The man's body was engulfed in red energy, and the brunette remembered that it was a rune skill that allowed him to use magic to increase stats, as well as strengthen the weapon by enveloping him with his power, making it a pretty good skill. Dichio stood there, exuding confidence, and the guy thought that in this location such a skill is not very effective, but better than nothing. Barnacle Kongmin raised his hand and said that his healing skill was also important. The man with the goatee crossed his arms and said that his name was Hanchio, and he had a fighting skill. The man in the suit arched his eyebrows in fright, standing in front of the woman and the girl, and asked for an exception for the family, not to kill them. Everyone looked at him in silence, but did not answer. The brunette narrowed her eyes when Dichio reminded her that she hadn't introduced herself yet, even though she had proposed. She smiled and introduced herself as Jimin. The brunette moved forward menacingly, stating that she would show her ability right now. The blonde man shuddered nervously, and asked why he was so close. He pointed his blade at the woman, warning her that she would regret it, but the opponent only smirked, releasing her energy. Blood stains appeared on the blade. The girl quickly found herself behind the warrior. The others turned pale and stared dumbfounded in their direction. The man and his family also shrank and gritted their teeth. Jimin leaned over the corpse and muttered that she was lucky. She picked up the red stone with satisfaction and said that there was no guarantee that this rune would fall out, and she would take the skill anyway. The girl pointed to the remaining trophies and offered to divide them among themselves. Hanchio was sweating, realizing that she had just killed a man in one fell swoop, and decided that he should be careful with such a madwoman. The main character crossed his arms and sighed. He looked at the girl and thought that she had made life easier for people who had no skills. The couple and daughter looked frightened, and the brunette noted that those who died in his past life are now alive. Everything has changed. Hansu grinned and noted that now the development of events is only more interesting. A demon appeared from the wall and stated that they were the first to reach the number of 7 people, so they had to explain the task to them. The participants suddenly found themselves in a huge location with suspension bridges and flying islands, and Fairy said that they should climb up the path of elevation for 3 months and reach a dormant volcano in the center of the 2nd floor. The devil flew over them and added that once they completed this training, the world of adventure would fully open up to them. The band looked up, and Fairy hurried to say goodbye to them, wishing them good luck. The protagonist moved forward across the bridge and the others followed. Hanchio smiled and said that everyone would be together for a while, so it was worth making friends. He frowned, noticing that the brunette had gone ahead, and asked what was wrong with him, where he was in such a hurry. The man in the suit rounded his eyes as he looked down and called out to everyone. Behind him, the bridge was collapsing. Everyone immediately rushed forward. The hero turned to look at his teammates, out of breath. Fairy appeared above them again and said that he had forgotten to mention that parts of the lower islands begin to collapse over time, and the bridges are even faster, so you should be careful. The participants squinted at him, annoyed that they had not said this beforehand. Hanchio looked at the hero and asked where he was going again. He gritted his teeth and thought what kind of antisocial bastard he was. The brunette smiled and offered to follow him, because he looked like he knew where to go. Hansu moved forward calmly. The group walked through the sunny forest. The hero walked in front, and the others tried to keep up with him. Everyone was sweating, and Hanchio pointed out that they had been wandering around here for hours, and there was no bridge up to see if the guy knew exactly where to go. The man looked ahead questioningly, thinking that it was as if they had already passed here. The protagonist turned around when he asked what he was chewing all the time. Hansu demonstrated oak bark and explained that this thing acts as an antidote if eaten. Something flashed on the tree as Hanchio wondered what the antidote was for. Scales flashed in the light. The man rounded his eyes and frowned as he was grabbed by the breasts, and asked what the hell the guy was doing. The brunette threw his teammate aside, and immediately a huge snake appeared in his place. The main character narrowed his eyes and noted that he had found her. Hanchio looked at the guy dumbfounded, and wondered how he knew they were about to be attacked. The brunette chewed on the bark and calmly replied that these were all superpowers. The interlocutor rounded his eyes in bewilderment, and asked again. The man frowned and cursed as the monster bit into his arm. He pushed his opponent away from him. The serpent was nailed to the ground with a dagger. There was an image of a runic snake on the system window. The man looked at the wound and muttered that they were being attacked nonstop, and they were not even given time to heal, and although Hansu told him how to catch them, but the body simply could not withstand such a pace. He turned to his family and asked them disgruntled why they weren't fighting, but were just hiding behind. The father of the family was sweating and asked them to understand, explaining that he had those whom he had to protect, so he could not risk helping others. Hanchio squinted at him in annoyance and thought, what difference does it make if everyone here is trying not to die? The bespectacled boy was standing by the tree, and the brunette asked what was wrong with him, because he had no family here. Kangmin adjusted his glasses and asked with a smirk if he wanted the healer who healed their wounds to suffer in battle, and the other wondered if he had a sword for beauty. Hitler raised his finger when the man had already resigned himself to his answer, and stated that the treatment would cost 3 runes of strength, or 1.5 runes of agility, although a rune of magic would do. The man turned to him in irritation and cursed in his mind. Jimin looked around with a smile as the warrior asked if everyone would leave it that way. Hanchio stood at the center of his group, contemplating that he was the only one here who thought the situation was shitty. Barnacle waved his hand to him and hurried him back to the battlefield, and he thought that this bastard was only making a show because he had a healing skill. He narrowed his eyes at the voice of his friend, who asked if he could hear him. The man touched his ear when his comrade asked how he felt about the place in which he was, and the warrior replied that it was better not to even ask, after which he asked a question in response. A green screen appeared in front of him, and the interlocutor said that everything was not so bad, and there was a lifeguard upstairs, so let him exert his strength and climb up. Hancho ruffled his hair when his comrade asked him to try to find useful recruits along the way. Next to him was the main character, who was considered a person with self-proclaimed superpowers. The man called the fighting Jimin a crazy bitch with a sword. The bespectacled boy looked boredly away, and the brunette considered him a cunning scoundrel doctor. And behind them stood a useless family of 3. Hanchio closed his eyes and decided to end the call by saying goodbye. Hansu stared at him. He noticed the mark on his comrade's hand and thought that it was too little time for those in whom the features of a monarch would have blossomed. The guy imagined the crown and remembered that part of the personality traits that all rulers, like Ares or the Berserker King, have is the ability to lead. He visualized warriors following a leader who gives clan members his symbol. The brunette thought of the glowing marks on the hands, the owners of which feel a strong connection with each other, which also allows them to talk to each other. The blade pierced another snake, and the hero reflected that there was a limit to the number of those to whom the monarch could give his symbol, so they were busy looking for worthy people. He took the rune and decided that if he wanted to compete with them, he should get down to business. The brunette tossed the crystal and reminded himself that if you want people to listen to you, you have the strength to do so. On the ground lay the corpses of snakes. The guy stepped forward, and his comrade noted that there were fewer monsters. They must have left their habitat. The brunette parted the leaves. Hansu looked ahead and assumed that the lair of the mutated rune snake was nearby, and he was already close to what he had come here for. A silvery, scaly monster was sitting on the tree. The rune-eater snake grinned and flashed its eyes. The main character looked around when the man called out to him and stopped him. He was sweating and asked if he really needed to fight this snake, because it was unlikely to attack if you didn't get closer, you could just go around. Hansu looked at him calmly and replied that they could go. He was going to fight alone anyway. Besides, he didn't care if they climbed up first. The guy stood up, and the interlocutor leaned forward and exclaimed that this was not what he meant. He just needed to stick together and not do stupid things. The main character frowned and said that they did not understand that it was not him who was coming with them. The brunette turned around and added that they themselves were following him in the same direction, but the moment had come when their paths diverged. Jimin turned around and said that there was nothing to be done, and the businessman asked who would fight then. The girl smirked and noted that you can't force the guy to go with them, or he also wants to stay. The interlocutor turned pale and said nothing. Hanchio looked thoughtfully after the hero, and everyone decided to move on. The man rubbed his chin and thought that the guy was really copper-headed, as they said, but it was wrong to leave him alone like this. The healer looked at the brunette and advised him to give up the idea if he thought of dragging the swordsman away with them. Kanmin sighed and explained that Hansu was the only one who had never asked him for healing, and in general, on the battlefield, he behaved as if it was a familiar environment for him, so such people did not listen to others, and judging by what he saw, he would not live long. Hanchio looked around one last time with regret, because the guy was quite talented, but quickly decided that it would be difficult to command such a guy anyway. The main character deftly jumped to the side, and the snake bit into the tree. The monster grinned, spitting out the bark, and the brunette noted that it avoided him when the magic rune was active, and attacked when the others were active, with the exception of the agility rune. A new symbol lit up on the enemy's forehead. Hansu jumped and stabbed his opponent several times with his sword. The monster loomed menacingly over him, and the hero thought that he was faster and stronger than the snake in the subway, but no match for the carnivore, and when attacked, it activated the resistance rune, and the damage was negligible. The brunette took a puff, thinking that a long-term battle would not put him at a disadvantage, but it was an unnecessary hassle. He stood in front of the snake, remembering that the way to win was simple. He just had to focus on the trees in the middle of the open area, which were the lair, ignore the monster and attack this particular place. The brunette swept past the monster abruptly, realizing that the enemy would defend his lair instinctively, forgetting about self-defense. The snake immediately rushed at him, flashing its eyes, and the guy noted that it had been caught. He braked sharply. Then, several quick attacks swept through the monster. The guy turned around and lowered his sword. The enemy collapsed behind him, and Hansu muttered that it was faster than he expected. In front of him, the egg of the rune-eating snake gleamed in the sun. It moved slightly. The main character took it in his hand and applied the stone. The shell cracked. A yellow eye appeared from it. A tiny snow-white cub wriggled in his palm, and the guy noted that she was incredibly small compared to her adult relatives. But this baby had a special trait. He handed the crystals to the snake, remembering that it eats the runes and immediately spits them out. The cub began to devour the stones, and could eat any 3 runes, and then spit out the 2 desired by the owner. The hero put his palm for the crystal, thinking that it would seem wasteful to give 3 runes in exchange for 2. Hansu stroked the baby with a smile and muttered that the others could accumulate runes as much as they wanted, and it was more important for him to get the materials he needed, and now it was time to focus on increasing his magical and physical resistance. The snake slipped into his sleeve when the brunette said that she could rest, and thought that she could achieve her goal with her, but it was time to move out. The father of the family opened the map and asked to be patient when his daughter asked where they should go. The man looked at the map in a panic and thought that it was not very detailed, but they could not go mindlessly, not knowing what would happen next, and where they would find a safe place now that they had abandoned them. The woman touched her husband's shoulder and exclaimed that she had heard some noise, pointing in the direction of the bushes. The frightened man shielded the family and assumed that it was a monster or another traveler, but in any case, they should stand behind him. The main character appeared in front of them, and they muttered with relief that he had returned. The brunette came out into the clearing and asked what they were doing here. The businessman smiled nervously and wondered if the guy had managed to escape from the monster, to which he received the answer that the young man simply caught him himself. The main character shook his hair off the leaves, while the interlocutor was in shock comprehending what he had heard, noticing that there was only 1 small scratch on the swordsman, and very little time had passed. The head of the family flinched when Hansu asked where everyone else was. Some time ago, the man looked dumbfounded at the group and asked again what else the phrase, "Get out of here," means. He smiled nervously and pointed out that it was dangerous to split up like this, and there was no reason for them to separate. Hanchiol arched an eyebrow and noted with a grin that he was going to travel comfortably, hiding behind their backs. The brunette looked around and added that her friend was right, because now that there was no big player, it would be even more unpleasant to go with annoying people, and the healer grinned and muttered that he didn't care who he received runes from, but still preferred to travel with strong ones. The man closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, straining out that the other participants had said the same thing and went the other way, blocking the way so that they would not follow. But how could people be treated like that? The main character turned around abruptly and said that they had to go, because they had already spent too much time. The woman looked at her husband sternly and suggested that they should hurry too. The family followed the guy. Hansu was leading the way. He suddenly turned around and asked what they were trying to do. The interlocutor sweated and recalled that the brunette said that he had never walked with them, so let him not pay attention, and they just walked separately, on their own. The hero turned away and closed his eyes, allowing them to do what they wanted, thinking that it sounded pretty straightforward, but it didn't make any difference, because he would have to fight alone anyway. Hansu swung his blade several times, slicing through monsters in his path, and thought that the fights were not easy, but thanks to this, his stats were in good condition. He lowered the snake in his palm closer to the stones. The kid began to swallow the runes, and the brunette muttered that it was a wise choice to increase his resistances first. The guy tossed the crystal and revealed his stats, noting that it made it easier to fight. The family watched him from behind the bushes while the brunette thought that he had to get food from the rest. The schoolgirl looked at the main character enthusiastically and said that he was getting stronger and stronger, which was just incredible, and her mother hugged her knees and muttered in relief that they were lucky that the young man did not care about them. Rune looked down in shame, suggesting that they fight as well, but her father asked her to calm down, explaining that it would be reckless to interfere, and that their family was together was already a blessing from the gods, so they needed to stay safe. The trio got out from behind the bushes and hurried to catch up with the main character, who had already broken away from them. They looked ahead dumbfounded, and the girl asked where he was going now. Hansu approached the entrance to the tunnel. He walked inside, and a shadow fell on his face. His companions followed him, looking around. They approached a group of other participants, and the man asked if they had been walking here all this time. The family smiled happily and shouted that they had survived. Hanchiol looked around dumbfounded, noticing the hero. The brunette stood quietly nearby, and the man noticed that he had returned, and even in good health, which meant that the rumors that he had fought the carnivorous beast alone were true. The demon flew up to the businessman and muttered that they were so noisy and happy despite being late, but since they were the last ones, it was time to close the door. A stone wall moved out behind them. Fairy snapped his fingers and offered to start one large-scale event. He looked at those present and greeted them at the first-floor dock, noting that there were about 75 people left. There were not many casualties. System screens appeared in front of the players, and the admin announced that they were waiting for a battle for tickets that could be used to move from this already collapsing island to the next one. Fairy spread his arms with a smirk and added that of course, some islands are infested with monsters and surrounded by lava, but if luck is on their side, they will end up on a southern or central island full of treasure. But if it was so easy to get there, it wouldn't be so much fun, so there are a few rules. Ships appeared on the water, and the demon told them that only 3 people could be allowed on a boat, and that would require at least 3 tickets. But if 3 people used 3 tickets, they would end up on different islands. He schematically introduced the participants, and explained that they could be sent to the outskirts, and maybe to the central ones. Then he visualized the island and said that if 2 people used 3 tickets, they would get to the same place, but they would not be able to choose where exactly. All the participants stared at the demon tensely. The businessman's eyes widened and sweated as Fairy said that if one person used 3 tickets, he could go anywhere. The main character still looked calm, not showing emotions. The demon looked through his telescope and reminded him that the islands would collapse starting from the outskirts. The difficulty of each was very different, so the more advantages, the better. There were 25 boats on the water in total, and the admin warned that there was about half an hour left before the destruction of this island. Fairy looked down ominously and told them to get started, telling them that they had to survive by any means necessary, because it was so much more fun that way. Participants clutched their electronic tickets in their hands and fought, taking trophies and shouting at each other. The main character remained in place for the time being, thinking that the inevitable chaos had begun. He looked away as his name was shouted loudly. The man collapsed to his knees. The brunette looked down at the businessman who was begging for help for his family. The interlocutor lowered his head, saying that they needed more tickets to reach the central island safely. The man was smiling madly, muttering that the young man was strong, so he could easily get tickets, or anything in general. He raised his head, grinning nervously, and stated that the hero could just take a couple of tickets from others and give them to them, and he thought that if Hanu did it, then this time they would easily get to the right place. The businessman dropped his head to the ground and shouted that this way the brunette would save innocent lives. The main character narrowed his eyes and replied that it was time to take responsibility and take care of his own business. Someone approached them from the side. When the man asked what was difficult about it, if the guy really didn't have a drop of sympathy, but then someone ordered him to shut up. Hanjo put his hands in his pockets and kicked the businessman, and his daughter screamed in fright. The man grabbed the winner by the collar and noted that he talks too much, which is annoying, and the hero is going to just listen to him when he just needs to pick up the tickets and end it. He approached the main character and invited him to go with them, promising to provide him with tickets if necessary. Hanjo knitted his eyebrows and added that the others were of course his teammates, but he didn't like any of them. The man clenched his fist with a green mark and decided that the young man thought so too, especially since he was really as strong as the rumors said, so why not join those who were similar to him in level? He stretched out his hand and said that it was a power awakened by his comrade, not a skill, but if the leader approved then the brunette could also get it. Hanu glanced at him as he said that he had already talked to the leader about him, and that it would be too much trouble to travel alone. The guy closed his eyes and shook his head, refusing. The man turned pale and widened his eyes, asking again, and the young man just turned around. He stopped when his interlocutor exclaimed that they were not the same as these non-entities, and did the hero still not understand how valuable the clan was? Hanu remembered his squad with whom he had fought in a previous life, and thought that he could not help but know this, but this time he would go after the monarch. The brunette knitted his eyebrows, realizing that otherwise he would be distracted from his goal. The man smiled nervously and noted that the guy wasn't even going to listen, so he had no other choice. A blue ticket fell at the hero's feet. Hanjo turned to the family and told him that he had stolen it from that non-entity. He passed by and said that it was very sad that the young man had refused, but could no longer waste his time here. The warrior smirked and added that he was going to meet the others on the central island, so let him consider it a gift for the future, since they would definitely have to meet again, and then he would ask him again. A ticket shimmered on the ground, and the main character thought that such tricks did not work on him, because all this did not matter now. Other participants squinted at the ticket under the brunette's feet, noticing that he would not take it. Everyone, like a herd of wild animals, rushed towards him, trying to get ahead of the others. Someone clutched the trophy in his hand. The businessman grabbed him by the leg and shouted that he belonged to him. The schoolgirl grabbed the man with a knife by the hand, trying to protect her father, and he only begged for mercy. The opponent grabbed her by the uniform, guessing that they were all family, after which he offered to give them a dramatic death together, and then a scream rang out. The parents sobbed, holding the body of their daughter in their arms, and a satisfied demon hovered from above, while the main character reflected on the fact that they deliberately placed this family in their group to force them to watch this performance. Because, after all, it is obvious what they want. The demon grinned, pulling the invisible strings, and the brunette understood that no matter how hard someone jerked on the stage they had set, even death happened according to the script. Hanu looked around when she asked why he had turned down Hanchio's offer. He looked at Jimin and replied that it was a personal reason, after which he asked what she wanted. The interlocutor smirked and said that she also wanted to propose. She showed a purple mark on her hand and called him to come with her. The hero immediately shook his head, and the girl laughed and said that it was expected. But before she leaves him, I want to ask one question. The brunette walked past and asked if it was because of clumsy sympathy that he was staying here. She narrowed her eyes and assumed that he was not so pathetic. The main character looked at her intently. The guy grinned, repeating her words. Ships were already hovering in the air above him, and Jimin was the last one on Earth, because everyone else who could climb up had already done so. There is only one boat left on the water, and no matter what happens here, no one will know about it. The people on the ground looked ahead in fear, realizing that they couldn't even defend themselves. They all pitifully reached out to the hero, begging to save them, and the guy thought that he had to save them all. The guy stood still, thinking that in the training zone, where Fairy's strength is great, he couldn't save everyone. He turned, deciding that he must therefore do what he had to do. The main character turned around and apologized to people, realizing that if he failed here, everything would be in vain. The brunette clenched the hilt of his sword, remembering the fate of those who could not go to the next island. Hansu imagined many bodies in acid rivers that melted alive, and the demon watched with pleasure, while the survivors could only watch and asked to simply save the unfortunates from torment. The guy moved forward, saying that they could be indignant as much as they wanted. The main character looked at them coolly and said that he was showing a kind of mercy, and he thought that he did not want to leave them to suffer for the sake of entertaining a demon. Hansu was looking at the clouds while sitting in the boat. He handed the runes to the snake, saying that it was simply amazing, but it was a pity that it ended too quickly. The demon hovered around him and muttered that this was expected from a rising star, but he shouldn't worry about it, they never just chattered. Fairy smirked as he vanished into thin air and said goodbye to him, adding that he would look forward to their next meeting. The brunette lowered his gaze and decided that he would not regret it. He clenched his fist and reminded himself that he hadn't come back to save everyone, but to win, so he shouldn't hesitate. Hansu threw back his head and thought that he had to keep going. In front of him, the next goal was visible: the central island. The tall silhouette of the building stood out in the sun, and a voice said that there were only 1921 travelers who had set foot on the land of opportunity, the central island. The building was a whole fortress with many towers. There was a purple crystal in the castle that needed to be protected. At the bottom, there were massive doors at the entrance to a dungeon unique to this region, where you can increase your own powers. The protagonist introduced the army of the undead and remembered that the third thing to know about the central island is that a wave of monsters is coming. The warriors sat on the fortress walls and fought off the enemies, shouting that they had almost no people left. Skeletons pierced the participants with swords and spears, and someone yelled that if they could hold out here, they would survive another day, so they had to try. A man in the ground reached forward and muttered that he couldn't take it anymore, and how could they expect him to last a month? Blades and blood splatters flashed in the air, and screams were heard everywhere. Someone slapped their hand on the table and said that they needed to set some rules. The man looked at the others at the round table and said that their defenses had been broken through on the first day, and they had already suffered serious damage, since they were going to sit here for a long time. Park Jungwook, the monarch of the MK clan, frowned and noted that if things continued like this, not only would they not be able to defend the crystal, but they would also be carved out by monsters. And Jahyun, the monarch of the Wajong clan, folded his hands and offered to discuss it when the rest of the monarchs arrived. Hong Xia, the head of the Noah clan, crossed her arms and replied that the strongest are already here, so the rest are not that important. Li Gukti, the monarch of the Smog clan, arched his eyebrows and asked what he proposed to do. The brunette turned to him and said that the biggest problem was the lack of protectors, so they needed to bring people here who had not yet joined the clans, and even by force if necessary. The woman frowned and noted that they had no way to control these non-aligned travelers. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and replied that he would have to put pressure on them. However, he did not think that words would help them in any way with this lawless mass. He put his hand on the table and reminded them that the next attack would begin in 3 hours, and they couldn't guarantee that they would survive this time as well. Would they just let it happen? To which Gukti offered their clan alliance to join forces with them, but where was the guarantee that they would succeed? Everyone was sitting at the round table and discussing that increasing the number of people going to the dungeon was a serious matter. Since their numbers had increased significantly, they were equal in number to the clan alliance. He introduced the travelers and said that these people had formed a ridiculous group called the Basement Alliance, and given that they had begun to be active, they were already out of their control, and the question was whether the alliance of clans, sharpened solely for protection, would be able to cope with them. Jungwook looked away and offered to send the clans from the front line to the dungeons, but Jahyun jumped up and asked how they could defend the castle then. The woman crossed her arms and thought that they were just discussing their wishes when the head of Wajong said that if this was their plan, then the small clans should go first to reduce the losses. Xia bit her finger and wondered what would have happened if only the first 1900 had focused on defense. She introduced the warriors and remembered that originally, everyone participated in the defense because survival depended on it, but after someone returned from the dungeon with powerful artifacts, becoming much stronger, the clans began to go there one by one. The woman frowned, trying to figure out how they would protect the crystal this month, and at that moment, Jimin ran into the hall, addressing the head. Xia waved her hand and muttered that it was better not now, and her head hurt as it was. But the brunette said that she had important news. She had received the news that some man was now fighting the Basement Alliance. The interlocutor rounded her eyes and asked again. The heads jumped up and turned to the exit, from where they could hear shouts and cries for help. A man stood on all fours and said that he planned to hunt for 2 more days, and then switch back as soon as he got stronger, and even asked to solve everything in words. A blade flashed in the air. The blade plunged into his shoulder, and the man screamed. The main character held a cigarette in his teeth, declaring that the man was fired, and from tomorrow everyone was fighting upstairs. They would work off their idleness. The interlocutor trembled and asked him not to approach him, thinking about the fact that he clearly felt that his rune stats were superior, so why couldn't he defeat this guy? Hansu, with a snake on his shoulder, reached out and stated that he needed his weapon. Kanmin peeked out from behind the crowd, recognizing the brunette, and a man grimaced and was indignant that the young man was in order. He took out a knife and rushed to attack, and the hero mentally noted that the blade had a skill that increased its cutting properties. Hansu raised his hand with the ring and decided that it was a pretty good artifact for a colorless rank. He suddenly found himself in front of the enemy and stabbed him in the chest. The opponent gritted his teeth, not understanding why the knife skill didn't work and couldn't even pierce him. In the next second, he received a powerful blow to the face, and several teeth left his jaw. The man collapsed on his back, and the hero muttered that it was quite tiring to fight them without killing them, but there was nothing to be done because they were an important resource. Everyone present turned pale when the brunette asked if they would listen to his words. Hansu smirked as he took a puff and muttered that the cigarette was the last one left, but that would be enough. The clan leaders stared in shock, watching him from above and trying to figure out who this guy was. Everyone was sitting at a round table, looking at the main character. The monarchs looked at him intensely and were silent, and some knew about him in absentia from their wards. Hansu crossed his arms and said that from tomorrow the Basement Alliance and the Clan Alliance will join forces and change between defense and hunting, and if anyone has any objections, let them say right now. Everyone was looking at the guy, who added that they couldn't be commanded without their involvement, so let them take as many useful people as they could and make them join their clans, and he would make sure that those who remained outside followed their orders, so there would be no problem. Shia was sweating, realizing that it would be beneficial to them, not him, so what was the young man really up to? Gukti stared at the hero and asked directly what he wanted. The head of Smog smirked, and noted that someone unrelated to the plan, and with such power had made a fuss, but claimed that he had no personal motives. Hansu looked at him and replied that as long as the basic rules and systems worked, he had no intentions or motives. He stood up when the interlocutor said that you can never be sure, because suddenly the guy will suddenly change his mind and decide to get rid of the alliance. But the main character said that he has no desire to participate in a pathetic debate. The brunette's body suddenly vanished into thin air. The heads jumped up, grabbing their weapons, and exclaimed that the guy was going to attack. Gukti frowned and stated that it was a simple invisibility skill, and the young man couldn't leave his seat. Hansu put a knife to his throat and asked if they thought he couldn't stab him if he wanted to. The interlocutor sweated and rounded his eyes, realizing that this was not just some kind of trick, and he was so easily tricked. The man collapsed to his knees, and his subordinates ran inside anxiously, while the hero said that he got his hands on one thing just before he came here, so he would keep the trend going. Hansu closed his eyes and assured that he had no evil intentions, but now there was a situation in which it would be better for them to unite, and let each of them do their best in their place. The clan leaders stared at him tensely and remained silent. The main character left the hall, thinking about the fact that they have been fighting each other so far, so it will be difficult to unite, but there is time, so he will not put pressure on them, especially since this is only for starters. The girl stood in front of him and said that she would be upset if he just left. Jimin exchanged glances with the brunette, reminding them of their last conversation, adding that she wanted to hear a different answer now. The light came into the room through the window, and it was said that she had asked him before, but would he like to join their clan? Jimin approached the guy abruptly. Bowing her head slightly, she said that this time she wanted to give him a real invitation. Reaching for his shoulder with her fingers, the girl asked if it was too lonely to travel alone, or if he already had someone on his mind. Hansu stared at the heroine in silence. Squinting at him, the brunette said that she had heard him with a girl named Mihi at Gangnam Station, and thought to herself that he wasn't reacting in any way. She understood that meant no. Jimin then smiled sweetly and said that no problem, it would be great if he joined their clan. She turned around in shock, looking at the guy leaving, asked, would he even pretend to listen to her? Passing by the window, the guy exhaled tiredly, hearing a shout after him that he was annoying. The fortress wall was broken by monsters. The man asked to drag the bodies here and said that they needed more basic necessities. People with support skills should go in that direction. Hancheol turned to the guy after hearing that the southern wall was more or less fortified and replied that the wounded should go down, the rest could rest. Then he asked how their clan was holding up. Skeletons pierced by spears lay on the wall, and the answer was that this time they had managed to make a more substantial defense. They had enough people for all the posts without exception. Wounded people were sitting on the ground. Words were heard that those who joined from the Basement Alliance were initially reluctant to cooperate, but they did their job well. Opening his mouth, the brunette said that thanks to them they did not suffer serious losses, replied that given the thin ice they had to walk on, they could not afford to be idle. Mountains of fallen skeletons lay everywhere, and it was said that given the monster guarding the defenders' positions, did they have any other choice? Hansu wiped the sweat from his face, and the guy said that it was incredible to see how he dealt with so many enemies alone. Hanchio smiled stiffly, remembering how he had called the hero, and thought that if this guy had any manners, he could call him to the clan, but it was not for him to judge. Standing at the tower, the man thought that at such a pace they could repel attacks over and over again. A cry was heard that there was a gap in the air. Fairy's smiling face appeared in the sky. The creature waved his hands with a cute smile, saying that they were all waiting for him. Had they rested well during these 2 days? The heroes looked at him in shock, thinking that the appearance of this devil was a bad sign. Fairy clapped his hands contentedly, saying that they seem to be bored, so they will start a real fuss from this day on. The battles will involve demons. These are powerful creatures, but don't let them worry too much. He imagined purple crystals against the background of the demon, and said that indecisiveness, which had not been encountered before, did not give anything, but killing the demon would bring many crystals. System windows appeared in front of the heroes. The mentor continued that this was their chance. They could exchange these crystals for amazing artifacts in a store exclusive to this place. Sam carefully looked at the system window that appeared, hearing that not only artifacts, these crystals could also be used to buy life-saving tickets to leave this place. In front of him was a system window with a crystal store. In one of the slots, there was information about going beyond 600 crystals. The question was heard, do they want to leave this place as soon as possible? The gray-haired guy opened his mouth, saying that if he got the crystals, he could leave this place. The second said that it was written that up to 5 people could go. An ominous red portal appeared in the space, and Fairy told them to do their best to mine the crystals. A hand with sharp claws appeared from the portal. Then, a smiling, toothy demon crawled out of there. Throwing back his head, he laughed loudly. Fire burned on the monster's body, and a cry was heard that he was coming in their direction. The guys looked gloomy, saying that someone had to come out and meet him first. They didn't even know how powerful this demon could be. Suddenly, the heroes turned around, hearing a shout to everyone to step back. Hansu jumped swiftly into the air. The demon's head was staring at him. Then he blocked the sword blow with his hand, leaving a bright flash. A shining red orb appeared in the demon's palm. He threw it at the guy, but he managed to jump away, thinking that this was expected of a demon, albeit a degraded one. Looking intently ahead, Hansu mused that he couldn't inflict lethal damage on him with normal attacks and had no cloud snack left. He had improved his defense and resistance by changing the Rune Eater. The smiling monster stood confidently in front of him, and the guy thought that his attacking abilities were not that great. A blue glow surrounded the hero's legs. He thought that now he would have to use the artifacts obtained in the dungeon. The system reported that lightweight boots increased the wearer's speed by 1 minute. Moving rapidly from side to side, Hansu thought he would bet on speed. He jumped up, swinging his sword, and he attacked sharply, leaving a bright trail. The brunette looked at his opponent resolutely. Then, with a sharp movement, he crossed his chest with a blade. A bright ball was forming in the palm of the demon's hand. Waving his hand, he threw it at the hero. There was a powerful flash of explosion. Hansu covered himself with a shining sword, applying the first power of his ring. The system reported that destruction would instantly neutralize any skill or power upon contact. The figure standing on the wall said that he was confronting the demon alone. Looking thoughtfully ahead, Hanchiol asked how much stronger he had become. His comrades told him to get ready, they shouldn't miss their chance. The guy looked at the captain and asked if he offered to join the battle. He wasn't sure if that would be the best solution. He replied that if they didn't, others wouldn't miss the opportunity. Jungwook was the first to jump off the wall, shouting at the others to attack. There was only one demon, he would take it. Jimin stood next to Xia and said that she didn't like it either, but maybe they should join in. She replied that no, she would wait for now. Tilting her head slightly, Xia said she wanted to see what Hansu was capable of. The heroes approached a guy holding a sword. Another group of people was approaching from behind. Squinting, the guy saw that several more people had approached from the other side and thought, what impudence. Looking carefully ahead, the brunette mused that he could use his racial skill any second. He couldn't afford to be distracted by the rest of the travelers. A huge demon towered in front of the hero. The monster bared his teeth in a smile as the brunette pondered that he had not used his racial skill up to this point. As the heroes surrounded the guy standing in front of the huge demon, Hansu mused that they had racial skills that were different from demons, making them unpredictable considering he hadn't used his skill until now. A glowing orb appeared in the palm of the monster's hand, and the hero assumed that he had a skill that deals damage in an area. Turning around abruptly, he shouted at the others to step back. They won't be able to deal with this demon. If they want to survive, let them hide behind it. Standing with a sword, Kongnan said that he had a bad feeling about whether they should stand back and watch the battle from the sidelines. The brunette asked what he was talking about, and not vice versa. They should stand as close as possible to deliver the finishing blow. The demon clenched the sphere in his fist. He then threw it, shattering the ground with a huge flame while using the Hellfire racial skill. One of the guys was holding a shield, saying with a smile that it was very lucky. He had just recently obtained an artifact that would be able to protect him from those small tongues of fire. His gaze then turned frightened as he said that if he struck the final blow, the reward would be his. The flames rose higher and higher, and a cry was heard that they must run. Then the fire engulfed the body of the guy, who was screaming for help. Hansu stood with his sword draped over his shoulder as the others ran away, shouting that he was coming in their direction. A silver ring flashed on his finger, and he knew that it was Hellfire. Clutching the brightly shining blade, the hero thought that it was time to use the power of the ring to the fullest. He swung his sword, slicing through the flame wall with the skill of the power of destruction. The guy then heard a surprised shout of what it was. He destroyed the flames with his sword. A deep hole was left on the ground. The hero thought that he was not an ordinary opponent. His fingers gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. Still smiling, the demon raised his hand, thinking that right here and now, the only person who could fight him, the one who could match the abilities of the 3-meter demon Inferno, was him. The monster curled his fingers. Lightning flew from his red eye. Hansu looked at his opponent confidently. The demon raised a flaming hand. Gukti covered his face with his hand. Looking ahead in surprise, he asked, as if an ordinary traveler like them? Watching the sword strike stop the huge fireball, the red-haired man thought that they were definitely starting all together. So why was there such a big gap between them? The heroes watched the battle in surprise, thinking that they needed to come up with a plan. The girls also watched what was happening. The demon swung his hands at the hero, and the man thought that if this continued, they would lose all the advantages they had. A man brought in a box. A shout was heard. Prepare for the next wave. Clan members gather and prepare for a change of garrison. Jimin stood against the wall with her arms crossed, and she heard the words that if she waited for him, it wouldn't work out today either. Shifting her gaze to the side, the girl asked what he meant. Scratching his head, Hancho replied that he said there was no point in waiting here, because he too waited in vain every time. Turning away with displeasure, the brunette asked who he was waiting for. The guy replied that of course Hansu. Who else should we expect here? He stood up, resting his hands on his hips, and said that something told him that she was here on the orders of the monarch. The captain constantly gave him similar tasks. Squinting at the girl, the hero said that since it was just the two of them here, to be honest, she herself knew that the alliance of clans had been shaking lately, and she probably knew the reason too. Looking at him, the brunette asked why he was telling her all this. The question was not obvious. The heroes turned to the side in surprise. The brunette said that this was their proposal, and the girl asked what it was when she heard the answer that it seemed to him, and that someone was watching them. The heroes were standing next to a pile of boxes. The guy asked if it really seemed. Gupti looked at them out the window, saying how long it had been since Hansu had monopolized demons. Then, turning to the side, he continued that he hadn't done anything strange until then, considering that they hadn't received a single report about it. It was said that she had ordered the clan members to keep him under constant surveillance. The heroine stood next to the red-haired man and replied that in addition to defending the fortress, hunting demons and occasional trips to the dungeon, he only rests a little. Thanks to him it has become much easier to defend himself, but there is still another problem. The girl looked at Gukti and said that those who had not joined any clan continued to fight the clans. He replied that this was what he expected. Words were heard in the space that considering that a figure of his magnitude continued to refuse to join the clans, the appearance of such troublemakers was quite natural. So far, the clans were forced to follow Hansu's words. A lot of people were walking down the corridor. The guy continued that that's why he had prepared something. A smile appeared on the guy's lips. He said that if the power was shaken, they would not be able to control them normally. For the sake of their future plans, they could not allow this to happen. A group of people entered the room. Turning to them, Gukti waved his hand and said that everyone had gathered just in time. The guy in the red cloak offered to discuss the future of the clan alliance. A huge sword protruded from the body of the defeated monster. Hansu stood crouched next to the remains of the monster. Throwing the weapon on the ground, he said that it was also useless now. A snake peeked out of his collar, and Hansu said that thank goodness it was 60, he finally got the right amount. Looking at the two identical crystal shops, he thought that the top-tier artifacts were sold in the crystal shop. Most of them were exclusive to clans and had amazing effects. Scratching his head, the brunette pondered that if the crystals fell into the hands of the clans, there would surely be a serious rivalry, so he had to stop it at the very beginning. Looking down, he said that there was a more important goal. The system reported that the exchange was made, 60 crystals were debited from the account. A chain surrounded by purple haze appeared, and words were heard that he could use most weapons. At the end of the chain was a sharp sickle. The hero said that he liked it the most. With a determined look, the guy clutched the blades called the Descardo's Judgment in his hands. Looking ahead, the brunette said that the battles would be easy in the near future. He twisted the chain in his hand, saying that in this case it was worth trying out the purchase. The brown liquid on the ground boiled. From there, the hands of monsters began to appear. With a slight smile looking at them, Hansu thought that there were about 10 days left before the siege ended. He was very curious to know who would make the first move in the remaining time. A red seal appeared on the palm of the insidious Gukti. A blonde woman stood in the crowd of people. 10 days later, Fairy held out his hand with a sinister smile, and said that this time it was quite interesting to watch travelers. The people at the tower felt a powerful earthquake and asked what was happening. It wasn't even time for a new wave, and the demons said that for those of them who had survived the longest, they had prepared a special event. Monsters were lying on the ground, pierced by swords. Suddenly, a purple eye lit up in one of the skulls. Various monsters burst out of the purple portal in the arch, Screams were heard that the corpses of demons were gathering inside the fortress. The fragments, surrounded by a purple glow, were connected. A huge shapeless monster stood in the center of the hall. The hero thought that it had begun. Surrounded by black fetters, the monster raised its head. The demon woman then raised her head, waving her hair. The hero thought that this was the hidden quest of the central island, the battle against the demon queen. The smiling woman had 4 eyes on her face. 2 leathery wings appeared behind him. The space was protected by a red barrier. A warning was heard that if he were in their place, he would not approach the walls of the fortress. In any case, he would not escape like that. Fairy hovered in the air with his arms crossed and said they only had 2 options. The skeleton would rise, resting his hand on the ground, the guide telling him to either stay here and try to withstand the approaching attack of the undead. Imagining the purple crystal, he said that it was possible to escape by using it. He would notice that the new undead were different from the previous one, so they should wait impatiently. Or if they didn't want to do so, they had 2 choices again. The huge tower was surrounded by a purple glow. He continued to meet the summoned demon queen inside the fortress. Johayan looked ahead in shock. The demon queen asked. The second girl exclaimed that he hadn't mentioned anything like that. Fairy indifferently filed his claws with a file and said that he didn't want to mention the demon queen, as there was a good chance that they wouldn't live to see her. But there was nothing they could do. Few travelers lived to see that point. Henchio opened his mouth in surprise, heard that the crystal would activate half an hour after the undead attack and could only carry 500 people. The gloomy people looked at each other when they heard that half of them would stay here. A red barrier net surrounded the space. The monster continued that if they defeated the demon queen, everyone would be able to leave. A timer appeared with a count of 10 minutes, and Fairy continued that since it was a special event, he would patiently wait for their response. Kangmin squeezed his eyes shut in displeasure, saying that he thought they only needed to hold out for a month. The man clapped his hands. Clenching his fist, Gukti exclaimed that they only needed to hold out for half an hour, then they would escape with the help of the crystal. Everyone should get ready. The alliance of clans should move towards the crystal, the rest to the front line. The healer looked at his comrade and asked if he really thought they didn't understand that he and the rest of the clan just wanted to escape. Kangmin gritted his teeth in displeasure. The red-haired man looked at him in surprise and said nothing. Then he turned around and asked, "Isn't it better to be defensive than to act recklessly? They need to think about how to protect the majority." Looking at him in displeasure, the bespectacled guy said that he had indeed voiced ideas worthy of a clan monarch. No matter what happened to the others, he was focused on keeping alive only those he could control. Staring at him, the guy with the red scarf asked, "Does he have any ideas?" Remembering the attack of the fire monster, Gukti said that even the demon that appeared on the first day killed dozens with a single attack. How does he plan to defeat the demon queen? Smiling ominously, the guy continued what the others would say. They would prefer to survive and go together to the next island or throw themselves into the arms of death like moths to fire. The blonde stood next to the healer, and they said nothing. Johayan grinned wryly and thought that it was over. The atmosphere had already changed. Glancing sideways at the guy, she sneered and thought that they were in league with the Smog clan, so they would definitely escape. In front of him, a man stopped and said that the only way for everyone to be saved was to defeat the demon queen. The heroes opened their eyes in surprise when they heard this. Hansu stood confidently in front of them, saying that in the end, if they defeated her, everyone who survived would be able to escape. The hero thought that he was interfering again. Gukti threw up his hands and asked if he was sure he would survive. Hansu sighed tiredly and answered vaguely. He stood in front of the red-haired man along with the others and said that if they headed towards the crystal, more than 500 people would undoubtedly die. The blonde looked to the side and told the hero that in this case, they would follow him. Crossing her arms, she smiled broadly and said that they can't trust these clan bigwigs anyway. There's no reason to team up with them, doesn't he think so? The participants raised their fists and shouted that they would crush the demon queen and save everyone together. The guild leaders were standing with Shia, and it was said that they would join then, adding that they would also fight with Hansu. A yellow seal appeared on the brown-haired woman's hand. She thought that given the way things were unfolding, she would have to stop him, even if she had to use force. Now it was important to break their morale. If a battle broke out, everyone would fight for their survival. Looking at the brunette standing next to his comrades, she thought that they needed to ambush him. Hansu abruptly shifted his gaze and asked him to postpone his plans and kill him. A curved blade on a chain shattered the ground next to her foot. Pulling the sickle back, Hansu said that he was afraid she would not be able to cope with the consequences. The heroes looked at him in amazement. The girl looked at Gukti, who said that he was suggesting that they should team up and wait for the right moment if they had time, and it wasn't that they didn't expect something like this. Looking wildly ahead, he thought that he would have to follow his plan for now, but they still had a chance. The heroes were standing in the same group. The words were heard that it seemed that everyone had made a decision. A large purple crystal could be seen nearby. The man asked for a minute of attention. Hansu moved forward, saying that it was necessary to set the record straight. He swung his weapon. Long chains surrounded the purple crystal. Cracks began to appear on the stone. It then shattered into many small crystals. The guild leaders looked on in shock. Hansu confidently held the hilts of his blades when he heard the shocked question of what he had done. The guy in the black suit said that since they were going to the fortress, they wouldn't need it anyway. The thought of being able to escape would only weaken everyone. The heroes opened their mouths, saying that he was right, from now on only forward. Then, belligerently, they raised their fists and shouted that everyone was following Hansu. They would kill the demon queen. Holding out his bladed hand, Hansu asked not to follow him. Without turning, he asked me to look forward for my own good and fight for my life. The timer has completed its countdown. A ray of light could be seen from the open door. Hanchio looked to the side and said that he couldn't believe that it was Hansu, the fortress they were in. The situation had completely changed. By the stone walls there was a candlestick with candles. A lot of candles were located along the wall. The heroes stopped at a long corridor. The girl looked ahead frightened. The demon queen touched her finger to her lips and said that they had been walking towards her for a long time. They had come all this way to have fun, so she couldn't just let them go. Shocked, the heroes turned around when the door slammed shut. They felt space sway. The system reported that the fortress had been sealed. Debris flew down. The characters were shocked to see how the floor crumbled under their feet. Monsters' hands appeared from the crack in purple flames. The guy shouted that something was crawling up. The toothy monster opened its mouth and screamed. The brunette looked at him in horror. He rushed to run when the monster pounced and asked for help. Words were heard asking him to stop panicking. Hansu reached for the hilt of his weapon and said that these monsters were not much different from the ones they had fought before. Turning towards the frightened guy, he ordered him to pull himself together and fight. Turning away, the brunette thought that it was true. The real problem wasn't with them, but with the battle with the demon queen. The floor cracked, scattering the debris. The hero thought that they must pass through this gate. Darkness appeared ahead, surrounded by two shining whirlwinds. A shout was heard that these were pillars of fire. Everyone needed to step back. A huge black-armored monster was clutching a sword. It was the demon gatekeeper. His eyes burned red. A crowd of participants stood in front of the monsters that appeared. A cry was heard that demons were coming out of the fire. The monster had black armor on its body. Purple flames filled the room, in which screams could be heard. Hansu raised his hand to protect himself from the wind. Shifting his gaze to the side, he said that they had two enemies. They needed to split up and take care of them. The support should step back, and those who were good at ranged combat should come forward. Jungwook looked at the brunette, who continued that those who are not skilled enough should take care of the flanks, adding that a reckless dash could set them up. Ignoring this, Hansu moved forward, telling the left side that he would launch the attack first. The man was outraged. Hansu held the blades as he approached one of the demons and thought that he was designed in the image of a gatekeeper in the abyss. He was much weaker, but his movements were similar so that he could predict them. A blue chain flew next to the hero. It was approaching the gatekeeper's head. The chain then struck the monster with force. Smirking, Hansu thought that he could use his weapon to the fullest. A blue chain wrapped around the demon's long blade. The hero thought about the fact that the chains stretch for tens of meters and can use suppression. The blue links glowed brightly. The demon felt a powerful energy. The blue chains then wrapped around his body as well. Hansu thought that by tying someone down with suppression, they would draw on the opponent's magic and cast a curse, lowering their stats. The other end of the chain was wrapped around the hands of the brunette, who thought the use was wasting his magic, but it was tolerable. A ring flashed on the guy's finger, and he asked his comrades, will they continue to just stand and watch? The heroes looked at him dumbfounded. Jungwook then sneered and said that they couldn't just stand by and shouted at everyone to get ready to attack. An image of a green logo appeared next to him. He ordered the name of their clan to be glorified. Shia put her hand to her ear and shouted for those with low resistance scores to help from the rear. They start. Jimin said she was going first. Clutching their weapons, the heroes rushed to attack. Purple flashes surrounded the body of the chained demon. His fingers gripped the black sword. Then the blade was surrounded by purple flames. The hero thought they were trying to summon hellfire. A powerful energy moved forward, breaking the floor. The links of the chain shone brightly, stretched. But then the demon gatekeeper managed to rip them off. Moving forward, Hansu shouted the order not to stop the attack. Looking at the chains around the monster, the hero thought that it would be difficult to hold out if they hit, but if he knew the trajectory. New explosion flashes appeared on the demon's body, and the hero thought that then he would be able to cope. Powerful energy tried to break the chains. Looking at him in fright, Jimin yelled at him to be careful. The flames would render his attacks useless. Hansu approached the monster that was erupting flames and thought that he just had to get rid of it. The guy was holding on to his arm, burned to the muscles. He reached down to the light stone, thinking that the place where the hellfire was coming from was the location of the ignition crystal. With a sharp movement, the hero tore the crystal out of the demon's body. Then he broke it in his fingers. Opening his mouth in shock, the guy asked what it was. The captain replied that the flames surrounding the monster had disappeared. Jumping off the demon's body, Hansu asked what he was telling them not to stop attacking. Confidently looking ahead, he continued so that they wouldn't worry about it and just continue fighting, but he wouldn't be able to use the flames anymore. The heroes shifted their gaze to the side, hearing the warning of danger. Then he jumped sharply, fleeing from the purple volley. Jungwook opened his mouth in surprise, exclaiming that it was a demon that the non-clans were supposed to fight. Wounded bodies lay on the ground. The heroes froze in front of the armed demon, Cries for help were heard and the question was heard, why don't they attack? The characters looked at each other anxiously. Discussions were heard that it was too dangerous to help them. Whether Hansu should deal with this problem as well, what should they do? Surrounded by a purple haze, Gukti said that since they had flinched anyway, turning to his comrades, he continued that it would be easier for them. After taking a step, the man turned to Hansu and asked if he was lucky enough to feign misunderstanding after sending people to their deaths. It was all his fault. It all came to this because of him. Pointing his finger at the brunette, Gukti said that he was the one who dragged them all into this, so let him take responsibility. Hanchul held off the monster's attack with his sword and asked if he could stop chattering and start fighting. The leg struck the demon in the forehead. Turning to the side, the brunette shouted that they were the ones who were not doing anything right now. Gukti slyly waved his hand and said that he thought he was standing aside because he was weak. He would show that he was different from chatterboxes like them. The guy grinned at the sudden movement. Hooded warriors ran past the guy who shouted for them to see the special forces symbol. They surrounded the demon gatekeeper, who had outstretched his arms. One of the warriors struck him in the leg with his sword. The archer aimed several arrows at the monster. The demon fell to his knees, and words were heard that this was unbelievable. Hansu glanced sideways at his comrades and told everyone to go to the other side. A ring flashed on his finger. He promised that he would figure it out here. The monster swung, throwing his hands behind his head. A sharp movement of the sword left a trace. Hansu jumped, holding his blades on the chains. The guy swung his sickle, and then landed, leaving bright beams of blows on the demon's body. Juhayan opened his mouth in shock, thinking that he was single-handedly dealing with monsters that would require dozens of their warriors to fight. Waving her hand, she asked what he was doing. The demon swung his sword at the approaching warriors. A cry was heard to finish him off. Hansu looked ahead carefully, thinking that while he wouldn't create a bond right just to show strength, he needed to focus on the current battle for now. Hansu threw the chain forward. She surrounded the body of the surprised demon. The guy approached, squeezing her sharply. The comrades resolutely rushed to the attack. Hansu stared ahead silently. Attacking Jimin had a wild smile on her face. The chain was clamped around the demon's neck. He pulled the chains, the hero tore it off. When I landed, I watched it fall behind. The hero wiped the black blood from his cheek. Gukta looked at him with displeasure. The guy was standing by the monster's body. Groups of people stood opposite each other in a broken room. Juhayan handed the monk a crystal and said that they could use the shards and crystals to buy worthwhile artifacts in the shop. Smiling, she said that they had grown the special division with the help of the clan's alliance, so strengthening it was a priority. Gukti replied that he thought the clan would use the trophies first. Holding a purple shard in his hands, he said that he might be a temporary commander, but the special forces is a clan aviation squad, so don't worry. Jungwook turned to him and asked when the members of the alliance managed to create such a group. She replied that from what she knew, they kept it a secret. Squinting to the side, she continued that they had managed to take control of their unruly monarchs and form a full-fledged alliance, which must have greatly contributed to this. Hansu touched the system window with his finger, and she heard saying that she didn't think the reason for creating the squad was very bothered about it. The heroes approached the guy, and the man said that it seemed that the alliance was trying to run over him. He replied that Jungwook should not worry. He fully understood what was happening. Xia looked at the guy in surprise and asked if he had a plan. He asked him to just watch until they took action. There was a small snake sitting on the guy's shoulder. He said that he had already made some preparations. Jimin and Hanchiol approached their comrades, who said that now they would have to fight on the front line, so it would be a little easier. Now that they were in front, they could not stand aside. The brunette closed her eyes and asked if he was sure. What if they got back together and did nothing? Even if they helped them, they continued to ignore them. The girl put her hands on her friend's shoulders when she heard the captain say that in any case, to get out of here, they would have to fight the demon queen. If they wanted to live, they would have to fight. Xia shifted her gaze thoughtfully, saying that the current state of affairs should be taken into account. There were many wounded people sitting on the floor. The words were heard that he couldn't move his arm. Another couldn't fight like that. The third said that he thought he would only have to fight the demon queen. The fourth assumed that he would survive if he joined the clan. The girl continued, would they be able to fully fight? The heroes were surprised to hear the demand to stop whining. The blonde woman opened her mouth and said that if they wanted to survive, then defeating the demon queen was their only way to do it. She came closer and clarified, didn't she? In front of Hansu, she said that she did not introduce herself. Her name is Yayan. The brunette, flushed with rage, squeezed her friend's shoulders painfully, and Yayan turned to Hansu. Pushing her hand away, the guy asked what she was trying to do. Curling her fingers, the blonde asked if he was heartless and replied that it was nothing special, just introducing him to someone. Waving her hands, she turned away and told him to let him know if he was interested. Sneering, Yayan continued that there was someone who was interested in him. Jimin looked in her direction with displeasure, asking what was wrong with her. Was she nasty? She had chased her away from her. The blonde stopped at a group of people. Words were heard that she ignored them when they tried to talk before. She only communicates with non-clans. The heroes were discouraged when Hansu just walked away, saying that if they finished cooking, they were leaving. Hanchiol said that now he was ignoring him again. The squad walked through the purple hall. They stopped at the protective barrier, words were heard that as soon as they entered there. Suddenly, the heroes turned around in surprise when they heard the question, "Are they really going to fight the Demon Queen?" Fairy wiped away tears of laughter and said that travelers are funny now, good news for them. People opened their mouths in surprise when they heard that it was not necessary to defeat the Demon Queen to open a portal to the next island. The horn monster hovered over the figures, saying that they only needed to hold out for half an hour. The participants opened their mouths in surprise when they heard that they had to hold out under attack for half an hour, and the crystal on the throne would be activated. It's simple, a portal that would allow all of them to go to any of the islands without any restrictions, so easy. With a sly smile, Fairy touched his cheek and said that they could buy the right to pass through the crystal shards, but let them know that it was not a negative path. The guy stared at the creature tensely, thinking that he was only saying it now, as it was obvious. The guy clenched his wounded hand into a fist when he heard the wish to hold on and the words that they would see each other on the next island. The Demon Queen sat on a throne surrounded by gray monsters. Waving her hand, she ordered them to revolt. The gray creatures floating in the air opened their eyes. Skulls popped out, their mouths open. Ghost skeletons burst out of gray cannonballs and flew around the room. The spirits surrounded the demoness. Frowning, the hero thought about how this is a more than half-weakened version of the original sitting in the abyss, and he knows how it will come out to attack. The ghost rushed at him. There was a message about using mini crystals to buy the effect. The energy was gathering in the palm of his hand. There was a message about a pair of chain size. The hero threw his weapon forward. It pierced the monster's skull. Hansu intercepted the weapon after thinking that he would use two unique skills, namely split and return. So several daggers appeared in front of him. He directed them at the woman, but the monster covered her with his body. That hand took on a bright glow. Making a swing, she called the hero an nonentity. Her weapon struck the hero's weapon chain. Bright flashes appeared during their battle. The woman's hand was again surrounded by the glow. The bones nearby rose from the ground. The monster attacked Hansu when he heard the command to tear him to pieces. Someone stood in front of the monster. Hanchio, surrounded by spirits, heard that the hero would deal with the Demon Queen, and they should deal with the summoned monsters, and replied that there were too many of them. He looked away indignantly, asking the others if they would fight. Gukti turned around, replying that they were staying behind and avoiding the fight. Jimin looked at her friend, noting that she knew it. Hansu smiled slightly as he understood when they were about to intervene. Standing next to the girl, he told his comrades to detain the Demon Queen for a while, but she did not understand how they would do it without him. The Demon Queen smiled ominously. A huge hand appeared behind her. She rushed to the people. Hansu was surprised by what happened. Jungwook stopped her with his sword. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he said that they would not last long. The hero strode forward, hearing that he should return faster. The two people stood separately from the group, discussing that humans and monsters collided on the other side. Nothing could be seen what was going on there. Another wondered if it was normal that they were not doing anything here. The other was bleeding from his mouth when he offered to help a little, and by time, he fell to the ground. Someone took a bloody knife from his back. People asked him what had happened. Gukti smiled ominously as he replied that they should strike while the others were distracted, doing it right now. The others rushed into battle as he added that it was time to get rid of the others. Jahyun withdrew her hand, saying that they would not leave it like this, telling her comrades to accept the fight. Turning around, the girls saw that they sat on their knees and could not move. The opponent replied that he was ready for this. People in dark cloaks rushed at them. Frowning, Jahyun shouted that the battle was not over yet, and that they would all die like that, just like the opponent's clan. Looking at her, Gukti replied that it didn't matter. A magical seal appeared on his hand, and he said that everything was just garbage collected for the extras. Those who chose death screamed at the monarch. The girl was shocked, not understanding which monarch he was talking about. The blade headed in her direction, saying that it was time to disappear. But something struck the knife. The weapon plunged into the ground. Hansu picked up a knife, noting that the guy finally showed his true face. He stood behind Jahyun, noting that his opponent's tactics had not changed at all. Gukti pulled his hand to the side, not understanding why he was here and not fighting the Demon Queen, but decided that it didn't matter since he was already too late. A group of people rushed forward. They surrounded the hero, who thought that the Monarch of Disguise had finally manifested himself, and that he had to eliminate the Black Monarch at all costs. Jungwook and the others fought against the monster. Gukti said that even if they couldn't defeat the hero, they just needed to detain him, and the Demon Queen would soon kill the rest. The guy stood in front of him, shouting that he was willing to sacrifice himself, and even if he died, he would take Hansu with him, to which he replied that he was a little wrong. So, looking at him, the guy replied that he was not going to get in his way and was even ready to propose. He smiled, asking if he was ready to listen to him, because this time the proposal was not the worst. Silently he looked at him. Several explosions were heard. The sword in the man's hands trembled. He wondered when the hero would return. After avoiding the beast's attack, he shouted that he had lost them. Someone pushed off the ground. Hansu was above the monster. He bound his mouth with chains. A moment later, the chains broke the monster. Shia asked him about where he had been all this time. He replied that he was preparing for what was about to happen. The girl looked at him in surprise. The comrades noticed how Jimin flew away, receiving a blow. The demon queen spread her hands, saying that she was getting bored. A huge hand clenched a fist. Hansu dodged her punch. The blade flew out of his hand. Several more followed. They all rushed towards the demon queen. The chains bound her. She screamed, her mouth wide open. Then I gritted my teeth, indignant at how he dared. A dark aura surrounded her. The hero stopped his comrades with a gesture. Hanchio glanced at him, asking why he was stopping them. A bright sphere appeared in front of them. She knocked Hansu off her feet. The guy covered his face with his hand. Black smoke rose to the ceiling. The group stared at the rising smoke, not understanding what was happening here, and wondered if the hero was dead. Looking at this, Shia said that there was no way he would have died so easily. Jimin put her hand on her shoulder, saying that he was there. Hansu jumped out of the thick smoke. They wondered when he managed to climb up. Several daggers appeared in his hand. The hero threw them forward. The daggers got caught in the chains. The chain on the demon queen tightened. She fell to her knees. The hero struck, leaving a bright mark. Smiling broadly, she laughed. Her eyes were shining brightly, and she said she liked it. Then she tilted her head. A huge hand appeared from behind. Looking at the chained demon queen, the hero thought that she might be planning to release her magic and use the energy she had gained to fight him. Having tightened the chain, he decided that he did not plan to tighten it. A bright object appeared in his hand. The guy thought that there was enough strength here to end this fight. Hansu clenched his fist. Several bright spheres appeared in the huge hands. The guy rushed forward. The spheres headed for him. The hero repulsed them with his weapon. The hand on the queen's back began to change. It has greatly increased in size. Seeing the monster in front of him, the hero demanded that a two-handed sword be handed over to him. Hanchio threw his weapon. The hand was above Hansu's head. The blows were inflicted by the rappers. The comrades froze in amazement. His hands lay motionless. Hansu broke out from under them. The demon queen gritted her teeth, not understanding how he had managed to do it. The guy was climbing up his arm. Jumping up, he tucked his sword behind his back. The woman sent a ball of energy into him. Hansu struck her. Blood spilled on the floor. She lowered her head, indignant at how he dared. Seeing how the arms were losing strength, the others assumed that it was all over. Looking at the crystal, they didn't understand why it wasn't moving. Putting his hand to the wound, the hero replied that this was not the end. The demon queen smiled broadly. She looked up, saying that she hadn't felt such pain in a long time. The burst of energy threw the hero back. Stones were scattered from hitting the wall. Gathering the energy in her hand, she said that she would now use all her strength for him. The light flashed on the blade of the spear. It hit the queen's hand. Shia froze after the shot. Looking at her, she noted that there was still a little thing left. The spirit rushed to her. Jimin appeared in front of him. The girl looked back, noting the good work and that they had bought some time this way, so they had to retreat. Gathering immense energy, the demon queen said that they could try to escape if they could, but she would soon make them all disappear. She then pointed with her hand, saying that they could now receive a reward for her entertainment. Hansu sat on his knees. He looked ahead. The beam struck the ground. Everyone was thrown into the air. Smoke was rising everywhere. A man sat behind the barrier asking if Hansu had survived. Another could not believe that they had been thrown away by such a shockwave from the explosion. Through the smoke I could see someone's silhouette. Then the light appeared. The blade rushed forward. It pierced the queen's body. The hero lowered his head when he heard that someone was surprised that he still had the strength to attack even after such a wound. Holding his hand in front of him, he replied that he could finally get some peace and quiet. The demon queen sneered. Taking the blade from her chest, she said that she didn't even think that such a weak attack could harm her, calling the restrictions useless. The comrades looked at her as they heard about what could have happened if she had more time and could use all her strength. The crystal began to glow brightly with the message that the conditions had been met. Its radiance became brighter. A notification appeared that the crystal portal was opening. Hansu got back on his feet when he heard that he had defeated the demon queen and that they had succeeded, and that they could all move on to the next island. The queen's body trembled. Flames appeared around her. The hero raised his hand, thinking that both of her hearts must have been destroyed. He looked ahead in surprise. Surrounded by flames, the queen said that she had just begun to enjoy herself and they could not stop there. Her face contorted, and she added that even if she had to pay for it, she would still bury them here. The four hovered over her, as she said that before her fake body was burned, she would be done with everyone. Fairy pointed it out, saying that it was enough. A huge hand grabbed the queen, saying that she had to use her true strength in the training area. The demon was smiling, saying that violations lead to punishment, so she will disappear from here. Continuing to point at her, he said that he did not give permission for this. A huge hand held the queen. The demon said that any independent actions were unacceptable, and therefore he took her according to the rules. She stuck out her tongue, answering that he had brought her here, and now he forbade her to use her powers, and that she would not leave it like this and would kill everyone. Taking a close look at her, Fairy noted that that's why he hates dealing with half-breeds. Blood splattered everywhere, demanding that she be silenced. People looked at what had happened with disgust. The demon wiped the blood from his fingers with a grin, saying that there was a small misunderstanding, but there was no reason to worry. After all, he had already fixed everything and it was time for the reward. Fairy threw away the rag, congratulating them on defeating the Demon Queen and that few had been able to participate in such an event. Afterwards, he flew up to the hero, adding that there is only one reward for defeating the queen, so he would give it to the one who contributed the most. Something dark appeared near Hansa's hand with the message that when used, all or characteristics would be fixed at 99% for a day, but then dropped to 0.01%. Fairy threw up his hands, saying that he would take care of the rest and that to use the crystal, one would just have to think about the island they wanted to move to, adding that he would be waiting for them there. The hero looked at the reward, thinking that with this he had achieved everything for which he had gone to the central island. Afterwards he felt the energy, reflecting on the fact that it was definitely poor energy. So, holding the award in his hands, he realized that he still had a long way to go. The guy turned to his comrades, who noted that all efforts were for the sake of one award. One of them smiled when the other told Hansu not to worry because everyone knew he had saved them, and added that there was no one strong enough to try to take the bounty away from him even if they wanted to. Shia straightened her hair, assuming that the Smog clan would clearly not be silent, although they were suspiciously quiet now. After all, they hadn't even come out when they fought the Demon Queen. The girls were standing behind Hansu. One of them suggested that they deal with it now, to which he replied that it was probably already over. Hanchio, surprised by the phenomenon, looked at him, clarifying what it meant. The man glanced at his hand, noticing that the tattoos had disappeared, which meant that the monarchs had disappeared and, most likely, they were dead. Shia frowned, surprised that the clan had betrayed them, and couldn't believe that they were using SW to kidnap the monarchs. A slight smile appeared on the hero's face. The man stood in the midst of the defeated enemies, thinking that the cleansing was complete. A dark cloak hid his face. People left the portal a few minutes ago. Gukti glanced at the tower, saying that he didn't know exactly where they were, but apparently in the right place. He then turned around, musing that his task as a monarch of disguise was to disrupt the work of the monarchs of the central island and then kill them, but his life and the heads of these monarchs should be enough to cover up the disobedience of orders. The others brought the people to their knees. He thought about how it was easy to set traps while the monarchs were afraid of Hansu, and now he could give his clan immense power. Earlier, the hero held out the crystals, saying that he could use the situation to rise by controlling the clan members, turning their monarchs into SHD members, though he knows this himself, given that he has already created squad. Hold the crystals, the guy said that just don't make trouble, and he would turn a blind eye to what would be done to them, thinking that he was a fool, because they made a deal only to avoid conflicts in a crisis situation. One of the squad members noticed something when he said that they needed to stay in touch since they were in the wrong place. The dagger plunged into his ally. He asked who was there, noticing that he did not feel any presence. Together with the girl, they looked around, hearing someone's voice that he had really come, although the unknown doubted and noted that he had not prepared in vain. Gukti frowned, shouting that the enemy wasn't showing up, which meant there couldn't be many of them, and they should have the advantage. Looking at the ground, the guy did not understand why his legs did not move, noticing that he was being sucked in. Others were also unable to get out, having heard that this was a temporary effect and that an unknown person had buried the trap artifact. A silhouette of a man appeared behind him, saying that the artifact would activate after a certain amount of time, and that it was useful to know who would be where. Turning around, the guy only said that this could not be. He was stabbed in the back, asking how he knew where he would be. Juhayan opened his mouth wide, begging for mercy, promising to do everything in return. The unknown person covered her mouth, answering that he did not need it. Then he hit the ground, adding that it did not have what he needed. The attacker removed his hand from her face. Standing among the defeated, he remembered the words that he needed to wait for the people from the central island to come and kill them all. Taking off his mask, he noted that when he first heard about the central penalty and the tower, he did not even know what it was about, but the interlocutor, as always, was amazing. He remembered how the man had stood with his back to him, reminding him of the request to use him, that if he wanted to do everything right, he could say something. Hansu turned around, saying that if he could endure what he was told, then the person could become much stronger than those who had started on the same terms, and he should go to the place he was told about. At that moment, Sangjin was leaving, hearing the words that he had to decide for himself whether he would follow the hero. Now, the guy smiled, saying that trusting him and following him was the best choice in his life. Seeing the bright crystal, Nam said that now he just had to wait. The man lowered his head, saying that someone was dead. The woman clarified that it was Gukti. Looking at the interlocutor, she clarified that the central island had collapsed. Without turning around, he replied that the last time he had been contacted was from the Demon Queen's fortress, so the guy must have died there. He raised his hand, adding that it was as he expected, so it didn't matter. However, they had an irritating factor. A seal appeared on his arm, and he added that they were coming to Tower Island as it had more rewards than the remaining islands, and there was only one way to get here after using the crystal. A group of people gathered around him. The man frowned, deciding that none of them would pass through them unharmed. Several islands were marked on the map, so it, given out on the way of elevation, shows those that need to be climbed. Bridges connected the islands with each other, It all started with the first group at the beginning of the ascent path, after the second group included the central island, and the third group was the completion of training, and it was said that among the islands of the third group there was one on which there were especially valuable rewards. The tower towered among the clouds, there were cities that would help you become stronger. The crystal lit up the room. Someone asked what the person meant. Hansu took out food from the canned food, saying that if they wanted to go to Tower Island just for good rewards, they should think twice. Shia, uncomprehending, stared at him, hearing that otherwise they would be destroyed as well, and he also reminded him of how it had ended when they rushed to the central island for the rewards. The hero raised his eyes, advising him to think carefully, noting that this was sincere advice on his part. The others looked at him when they heard that the same was true for them. After all, it would be much more difficult to survive on the island of the tower than on the central one, and there was no point in dying without any opportunity to become stronger. Standing opposite, they asked what they should do. Henchyo looked at the girl, who clarified that he would go to the island of the tower. The hero's attention was attracted by a man near the column. The girl turned around when he replied that there was always a way to get a reward from any island, and that it was just a warning, but the decision to be made by him. The others glanced at Jungwook, who agreed with these words. Looking at the people in the hallway, he said that their clan had grown up by convincing the remaining criminals to join after the disappearance of the monarchs. However, everyone was tired and everyone needed to rest, so it was a good idea to go to a safer place. Then he held out his hand to Hansu. With a smile looking at him, the man thanked him for everything, adding that thanks to him, they were able to survive. He turned away, answering that they would see each other if he was alive. Jungwook turned to his comrades, agreeing with this. Jimin watched the scene, asking Shia that it was time for them to pack up as well, who replied that the hero had told them not to go to Tower Island, and she believed that nothing bad would happen if they followed his advice. The crystal glowed brightly. People gathered in a group, discussing that perhaps they should also go somewhere, because they were already tired of such places and that it would be stupid to go where even the hero could not cope. He stood up, leaving the Kazakhs to go, and he still had things to do, to which Jungwook replied that then they would go first. Standing in front of the portal, he wished everyone to survive. The girls passed by. A friend offered to say goodbye to Hansu, but she did not want to. Shia turned around, saying that she didn't know about saying goodbye, but they would see each other again. Hansu stood in front of the crystal. Then he looked at the girl, asking why she did not leave. Yayan withdrew her hand, suggesting that he go first. After all, she wanted to check something. Turning around, the guy replied that if she wanted it. He disappeared into the portal, saying that they would see each other on the next island. The girl watched him disappear. Then she straightened her hair, saying that people were whispering, so she didn't know where they were going, but at least someone would go the right way. The man watched the crystal, saying that it had been a long time since receiving that message, asking if anyone had gone here. Then he stretched his hand to the blade. The others were hiding in the woods, and he told them to get ready. After that, he moved forward, adding that he would deal with it first. The man was approaching the portal. He lit up brighter. He knitted his brows. Yayan appeared from the portal after hearing that she needed to duck. A bright trail of hair fell from her head. Crouching, she said that it was a rather active greeting. He asked why she came alone and where the others were. The monarch put the weapon on his shoulder when he heard that she had deliberately waited until everyone had left, and only then had she come here, surprised that no one had come. He, looking at the interlocutor, replied that it was, asking if she was sure that she had stayed until the very end. The girl followed him, replying that she had definitely seen them all leave, and there could be no mistake, but she couldn't believe that everyone believed that lover of chains. Yayan remembered the hero and his words that it would be much more difficult to survive on the Tower Island than on the central one, noting that he said it loudly, as if he was going to change everyone's mind. The man furrowed his brows. Then he put his hand on the tree, angry that both monarchs fled, frightened by his words. The tree shattered into pieces. Lowering his hand, the man added that the hero was getting on his nerves. The gun fell next to the guy. He said that they could not kill any of them, and it was pointless to look for a portal using his people. Then he turned to the girl, asking if she knew why he was doing this. She raised her hand, answering that she was teaching how he fought on the front lines. It looked like he wanted to protect people. After all, he didn't even kill anyone. The interlocutor lowered his head, deciding that Hansu would be an obstacle to his plans. Then he approached the woman, demanding to tell the clanmates on the other islands that if they noticed him, they should get rid of him. She objected, because he was strong as a monarch, going to offer something instead of a direct attack. But he walked past, saying that the hero doesn't kill people and that if they rush at him, it might work, so they shouldn't hold back. Then he grabbed her by the scarf, demanding not to forget about their goal and reminding her of what other monarchs had done. The woman lowered her eyes, saying that it was necessary to remove any possible obstacles in advance at all costs for the sake of those they had lost. After letting her go, the man told Jian to describe the hero's appearance and the weapon he was using. They would head to the tower. Raising an eyebrow, she clarified whether he would wait, to which she received the answer that he did not like to wait. They went in different directions. A portal appeared near the crystal. Hansu came out of it. He tilted his head, noting that everyone had left and that if that man was as he remembered him, then he wouldn't wait, and so he could pass. Sang-jin was standing behind the tree. He flinched when asked how long he would be hiding. The guy took off his hood, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Everything he did was as said, to which the hero clarified whether he had brought what he had promised. Sang-jin held out a sparkling object, noting that the interlocutor was still the same, said that he had brought the earrings to the family of relatives, but that he did not know how the hero was going to use them. After putting them on, Hansu noted the good work and that he was now heading to the next island. Sang-jin was embarrassed by what he saw. Seeing how the hero changes, the guy clarified that it was because of the artifact, to which he replied that it would be difficult to detect him with this. Afterward, he glanced to the side, saying that they could now go to the tower. The moon illuminated the tall tower. People gathered on the first floor of the main hall. Gathered in small groups, they discussed which side to take, deciding that it was better to go where there would be fewer others. The guy in the hat walked by, saying that he was lucky to get to the place that seems to give out the most awards, noting that there are fewer people here, not understanding what is happening. He noticed a girl standing nearby, saying that by this time, that demon should have already appeared, otherwise it would be sarcastic to explain everything, but he was not here. The girl was standing next to Sang-jin, and he thought about the fact that she looked familiar. She looked at him. Hansu walked towards him in a disguised form. The earring flashed in reality, and he asked the guy that he was constantly looking at him. The hero put his hands on his belt, asking if he wanted to say something. Someone noticed them when the guy asked if they had met before and if they were together. The stranger smiled, saying that if there was no one else in their group, then he could join. The hero peeked out from behind the interlocutor when he wanted to answer that they were not together, and agreed. Later, the group gathered near the portal. Someone remarked that they had enough people to go. The bespectacled guy closed his eyes sternly, saying that everyone was looking for their clanmates and teaming up with them, so it wasn't easy to find someone to go with, happy that he had succeeded. A number was noticed above the portal. Someone said that there are restrictions on the number of people in one room, and the higher you climb the tower, the more interesting rewards you can get. Blue Hair looked up, not understanding what he was talking about, and clarified that they just had to go inside. Afterward, he turned around, adding that they didn't just enter the room, but defeated everyone else who came out and took the rewards, and that should be obvious, because they weren't here to overwhelm their friends, so there was no need to talk. The girl folded her hands when asked how many of them would survive. The hero stood behind when the guy said that it was possible to tell who was going to die soon and suggested that no time should be wasted. He glanced at the group. Later, they fought the big ants, saying that it was best to hit them one at a time. One of them pounced from above. Before she could dodge, the girl fell to the ground. The guy in the hat came to the rescue. Looking at them, Hansu thought about how the earrings of the family of relatives cut his stats in half, and he didn't plan to fight in such a state. Still, a knife appeared in his hand. Thinking that he should assess his level, he threw the knife forward. It pierced the ant's head. After that, Hansu attacked another. The blow nailed the monster to the ground. Taking out the blow, the hero thought that if it were not for the weakening, he would have coped with them with his bare hands. But now he needs support with weapons. The girl behind thanked him for saving him, saying that it was amazing to defeat such a huge ant with such a small weapon. The interlocutor looked at him with delight, saying that he must have fought a lot on other islands. Hansu stood with his back to her, hearing that he must have seen many people stronger than himself, and that there were some very strong people she was looking for, and she had also heard that he was helping people and using weapons on a chain. The comrade looked at her strangely when he heard that she really wanted to meet him. Getting up from the defeated enemy, the hero asked to stop asking meaningless questions, saying that he needed to move on. The guy in the hat frowned slightly, noting that a little conversation would not kill them, not understanding such a reaction. The interlocutor added that the man had done a lot on the central island. She smiled as she said the name Hansu. The hero moved on when the guy repeated it. The comrades went after him. The interlocutor said that he knew him in some way, because they started together. The girl admired the fact that they were comrades. He lowered his eyes when she asked how they met, and said that she had heard a story from travelers about how powerful he was, wanting to know if he knew where the hero was now. Smiling in confusion, he replied that he wasn't sure about it, because he was always busy with something, thinking that if the rumors were about a strong guy named Hansu, it must be his acquaintance. Looking at the hero in the guise of a girl, he thought that she somewhat resembled him. Afterwards, he remembered the guy. Thinking that at first he thought that he could only talk, he asked him about who told him to fight. At that moment, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking him that he wanted to go fight alone. He remembered his smile, realizing that if he hadn't been there, many would have died. Most likely he was already far ahead. Meanwhile, the man picked up the reward, saying that ants do not leave artifacts, but only runes, and then only at best, and given the low difficulty and large number of people, the quality of artifacts is also reduced. The one with the glasses glanced to the side, noticing a door similar to the one they had entered through. The portal was emitting a bright light. Someone said that they could now move on to the next floor, suggesting that perhaps they would start receiving artifacts when they left here, deciding that they had to go together to find out. The guy turned around when he heard a scream. Blood was dripping from the weapons. Someone had said that the fewer people there were, the higher the rank of the artifacts, so if they all went there, the artifacts would be disgusting again. There was a trail of blood on the speaker's face, and he said that there was no point in looking for a room with the fewest people if you could kill everyone and take all the artifacts for yourself. Then he struck another person. Blood spurted to the side. After that, this maniac attacked the hero, saying that they die only because they think about escaping instead of fighting, because they are all just weaklings who are easy to kill. Hansu grabbed his knife, but the opponent knocked him out. A moment later, the hero was lying on the ground. The attacker was surprised, because he considered him the strongest here, and he seemed weakened. The guy in the hat covered the girl with his body, telling her to hide behind him. She stood up from behind her when he told her to run back at his signal as fast as she could. His eyes grew larger when he heard the order to stop in place. The girl pointed a crossbow at him, saying that if he moved, she might miss. The arrow hit the man who threatened them. The guy smiled broadly, calling her amazing, glad that she took advantage of the fact that he was distracted. She replied that it was the first time she used a crossbow and therefore she was not so good. The interlocutor pointed the crossbow at him, when he objected that it was an excellent shot. After hitting him in the head, she replied that she wanted to kill them with one shot. Then she leaned over to the artifact, saying that now that she got rid of everyone, it was worth seeing if she got good prey. A seal appeared on her hand, and she told the monarch that there was no guy with the chain in room 10 on the first floor, but as a consolation, she took care of all those who remained. Hansu was getting to his feet, hearing that if she caught him, it would be a great gift for the monarch, and she would also let him know if she found him on the next floor. The girl turned around in surprise when she heard the question about what if he was here. A chain was already flying up to her when she wanted to object. The chain bound her. The hero brought a knife to her neck, asking if she was looking for her. She was shaking with fear, saying that she had definitely seen him fall unconscious. Looking into her eyes, the hero replied that his acting skills were not so bad, warning her not to mess with her monarch. Hansu put his finger to his mouth. Assuming a serious look, he told her to be silent and that he would convey his greetings to her monarch. The girl fell to the ground. There was a stain of blood under his feet, but he noted that she was the only one who had been sent here. Glancing at the snake, he added that he hadn't expected them to give up so easily. Afterwards, he glanced to the side, saying that sooner or later they would meet. He shouldn't be impatient after thinking about what he had heard in the learning zone in his previous life. He imagined the man with the mug, musing that the hidden dungeons were not separate entities, and the tower islands had their own structure. Then I remembered the gray walls, thinking that this is a structure for climbing to the next floor, and it is necessary to go through dungeons, which means that they can be outside the third floor. So, looking away, he concluded that this was the ultimate goal of the learning zone. Later, Hansu took on the appearance of a girl again, standing on the second floor of the main hall and thinking that he should do a couple of things. Glancing at the ring on his hand, he noted that his current artifacts were outdated, and apart from the growing artifact, the effectiveness of the others was already too low. He then glanced to the side, realizing that new artifacts were about to appear to replace the colorless ones. A group gathered at the entrance. The hero thought that it was worth using the directions that Comte gave him. Seeing the number above the entrance, someone said that only 50 people can leave the first floor and they need to hurry. Fairy appeared above them, greeting everyone and saying that he would explain about the room on the second floor separately, but noted that everyone had been waiting for a long time, so they would start. Thus, imagining a chest and a dense forest, the demons spoke of being a treasure island, and must say that their insight had led them to the right place. Of all the rooms on the second floor, this is the largest. They need to defeat the guard guarding the treasure. An orb appeared in his hand when he said that they would need to be brought to the center of the island, where they could be exchanged for artifacts, and that their time was limited to 2 weeks. But it was not that simple, because otherwise it would not be interesting. The people frowned when they heard that only those who had exchanged treasures for artifacts, and those who had them could leave this room. In other words, those who did not have them would die. A lot of windows with numbers appeared. Fairy added that there is only one treasure, so they either get 50 artifacts and save everyone, or choose 20 or even 1, but only a few will survive. Numbers swirled around him, saying that the fewer artifacts, the higher their rank, hoping that they would make a wise choice. Messages appeared in front of the people when he said that there were 128 guards in total. He marked them on the map. Hansu glanced at the girl nearby, thinking that these were quite difficult conditions, and he was wondering how she would cope. Someone stepped forward, about to offer something. The girl threw up her hands, saying that it was possible to divide into 5 groups of 10 people, and each group would have to find and destroy 20 guards per day. She smiled, hoping that everyone would handle it. People looked at each other, clarifying that she was suggesting that the clans should work together, and that people would be at a disadvantage without them. The hero thought that strategically this was not a bad idea. The guy looked away. He pointed at the people next to him, saying that they agreed and that it sounded adequate. After all, if someone failed, it would be their own fault, noting that their clan had already split into groups. Hansu thought about the fact that the 2 seemingly strongest set the tone. Another group of people talked about how they had no choice but to follow the strong if they wanted to survive, but that when they found the treasure, they would let everyone know and immediately go to the center. People dispersed into groups. Someone was looking for 5 more. The hero looked at the map, thinking about the fact that 128 guards were distributed throughout the area, and since the dungeon was large, he had to move out. When he reached the forest, he decided that it would be better for him to go alone. The blonde put her hands on her belt, asking where he was going. As he walked through the tall bushes, he thought that in this place he must find a hidden treasure such as the Philosopher's Stone. He remembered how the man pointed at himself, assuring that no one else had been able to succeed, and that he would say the following especially for Hanu. The interlocutor introduced the golden orb, saying that among the ones obtained for killing the guards, there were no standouts, except for one shining one, and the people were greedy for treasure, throwing away ordinary orbs that were of no interest to them. Conte folded his hands, saying that he had found that they were not useless. Then he raised one of them in front of the hero, saying that he found it out with his genius mind and that if you collect 32 spheres, you can exchange them for an artifact, which is quite successfully disguised as the Philosopher's Stone. The man was jubilant, saying that finding hidden events was very easy for him. The other noted that he was too talkative for someone who simply collected the discarded orbs out of greed. Hanu pulled out a chain weapon, saying that it was not a fake and that it had the same effect, so he should get his hands on it, thinking about how the dungeon was not easy and the number of times he could encounter them was limited. The weapon and the arm lit up blue. The guy took on his real appearance, deciding that in order to cope faster, he had to go alone and that if he was far enough, he would not be caught. The monster was visible among the trees. He began to move, so it turned out to be a one-eyed golem. His eyes shone brightly. People raised their heads when they heard the sounds coming nearby. The blonde looked up, hearing that 2 guards were dead and that since 2 fell that day, they would quickly cope with it. The girl looked away, heard the call not to lose concentration, replied that she knew about it herself. The monster flew over her. Then she sent a kick at him. The monster flew back. An arrow pierced him. The archer standing behind noted that she was able to dodge without even looking in his direction, not understanding why he was helping her. She replied that he had to deal with him alone. The guy put the weapon behind his back, saying that they hadn't even found 1 guard, and someone had already defeated 2. The interlocutor frowned, saying that neither the first nor the second guards were defeated by any group, but by a lone wolf. She turned away from her interlocutor when he called her monarch, saying that if she said so, then it was true, and demanded not to call her that, because it was annoying. Afterwards, she opened the map, ordering them to stop talking nonsense and hurry up, noticing that there were no more guards in front of them, so they would turn right. A lot of marks. The monarch stopped everyone, noticing that something was coming in their direction, and she felt this ominous aura at the very beginning. A group of people made their way through the forest. The man glanced away, repeating that they shouldn't hunt the guards, because even if they found the treasure, they wouldn't be able to get it to the altar. Everyone followed him as he said that there were a lot of strong travelers on the other teams. The other was supportive, noting that they still couldn't do nothing. He then turned to him, saying that while the others were looking for the guards, they would take the chance to become stronger. Smiling ominously, he added that even hunting the monsters that roamed nearby would give them enough strength to fight, and then they would simply attack those who returned with the treasure, as it was unlikely that anyone would notice that a few people were missing. The blonde woman and her friend were peeking out from behind a tree, hearing that if those people couldn't find the treasure in 2 weeks, then everyone would die. Following them, she said that if others began to act like this, there might be problems, but that strange feeling was not because of them. Hanu tilted his head in agreement. In the guise of a girl, he stood nearby, saying that in such situations, order is paramount. He was asked who she was. Looking at her intently, the monarch thought about the fact that she was covered in bruises, but still traveling alone. Frowning, the blonde realized that she was the source of the strange feeling. The hero looked at her. The guy pulled the bowstring, asking why she had crept up behind them and what she wanted, noting that she had better answer honestly. The hero stood by the tree, answering that he just wanted to do one favor, but he did not understand why he should listen to him. Looking at him, Hanu said that being on guard was the right thing to do, but they were wary of the wrong person and he wasn't there to talk to them. The archer glanced at his companion as he added that he wanted to speak with the clan monarch. Looking at her, he noted that she knew it herself, given her high intuition characteristic. Unchai frowned, thinking that she was the cause of the strange feeling earlier and that it was not easy to recognize the monarch, but she was sure of it. Sensing the dark aura of the hero, the girl thought that perhaps her intuition was as strong as hers, and that not only her appearance, but also herself, was only an artificial shell. Hanu put his hand on his belt when she thought that whatever it was, something sinister was hidden inside him. Unchai frowned when she heard that she shouldn't strain herself so much. Looking at her intently, the hero said that he was there to propose. The archer was still holding the arrow, asking what he was trying to do, but the monarch ordered a retreat, saying that she wanted to talk to her. Looking in her direction, the guy thought that she had never been so excited, and agreed. The blonde pulled her hand away, saying that the interlocutor seemed strong enough to handle it alone, and didn't understand why she would strain to make some kind of proposal, and she wanted to know the reason. The archer lowered his weapon. Unchai clarified that even though she was strong, they would not just retreat. Closing his eyes, Hanu replied that everyone had their own reasons and needed someone to fight in the front rows instead of him. Afterward, He looked at the interlocutor again, hearing that she wanted them to deal with the group that had recently passed here. But this was impossible, because they could not cope with 40 people. Everyone looked at the hero, who didn't understand what she was talking about, clarifying that they would need to deal with a dozen people at a time, and they were also weaker, so they could use the monarch's trait by starting to turn the weakest group into members of their clan and increasing its numbers. Chai felt her intuition catch her attention, thinking that managing even a small group was no longer easy, and she wanted her to recruit even more people. Not understanding who she thinks she is, but saying it out loud can be dangerous. Her friend also thought about the fact that a large number of people were already complaining upstairs. The girl, closing her eyes, replied that she wanted to quietly go through this room without doing anything, but it seemed that she had no choice, so she would try. Afterward, she glanced at her companion, hearing that the hero would be watching, and told him that it wouldn't work. A window opened in front of the hero when he said that someone with intuition, which is difficult to get in the training zone, can easily cope with such a task. Afterward, he looked up, noting that now that he had easily killed the guard and obtained the treasure, it was the perfect time to prepare for the next step with the Scout King. The man crushed the other to the ground. The archer approached the monarch, saying that people refused tattoos, to which she replied that they were already part of the clan, and since there were only 4 of them, so they could just tie them up. The captive raised her head, saying that it was not necessary to tie them up, to which her comrade was surprised by such an attitude just because they were from a different clan, although they had done nothing themselves. Chai frowned and thought that she didn't want to do it herself, but she was told to do so. So, after introducing a group of people, she also thought that apart from these people, she had made everyone here members of her clan. Chai put her hand on her head, saying that it was tiring and that she didn't want it, but all because of this feature. They looked around, hearing that a treasure had been discovered, it could be taken away for exchange. The monarch looked ahead, saying that everyone was here, and did not understand who could have discovered him. One of her comrades called her. There was a bright sphere in the man's hand. He said that he found it under a tree. The light of the treasure reflected in her eyes, and she remembered the girl's words that this would allow him to leave this place with ease. Chai reached out to him, asking if he was real. Fairy took it for himself, confirming that it was, saying that he was sorry that no one died, but they did well. Looking at this treasure, the demon noted that they did not receive it directly, to which the girl clarified whether there would be a reward. A system window appeared next to him, and he replied that there was no need to rush and worry, because it would give enough time to choose. A few numbers appeared in front of her, asking which one she would choose, and saying that since she was the leader of the clan, she would not get the one and only golden cape. The others were nervous, mentally asking to choose so that everyone would receive an artifact. She brought her hand to her face, thinking about picking one and killing everyone else. The man opened his eyes wide, asking to save everyone. Chai had heard that she had saved everyone and that they would serve her as their monarch. The girl turned to the others, noticing that she was getting bored, and suggested a game of survival. Smiling ominously, she told the clan members to kill themselves or kill the others, because this was her order. People looked at her angrily. The marks on the hands became brighter when everyone refused. They collapsed at the moment when people were surprised that they would carry out this order just because she was a monarch. Afterwards, looking at their hands, they realized that the clan tattoo had disappeared, and if they were no longer members of it, they could act freely. Fairy flew over them, surprised that the girl believed that such a suicidal order would work without the slightest loyalty, and ordered them to leave this place, as this place would soon be sealed. A portal opened nearby. He added that the path to the 3rd floor was already open. Everyone rushed to the exit. The previously bound girl raised her hands, saying that she would now release the others and that they should report to the monarch as soon as possible. Han-Su, closing his eyes, heard that he had already gone ahead, so he should be on the 3rd floor now. Then he looked ahead. He was standing behind a tree, watching the group who were reporting to their monarch that they could have killed everyone here, but they were interrupted. The stranger held her hand to her face, hearing that she was to come at once, and replied that she was already leaving. The hero glanced to the side, hearing that everyone needed to go to the 3rd floor, because their monarch was in danger, so there was no time to mess around, and decided that they were caught, so they could lead him to their leader. The group rushed forward as he thought about how the path to the 3rd floor and the floor itself was quite extensive since it was a dungeon. He went after them, realizing that it was almost impossible to find a specific person, and there was only one solution. Earlier, several entries had been pinned on the blackboard. He was saying that if they didn't grab the Dark Monarch in the training zone and went to the red one, then everything they had done so far would be meaningless. Han-Su looked down thoughtfully when he heard that they had to block all the tracks and point him in one direction. The man in front of him threw up his hands, saying that the island of the tower was the perfect place to do this. The two looked at the girl, who said that he was right and that it would be impossible to do so on the first 2 floors of the tower, but the 3rd was suitable. She raised her hand, saying that there were hundreds of starting points on the 3rd floor, but once he got there, he would need the help of his comrades, so they would start creating them from everywhere. Raising a finger, Ares concluded that this would be the only chance, because the 3rd floor is the threshold of the present and new world. Anna introduced the various monsters, saying that this place depicts the environment of the next red zone, and it is different from the real one, but it still looks like the monsters inhabit a different level there. So, holding her finger, she said that they would lure him out, and that would be their plan. Comte lifted his head from the stack of books, adding that if the monarch felt that he was being followed, he would immediately hide, so they would have to strike when he felt safe, but he was very careful, so he would surely try to bring his true comrades to the red zone. The man put his hand on the hero's shoulder, saying that he was strong and although not as strong as him, but nevertheless he was not easy to defeat, and therefore the guy probably wanted to know what needed to be done to get rid of him. A red crystal appeared in his hand, which he called a worthy imitation of the Philosopher's Stone. Hansu thought that his final preparations were complete. Now, in the guise of a girl, he looked up, noting that he had to deal with the mad dark monarch here on the 3rd floor first. But he left the portal, saying that they would finally get a good look at his face. Then he rushed forward. Un-Chai and the others were hiding nearby, offering to follow him. The sky was lit up by a red sun. The monarch glanced away, demanding that the others be contacted and told to go to the 3rd floor immediately. He and the others were surrounded by monsters. This place was filled with intense heat and poison. The monster opened its mouth. They constantly appeared here. The man lowered his head, saying that this was only a preparation for another world. His comrades rushed into battle when he thought about the fact that they had been told they would not interfere, and it seems that this is the case. The monster kicked the ground. Then he let out a roar. The man plunged the blade into his mouth. This is how he held back the onslaught of enemies. His feet slid on the ground. He gritted his teeth himself. With a swing, he managed to cut the monster. After that, the monarch put his foot on him, hearing his worries about the pace of advance, and replied that he could not retreat. He had to stay close to him if he wanted to survive. He raised his hand, adding that they would not be overpowered, and that the monsters should not allow themselves to be pushed back. He frowned, thinking that he should not die here and could not retreat. Seeing the others rush into battle, he thought that his clan was the strongest of those who had entered this tower, and he had destroyed all these people to get here, so he couldn't make a mistake in his calculations, and they would cope. Later, he looked around, saying that there were a lot of monsters here, perhaps all because of some kind of shard. Looking ahead, he noted an unpleasant aura, as if that shard was alive. A lot of people were reflected in the shrapnel. Standing in front of him, he thought that there was someone inside. Fairy smiled at the beautiful view and said that this place could be a good tourist attraction, although of course there is something besides beauty. His smile became more sinister, and he suggested that he take a look, because there were sure to be familiar faces there. The man looked up, hearing that if someone had passed through the training zone, then anyone could be found here. Then he put his hands on this cross. He saw the silhouette of a girl. She stood with her eyes closed. Bringing his trembling hand to her, he recognized Sojong. Falling to his knees, the man regretted that he had not become a monarch earlier. He remembered the streets of the city, and the words to leave, as well as someone's request not to leave them. Sojong held out a trembling hand, asking to be saved. The man wanted to rush towards her, but the other stopped him, ordering him to protect him. That monarch put his hand on his chest and, hearing that it was his daughter, replied that it was his job to protect him, and not those useless non-entities. Later, he held his daughter in his arms, hearing that if his monarch knew that there were such monsters here, he would send them forward as cannon fodder, and it could be assumed that his daughter died honorably for the monarch. Glancing at him, he replied that if he had known that their monarch would treat the girl as expendable, he would not have joined the guild, to which he ordered him to shut up and move, as they had little time while the monsters were distracted. But the man struck him, hearing that he could not resist orders. Drops of blood remained on the knife with the words that even if such a person could become a monarch, then he could too. So he stood over the body of the murdered man. A seal appeared on his hand. He thought that receiving the title of monarch was a sign from above, his fate to kill such people. Afterwards he squeezed his trembling hand. The man took a deep breath. Tears flowed down his face. He thought that thanks to this ability, he would rule all monarchs for the sake of his daughter, and would not stop until he found his son. His hand trembled in front of the crystal, and he talked about how he thought he would never see it again. Seeing a multitude of people, he thanked the Lord for giving him a sign, did not ask how he could deliver it, believed that he could resurrect her. The demon folded his hands with a smile, saying that this was just a replica. Where they were jumping made a copy of this information, placing it inside the cross. He held up his finger, adding that although it was only a copy, it had the same memory powers, and it could mean something to him, noting that it took ingredients to create something new. The girls looked at each other when they heard that they needed to stuff someone alive inside, and the man thought about how his son could also be, like all the dead, inside this cross, and wondered how they would find people to sacrifice. A mad smile appeared on his face as he said that he saw only one, thinking about how Sojong would return if he sacrificed the weakest. His comrades looked frightened when he thought about killing one of the people here, but he looked up again when he heard that it wouldn't work and that obviously he couldn't use the clan members. Fairy lay down on the rock, saying that it would be too easy, but they wanted a more interesting show, so they wouldn't be able to come back later, so they had to choose carefully, noticing that while they were talking, more people entered the floor. He struck the crystal when he heard that there were so many people left in the tower that it was worth guessing sooner. He arrived crushed by the fact that nothing could be done despite all the way here. He burst into tears, saying that he had only gotten a chance to see his daughter again. Then he covered his face with his hand, hearing the appeal to himself. The women turned around, and one of them said that people were climbing up here, and their comrades who were climbing up here were defeated. The man smiled ominously. There were several dead people lying on the ground when he said that they needed to be captured alive. Another one fell in front of the hero. Hansu wiped his face, noting that he would not be able to smoke. Then he glanced away, noticing that they had finally arrived. A group of people appeared nearby. Lee walked in front, and Vera already thought that this was one of those who should be removed on a par with the Berserker monarch. By imagining the man with the scars, Hansu knew that it would be a problem to even list his crimes, and of course these crimes were from his past, but they would soon be carried out. The hero stood in front of a distraught dark monarch who was unable to resurrect his daughter and, focusing on the search for his son, would be dragged away by the abyss. A group of armed men stood in front of Lee in their desperate attempts to find her son, committing a massacre tired of being a killer far above current levels. Hansu took on his true form, deciding that he would have to finish him off here, but he would still save his son, and it would be better that way. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, recognizing him as the one with the chain. The monarch threw up his head, shouting that it was luck. Afterwards, he leaned over, saying that the one they wanted to kill had come here himself, which meant that it must be a gift for Sojong. Lee looked up, saying that the hero's meaningless life had finally gained meaning. The guy looked at him carefully. The opponent rushed into battle. The ground beneath them trembled. The man paid attention to this. Hansu also looked down. Something burst out of the ground. A huge worm opened its mouth. Looking at the monster, the monarch said that if this creature went berserk here, then they could only flee. He glanced at Yayan, ordering him not to let the guy with the chains go back, but she interrupted him, saying that there was no need for that. The chains bound the monster. Hansu tugged at them. The worm was torn into several pieces. Pieces fell to the ground, and he said that the obstacle was removed. The hero grabbed the weapon, saying that if the man did not go to him, then he himself would go to him. After that, he rushed at the monarch. He gritted his teeth, thinking that this guy had destroyed his monster, and ordered the others to attack him. People pounced on the hero. A smile appeared on his face. One of them was stabbed in the chest. The hero was swinging his chain around him. Angrily watching what was happening, Lee recalled the rumors that the guy did not kill, noting that it was a lie, to which his companion added that Yayan's information was useless. The chain rushed forward. The girl blocked her with her sword. Afterwards, she glanced at the monarch behind, asking why the hero didn't use any abilities, as he definitely didn't have any useful skills. Lee grabbed his weapon, replying that he would trust again, offering to hit his opponent with numbers, saying that if he didn't have powerful defensive skills, then they would be able to overpower him, telling him to prepare to use the skills. Hansu saw the people approaching, heard that warriors with onslaught skills should lead the attack without letting him move. In a moment, the guy was above them. Looking at him, Yayan noted that he was good. After that, she put the sword behind her back, offering to dodge it. A blade appeared in the hero's hand. He blocked the girl's attack, deciding that if he couldn't dodge, then he would counterattack. Wounds from the blow appeared on his body, and he noted that it was quite severe and that such an exchange would sooner or later lead to his injury. 3 more pounced on him, hearing that they were succeeding and they needed to continue pressing. Hansu threw them back with a chain. Artifacts flew out from one of them. Something gray flashed in the air. The snake grabbed the artifact. She handed it to Hansu's hand. People were shocked that he was carrying a monster with him. How was it possible? It ate runes. Lee frowned, ordering to stop the monster from absorbing any more runes, thinking that the hero wanted to use them to become stronger. A cloud of smoke appeared ahead. A bright light appeared in the woman's hands. Magic circles appeared under the hero's feet. Something wrapped around his leg. Yayan immediately pounced on him. The guy put the chain in front of him, repelling the attack. The monarch's eyes lit up brightly. He demanded that they not stop, because they had gone too far to take revenge on the clans that had driven them into the mud. Seeing the others attacking the hero, he shouted that they must destroy all the parasites that stood in their way, for their fallen comrades and for their dead families. He raised his hand, saying that his words would guide their lives and their deaths. Seeing the enemies grab their weapons, Hansu thought that if necessary, he would force them to fight regardless of their condition, and even though it contradicted the words that he did not see his subordinates as expendable, he would still try to weaken them before joining the fight himself. Seeing the woman in front, he also thought that the longer the fight dragged on, the more injuries he received. Lee smiled ominously. Dodging the attack in front of his face, he thought that it was not the time to relax, and that he needed to stop. Jumping up, he heard that they wanted to tie him up. A blade appeared in his hand, and he replied that it would not happen. Afterward, he thrust it into the magic circle. The woman glanced at her hand, saying that the skill had stopped working. Hansu threw the others back with a chain. He attacked the woman. She smiled broadly, saying that he was caught. Something appeared from the magic circle. It grabbed the guy by the leg. A few more tentacles appeared in front of him. The woman was surprised that he really believed that she did not expect him to rush towards her. The monarch stood behind, saying that no matter how hard he tried, he was still one man and could hardly breathe. He then placed his sword on his shoulder, saying that it was time to pay the price. The man's swing left a bright mark, and the sword plunged into the hero's shoulder. Looking at him, Lee said that he had won. The guy sat on his knees in front of him, but again repeated his victory and remembered his daughter, saying that she would live again. He opened his mouth wide, saying that this was the first step towards his goals, but the hero asked if he had finished speaking. Hansu grabbed his blade. He took it out of the wound. After that, a smile appeared on his face with the words that the opponent did not understand that it was he who had fallen into the trap. Intercepting the weapon, the guy added that there was no one to protect him. He gritted his teeth, hearing that it was unlikely that he would be able to escape from such a distance. The guy was smiling. The knife knocked off the chain weapon. The man put it in front of him, saying that he had a spare blade, and he had also seen all the tricks of the hero, so they did not work. Looking at him intently, he replied that he had the wrong impression. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he said that he never mentioned that the chain was his only weapon. Lee saw the dagger rush at him. Blood spurted from his mouth. The frowning woman turned to the monarch. Hansu got back on his feet, hearing the demands to get away from him. The man raised his head, noting that he didn't think he would use himself as bait, and that this was his chance to kill him before he recovered from his wounds. Several people have already attacked the hero when he said that if there is a desire to kill someone, then you need to be ready to die yourself. So, lowering his eyes to him, he asked if he had enough determination for such a thing and if he could watch his subordinates die, as he always did. Later, Yayan was on her knees. He was holding her shirt. The monarch leaned his hand against the wound. The monarch raised his head, asking why the hero went so far as to prevent him, and what he had done to him, that now he was being treated like this. Hansu looked at him when he was asked if it was because of the rules he had set that you couldn't kill travelers. The hero lowered his head, listening to the question of what it was because they had broken the rules created by his organization. He remembered how Conte stood behind him when that man also passed, why the hero had been chasing him for so long. At that time, the man also lowered his head. The comrade asked the monarch how many hundreds of people he had killed, just so that the hero could move away and he could crush his skull. A wounded Lee sat by the cliff, not realizing what it would change, because this world is what it is, and those people would still die even without it. Blades protruded from him. He did not understand why his children had to die first, asking what bad they had done. Because the hero says that he saves people, he has no right to say this, because he could not even save either his son or his daughter. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that it was all because of hypocrites and vile monarchs, and that it was all the fault of this world, and that was why he was trying to destroy everything. Now, Lee also raised his head, asking why he would follow such laws. He lay on the ground, offering to look around and noting that the guy himself was like a crazy maniac, and this was hypocritical, since his rules did not apply to himself. Hansu replied that he wasn't killing them because they were breaking his rules. He closed his eyes, asking if he thought he had a lot of free time. Then he looked at the man again. The hero leaned towards him, saying that there was a limit to increasing strength by mere hunting, and they were just a stepping stone in his path. He remembered the blonde man who had said that his goal was not just to unite humanity. He put his hand on the books, saying that in addition to the 3 tests, they must prepare for the upcoming future by any means. Eri stood nearby, hearing that even if it meant killing everyone in the training zone. The girl frowned when he asked her about her objections. She looked silently in his direction. Conte put his hand behind his head, saying not to worry and that he would deal with such an important matter himself. His fist was heading towards his face as he said that he would kill anyone who stood in their way and take their treasures for himself, becoming a famous hero and ladies' man. Afterwards, she folded her hands, answering that she didn't agree to sacrifice less for the majority. They really needed to become stronger, as they didn't know what awaited them in the hidden dungeon. A friend said that it was painful. Conte pointed to his face as she added that they had to find a way other than killing everyone for the sake of strength, and asked what he had said. A magic circle appeared next to him as he pointed out that there was no one better than him for this task. A moment later, smoke was coming from his face. Hansu asked what they say about the calculations. Conte was lying on the floor when Kelbian replied that the hidden dungeon of the tower must be cleared for a good future, but that it would not be possible to clear it by hunting. The blonde man looked up, noting that there were people who needed to be dealt with before the end of the training. He would need to get rid of them anyway, so it could be done usefully. That guy got up from the floor and agreed, saying that if they killed all the bad guys by getting their runes, they would definitely become strong enough to clear that hidden dungeon, and they would strengthen their bodies by becoming heroes, which was amazing. Hansu looked at Kelbian, replying that if they all agreed, so did he. He put his hand on his shoulder, asking him not to complicate it. The guy looked at his ring as he talked about anyone who would stand in the way of their goal. He was now looking at the man on the ground, telling him that he had tried to kill him. The hero saw his reflection in the blade, saying that it went over heads to get here, and now he pretends that he did not deserve it, but it would be better to think that this is the reason they collided. When the guy put a knife to his throat, Lee replied that he thought he was a hero, but in fact he was different, thinking that they got involved with the wrong guy, and what he foresaw happened much faster than he expected. Hansu averted his eyes, hearing a request to look after his son if he found him, and that he had the same red eyes, to which he replied that he did not have time for that. Looking at him intently, the guy added that if his plan succeeded, then everyone, including his son, would live. Afterward, he ran the blade across his neck, adding that he did not understand what he was talking about. Hansu glanced at the red sun. There was silence all around. Un-chai folded her arms over her chest. The girl lowered them, screaming, not knowing how long they would have to guard the place. The archer turned, saying that she could just leave, but she said that she felt as if there was something left, and that it was her instincts. They were approached by a hero in the guise of a girl, when she said that she wanted to follow her, but she was caught, and if necessary, they would ambush her. To this, he replied that he had left them for a reason, asking if they had defended the place well. Un-chai turned around, replying that they had also captured those who had come after them. Hansu folded his hands, thinking that she hadn't seen anything, even though he was going to kill her if she noticed, but it was already over and she wouldn't get anything even if he went there right now. Then he turned away, noting the good work and saying that they could go with it. Together with the others, they stood still, surprised that this was all. The archer looked after him, suggesting that the monarch leave, because if they returned, they could find another way, but she replied that they would go ahead because she wanted to find out what happened there. Fairy clapped his hands, saying that it was simply incredible. The light reflected off the cross. It said that there was another traveler here, and it was getting more and more interesting. The demon looked down with a smile, suggesting that we start. Un-chai and the others were staring at him. The girl was surprised to hear the words about the use of the cross. Hansu logged out of the portal. He assumed his true appearance, saying that appearance was no longer useful. People dispersed along the corridor. It was a place where separated travelers gathered after passing through all the rooms from the first to the third floor. People gathered in groups. It was a training area on the fourth floor. The hero glanced to the side, thinking that he was getting closer to completing the task of reaching the island of the tower. A crowd of fighters is standing near the red water. The events take place on the fourth floor in the training area. There will be preparations for going to the red zone. There are boats on the azure water. It is explained that it is possible to create boats on the river to reach the islands necessary to advance to the red zone. A giant crocodile opens its mouth near another monster. It is said that materials can be obtained by hunting animals and monsters roaming nearby. Someone asks the children if they understand what's what. Fairy raises a finger and states that it's not that simple, as the rank of the boat created will depend on the material used. The smiling monster uses magic and explains that if you manage to make a boat, you can sail away with anyone. He admits that a large boat is better than a small one. They will also provide a list. In addition to the basic materials, some key materials are also important. Their description and other information are indicated in the list. A group of fighters goes out into the green forest. They are told that now they need to start preparing to leave the training zone and enter a new world. The stunned guy opens his mouth, stating that there is a forest behind the wall. He turns to his teammates and exclaims that they need a boat large enough to hold the entire clan. The protagonist stands behind a man who claims that their clan will help, because now they need to work together. Someone behind Hansu suddenly declares that he came late than expected, while MC muses that he needs to find that place. Sang-jin in outfit looks at the protagonist and says that they arrived quite early and have been collecting materials ever since. He clarifies if the guy has finished what needed to be done. MC looks in his direction and says that he did it. While asking if he remembers what was said, Sang-jin replies that he will prepare what he was told on the first floor. The companion with a slight grin asks if the protagonist will return to his previous appearance. The main character replies that he no longer needs to disguise himself. The enthusiastic guy smiles when he hears that he probably needs to go, because it will take a lot of resources for a large ship, and they are limited. Besides, there is not much time left. Sang-jin states that Mihi and the clan will take care of it. Soft sunlight falls on the plants. The question about the girl is heard. A bright arrow hits the neck of the monster with horns. It screams in pain. The warrior holds her bow tightly. It is said that he found her on the first floor of the tower, and she has changed quite a lot. Mihi turns around with a serious look. Holding a bow, she exclaims that she needs support. Sang-jin is surprised to see a snake thrown to him as he reveals that the girl will be happy to see the protagonist again. The amazed guy examines the pet while Hansu states that he doesn't need the snake anymore, but he can find a use for it, because he is busy right now, so he will go. The protagonist has a weapon attached to his back. He says that they won't have many opportunities to get together and talk like this, as the red zone following the tutorial is much more dangerous. Sang-jin puts his head down, stating that he has become stronger thanks to MC. Sang-jin smiles slightly and says that they will definitely see each other again. Hansu turns around with a stern face and is silent. Without saying a word, he turns around and walks on. At this time, the guys come out of the portal. Sang-jin thinks that he was expecting some kind of answer. The blonde stands next to the guy and exclaims that they were too late, because they lost too much time near the cross. In response, with a serious look, he asks that they did not need to take one young with them. The lady, in turn, asks to be quiet, because they can be heard. An astonished Sang-jin takes note of this. Someone runs out of the portal and apologizes while the guys ask him to leave, because it's time for them to go. The long-haired man, frowning, declares that he was worried about his daughter. The blonde with a serious face says that their guys are guarding the rear, so there is nothing to worry about. She clarifies that in any case, he still does not remember anything. The man raises his hand and replies that he does not know what this place is. He was jogging with his daughter. Closing her eyes, the girl displeased says that she understands, while she thinks that she wanted someone strong to go ahead, but did not expect that the resurrected would lose their memory. She goes forward and states that the twins need to follow behind. She needs to talk to Fairy, which gives them instructions. Sang-jin is standing nearby at this time. He carefully observes their actions. Han-soo walks with a weapon in the middle of a sunny forest. He calmly looks ahead, realizing that there is not much here, because most of the monsters are in the center of the training zone. The diagram depicts unknown blocks, says that inside the tower, each floor and each room has its own surroundings. There are places that look like the real sky or underwater space. He touches the blue barrier, realizing that everything here is artificial. The main character with swords on his back touches the wall, stating that in this way, everything has an end. His gaze is stern and thoughtful. He realizes that they make it look like the tower ends with a fourth floor, but in fact there are 5 of them. The light falls through the cracks into the square. It is explained that there is a dungeon in which there is a hidden treasure. He clenches his blade, stating that under normal circumstances, it's not even easy to get to him, which means Han-soo calmly stabs with knives, deciding to use the ring's credibility shattering. Bright sparks fly from the rapid movements of the blades. He realizes that in order to punch a hole in the wall, which depicts the wall of the floor, a crack appears in the barrier. The main character realizes that he will take advantage of this hole. A hole is formed in the wall. It emerges from a crack in the stone wall. The main character calmly declares that if he cannot climb from the inside, he will do it from the outside. A tall tower hangs over the dense forest. The protagonist looks back at the marks on the walls, saying that the hole closed quite quickly. It would be difficult to do this without a ring. The main character opens the system window and looks at it carefully. The pop-up window says about his stats of strength, agility, stamina, perception, magic, physical and magical resistance. He realizes that this is too ineffective, because he raised his stats by only 0 using the runes received after the attack of the Black Monarch. Han-soo diligently climbs the tower, realizing that he has not reached the minimum, and now everything depends only on his ability to hold on. He grips the stone slab tightly with his fingers, gradually climbs up. Sweat drips from his face. The guy realizes that this is his goal. A bright yellow substance hovers near it in space. The system says that the entrance to the dungeon of the 5th floor is performed. The protagonist grabs the hilts of his weapons, thinking that if Ralph is to be believed, it is not known what is inside the dungeon. Several swords are stuck into the floor. The protagonist takes out his blade, getting into a fighting stance. Frowning, he looks ahead and thinks that he needs to win at all costs. A bright glow fills the tower. A golden dragon appears opposite the main character. In the system window it is written that a monster is being created, according to the intruder's memory. Han-soo opens his eyes in shock and does not believe in what is happening. A flashback arises with a ferocious monster that terrorized people. Ares fights alongside the others and asks the boys where they are. Keldian, holding a staff and a book, exclaims that all of humanity is playing for time for them, so they need to hurry. Kante delivers a powerful punch, saying that they can't hold their positions anymore. They need to go through the crystal ball. Eren fights with a tired look next to his partner. It is said that the command remains on her. Han-soo, tired, lowered his head. He was summoned. He is kneeling in the middle of the battlefield and holding the blonde in his arms. Her face and hands are bloodied. The protagonist with a beaten look asks why she did this, because if she had not tried to protect him. In the memoirs, the partner bravely stood up for him. He reaches out to the running blonde and calls out the name Kirill. A bloody hand touches his face. Sighs are heard. My partner says thank God through the pain. The blonde with a slight smile declares that the guy is alive. The protagonist feels her gentle touches and says that she can't stop here. Ha-soo, wide-eyed, hears that he needs to make a promise. He does not hold back his emotions and begins to cry, clenching his teeth. The main character holds his partner in the middle of the battlefield. He lowers his head. MC suddenly opens her eyes in intense surprise. A ferocious golden dragon is reflected in its pupils. The giant monster shimmers with golden color. The main character is mentally glad that he has finally met Bel Liam. Han-soo stands in front of his powerful opponent, realizing that the hidden dungeon recreates the opponent in the memory of the person entering, while being grateful for the opportunity to defeat him. Lowering his head, the main character thinks that although this is a weakened version, fitted to the red rune, he will have to give his best. Red crystals hover over his palm. The guy realizes that all the items he brought are needed exclusively to clear the hidden dungeon. They shimmer with a red-purple light, and the system window says that this is a worthy imitation of the Philosopher's Stone, a consumable item obtained during a treasure hunt. A flashback appears in which Han-soo accepted orbs from Fairy and thinks about exchanging 32 treasures for the Philosopher's Stone on the 2nd floor. The bright crystal begins to crack. The protagonist realizes that although it is not perfect, but if you use it. The frantic fighter clenches it in his fist, realizing that the numerical values of his runes are at the bottom of red. MC brings another rune to his mouth, thinking that if he used the Jade Demon Essence, It would have been worth killing the demon queen for the sake of the artifact alone. The calculus falls under the pressure of his teeth. Events occur a day after ingestion. In the system window, the characteristics of the main character are written, and they go off the scale up to 100%. The unflappable protagonist emits bright lightning. The system says that all parameters increase to 100%, but this lasts only a day, after which they drop to 0.01. Hanu claims with a sly smile that he was chasing the red rune just for the sake of it. The golden dragon swings its powerful paw while the protagonist promises that he will kill it. Huge stones fly to the sides. The protagonist glides on the ground, emitting a red aura. He holds a sword in his hands and uses the ring of the first power. A powerful energy envelopes his blade. The system speaks of the power of destruction, which is at 99%. Hanu runs towards Bel-Liam, swinging his blade. He deals a powerful blow to the dragon's flesh. The astonished guy sees his sword shatter into pieces. A small scale flies away from the dragon. The protagonist realizes that his attacks are not deep enough. A bright cloud of energy forms in the huge mouth of Bel-Liam. Frowning, MC tries to understand what is about to happen. The bright sphere of energy grows larger. He notices its strange breathing. The strongest flow of energy from the ears towards the protagonist, who does not understand what is happening. Suddenly, Hanu smirks. On the ground, in the middle of the jungle, lies a dead lizard. The fighter jumps on it. Mihi runs up to him with a bow in his hands and shouts that this was the last kelk in the area. The warrior carries the severed part of the monster in his hands and declares that they have collected slimy bags, so they can start building a ship. Mihi looks at his teammate carefully, and says that it would be great if Hanu was with them. Sangjin looks down with a serious look and says that even if MC hadn't gone somewhere, it would have been difficult for him to go with them. Mihi asks again, confused, not understanding what he is talking about. The strongest attack flies towards the protagonist. Sangjin at this moment says that they are still in his shadow. The protagonist himself thinks that the situation is different from what it was then, but still found himself in a similar position. He takes off in a second, realizing that this time he can dodge. Concentrating, the protagonist flies past the turbulent flow of energy. The golden dragon looks at him fiercely. Hanu takes up the small blade, knowing that a conventional weapon will not pierce its scales. A sickle and dagger are shown, explaining that Decrato's judgment and fairness were originally dual weapons, revealing their true power when used in pairs. A confident protagonist, holding a dagger in his hand, the system window says that this is an improved version. Sharp spines emit lightning. The second power of hemorrhage is used. Bel-Liam, its mouth wide open in pain, feels the spikes around its neck. They pierce the scales, blood spurts to the sides. The MC holds it with the help of these chains. The protagonist pulls it on and deals more damage, realizing that the upgraded version gives strength at the cost of durability, and the dragon's aura is strong, so it won't be possible to hold it for long. The protagonist diligently holds the weapon, wondering if this chain will hold. He resolutely looks ahead, realizing that she definitely should. Bel-Liam tries to break free from his shackles, while Hanu thinks he can't weaken his attacks. Even if it means sacrificing weapons, he will strike even if it strips him of all weapons. The dragon's big tail moves towards the guy. The monster's tail blows the protagonist aside. The main character flies away with all his strength in the opposite direction. Hanu sighs in displeasure. There are blood stains on his face. He holds a spike chain in his hand, while emitting a red aura. The chain flies along the sword stuck in the ground. It clings to the blades. With a deft movement, the main character points his swords towards the dragon. Bel-Liam flaps its giant wing. With a deft movement, he breaks them into pieces. After a moment, the golden dragon begins to roar loudly. MC, hold a blade in your hand. Red lightning shoots out from it. A large monster opens its mouth and exposes hundreds of sharp teeth. The protagonist bravely heads to attack directly on Bel-Liam. It is said that even now, most likely, his power is growing. Sangjin puts on a hood, stating that they must prepare themselves to follow him. He turns to his partner and encourages them to move on, saying that they need to do something. The lady walks beside him and listens to the fact that there are several people they will take with them on the ship. Mihi clarifies which ones. A group of people is standing in the middle of a dense forest. It is said that they are acquaintances, but this is not entirely accurate. A man with long hair grins. It is said that they are likely to be useful. Fireflies fly in the middle of a dense forest. Red spots are spreading on the ground. The fighter steps into them with his boot. Johan runs forward and exclaims that the poison has spread even here. He runs inside and calls out to people, stating that they need to wait, as he is not on board yet. Suddenly, spears are stuck in front of him. The guy in shock asks what is happening. The bully remarks with a smirk that he missed, because this dwarf is very good at dodging. Johan stands downstairs and claims with displeasure that they deceived him, saying that they would take him on board if he helped with the materials. He replied that they had no reason to take a clanless one. Gritting his teeth in anger, the guy thinks that they are still bastards. Johan turns around and runs away, shouting after him that he may still have time to build himself a boat. A desperate guy runs through the forest. The hooligans assume that he would rather die from poison, while he thinks that he should not have trusted the clansmen, and if that cursed creature warned about the time limit. The disgruntled hero in a raincoat declares that he urgently needs to kill someone. A desperate guy argues that somewhere there must be a slug bag of a kelk. Surprised, Johan turns around, not understanding what the noise was. His face is horrified by what he sees. Unfazed, Hanu breaks through the barrier. The guy falls to the ground and does not understand what is happening. The main character with torn clothes gets out of a hole in space. He is asked who he is anyway. MC, with blood stains on his body, looks around and notices that the ground hasn't been soaked in poison yet, so there's still time. Hanu shakes himself off. Johan stands by in shock and asks who he is. Discouraged, the guy pokes at the barrier and asks how it got through the wall, because he didn't even know that he could break through it, since he couldn't even scratch it with attacks. The main character, not paying attention, goes on. The guy calls him. MC replies that he needs to hurry and there is no time to talk. Johan with a serious face notices that he is really in a hurry, while clarifying whether it is true to walk without clothes. Hanu turns around and explains that he needs to build a ship. There is no time to lose. The guy closes himself from the strong wind, not having time to say that he cannot cope alone. The protagonist soars high into the sky. A stunned guy stands downstairs and cannot believe what is happening. At this time, the man flies into the tree. A ferocious crocodile monster stands in front of a group of people, and his companion shouts to him that he needs to get together, because they cannot afford him to lose consciousness. The scales of the Galapagonian crocodile have sharp spikes. The main character runs near a frightened guy who says that they can't cope with this creature on their own. MC states that if they are not going to fight him, then in this case he will take him for himself. Hanu is a masterful fist. There are drops of blood on his hands. The guys around are wondering if he really threw himself on this creature literally with his bare hands. Blood splatters fly away. The question is who he is. Johan runs up with a tired look and shouts that he is too fast. The guy tries to catch his breath. He is asked if he is really with him. He denies it, stating that he has just met him. Powerful fists fly across the monster's body. The frantic protagonist rips out the organ of a crocodile. A bloody mutant lies in the middle of the forest. Hanu walks through it. He examines its spleen, thinking that he caught a monster because it was on the way, but the crocodile parasite is not really needed. A man near MC calls out to him and asks if he would mind pooling resources and building a ship together. Johan stands behind them and states that he will add his own materials just to let him in. He replies that the crocodile parasite can only be used to build a ship with 20 seats. MC descends from the monster while the guy assures that he needs a ship and he can exchange, while the other exclaims that he met this person first, so he will take it. The parasite flies towards the frightened guys. The main character claims that he does not need him. Hanu calmly turns away, stating that he is making a ship with 500 seats, so they can do whatever they want with the parasite. A ferocious lizard-shaped monster emits blue energy. It is said that the key item for building a ship is the heart of a stone lizard. The difficulty of obtaining materials for larger ships is growing exponentially. Johan, frowning, looks at the swearing guys. He realizes that the 4th floor is filling with poison faster and faster, and it is not clear how much time is left. The guy wonders if MC is really going to create such a ship, hunting the elusive mutant alone. Hanu points his finger and orders them to tell everyone else that if they bring materials as a toll, he will allow them to sail with him. Astonished, Johan asks if they will really be able to get on board. A group of people are standing next to each other. They are discussing whether the protagonist will take them with such materials. Dozens of people stand in the middle of the training area on the 4th floor. Johan crosses his arms and realizes that he has brought everything that has been said, so this is the latest adventure. Something is approaching the guys, until he hopes that he will not be deceived again. The astonished people turn around, not understanding what this strange noise is. A giant monster appears in front of them. Johan is horrified to think that he is attacking them. A stone lizard holds another mutant in its teeth. People scatter in shock. Hanu stands on top of the defeated monster and notices that everyone has already gathered. He jumps down and orders them to get ready to leave. Discouraged, Johan realizes that he really defeated her alone. The protagonist goes to the resting fairy and claims that he has brought the heart of a stone lizard, so they can arrange an exchange. The flying animal looks at the watch and states that the protagonist still has time left. Then he clarifies if Hanu knows that he needs other materials too. The imperturbable guy replies that of course he knows. The protagonist takes out of the bag, stating that it is a kelp slug bag, the Rune tree, materials brought by the others in payment for permission to go on board. The main character is on his knees and says that the last thing he has is the silk rope of Iraq. Frowning, Fairy asks where the heart of the stone lizard is. Johan wonders what kind of artifact he has instead of a backpack. He replies that he can take it. Fairy, closing his eyes, congratulates him on collecting all the necessary materials. After all, there are still materials left. But he is the only one who brought so much on his own, so he wants to reward him. The frightened guys see a red liquid on the floor and exclaim that the poison has almost reached them. The flying assistant enthusiastically invites the other guys to congratulate him with applause. They say that they need a ship. Fairy notices their haste with displeasure. A giant light ship hangs in front of a group of people. It is said that they will all sail on it. Johan looks up in amazement and asks if it is really a vessel with 500 seats. Hanu remarks that everyone will fit there, so it is necessary to bring those who have come there with materials. The joyful guys run to the ship, exclaiming that they will gladly follow it. Fairy smirks confidently and advises them not to worry about steering the ship, as they will take care of their journey as a reward. The bare-chested protagonist stands on the deck. The animal calls to sit down and rest, because the expected arrival time is 3 days. The ship plows through the red poison. The mate claims that he will no longer interfere. Fairy smiles and says he's very glad he sent them to the red zone, so that his efforts don't go to waste. A huge ship with white sails sails on poison. The assistant advises them to try to survive as long as possible. Several ships sail through the endless sea. Fairy talks about the red zone they will get into after the training zone. The fighters are standing on the deck and watching the ships. One of them asks if this is the entrance to the red zone. Because there are many other ships there, the other notices a rather impressive view. A red deadly liquid beats against the ship. It is said that this is not just a colored ocean, but poison. The guys enthusiastically discuss how they should be grateful to have been taken on board, otherwise they wouldn't have seen it. The main character looks thoughtfully ahead. One of the guys says that he let them in without setting difficult conditions, so he is a good person. The other is interested in his name. MC leans on the edge of the ship. The system says that all his stats are greatly reduced. He understands that it is good that he has taken into account the consequences of taking the essence of demonic jade in advance. Hansu looks at the bandage arm and realizes that he didn't expect to get it here, however. Yellow energy streams from his palm. The guy thinks about how this is the first skill he has acquired in this life, the dragon energy art. After all, everyone despised this skill in the past. But considering that he can only learn 7 skills, the dragon energy art is a pretty good skill to be his first. A shocked guy stands not far from the main character, looks ahead and suddenly asks what it is. Broken parts of ships float in red poison. The frightened guy holds onto the board and shouts for help. Johan is shocked to notice that these are the same guys who dumped him last time. Someone approaches the poor guy swimming in poison, who at the same time shouts that he must get out immediately, and besides, there are still people there. The trident pierces the guy's back, piercing him through. Scarlet blood drips down the weapon. The monster lifts the poor guy on his trident. Ferocious predators are overboard the ship. People are screaming about it. The soldiers stand near the cannons. Johan watches in amazement. The question is who changed the direction of the ship. Hansu calmly holds on to the steering wheel. The guy wonders what he is up to this time. The ship with white sails sails on. The question arises why they changed course. Frightened people stand below and ask what he is doing. Johan points a frightened finger and wonders if MC hasn't seen all these broken ships. Because if they are attacked in the poisonous sea, no one will be safe. The main character calmly looks at them while they ask him why he thinks that he can save everyone alone. Because this is impossible. They will simply die here. And why is he trying to save everyone around? Images of Chaldean and Ares arise that speak of their mission. The main character is thoughtfully silent. He turns away, stating that this is enough. The guy below shouts that it is dangerous to approach the islands, so they need to stick to their original course. Johan hears in disbelief that now they will succeed. On the edge of the side, the vile hand of the monster appears. The frightened guy sees the fighters who climb onto the deck. In shock, he tries to understand when they manage to climb in. The enraged fighter shouts that they wanted to sail away without them. He remarks that they only managed to survive because they swam towards the protagonist's ship. The villain, furious, takes Johan by the collar and intends to see how he will cope with being thrown overboard. Suddenly, a powerful blow blocks the path of the villain. The blade sticks next to him. He angrily asks who did it now. Hansu asks them to stop chatting with a serious look. Because they are already walking, he is immediately asked who exactly. Suddenly, the enemy jumps onto the deck. Everyone is in shock. Mutants with tridents are swimming in the depths. The guy understands that the guards are already at the entrance to the red zone. Ferocious monsters go on the attack. The system states that the skill of the cursed survivor is used. The underwater monster attacks with the trident. It is explained that these creatures live exclusively in the poisonous sea. Attack in a simple but effective method, namely, break a hole in the bottom of the ship. People run around the deck in panic and shout that the ship was attacked from below, and thus they can drown. An excited man stands next to the main character and tries to figure out how they can get to them. Because you need to attack them with long-range weapons, not letting them get close to the ship. They also block all attacks, so more power is needed. Hansu stands with his feet on the edge of the deck, stating that if the enemies are not going to go towards them, he will do it himself. The main character is rapidly flying towards the poison. People around him claim that he has simply gone crazy. Red spray rises above the waves. The stunned fighter says that MC jumped into the poisonous sea without any equipment. The main character slowly sinks into the abyss. The people on board are sure that he is already dead. The protagonist swims underwater and notices monsters with tridents. Hansu begins to use magic, realizing that the poisonous waters of the sea are easily repelled by the art of dragon energy. A light aura gradually seeps out of his fingers. He resolutely clenches his fist, realizing that his magic stats are red, so he will handle it. Ferocious underwater monsters begin to hit him. The protagonist watches as they gradually approach him. The frantic protagonist collects energy. It is said that this art allows you to harness the energy of dragons, and in addition to this, the skill gradually changes the user's body, making it more dragon-like. Scales appear on Hansu's face, and he realizes that such legendary skills and items are called null numbering. MC clenches his fist, which has turned into a dragon's paw. He realizes that art definitely deserves such a title, but so far he will not be able to use its full power. The main character delivers a powerful blow to the enemy. A deep hole is visible in the monster's chest. The protagonist notices that even now the penetrating power is quite good. The underwater mutants see this in shock. Mermaids with tridents quickly swim away. The main character notices their retreat. Hansu forms clumps of energy in his hand, knowing that if he lets them go, they will simply wait for the next opportunity to attack. The protagonist jumps from one mutant to another in a matter of moments, striking blows. He decides that he does not have time for such games. Hansu swims in red water. A mermaid with a weapon rushes at him. Turning around, he notices this. The protagonist clutches his weapon. He skillfully pierces the mutant through. The blood spreads in different directions. Clots of scarlet blood move underwater. The main character holds a trident in his hands. Opposite him is a monster with a severed head. Hansu frowns from lack of oxygen. The corpses of killed mermaids are floating around. The guy looks at the ship and assumes that there are problems there, so it is better to return as soon as possible. A group of guys is standing near a hole in the ship. One of them says that the water must be stopped. The other notes that if someone sees a monster in the hole, you need to kill it immediately. Splashes of red poison fly towards the frightened guy. He calls for help, because the monster has made its way to them. The trident deftly stops the sword's blow. It turns out that it is Hansu climbing onto the ship. He advises them to watch where they are brandishing their weapons. The discouraged soldier asks how he was able to return, because there is not a single scratch on him. MC wipes his hair, wondering if they really thought he couldn't do it. There are logs nearby. He is asked why he is so calm, because he has just made an even bigger hole in the ship. He replies that he knows it. The main character tears a log with his bare hands. The interlocutor tries to understand what he is doing, because now is not the time for this. A blond man near them calls on them to stop the monsters. They, in turn, are shocked by the protagonist's actions. Hansu deftly nails a tree to the hole. The guy exclaims that he is making planks out of logs to repair the hole. The guys walk through the puddle, intending to find even more planks of the Rune tree. The protagonist notices that they will still need the slime of the kelks to close the hole, while one of the onlookers clarifies whether MC really broke the logs with his hands. His companions tried to help him patch up the holes. One of them says that he needs to get down to business, because he also needs to do something with the accumulated poisonous water. The protagonist notes that there is no need to do anything with it, because it will evaporate by itself, and if you stay here, you can breathe in vapors, so it is better to return upstairs. Hansu goes on deck with the guys. He sighs, realizing that he has used up all his strength, but everything turned out well, and he also got a good replacement for his broken weapon. The cursed shining trident is shown, and the boy thinks that this weapon is strong enough to withstand the poisonous waters, so it will be used for use. A group of tired people come out on deck. They are told that if they look ahead, they will see a good view. The perplexed comrade-in-arms will look up and wonder what to look at besides water. Suddenly, their faces become shocked. They do not understand what it is in front of them. Opposite their large ship is an island. The roots of the trees grow into the water. The guys shout that they finally swam to the red zone, because they did not even expect to swim so fast. The ship sails past the island. The question is raised why the ship does not stop, because it seems that it should act automatically. Johan tells his astonished partner that the ship must sail for 3 days, which means that the time has not yet come. The protagonist stands behind them and claims that this is not the land. Giant roots grow into the poison. Hansu explains that it is the root of the world tree. He is immediately asked what kind of tree it is. Johan clarifies with a smirk that this is probably the view that the main character was talking about, who, in turn, encourages you to look further, because the most interesting is just beginning. The world tree begins to make a strange sound and rumble. People on the ship stagger and almost fall. Discouraged, Johan looks up, not understanding what is happening. A giant monster with a huge mouth appears in front of the ship. People do not understand what it is at all. A giant wave rises near the ship. People are horrified to see this, but the protagonist's face is unfazed. The monster appears before them. The guys on the ship are trying to understand who it is. He has bright yellow eyes that radiate energy. The monster opens its mouth and flies to attack. The frightened sailors shout that they are about to be devoured. The mutant bites the ship and thereby destroys it. A powerful wave is moving towards the ship. One of the guys shouts for the others to be careful. They can barely stand on their feet. Red poison splashes on the deck. The guy looks ahead in horror. There are drops of poison on his face. He says that the monster did not try to eat them at all. The root of the world tree is visible. He claims that the monster ate it whole. The excited guy states that this little root was the size of an entire island. Hansu, frowning, realizes that a ship sent from the training zone will stumble upon one of thousands of roots depending on the route laid out by ferry. A giant monster swims in the abyss of the ocean. It is a fish devouring the world tree, one of the 5 disasters that dry it up. Creatures with long nails stretch their palms to the magic sphere. It is said that they lived in the red zone. A giant tree rises above the ground. It is said that in an attempt to preserve its species from environmental dangers, It was created using magical genetic engineering. The ferocious monsters are shown in a terrible guise. It is explained that they could not stop the 5 disasters and Elfenheim began to turn into ruins. So it seems that these mutants were created for the sole purpose of destroying this tree. The warrior holds a sword in his hand. The protagonist realizes that in the past he failed to protect the world tree, but now, he needs to do his job. As the mutant swims across the red ocean, MC thinks that the creature has swallowed one of the roots and is now slowly starting to move on to the next one, so it is necessary to start at the root on the edge of the region, away from where they were originally headed. Johan runs up to the protagonist in shock and asks what the hell he is doing. Nervously, he shouts that Hansu sent the ship right after that monster, because although MC is really strong, he is not capable of such a giant, and he also needs to ask the others if they are willing to fight. The main character with a thoughtful look says that there may indeed be dissenters. He, in turn, is shocked to realize that he has only now realized this. The surprised guys suddenly hear from him that in this case, the dissenters can get off the ship. Hansu points his finger back and says that he needs to follow that mutant, so those who want to get off the ship must raise their hands, and then he will instantly lower them. The ship sails slowly through the red water. There is a continuous deadly poison around them. The roots of the tree are visible in the water. The ship sails closer. The events take place at the world tree, at the roots of the edge, at the top, where the roots begin. A group of guys look ahead. One of them asks if this is the destination. A large snake has entangled the trunk of a tree. The system says that it is dying. The soldiers are standing in front of it. One of the guys is interested in where the roots grow from. The other notes that it is a real hulk, and it is difficult to say how high it has grown. The protagonist puts his hand on Johan's shoulder and remarks that it is better than in the water, while he encourages her to smile. Because they still have 2 weeks, they will be safe if they continue to climb. A man nearby asks if he won't go, while Johan states that the demon says they need to head to the world tree. The excited guy replies that he will go too, while Hansu states that they can't just sit there, because he has to follow them even if they want to leave. Closing their eyes, the protagonist advises them to hurry. He says with a serious face that the fish of calamity will come to eat the roots in 2 weeks, so it is necessary to find the man. He takes up arms, intending to do something. The trident sticks into the planks and destroys them. The protagonist says that they can't let the others use the ship, so they will have to destroy it. Hansu stands on the shore, assuming that they are already at the cross. Johan walks behind a group of fighters, wondering if he really won't go with them. Thinking about it, the guy goes further and realizes that MC is unpredictable, but it would be calmer if he was with them. The partner in turn notices something on the left. An overgrown cross rises above them. One of the participants in the journey turns around and shouts that this cross was definitely made by someone, so you can approach it. Johan raises his hand and says that since he was made by someone, it may be a trap, so it is dangerous to go there with the whole group. The guy offers to send a small squad, because in any case there are no clans among them. People are standing opposite and hear that several people in pairs will go to reconnoiter the area. Astonished, Johan looks up when he hears that this is why someone thinks cautious people are problematic. The mysterious stranger with a smirk states that it may be better for survival, but it only causes them problems. The people from the ship see the fighters at the top of the tree. The long-haired fighter claims that he's the only one here who thinks it's a problem, so it's best to keep quiet or they'll misunderstand. The fighter lands hard, claiming that he always pushes conversations onto him. The guys took up arms. The stranger says that there are 148 people here, because it's amazing that so many clanless people were able to reach here. The fighter is on his knee and says that he is from the Valkyrie clan, part of a group of assistants. Aaron, wearing a white and gold cape, introduces himself by name and declares that they are their new saviors. Johan wonders in amazement what he means. The long-haired fighter introduces the demons and says that after training, those fairy with strange bodies are not known to interfere or give guidance. The fighter scratches his head and states that, of course, they are watching them from somewhere, but they won't help, so the guys can follow Aaron and his comrades in arms, while people start a discussion about how there seem to be few of them, so they can deal with them. A couple more land behind the warrior, one of them saying that no one will follow him after such words. Minchell, a member of the group of assistants, stands next to Pam and introduces himself, and the old lady by name, while he assures that he will explain everything normally. The dark-haired fighter looks at them carefully and states that they are assistants and have received orders to help the travelers who came from the training zone, at which point they are asked who gave such orders. The edge of the weapon hits the ground with a thud. The image of a young warrior arises. The grandmother talks about Ares, the monarch of their clan, who left her assistants 20 years ago when she went to the Orange Zone. An elderly woman stands next to her comrades in arms and understands that it is hard to believe them, but they are here to help people adapt in the Red Zone. A lot of people are standing in front of them. The grandmother claims that this is the end of the roots, and they are quite far from the world tree, so they will need help. The guys talk to each other about the fact that they are not hostile, and that there are much more of them, so everything will be fine. Aaron closes his eyes and states that beginners don't listen at all, so they just need to follow them. Minchell says with a smile that he doesn't know how to listen, because he didn't hear her say that everything needs to be done properly. A confident Johan steps forward and says that they will follow them, at which point an argument begins. Eren looks at her with a sneer and listens to the stray dog understand what they are saying faster. He replies that if the girl is so smart, then why can't she do everything herself? Because for the weak one she talks a lot. Johan at this time tries to stop them. They turn around in amazement when they hear a request to stop swearing. The old lady with a serious look orders not to waste time here, because there are duties assigned to them. Pam goes further and offers to take a group of people where they need to go. Eren turns around and says that you shouldn't pounce on them just because there are more of them. Johan, nervously, hears that 30,000 helpers have been here for years, so if the guys want to survive, there is no need to fool around. Eren thinks with a sly grin that beginners are very easily intimidated by numbers, but over time they will realize that there are creatures whose names alone are terrifying. Surprised, Johan turns around, at which time it is explained that the red zone has its own rules. For example, no one touches newly arrived newcomers. Eren raises his hand and asks him not to pay attention, after being asked what the strange noise is nearby. Not far from them, you can see heavy splashes. Someone is talking about a person who is fighting there. The assistants look around. One of them declares that so far they will not be able to cope with anyone here. Minchel, wide-eyed, notes that this skill looks very familiar. A battle can be seen in the distance. A dark-haired girl asks why this woman is fighting. Her partner clarifies what kind of woman she is. Explosions are visible in the middle of the roots of the tree. The protagonist blocks the punch with his hands and slides on the ground. He has bloody bandages on his wrists. He does not understand why she attacked. The girl with the monocle is furious and demands to shut up. She has a bright magic sphere in her hand. The warrior says that he has just finished training. She swings her magic hand, shouting that he didn't know the place. Frowning, the pink-haired lady claims that he also dares to talk all sorts of nonsense. The woman stood and stared at the sea monster, muttering that it was finally here. Her monocle reflected the fish of disasters. The pink-haired woman lowered her head. She clenched her fist and wondered if she no longer had the right to seek revenge for her parents. The woman looked up, remembering that she thought it was necessary for her and her relatives, who would also be dragged to this place sooner or later, said that she would finish all the business and follow. The wind ruffled her hair, and the warrior mentioned her master. The girl saw herself as a stranger among other people, because she is called crazy for declaring that she will kill the fish of disaster, since no one wants to risk their life in a battle with a monster that is bigger than a whole mountain. But maybe the train has really already left. The main character climbed higher in tattered pants. Sophia turned around abruptly when he clarified her name. She stood in front of the guy, asking how the newcomer knew who was in front of him. The brunette stuck a trident into the root, and the interlocutor thought that she did not see its exact characteristics. But it only looked like he had arrived in the red zone, and it did not look like he had good weapons or objects, or at least clothes. Hansu knitted his eyebrows and said that he wanted to discuss something about fish disasters. The woman rounded her eyes in surprise when the guy added that he needed her help. She narrowed her eyes and muttered that she hadn't seen him here before. The interlocutor stood in front of the hero, asking if he was Quadratus. The brunette smiled and held out his hand, deciding to take Conte's advice, and said that it would be beneficial for her as well. The pink-haired one turned pale when the hero pointed out that she didn't want to worry any longer about whether her relatives would get here or not, and if they killed the fish of disaster, it would increase the chances of her family's survival. Sophia suddenly charged, asking how he knew about it. The guy jumped away, dodging the attack. The interlocutor gritted her teeth in fury. The brunette looked at her in bewilderment. An explosion rang out, raising a cloud of dust. The woman clenched her fist and swung. The hero dodged the blow again. He touched her shoulder, leaning on it. Then he pushed off and rolled over in the air. Sophia frowned, releasing her energy, and asked how he dared to interfere in her life. A magic circle appeared above her head. The attack was approaching the guy. The main character knitted his eyebrows, surprised that she had reached this technique, which means that he seriously infuriated her. 3 jade balls of icy light flew towards the brunette. Hansu clenched his fist, concentrating his energy, and thought that he was still not good enough in the art of dragon energy. It would still come back to haunt him, but the risk was worth it. His body was engulfed in golden lightning from applying a special technique of the dragon energy art. Steel scales appeared on his face, the beginning of the transformation of the first level view. Ice needles pierced the ground. Blue crystals formed on the roots, and the woman said that the 3 jade balls of icy light were a skill that instantly froze anything she touched. The main character stood, encased in ice, and she said that he could not escape from her attack, which freezes even the air. Sophia frowned and added that she had beaten him so that he would not die, as she still needed to hear the source of his information. Her eyes widened as the young man apologized. The ice began to crack. The brunette smirked, his eyes flashing, and noted that she wasn't the only one who had excellent skills. The guy swung his clawed hand, activating the first power of the Nermha ring. He struck the ground with the power of destruction. The shock wave shattered all the ice and forced her opponent to cover herself. The woman narrowed her eyes, not believing that he had just dissipated her skill, and wondered if it was possible to obtain the transforming art of energy in the training zone, and how dense the mana protecting it was. The pink-haired one waved her hand and muttered that she couldn't lose. She remembered standing among her teammates who said that if she didn't follow them now, she would be left behind, wasting time on the unkillable fish of disaster. Sophia held out her hand, creating magic circles, and shouted that it was impossible. It soared into the sky along the monumental air road. The woman opened the spell book and concentrated. A yellow light emanated from Alice's book, and in her hands woven the spell of solidification. The warrior straightened up, and a glowing weapon appeared above her. Sophia knitted her eyebrows and shouted that she hadn't stayed there to be looked down upon by the likes of him. The attack was rapidly approaching the main character. His eyes flashed, and he took a fighting stance. Golden lightning bolts appeared around his hand with the ring. The guy swung his paw sharply, destroying the air route. The brunette landed on the ground, and his opponent also fell. The scales began to disappear from his face. He looked back at the interlocutor and asked if she wanted to continue. The woman gritted her teeth in irritation. Then she straightened up and replied that there was no point. Hansu looked at her and asked why she had decided to turn back. The interlocutor frowned and asked not to hold her for a fool, noting that his special technique was still far from perfect. The hero introduced stones, unique weapons, and magic, reflecting on the fact that there are 3 components that determine the rank of the art of energy: scaling and strengthening the rune, the strength and effectiveness of the mana barrier, and special abilities, and depending on it, the art of energy can vary significantly in strength and method of application. The woman narrowed her eyes and thought that she had planned to push him to the brink of death, but considering that he was able to withstand her attack without getting a single scratch, his art was already among the best by Red Zone standards, so there was no point in testing him any further. The pink-haired woman squinted at the guy and said that she realized that he was strong, but how he planned to kill the fish of disaster. An image of a monster popped up before her eyes, and she told her that people had surrendered after she had devoured more than 1,000 people, and that she was considered more of a natural disaster than a monster. The woman clenched her fist and added that there were even idiots who were praying to this monster, and she was already tired of fighting alone, and he had better leave before he finished like her. The pink-haired one turned around and muttered that it was a waste of time. The brunette looked down and said he wouldn't have come to her if he thought it would be easy, but he had a plan. All he needed was her help. The interlocutor stopped and said that she no longer intended to continue this stupidity. She flinched when the hero asked if she had decided to give up on the 14th attempt to kill the disaster fish. Sophia turned around and exclaimed that she would not fight, no matter what he said. The guy imagined the girl at the beginning of her journey, when her parents were eaten in front of her eyes, and she began to challenge the monster over and over again. For the first time, a large detachment of warriors fought with her. In the second, there were significantly fewer people. And in the third, fourth and subsequent years, she was already facing this huge Jaws face to face. On her 13th attempt, Sophia, covered in blood, sat on the ground, sensing the senselessness of her actions. The protagonist looked at her and said that she might not have succeeded, but she had escaped the fate of being eaten so many times, and now she had him. The pink-haired woman rounded her eyes dumbfounded when the guy said that he would make sure that she would kill the fish of disaster. The woman remembered a man in glasses who said that she did not need to go with him. He knew that he could cope, let him only believe. Sophia lowered her head in thought. The interlocutors were standing opposite each other, and she wondered why the guy was so determined to catch the monster. The brunette looked away and replied that he just wanted to save billions of lives. He turned around, and the woman asked again in surprise, and then the guy muttered that it would rather be 1.5 billion. The warrior stared at him questioningly. They stood opposite each other against the sunset, and Sophia said that he was even worse than most madmen. Aaron peeked out from behind a tree, wondering what the fuss was. He looked at them from afar and thought that all this seemed strange, if only they would not be dragged into it. The man turned around, about to leave before he was caught, but the trident had already nailed the hem of his cloak to the ground. The man frowned and thought that this could not be. The main character, still bare-chested, looked at the spy and asked if he was leaving without even saying hello, and he kept thinking about how he was discovered. The woman noticed Aaron and asked what he was doing there. The interlocutor smiled awkwardly and muttered that it was a pleasure to meet him. Hansu narrowed his eyes as he remembered that this man had been here at the time. Not far from the cross, a camp was set up, and the brunette asked to show them the way. People were already crowding around the tents. Johann looked around and noted that it was full of people. Minchel looked to the side and explained that the refugees from the end of the route need to move constantly, and if the fish of distress start eating the route, they will have to leave too, so they tried to keep the number of people in one place to a minimum. He turned around and said that in the central building they would be briefly told about everything and helped to settle in the upper city, after which he asked if they were hungry. Johann looked at the plate and exclaimed, "Is it really normal food?" The cook smiled at the suspicious-looking green jelly, and said that she had tried to choose the freshest for them. The guy leaned on the table in displeasure and asked if they really wanted travelers to eat this strange slime, to which the interlocutor replied that everyone here eats it, but it has all the necessary nutrients. Nearby, several men were vomiting, and the woman noted that she had warned them that the monsters of the red zone were quite poisonous. Johann and the others were sweating and looking away, but they were no longer indignant. The guy began to stuff the goo into his mouth, and the cook said that she would then give them devices so that they could get mucus themselves. Minchel waved her hand and said he'd leave the rest to her, and she nodded. The brunette noticed the main character along with his comrades. He looked into the tent and asked when his friend managed to return, and also brought with him the guy with whom he had fought earlier. Aaron sat with a displeased look and sewed up his torn raincoat. At his friend's question, the man frowned and exclaimed that this mad bastard had a fight with Sophia, and he remembered that the interlocutor was going to go on reconnaissance and not get caught. Aaron closed his eyes with a sigh and asked how the others were doing, to which he received the answer that everything was as expected, and these were much stronger than last year. They looked at the crowd and noted that the harsher the red zone became, the more powerful the people who entered it became, and there were some pretty strong personalities in this group, and if it weren't for the fish of disasters, there might have been the same number of people in each arriving group. The men introduced the monster, realizing that the adventurers, who need time to get used to the routes, need to live closer to the center, since the outskirts are constantly being devoured by the monster. Minchell knitted his eyebrows and said that the fairies knew about it, which was why they had changed the difficulty of the training so that only the strong would come. Aaron rubbed his chin and muttered that rumors about a guy who could fight back against Sophia were already circulating, and the newcomer himself might soon show up. The man stepped on the root with his foot. The stranger in the unbuttoned shirt put his hand to his forehead and took a closer look. He grinned and flashed his red eyes. The woman approached the main character and asked if he had received a device for extracting mucus. Otherwise you can't survive here without it. But instead of answering, the guy asked where she was. The interlocutor arched an eyebrow in displeasure and said that he needed to drop in somewhere, and then handed him the clothes. The pink-haired woman turned away and explained that she had obtained it in a hurry, but it was still better than nothing, and then muttered that she was still worried about the attack on him, because they were going to work together. The woman closed her eyes in embarrassment when she decided that the brunette would start changing clothes right there, and he calmed her down, assuring her that he was just checking the size. He smiled and thanked his interlocutor. Sophia cleared her throat, covering her face with her hand, and replied that she just didn't want to see him half naked, but she had to go somewhere before she went. A yellow banner fluttered on the center for helping new arrivals. The pink-haired one waved her hand and asked the hero to wait here, in a place created for those who are waiting for their families, the founder of which was Aries. A girl with a short haircut noticed Sophia and exclaimed that she hadn't come in for a long time. The woman stole a glance at the hero and asked him to clarify the list of newcomers, as well as to ask about the artifact she left here. The interlocutor smiled and agreed, opening the system window. She was looking for something in the table, and the pink-haired woman thought that the help center not only helps newcomers, but also provides various services to those who sponsor the place. Sophia looked at a printed list of those recently rescued from neighboring routes, but it takes about a couple of days to check out the others. The woman lowered her head, wondering if her family had already arrived, but immediately pulled herself back, reminding her that she should focus on the fish of disaster. The pink-haired woman shuddered and turned around when the main character offered to discuss matters if she was finished. Hanu, who had already changed into his new clothes, looked at his ally resolutely and said that they had 13 days and 18 hours left, which was not much, so they had to move out. The interlocutor looked at his new image with embarrassment and asked what his plan was. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and replied that she would take him inside, and he would use his special weapon on the weak spot of the calamity fish. The woman stared at him and asked if this was really all. The pink-haired woman turned pale and wondered if she should just leave and not get involved in this. She followed the guy into the street and said that this creature really could not be killed from the outside, but everything was not so simple, to which the brunette replied that there was no reason to worry, because you could go on a ship. Sophia looked at it and said that she had a 30-seater, but the brunette replied that it would not fit, so they used it for 500 seats. The interlocutor opened her mouth in surprise and asked if he had left it there. The guy squinted at her and muttered that he was not a beginner, and she would see everything herself, to which the woman reminded that he was just a beginner, it seemed. Hansu turned around and suggested that they agree that he had superpowers, and in the meantime, since he had a ship, he needed to collect materials, so it was worth splitting up. The pink-haired woman shuddered when the hero added that everything would go smoothly if you trusted him. The way the guy stood and spoke reminded her of her teacher. She smiled at the memory. Then she turned around and said that she would collect materials over there, so don't let her give up for now. The brunette caught the axe thrown to him, as the woman noted that his weapon would soon break in the red zone. The hero glanced at the gift, and the pink-haired woman assured him that it was better than his trident. Hansu looked down and thought it was just like when she had taught him how to survive. In a previous life, Sophia also gave him axes as his first weapon, being his teacher. The brunette tucked them behind his back and decided that some things never change. The warrior opened the system window and said that she had already figured out what materials would be needed to hunt the disaster fish due to its peculiarity, and the boy replied that he knew about her library, so the woman asked if he really had any abilities. She flashed her eyes and confirmed that she can visualize any type of information, and although she does not know everything, she knows more about the red zone, although it does not help to understand the main character. Hansu looked around with a smirk and said that then he would go to the outskirts, clarifying the readiness of his partner. The interlocutor nodded decisively, realizing that it was time to finish with this monster once and for all. The sorceress swept over the island along the airway, thinking that in order to create a poison capable of killing the fish of disaster, they needed to collect all the necessary materials. She looked away, remembering that she would have to lure the apon out of its nest to collect its fluids. The woman twitched when she heard the noise. The warrior turned around and put up a magical shield, blocking the attack. She looked at the man and asked what he was doing. Jang Geisa smirked as he held the green sphere in his hand, and noted that she had a beautiful body as always, and maybe she wanted to go for a walk. The interlocutor grimaced and wished him to leave the world of the living, saying that she was too busy to bother with such garbage right now. The man arched his eyebrows and said with a grin that they were too close for such a thing. Chains sparkled around his neck, and he added that this was also part of her charm. Geisu took out his whip and exclaimed that his partner, who had returned with him from the belly of the calamity fish, should not say that. The man waved his weapon. The sorceress stood and watched the approaching attack. She opened the book and concentrated her magical energy. Blades appeared from the golden inscription. They fell into the ground, trying to stop the attack. One of them interrupted the attacker's crooked line. Another blade flew past his face, cutting off a strand of hair. The sorceress looked at him contemptuously and declared that she hated people who fought without knowing their place. Geisa sweated and muttered with a smirk that it seemed to be inevitable. A pink blade flashed in the air. The man jerked the bandage on his forehead. Underneath it was a third eye bright red. The woman shuddered. The blade froze in the air, a centimeter from the target. Geisa chuckled and muttered that she was thinking quickly. He smiled and reminded his rival what kind of eye it was. The man made a gesture with his hand and asked if she really thought that he would think that he would come up with an attack without having a backup plan, and a whole organization was working with him in this way, and he had not only a beacon, but also something related to it. The sorceress frowned and thought that his skill thousandly eyes of a person gripped by envy was truly an annoying thing. The interlocutor looked at her and said that he didn't mean any harm, but just wanted to test her skills, thinking that she might rust after all these rookie losses. Sophia turned away while the man said that her skills were perfected as always, which meant that the rumors were somewhat exaggerated, and she replied that it was none of his business, and that his chatter made her tired, so let him. The man pulled back the bandage and assured him that he would leave as soon as he found out one thing. The pink-haired looked around in exasperation when the other party asked where the rookie she was fighting was, and replied that she wasn't going to say anything. Geisa held out his hand and said that he knew so. He touched her and added that that's why he used the investigative skill. The woman jumped away and asked when he managed to master such a technique. The opponent sneered, arching his eyebrows, and noted that she could block him if she tried, but she was too soft for such a thing. The sorceress looked at him with hatred and said that it would be better for him to die in the belly of the fish of calamity that day. The man jumped back and said that she was so cold, although he was right here. His three eyes flashed as he said that she should have joined Quadratus when given the chance, but what she did was stupid. The woman imagined the monsters and remembered that this organization had turned fear of disasters into reverence by serving them, and they did not care that these creatures could lead to the destruction of humanity. Sophia looked at her interlocutor and asked if he really expected her to join their dubious office. The pink-haired one frowned and resented that they were sacrificing people under the pretext of showing the power of the calamity fish, and then selling the relics of the dead, and after all that, he continued to call himself a human. She remembered how the man had interacted with the newcomers and noted that he did not even realize how many travelers had been deceived by his lying words, promising the safety of the upper route, only to end up in the belly of the monster. The woman remembered how ships disappeared into the jaws of a monster. Geisa grimaced and asked what it was. He closed his eyes and sighed, saying that he earned money using his abilities and participated in religious ceremonies. The man chuckled and added that those who had bought into his speech were just idiots who wouldn't have lived long anyway, so they should be grateful for the opportunity to live in such a posh place as the belly of the fish of disasters, even if only for a short time. Sophia frowned, looking at her interlocutor with fury. The opponent arched his eyebrows and expressed the hope that she would soon find out and be able to understand as she tried a few more times. After these words, he quickly pushed himself off the ground and said goodbye. The pink-haired woman frowned, looking after him, and muttered that the man was definitely a professional in escapes. The sorceress remembered him as a beginner, and thought that if only she had known then what he would become. The man changed, his look, behavior, and thoughts, after barely surviving in the stomach of a fish of calamity. She was sweating, wondering if she should give chase. The image of the main character popped up before her eyes, who asked to forget about everything and focus on collecting materials, then apologized to him, muttering that she would have to leave it to him. Hansu was rushing along the routes. He narrowed his eyes. To his left, the sun was sinking below the horizon. The brunette looked to the side and remembered that the most important thing for killing the calamity fish was the sclerosing solution, which was the result of the Magi's comprehensive knowledge, that is, the perfect poison against the monster. He landed on the ground, thinking that he needed to get the main ingredient first, namely the heart of Kakulza. The guy knitted his eyebrows and muttered that it was necessary to find a valley located, presumably, between the middle and extreme roots. The hero stood in front of the entrance to the cave in which the creatures hide, fleeing from the fish of disaster, burrowing into the root and making a nest inside. The brunette stepped into the poisonous water, realizing that the rest of the ingredients of the sclerosing solution were relatively easy to obtain, but finding Kokolza at the root was not easy, so he was lucky. Hanu strode forward with determination, feeling that he was near. He gripped the handle of his axes. The weapon sparkled from the use of the dragon art of energy management, the enhancement of magic. Bubbles appeared on the surface of the slurry. A herd of Kokolza burst to the surface with a furious roar. The main character abruptly rushed into the attack. He swung his weapon, slashing the first enemy. The monster fell back into the water backwards. The guy pushed off from the root of the tree. Hanu moved quickly, taking turns defeating enemies and getting closer. The brunette landed on the red water. The hero looked at the cracked axe and noted that the weapon would not be able to withstand powerful chi arts for long, so he would have to adjust his attacks until he got a decent blade. Another monster loomed over him. The guy frowned and looked around, his eyes flashing. The enemy immediately got an axe between the eyes. Then he spread his paws and fell on his back. The next enemy was already rushing towards the hero. The axe sticking out of the monster's body began to glow. He flew back to his owner, hacking Kokolza along the way. Hanu deftly caught a weapon soaked in blood. On one side of the hero lay dead bodies, and on the other, new monsters approached. The creatures rushed into battle screaming. They jumped out of the water with the help of powerful tails. 3 opponents rushed at the guy with their mouths open. The warrior lifted himself off the ground to meet them. Several slashing blows fell on the monster. The main character wielded axes, shredding everyone in his path. He landed on the water. Pieces of flesh collapsed behind him. The brunette straightened up and thought that the ones he had just killed were juveniles, and the adult Kokolza was somewhere else, whether it was worth killing more. The hero picked up the crystal and muttered that since he was constantly using skills, a lot of stamina and mana were being spent, but for now, it was worth picking them up. The guy picked up the runes and put them aside. Someone was watching the warrior from the sidelines. Hanu managed to cross axes to block the surprise attack. He narrowed his eyes, looking in that direction. Then he swung his weapons, taking a fighting stance. The blades crumbled, and the hero thought that he was too hasty to use them in such a state. The enemy came out from behind the trees and was surprised to note that the brunette was able to block his attack. Geisa smirked and admitted that he had planned to stop if he died, but he was much better than expected, so don't let him get angry, it's just a test. The main character frowned when the interlocutor said that he wanted to propose to him. The man waved his hand and called the guide to join Quadratus, and there were some people who had their eyes on him. The brunette narrowed his eyes and paused. The man closed his eyes, saying that this was a great offer that it was a sin to refuse, but the guy had already attacked him. He managed to lean to the side and round his eyes. Geisa flinched and cursed. The main character looked at his opponent with an icy look and was silent. The interlocutor scratched his head and called him crazy. The man grimaced and was indignant that some rookie would dare to attack when he was talking. The rivals were facing each other, and Geisa said that the young man had just been trained, and was already confident in everything, which was why he thought that he could be attacked without fear for his life. He shuddered when the main character said that he refused. The brunette calmly looked at the interlocutor, and explained that such an offer did not interest him. The guy imagined the hooded men and remembered the atrocities committed by Quadratus. But the worst thing they do is their tourism, feeding the fish of disaster. The hero imagined the ship and thought that when the organization began its activities, the number of travelers from the red zone began to decrease. Many of them fell victim to the monster, and the members of the company simply watched, and the more brutal the spectacle, the more money they made from it. Hanu thought of predatory smirks, realizing that this is an industry literally built on suffering. The guy looked at the opponent and thought that he had to get rid of this organization as soon as possible, remove them one by one. Geisa frowned in annoyance as the young man said that he didn't know why he would listen to someone weaker. The long-haired man adjusted his bandage, muttering that he would like to beat him up, but they would go mad if they didn't bring him to them. He tore the chain from his neck and decided that his superiors would not be too upset if a newcomer lost a couple of limbs. The brunette grinned and replied that he would get the necessary information from him then, because the man would be able to talk without unnecessary body parts. The interlocutor took out a whip and offered to see if the guy could talk the same way later. The main character smoothly moved away from the blow. The man grinned and called him an idiot. Hanu looked at the wound on his shoulder. He took his hand, and the opponent clarified whether he had awakened a desire to talk. The long-haired man narrowed his eyes and thought that he was aiming at his arm, but it seemed that the attack had only scratched the young man, had he held off the blow too much. Geisa slammed his whip into the water and muttered that it wouldn't be of much use if broken too much, but it would be over soon. Hanu touched the wound from which the energy emanated and admitted that he was too conceited. He smiled and noted that he had never fought him last time. The opponent pulled his whip and asked what kind of nonsense it was. The man swung and shouted that the guy needed to shut up and stand at attention. A sharp blow to the stomach made the attacker bend over and stare at him. He was thrown back. He crashed into a tree and screamed. The brunette stood in front of him, concentrating energy in his hand. The hero grabbed an axe and decided that he needed to update his knowledge. Hanu pointed a weapon at the enemy and advised him to cooperate. The long-haired man coughed and cursed. He remembered the silhouette in front of him and realized that he hadn't even had time to see the attack, whether this bastard really had colorless characteristics. The man smiled stiffly and lied that he just allowed himself to be hit. There was no need to be conceited. A symbol lit up on the guy's wrist, and he replied that he had just started, so it was a good thing. Stones appeared in the palm of the hero's hand, and he clarified whether his opponent had yet surrendered. Geisha frowned and asked if the guy really thought that a small stat upgrade would change his skills. Hansu raised his axe above his head and replied that stats in battle were not everything. The weapon spun in the air. The axe plunged into the tree above the enemy's head. He sat down on the ground, and the young man asked what had happened. The main character grinned and asked if the man was really scared. The opponent, trembling, leaned on his knee and muttered that this could not be. He swung his whip and shouted that he was not afraid. A green rope spun in the air. It turned into a blade forgotten in the hands of its owner. Geisu abruptly rushed into the attack. The guy looked at him calmly, and the ring on his finger radiated energy. The green blade glided through the water, and the villain thought that his side cut divided everything in two within the length of the blade, so that he would cut the hero's arms. The blade approached the brunette's neck, but the brunette activated the first power of the Nirmaha ring. The man grinned and shouted that he had won. The main character caught his sword with one hand. The green blade shattered into splinters, and its owner was thrown back. Geisu rounded his eyes, saying that it was simply impossible. He looked desperately at the wreckage of his weapon. His trembling hands gripped the handle as he thought that even dispel specialists couldn't break high mana techniques so easily. The long-haired man sweated and screamed when he was grabbed by the shirt. The main character threw the enemy to the ground with force. The opponent rolled his eyes and exhaled from the blow. Blood gushed out of his mouth, signaling damage to his internal organs. The brunette clenched his fist as he slowly approached and asked not to pretend to be dead, as he was holding back. Hansu lifted the man up and asked if he had lost consciousness. He touched him with a hand covered with brown substance, and the hero noted his good reaction speed. Geisu arched his eyebrows and gritted his teeth, and the guy noticed that he had used the skill to block the blow, and now his face was partially protected. The enemy smirked and was mentally glad that the bronze jade had held back the blow, but it severely limited his movements, so he didn't want to use it before, but now he had no choice. He looked away, wondering how he could get out of this guy's grip. The brunette raised his hand with the ring and said that it was a good attempt, but was that all? Geisu received a blow to the face, which caused him to lose a couple of teeth. He stared at his fist in fright, not understanding how his skill could be broken. The main character began to methodically beat the opponent with his bare hands. Geisu looked at the guy pitifully and asked him to stop, promising that he would say everything. Hansu stopped, hearing that the man had no choice, because you can't earn much from tourism. The opponent trembled and lied that he was just following orders, but in general he was a good guy and did not want to harm anyone, and if the brunette let him go, he would give him runes. The main character bent over him, and he added that he would even say who ordered him to be brought. Hansu looked at him coldly and said that he was too much chatter. The enemy was sweating, not having time to react to the rapidly approaching fist. A powerful blow hit him exactly in the nose, throwing him back. The guy looked down and muttered that he was annoying him. The long-haired man rolled his eyes, which were filled with tears, and thought that the young man seemed to have told him everything. He frowned and exclaimed that he had already told everything he knew. The hero looked at the interlocutor, who asked what else he was waiting for, and had already beaten him like a dog. The man looked down and admitted that this was all he knew. He would sit on his knees in front of a brunette and tell them that Quadratus worshipped Calamity, and in addition to the regular tours held in that zone, they also hired different clans. And this time it was tasked to find Hansu, who had completed the training. He introduced Karls Morin, a beacon member who submitted the request. The protagonist visualized the roots and remembered that this is a union of 6 clans that control the 6 upper roots of the world tree and are at the pinnacle of power. The guy touched his chin thoughtfully, thinking that beacon seemed to be subordinate to Miyamoto, if there were more than a couple of clans involved in this. He looked at the other person and said that right now these guys were preparing for a new tour. Could it be that the one who gave him this information was part of the assistance? And he confirmed that they sometimes participate in this. But this time the order was directly from Karls. The brunette crossed his arms and said that he got everything he wanted from him. But the man immediately began to mumble that there was still a lot to tell him. Geisu pointed to his forehead with a smirk and exclaimed that the guy was finished, and he had no idea what it was. The long-haired man froze in shock when the guy said that this was the eye of 1,000 Li people gripped by envy. He rose to his feet and said that with this he could share his vision with other sentient beings, so the location had already been revealed to him. The main character turned around and emotionlessly muttered that he was very scared, and it was time to run away. The interlocutor grinned and asked if he was thinking that he would be able to escape from the commander of the beacon stormtroopers, and he thought he had used it recently, so he had to wait for the opportunity to do it again, but now he managed to establish a connection. Suddenly the guy hit him sharply in the gut. His silhouette blurred in the eyes of the man, who did not even have time to finish. He collapsed into the water, and the brunette muttered that it was harder to play with him than he thought. Hansu raised his green blade, deciding that he needed to find himself a new weapon, and the relic of the forgotten was a rather pleasant find, also a one-time artifact of a mirror clone. A bird was flying in the sky. The protagonist looked at her and guessed that he had already been found, and although he doesn't even remember Carl's, it's very annoying to be distracted by all sorts of things. He looked towards the branches, noting that he had also been hearing monsters for some time. The guy smirked and decided that the Goethe's pack could be even better. They could be dealt with before reinforcements arrived. Clawed paws scraped the bark. Several creatures grinned and screamed. The Goethe's ran after 3 hooded men. One of the men running ahead ordered the use of a cover-up. A red haze engulfed their bodies. People climbed the tree while the monsters searched for them below. They were breathing heavily, trying to come to their senses. Cheng from Quadratus looked down and muttered that he thought they were finished. That's why he doesn't like to play the bait role, and a comrade asked how many Goethe's they still needed to collect, to which he was told that it would take a lot more. The man turned to them and told them that since they need to hold their breath to use the cover-up, it will be difficult to maintain it for a long time, but now they can take a little rest before continuing. He knitted his eyebrows and asked why this idiot was messing around with that newcomer for so long. Ching and the others lifted their heads, muttering that Geisa must be fooling around again. A glowing bird flew over them. The carrier pigeon landed on his hand, and the man noted that only one sentient magus could materialize such a detailed bird. He frowned. Then I got up and ordered to move to Lake Kukulza. An urgent message was received. The man opened his eyes as he saw the sky above him. Ching looked at him and asked if this sucker had really lost. Geisa stood up and was glad that he had passed out in a place where the poison was not so strong, otherwise his legs were almost burned, after which he asked where the newcomer was and learned that he was no longer there. The man looked down at his legs as he grumbled that the survivor of the calamity fish had suddenly failed to defeat one newcomer, who asked where his weapon was and what was wrong with the wound. The image of the main character popped up before his eyes, who said that he would give him a special gift, and in return he would take the weapon. Geisa clutched his head as he hurried him and muttered that the guy was definitely saying something else. The man was picked up, and Ching noted that they needed to return to the ship. He took the bird to contact the nearest operators and customers just in case. The messenger rose in the air, and Ching thought that his carrier pigeon was only capable of transmitting the simplest messages, but the meaning should be clear. Someone caught the bird and clenched it in his fist. The spell dissipated, and the man cursed. The masked man opened his palm and ordered the girl behind him to follow him. He landed on the ship, frightening his subordinate. Ching smiled nervously and muttered that the boss had arrived so quickly, but the boss only pushed him away. Geisa looked at the man in fright, who snidely remarked that the guy was able to return after he was beaten into meat by a newcomer. Carls looked down at him. The three-eyed man was hit in the stomach, and the interlocutor was indignant that he called him by name. He stepped on the victim and said that he didn't think Quadratus had become so incompetent, and how they planned to clean up all this mess. Ching broke a sweat and replied that they were taking responsibility. One of his subordinates looked to the side and shouted that the Goethe's, whom they had gathered in the valley, had escaped and were heading in their direction. A lot of monsters could be seen ahead. They grinned and growled, their eyes flashing. All these creatures were approaching the ship. Ching ran to the edge, dumbfounded, and remembered that once the Goethe's started running, they couldn't change direction, and they used this feature to lure them into the valley. Carls pursed his lips and sniffed as the people around him wondered why the monsters had left the valley. He looked at Geisa's wound, which was emitting purple smoke. The blade plunged into his leg along with the insult. The long-haired man bent over and screamed as his boss accused him of bringing something useless with him. Carls took out a bundle that artificially amplifies the smell of blood and said that if he hadn't used stalking Ronin, no one would have known. The commander rubbed his chin, thinking about the newcomer who had only recently arrived in the red zone, but was already using the monster's traits to lure them in. The man spread his arms and laughed, shouting that it was getting interesting. He looked at Ching and ordered the main character to be brought to him, otherwise he really wanted to look at his face. The interlocutor looked at the monsters overboard and hesitated, noting that the ship would not last long. The commander snapped his knuckles and strained what he would have to repeat. Purple energy appeared around his hands, and he said that he would deal with everything here. Then he grabbed his subordinate by the breasts, and noted that he did not like to repeat it. Cheng looked at the flaming fabric in fright and cried out. Carl's eyes flashed menacingly, and ordered him to move and bring him a guy if they didn't want to be Goethe's fodder. He grinned and assured me that he would sort it out. Then he let go of the man, who immediately plopped down on the floor. The commander created a sphere in his palms, and a powerful energy engulfed his body, after which he said that if Hansu thought that would be enough to stop him, he had made a fatal mistake. He smirked as he held the dark force in his hands. The man with a smile directed the magic forward. Below, the explosion scattered monsters. They died immediately, and the shock wave threw them into the air. The main character stood, feeling the breeze. He raised his head and noted that his trap had worked. The brunette smirked and muttered that he had bought himself some time, but he still had to hurry. The guy pulled the needle out of the wood. Hansu frowned and noticed that there were no nutrients at all, and he hadn't eaten in 2 days, which had taken too much toll on his strength. There were branches around, and the hero remembered that nutrients flow through the roots of the world tree, and some absorb poisonous waters, and some purify them and remove water. Among them were roots containing nutrients, and this was what the boy was looking for, but since the death of the world tree, the number of suitable roots has decreased significantly. The brunette held the selfish and rich man's food bag in his hand, saying that he had gathered most of the necessary materials. Water was splashing at the roots, and the guy decided that it was better to leave here as soon as possible. All that remained was to go to the deep lake where the adults of Kokoza lived. Hansu looked down, noting that the water was deeper there than here, so a bridge would have to be made. He was clutching black balls in his hand. The guy threw the KJ seeds, which absorbed poisonous water, down. At depth, they immediately began to sprout, and now large leaves appeared on the surface. The main character jumped from water lily to water lily, moving forward. He reached for the green blade and muttered that it would be easier to direct them upwards, but it would pass on its own. Huge monsters emerged from the water, and the brunette noted that it was time to start hunting. Carl stood among the corpses of monsters. He crossed his arms and asked his assistant if a carrier pigeon had yet arrived. The man turned around, and the interlocutor said that he was still on the way. He glanced at Gesu and said that even the best scouting skill could only be used once a month, and because of it, it was a waste of it. Carls lifted the prisoner, and added that if he had not been their guide, they would have left him in the poisonous sea. Rachel squinted at the leader, who ordered them to be taken to the last known place, and the girl asked if the man would go there himself. The commander grinned and replied that there was some pleasure in hunting with his own hands. He grinned and muttered that Hansu had nowhere else to run. The bodies of monsters floated near the jugs. The main character wiped his sweat and muttered that he was too tired. He was unlikely to even be able to swing his sword. The blade in his hand was trembling. The young man bent over the last of the Kukul's hearts he needed, but he was watched from behind. The brunette's eyes widened as a flash appeared behind him. He managed to deviate to the side when the arrow pierced the monstrous. The flesh was torn apart instantly. Chung frowned, missing. Hansu frowned as he recognized the accuracy skill, which is not so easy to dodge. A few more arrows flew at him. The brunette swung his sword, deflecting them. Several cuts appeared on his arm. The attack still hit him. Blood was dripping from his fingers. The monsters immediately leaned out to the surface, sensing its aroma. Kokoza rushed to attack. The guy squeezed his hand and jumped away, thinking that this was an unnecessary problem. The shooter took aim and muttered that the agitated monsters would make life difficult for them, after which he ordered his ward to go down and grab the newcomer. Miller coquettishly touched her lips and asked if he really wanted to send her to this horde of monsters, and the splashes of water would ruin her hair. The interlocutor jumped up and shouted that the guy would run away if she didn't move her lazy ass, and the monsters only attack those whose blood they smell, and she had nothing to fear. The shooter created a carrier pigeon, repeating that the girl must not let the hero escape, and he must be captured alive. The blonde jumped down on the water lily, answering that she understood everything. Miller pulled out a dagger and stated that Hansu needed to entertain her until they both got tired. Ching knitted his eyebrows and shouted at her just to make sure he couldn't escape. The girl's body was enveloped in red energy, and she muttered that she hadn't had such a good scene in a long time. The opponent abruptly rushed into the attack, offering the guy to play. They began to exchange blows. A monster rushed at the hero from the side. The brunette frowned and shifted his gaze to the side. With one deft movement, he sliced the Kokoza. Miller was behind him, asking where this handsome man was looking. The hero frowned. He dodged the cutting blow. Then he immediately attacked with his foot, but the girl managed to put out her hand. She flew to the side and screamed. The blonde jumped back onto another water lily and admitted that it was not bad for someone who was falling off his feet. The rival wiped the blood and added that he would have to show something more outstanding to leave a scar on her face. She licked her lips and warned him not to expect mercy, even if he surrendered. The protagonist turned pale and breathed heavily, thinking that the enemy was getting closer to the attack of the blood-attracted Kukuls, and if he hesitated, it would be dangerous. The brunette stood in front of his opponent, realizing that the situation was on her side, and the more it dragged on, the worse it was for him. He clenched the blade and closed his eyes, unleashing the power of the ring, determined to turn everything around in his direction. The guy swung his sword. The blonde frowned and took a fighting stance. The whip reached out in her direction, but was repulsed. Miller clenched her blade and said she thought he had a cunning plan, but the results weren't impressive. She smirked at recognizing Gase's weapons and noted that it was not good to take other people's belongings. The girl looked at the cut on her arm and wanted to say that it was about to heal. However, the blood flowed into the water, and she began to panic, noticing that the scratch was only growing. A monster jumped out right in front of her, and she screamed. The archer looked down at her and ordered her to get ready, and the girl squealed that they could feel her blood. The brunette squinted, and the Nirmaha ring was shining after the second power, hemorrhage. The girl gritted her teeth, trying to prevent the monster's mouth from collapsing, and the guy thought about how the second power unlocked by improving red stats was not a simple bleeding, but a prolonged loss of blood in battle, which clouded the mind and drained the body. The hero was sweating and breathing heavily, realizing that maintaining a hemorrhage wasted a lot of mana, so he wanted to avoid it, but given the presence of monsters attracted by the smell of his blood, now they are on equal terms, and he will be able to escape from the current situation. The brunette turned around and ran. Ching bent down and ordered 3 more of his men to come down and help the girl. The gunslinger pulled the bowstring and muttered that if they let the guy go, Carls wouldn't let them down, and he didn't want to go through it again. Red arrows flashed in the air. They pierced Kukulza, and the man shouted for the others to focus on the hero. Miller and her colleagues rushed to the attack. The brunette put his hand in the pouch and muttered that they were too clingy, but he had a gift for them. A monster's head appeared between them. The blonde cut it open and exclaimed that it would not be possible to run away from her. She looked at the limb that belonged to Goethes. The guy smirked and revealed that the blood of Goethes is the perfect remedy to drive the Kukuls crazy, so they won't hesitate before rushing at them. A herd of monsters jumped out of the water, and the hero suggested that they think about what they would do, given that they were all covered in blood. Miller's eyes widened and muttered with a grin that he was just crazy. Hansu climbed up and wished them a good time. The guy ran his hand over the bark and noted that this root was also dried. The brunette walked through the forest, realizing that at this rate, wherever the helpers went, there would be dried roots everywhere, and the process was fast, so he needed to check the roots from above. He closed his eyes and sighed, muttering that it wasn't that far to go, and he also thought that everything would be easier after the red zone. Hansu walked forward, promising Kelbian to kick his ass when he met him. Some men looked at the rookie squad, noting that fresh blood was wandering around without understanding anything. Man crossed his arms and sent them to the lower roots, because that's their territory. Johann and the others looked emaciated, and the guy replied that there was no food there, and they were on the verge, so he asked them to be a little friendlier. The interlocutors sneered and said that they should have conserved resources better, but this root belonged to their clan. His companion took out a knife and asked if the newcomers were confident that they could fight them for him. The guys turned pale and looked with hatred at those who said that it was only natural for beginners to starve a little. Johann turned around and thought with annoyance what awaited them after everything they had been through to get here. He imagined a branching plant and remembered that this world tree was rotting. Naturally, the lower roots could not provide enough food, and the upper ones contained a lot of nutrients, but those places were full of monsters, and every time they tried to climb, the other clans blocked their way, so would they really starve to death? They turned when they heard a disgruntled exclamation. The man was hit in the stomach while chasing someone away. Johann's eyes widened and opened his mouth to recognize him. The main character held the opponent by the breasts. He threw the local captain to the ground, and his henchmen hurried to retreat in fear. Other travelers were delighted to see their retreat, and decided that they could finally get their hands on that nutritious slurry. They climbed the root and began to use their foragers to get food. Johann smirked and muttered that Hansu had solved their problem in one move. The young man looked at the brunette upstairs and shouted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The brunette jumped down to him and asked him if they knew each other, and he replied that he had sailed with him on the same ship. Hansu drained the bottle in one gulp, and the interlocutor asked what he had been doing all this time, because they had not seen each other since their arrival. Johann smiled and admitted that he was glad to see him again, after which he introduced himself, and thanked him for not letting them die of hunger. The main character looked at him, and replied that he just wanted to eat too, so let him join in. The brunette rubbed his stomach and exhaled as the other man muttered that he wanted to ask for something else. Johann knitted his eyebrows and stated that they needed that ship to get up, as all the paths were blocked. The hero turned away and refused. The guy followed him, exclaiming that he was begging him, because on the lower routes they could all die of hunger, and the fish of misfortune constantly attacked the tree. The brunette stuck the knife into the bark and replied that it was not a problem, soon everything would be fine. He plucked the bud and said that they would be safe here, so let them not even think of going upstairs. The young man shuddered in shock when his interlocutor announced that he would use the ship to kill the disasters that threatened the world tree. Hansu stared at the interlocutor, and promised to kill the fish of distress with his own hands, so they should not worry about possible death. Johann turned pale and opened his mouth in shock. He looked at the guy in confusion and asked for a normal explanation, while the hero thought that if there were no disasters, the red zone would prosper and everyone would be safe. The young man ruffled his hair and muttered that he didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but since he was hearing this from someone who had done so many incredible things, it might be worth believing. But there was another question. The main character stopped when the interlocutor asked why he was trying his best to save everyone. The brunette lowered his head and said that he had to save as many people as possible, which was why he had returned. He looked at his hand and wondered if this was really what he desired. Johann smiled nervously and asked why Hansu had suddenly stopped. The young man caught a stone thrown to him. He reached for the hero, who explained that it was an imitation stone that could be useful to him. The traveler looked after the brunette puzzled, trying to understand why he had such an expression on his face. He squeezed the crystal and thought that the hero was simply incredible. Memories from the ship surfaced in front of him when the guy had saved everyone, even though they thought it was impossible. Hansu then saddled a strong monster, proving that he could make anything possible. Johann looked ahead and muttered that he really gave him hope. The brunette pushed off the ground. He quickly rushed forward, thinking that it was only natural to act for the sake of humanity's survival. So why did he feel so strange? But it was better to focus on business. Sophia looked around when he called her. The guy landed opposite and noted that she was early, and the woman said that she had collected everything with 2 exceptions, but had come here just in case. The sorceress looked at him and said that he looked alarmed if anything had happened. The brunette looked away and replied that it was nothing, but they were being tracked by some people. The pink-haired woman introduced Quadratus and replied that they were targeting the guy, so they came for her. Hanu turned around and said that he had met with them and Carls was looking for him. The interlocutor rounded her eyes and was surprised that the commander of the beacon attack aircraft was doing such a thing. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and said that he was able to hold him back, but he was quite adept at going after them soon, and Sophia admitted that he was no match for other opponents, and even a guy couldn't handle him alone. The hero pointed to the interlocutor and then offered to work together. Hanu held up a finger and said that one would collect materials and the other would act as bait for Carls. The pink-haired one leaned forward in alarm and exclaimed that the beacon was one of the clans that ruled the red zone. She imagined a group of warriors and thought that not only were they large in number, but there were many veterans among them who had lived in this place for years. The image of the commander of the attack aircraft with the squad, which were the strongest and most aggressive, surfaced in front of her. Carls, with his magic and terrible grin, was the most dangerous. Sophia looked at the brunette and stated that they needed to deal with them together. She stepped closer and added that it would be best if they collected the materials now, while they did not know their exact location, so it was worth hurrying. The interlocutor grinned and replied that it would be too difficult, because he had left an artifact there, but judging by the current situation, they had already been caught. The man squeezed the young man's throat. He held Johann, saying that he would give them another chance. Carls concentrated the energy in the palm of his hand and asked if they wanted to burn alive or quickly, telling where Hanu was. The stone fell out of the pocket of the young man, who thought that he did not even notice the approach of the enemy. The guy gasped for air, but stubbornly said that he did not know who it was. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Then he let the traveler go. He sat down and clarified the name of the young man. Then he put his hand on his head, and he slammed at the ground, noting that it was quite stupid even for a newcomer who had recently come here. Carls picked him up by the hair and was indignant at such impudence. He pointed to his nose and said what he smelled of when he was lying, because tracking a Ronin worked flawlessly. The aroma of the main character stretched around the guy's clothes, and the man said that he erased most of his footprints, but he still managed to catch the smell he left. The stormtrooper commander picked up the bundle and noted that it was his mistake to leave a trail by setting a trap for it. Johann looked up in fright when his interlocutor suggested that he get down to business. Tears flowed from the young man's eyes, and the man again asked where Hanu was. The villain threw back his head, listening to him muttering that he didn't know the truth. The interlocutor's eyes flashed and said that then he could only die. He swung with a terrible grin. Suddenly the man stopped. Carls grinned and laughed. Then he turned around abruptly and shouted that he felt him. On the dais, the silhouette of the main character stood out. The guy stood clenching his fists. He grinned and narrowed his eyes. The hero was standing on a dais. A cry was heard that there he was. Smiling slyly, Hanu asked, was he looking for him? The guy's body was transparent. The man behind him asked if he was Hanu. The guy replied that he should look for more. Suddenly, someone else's foot crashed into his forehead. Breaking the illusion, Carls said it was an obvious trick, a mirror clone, a one-time artifact that created a crude illusion. Holding the blue stone in his hand, he said with a smile that this fool had also been robbed, but the smell remained. A man in a red mask with a treacherous look said that it was a great bait, he liked it. The guy was lying face down on the ground. Blood was running down his face, and he called Hanu with tears. Gray roots descended into the green water, the Kukulza spawning lake, the artificially created Kukulza spawning ground. Hanu sat by the water and thought that it was created by eating the root of the world tree and filling the void with a nutrient solution. The poison in the upper layers of the water is almost completely neutralized, so it is almost safe. Looking happily at his palm, the brunette said that the nutrient solution helped, and the wounds healed. With a smile on his head, Hanu said that the illusion had just disappeared, and he was already here. The man in the pointy-toed shoes took a step and asked, has he decided not to run anymore? Carls waved his hand, saying that the rat would never hide as long as its tail was visible. Hanu looked at him confidently, saying that he thought he was a disgusting hunting dog for not being able to find him sooner. The masked man grinned and asked again. Then his smile widened. And then he laughed, spreading his arms, and said that it was really fun. Wrapping his hand around the shining fist, the man said that he would see if it was as good as he had heard. A bright glow enveloped his body, and he continued that if it was all a lie, he would die quickly. Hanu reached into the bag on his belt and said it sounded tempting. And then he rushed away, saying that if not today, they would continue next time. The masked man gritted his teeth furiously and asked how he knew how to run away from him. He thought he would just let him go. The bandit rushed in pursuit. A red ball was forming in Carl's palm. He threw it forward, leaving purple feathers, and used jasper flame. The guy jumped, letting the cannonball pass under him. In his palm there were several large seeds. He threw them into the water of the lake. Green water lilies began to sprout from the seeds. Jumping on one of them, Hanu thought that there was a large concentration of poison in the lake, so the plant would not last long. It did not need it. He was running fast forward, jumping from one leaf to another. A scream was heard. Is he thinking of running away on the water? The man held his hand, forming a magic ball, and shouted for him to come and fight. Hanu turned around to watch his opponent jump onto the sheet, and thought that it was great. He went after him. A green blade appeared in his hand. The hero remembered that he had covered the sword with the bodily fluids of the monster. He swung his blade, slashing his palm, and thought that he would mix it with blood to enhance the smell. Drops of blood fell into the water, and he thought that this was the smell of prey. During the spawning period, Kokoza's sense of smell is sharper. Waves rose sharply on the lake. The guy jumped away from the water lily and thought that they would do anything to destroy. He jumped, avoiding the attack of the fang monsters that emerged from the water. The monsters looked at the approaching man, and the hero continued the thought of the intruders who attacked the lake. Carls held the purple spheres with a smile and asked if he was using Kokoza. Did he think he would be scared of them and let him go? Still smiling, he looked at the attacking monsters and used Jasper flames. Purple flashes blew away the bodies of predators, and the man said that he would simply tear them apart. Pieces of bodies fell past the crazy opponent, who said that as he could see, he got rid of them. Hanu looked at him confidently. Pointing his finger at the guy, Carl stated that he was next. He could try to hide underwater, but that wouldn't work either. Grinning, the hero assured that of course. The smile disappeared from the man's face. He asked why he was so calm. A silver artifact glittered on the bandit's chest, which was very convenient for use in the water. The hero thought that Carls would definitely follow him underwater. Turning to his opponent with a slight smile, the brunette asked him to take care of his thing a little more. Then he dived into the lake. The man smiled broadly and asked, "Does this fool think he won't chase him underwater?" A purple shimmer appeared in his palm. He continued that sooner or later he would run out of air anyway, and he would surface. But his hobby was hunting, not fishing. Purple rays crashed into the water of the lake, and the enemy offered to see how long it would last. Hanu puffed out his cheeks, holding his breath. Purple projectiles were approaching him. Turning to the glow on the surface, the hero thought that he planned to shoot until he surfaced. As soon as he came to the surface, he would fry it. Remembering how he cut the plant, the hero thought that he couldn't use the demonic dragon's enhancement for now, because he didn't have enough mana, but he had something hidden away. The system reported that the bag of Arkham is a flower bud that always contains air and blooms when it blooms. Hanu inhaled the air from the rosebud and thought it would allow him to hold out for a while. Dark silhouettes of monsters appeared in the depths. Kokoza approached with their mouths open. The brunette, bending his legs, looked at them. He took a pink object out of the bag, thinking that the fish of destruction are not the only and natural enemy of Kokoza. Finding stinky monsters that are difficult to approach was easy. It was Arhan's gallbladder, the monster's organ that gave off a special smell that Kokoza avoided. The guy decisively crushed the organ in his fist. The shocked monsters opened their mouths. Then they turned away, sailing back. The hero thought that they had sorted it out. Hanu swam towards the pink glow below and thought that before reproducing, the monsters mix poisonous water with a nutrient solution to dilute it, and create nesting lakes, all nests connected to the poisonous sea. He needs to go there. Surrounded by the glow, the man stared at the silhouette in the depths. He channeled purple attacks downwards. Hanu looked back, thinking that the direction of this skill was finally easy to see in the water. Suddenly, a flashing whirlwind wounded his arm. The guy gritted his teeth in pain, and thought that he had only lightly touched. Moving my hand sharply, I thought that there was an opportunity to attack, and he threw forward a green whip. The man gritted his teeth as he recognized this artifact. Looking at the guy below, Carl said that he was too powerful for that fool. Perhaps he would take him for himself. Then, the guy's fingers squeezed the chain of the pendant. A shout was heard. How dare he steal his artifact? As he put the pendant around his neck, Hanu reminded him that he had told him it was time to pick it up. Surrounded by a purple dome, the guy declared that it belonged to him. His fingers gripped the hilt of the green blade tightly. Pointing the blade forward, the hero confidently declared that he would give him something else in return. The guy's hand with the blade was surrounded by red lightning. He thought about the second power of the ring. Then, the green whip flew forward. It coiled around the opponent's arm, breaking it, and the hero applied a bleed. Gritting his teeth, the wounded Carl said it was a pathetic trick. A huge monster appeared behind him, opening its mouth. The man barely managed to dodge his fangs. Hitting the monster with the purple vortex of the skill, he cursed in his mind. Many silhouettes of monsters appeared around the man. He thought that everyone had jumped out of their nests. A purple ball flickered in his palm. The man thought that he was at a disadvantage. He needed to retreat. But don't let him think that everything would end there. Directing the energy of the purple vortexes downwards, the opponent turned around. The brunette watched him rise to the surface, and said he was glad he gave up so quickly. Red runes floated in the water. The hero decided that he would gather everything he needed and go. He was approaching the pink light in the crevice, and said that they were already waiting for him. Air bubbles floated among the pink glow. The silhouette of a girl appeared on the shore. The heroine stood at the very shore of the lake and thought that at the end of the route, if you think about it, she met him for the first time here. Turning her head, the girl with the eyepiece asked when he would come, although she had told him not to go against the maniac. But everything should have ended well. Anxiously touching the accessory, Sophia asked where he had left the ship. There was nothing like it here. The pink water of the lake was bubbling. The girl said that it was such a big ship, There must be a lot of people hunting. If he was late because he couldn't find his ship, there was nothing she could do about it. Suddenly, the water behind the girl rose like a wave as she said it was frustrating, but then they would just take her 30-seater ship. Sophia turned sharply. A large ship appeared on the pink waves. She set up a magical shield to escape the water. Raising her hand to her eyes, the heroine asked, "Where did the ship come from?" On the deck stood the figure of a man who said that it looked like he was on time. Leaning on the side with his hand, Hansu told them to go up. They were leaving. Colored waves washed the ship. He was sailing on a poisonous sea, illuminated by the setting sun. Sophia, who was standing on the deck, said that to sink the ship so that no one would find it. She did not even know whether it was stupid or brilliant. Hansu was holding red stones in his hands, and she wondered where he got so many runes. The hero replied that a friend helped him, although he didn't think it was on purpose. Now he would have enough mana. Instead of a crystal, there was a red haze, and the brunette heard the question of how he understood it. Holding a small seed in her hand, Sophia continued how to use the seeds. They are difficult to get as they only grow around Lake Kukulza. Looking at the guy at the helm, the girl said that it was impossible to tell from them that they were sprouting if they were thrown into the poisonous water. Apparently he had come to the red zone quite recently. The silhouette of the guy was reflected in the glass of the eyepiece. The heroine asked how he knew so much, and thought that his characteristics were very high. Surrounded by radiance, the guy had his stats, 13% red runes and 14% strength. She thought that was too much for a beginner. The guy sat down next to the ingredients laid out, and she thought that he was combining items in a way that most travelers in the red zone wouldn't think of. He seemed to know everything. Looking at the dry branches in his hand, Hansu said that the right combination of items helps maximize their power. He poured the brown liquid into a glass vial and proceeded to create new ones. The guy was holding a small flask in his hand and thought that this was the result of the long work of alchemists for the benefit of mankind. The system reported that it was a recipe for Red Zone 1 to 6014 solidifying liquid. Putting one of the vials in the bag on his belt, Hansu said that there was nothing special about it, but there were many ways to use it. It would be your key to their victory. The girl said about the poison for the fish of destruction. She didn't even think about it. The brunette turned to the interlocutor, who said that even her librarian's eye did not allow her to immediately unravel this combination, and asked what Hansu was hiding. Turning away, the hero replied with a smile that everyone was hiding something. Sophia looked at him in surprise when she heard about the 7 wraiths. She only stayed here to destroy the fish of destruction. Raising her hand, she heard how he knew, to which he replied that it didn't matter now. Looking resolutely ahead, the guy said that it was time to meet her face to face. The pink water surface was calm. Then parts of scales appeared from it. And then a huge pink fish of destruction surfaced. Its fins could be seen behind the ship. A vessel with white sails sailed on the water. Crossing his arms, Hansu asked how to get inside, and the girl replied that if there was no problem, she could enter through the gills. Shifting his gaze to the side, the hero attracted her attention. With his arms crossed, he looked at the girl and said that from now on, she had to follow his instructions unconditionally, otherwise he wouldn't take her with him. The pink-haired woman turned away and asked not to worry, she wouldn't be a burden. Then, turning around resolutely, the girl said that she didn't care what he was hiding if he could get rid of her. Sophia looked forward confidently, saying that this was her goal, and therefore she would cooperate with him. She looked at the guy who crossed his arms, who agreed and asked her not to worry. Looking forward with a confident look, the brunette said that he always keeps his word. The ship was approaching the brown slope. The hero thought that it was time to change the red zone and lay the foundation for the survival of future travelers. There would be no second chance. There was only one way, to do everything right the first time. Light sparks appeared in the sky above the ship. Spears with a red tip flew towards the ship. They attacked, raising waves. Sophia squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. Looking at the plant that had broken through the side of the ship, she shouted that they would be attacked. If nothing was done, they would drown. His foot stepped on the wooden side, and he heard the words that this rat had hidden such a large ship. Carl stood with his spear over his shoulder. With a wild smile, he turned and called Rachel. A trace of the rapid movement remained. Words were heard that he had specially prepared a weapon. The man's eye glowed brightly red. He offered to test the strength of his ship. Spears approached the white sails, and then they fell into the water, raising splashes. The heroes tried to hold on, feeling a sharp push. Sophia stretched out her arms and shouted that they should attack them right now. However, Hansu stopped her with a gesture and asked her to wait. Maybe it was dangerous. Some of the spears crashed into the ship, and it was said that although it was a vessel created by a fairy, it had already been damaged. It was only kept afloat by the lotus leaves. Looking down, the pink-haired woman said that he would drown soon, but the guy interrupted her, saying that the fish of destruction is very sensitive to mana. Looking away, Hansu said that normal attacks, even those that can sink an entire ship, don't interest her, but she knows that she reacts to mana and skills. He imagined a huge monster head, thinking that the world tree itself contained mana, which was why it was so sensitive to it, and even the slightest fluctuation was deadly when the fish was in close proximity. Touching the fence, Hansu anxiously said that it was true that the odds were stacked against them. The girl exclaimed, "What would they do?" The girl raised her hand to her chest, thinking that she did not want to be a burden. she needed to come up with something. The guy reached for the bag on his belt and asked not to worry. He took out a ball tied with a rope to his arm and confirmed that they would not be able to attack them from a distance, but they could resort to the help of monsters. The eyes behind the eyepiece opened. The heroine thought that this was another new combined object. Pink waves rose up. The question was heard whether the bait would be enough, and the answer was that they only needed to hold them. With a smile, handing the girl a stone, Hansu asked if she wanted to go some fishing. Sophia looked at him happily and said that she hadn't trusted people for a long time. They would do it. The white sails of the ship were torn. Carls, who was standing next to the girl, said that he would sink to the bottom soon, nothing special, and ordered to bring him all the remaining harpoons. He would sink him. The man with the red stripe on his face asked what was going on there. Wooden boxes fell into the water. They were floating on the surface of the ship. A question was heard. Are they throwing something? Is it a trap? Standing on the deck, Carl shouted for them to destroy all those boxes and clear the way. White flashes of explosions appeared on the water. On one knee, Hansu shouted, "Hold on tight." The shell shattered one of the boxes. The wreckage split into two parts. The words that had already bitten were heard. Golden glitter spread across the rose water. The purple creature opened its yellow eye. The man, together with his comrades, felt a sharp movement. In front of him was a huge purple monster with tentacles, and he shouted that it was the Kraken. Tentacles surrounded the ship. Someone shouted that they had been attacked. A Kraken appeared from under the water. Carls gritted his teeth as he said that he usually doesn't rise to the surface, to which Geisa pointed out that if they didn't deal with him quickly, the disaster fish would swim back to the depths, and they needed to hit its gills before that happened. The ship was approaching the gills. The man added that at this rate they would miss Hansu. Rachel took the sword, saying that she would deal with everything. Its sweep sliced through the tentacles. The Kraken sank into the water. Anna stood behind. The captain had heard that if she was ready, she had to move out, because they had already lost enough time. Carls put his hand on Geisa's head, telling him to stop being distracted and focus on the path. The man looked ahead, saying that the sudden appearance of the Kraken could not be a mere coincidence, suggesting that the hero was going to use dastardly tricks until the very end. The ship swam into the gills. It was announced that it was diving, and it was necessary to hold on tight. The ship moved on. The masked man looked around, saying that it was amazing that they remained dry inside the gills even though they were submerged underwater, to which the other replied that it was because the insides of the calamity fish were filled with magical power, and suggested that they look away. Ahead of him was a steamer, inside the gills. Looking there, Carls clarified that they just need to swim straight, to which Geisu is indignant, saying that they will be there when they reach the end of this passage. As the ship approached the passage, he added that this gigantic mass of flesh would noticeably shift before it closed, and they just needed to be more careful. Carls glanced at the girl who addressed him, saying that instead of chasing after Hansu, it is not better to focus on the tours. There was a group of people standing on the lower deck, and she added that she was sure he knew about the need to recruit promising travelers into Quadratus. The railing under his hand cracked as he replied that he knew about it, suggesting that she be patient, because they were inside the fish of disasters anyway. You can't just swim away from here. Then he withdrew his hand, saying that this guy could not do anything without a guide, and it would be a miracle if they stumbled upon his corpse. A lot of wrecked ships were stored in the stomach of the fish. It was a pocket dimension where everything absorbed by it fell. A giant island was formed. Someone noted that it was not much different from the dungeon. People went down to this island. Carls was considered, thinking that the flow of magic here is distorted, which makes it difficult to isolate a specific smell. Then he looked ahead, noticing that he did not like to be here again. Geisa smiled as he heard the people's outrage that there were only dilapidated ships and half-digested corpses, which was not what they had paid for here. He spread his hands, saying that they didn't quite understand this delightful place, calling it the blessing of the fish of calamity itself, and that it was the highlight of this place. The man moved forward, reasoning that the only thing fully digested inside his stomach was the sap of the World Tree, and the remains of Elfenheim, the creators of the World Tree, were collected here. The dagger was thrust into the skull. He called it a treasury hidden inside the fish of calamity. Smiling, Geisa held out his hand, saying that there were many remains resting here, asking the others what had happened to their artifacts. He showed the amulet, saying that he was able to escape alive from this hell only because he found it here by asking people if they wanted power. People smiled broadly when they heard that if they were willing to serve the fish as part of the Quadratus, then here was everything they desired. Geisa held the amulet in both hands, saying that they thanked the fish for the blessing and that the Quadratus was always ready to greet them. Hansu appeared behind him, when he asked not to use offensive skills or make loud noises, as they could be attacked if they were heard. Standing behind, the guy heard that as long as everyone followed the Quadratus direction, they could be safe, and asked how loud they were talking. The hero smiled when he heard in response that only something like an explosion could disturb them. The ship shook. Blocks of ice burst out of it. Hansu turned around, clarifying whether he was talking about such an explosion. The ship was bound by ice. The wind blew people away. Smiling, the hero praised Sophia for the perfectly chosen timing. Carls pushed Geisa away, who said it was bad. Then he pointed to Hansu. The man threw up his hands, saying that he had come to die by his hand. Then he turned to his partner, not understanding what was wrong with him. Because he had to run, someone noticed that someone began to move. The blade dragged along the ground. The skull glowed brightly. When he saw the army of the dead, he said that the corpses were moving. Gesu was greatly frightened, thinking that they had come and that it was Elfenheim's forces that had been sent to destroy the calamity fish in the past. Seeing the skeleton holding onto the sword, he called them the cursed army of ghost knights. The dead rushed to the people. The man repelled the attack, saying that they had been told to just take the artifacts that had accumulated inside the fish. He could hardly hold back the onslaught, remembering that they had not been told about such a thing. There was an explosion. One of the dead fell to the ground. The crew rushed into battle upon hearing the order to attack them. A sweep of the blade left a bright mark, and a clot of dark energy appeared in his hand. Carls raised his hands above his head. A huge flame burned the dead. The man said that there was nothing that his art of fire jade could not burn. Everyone rejoiced, rejoicing at the strength of the commander of the lighthouse stormtroopers and the fact that he had dealt with them so easily. Geisa stood behind, thinking about how they couldn't have died so easily. The zombie's body stirred. His eyes widened, thinking that they were the guardians of this place. A hand wrapped around the skull. He realized that their cursed bodies allowed them to fight indefinitely. The dead man put the head back in its place. The zombie opened his mouth, Geisa noting that as long as the calamity fish was alive, they would continue to climb. The dead stood in front of the people. A battle began between them. They asked for salvation from someone. Geisa turned around when Carls ordered to hold positions. He gritted his teeth, realizing that it was a disgrace. But he couldn't risk his life here and had to escape. Then he looked around, not understanding where Hansu had gone, because he made such a noise and then disappeared. Not far away, the sounds of battle could be heard as he mused that the hero had come here for the same purpose as Sophia. Hansu ran forward, thinking that everything was happening the way Keldian had said. The guy looked up, realizing that he was ready for this, so he gave Sophia certain orders. For a long time I saw a gray mass of fish in front of me. 10. After the destruction of the ships, he decided that he would head for the next key point. The core of the fish of calamity shone brightly. It looked like an eye. The hero thought that her courage could not be damaged in any way, but the core inside her is a different matter. Hansu took the sword in his hands, saying that there was only one way to defeat this fish. Then he jumped high. Geisa was behind him, calling out to him. The man sent an attack at him with the words that he should die. The guy looked behind him. A sweep of the blade repelled this attack. Hansu rushed to his opponent, saying that it was him again. The hero knocked him to the ground, surprised that he didn't have enough last time. His hand wrapped around the blade. The guy was surprised. Geisa smiled broadly, saying that he knew everything, but couldn't believe that he had fallen on a fish core, and it seemed to him that the woman told him to do it, but he couldn't, and that Carls wanted to kill him with his own hands. Opening his 3 eyes wide, the man added that anyone who dared to attack the disaster would die. The archer aimed an arrow at the hero when he told him not to miss it this time. Chang's arrow flashed, and he replied that he saw him on the track. Things would be different, suggesting that the hero dodge if he could. Hansu noticed a shot flying at him. It hit him in the neck. Geisa smiled, saying that this time he was finished. The archer was shocked. Armor appeared on the hero's neck. Hansu glanced in his direction when he heard that there was not a scratch on him. Only part of the clothes was torn at the point of impact. Lightning bolts surrounded his body as he cast his dragon transformation. Gesu opened his mouth in surprise when his comrades talked about how the control shot was strong enough to kill even a monster. But he himself said that these were the same energy arts that he had seen the first time, not understanding how they had become so much stronger in such a short time. Cheng prepared a shot again, saying that since one was not enough, he would shoot until he achieved a result. Closing his eyes, Hansu told them that they couldn't just leave him alone, but if they didn't want to let him go, then there was no choice. A clawed paw appeared on his hand as he said that the first dragon energy art he used had drained his magic too much, but that was a problem he had already solved. The hero's pupils began to look like dragons. He added that he would not be polite to them. People continued to fight the dead. The skull shattered under his foot. Carls turned to the others, telling them to keep attacking and not letting them regenerate. The blade pierced the man's chest, and another said that the dead were rising faster and faster. The skeleton's mouth was wide open. The man thought that if things continued like this, they would just waste all their magical and physical strength. He gritted his teeth, thinking about the fact that they were fighting an ever-recovering enemy, which left them at an eternal disadvantage. He wondered how Hansu was. Figured out a way to use fish disasters in this way. Stretching out his hand to the people, he said that if they died here, they would end up like the rest, ordering them to use the feathers they had brought. A feather appeared in his hand with a message that it was a one-time artifact, which was a broken part of the leaves of the world tree, and when used, provided the opportunity to escape with others. The man holding it in his hands was saying that they couldn't, and no matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't activate. A girl appeared above them, saying that they would not succeed and that they could not just escape from the stomach of the fish of disasters. Sophia frowned, adding that the same goes for the ghost knights, as they are immortal inside the calamity fish. Carls looked at her angrily, saying that he wouldn't let her leave after standing in his way. Noticing him, she smiled slightly, surprised that he believed that people had done nothing before, while she was desperately looking for a way to kill the fish of disaster, would do at least something for him. The man spread his arms, hearing the suggestion to look for a way to be here instead of whining. Nothing works here, not even the clan connection. His grin grew stronger, saying that if he died here, no one would know about it. A magic circle appeared in her hand, and she said that she would give him one last gift. Sophia looked at him, adding that he already had all the information he needed. Carls lowered his head slightly, replying that working with a young rookie had broken her judgment, reminding her that he was the commander of the Lighthouse Stormtroopers, who had been entrusted with the management of the Red Zone. He gathered the dark energy in his hand. Then he rushed forward, saying that she was nothing compared to him and the weakest of the 7 phantoms, so he could have fun with her all day. Magical charges headed in his direction. They flew past him, but he said that the girl could not hit the target, dishonoring the name of the ghost family. Sophia covered her face with her hands. An explosion sounded behind Carls. Smoke was coming near the girl, and she said that she was not aiming at him. The man looked up in surprise. The ground trembled under their feet. People were surprised at what was happening inside the stomach of the fish. The flow of water increased, and someone said that the walls of the stomach were closing. Looking away, Sophia admitted that she had been playing for time to use her library to find a way to close the gills of the fish. Carls looked at her angrily, hearing that her part was now complete. She began to leave, hoping that this was the last meeting. The man swore at her. Then he waved his hand, ordering us to board the ship in order to leave this place immediately. Rachel wanted to say something about the ship, but with his mouth wide open, the commander interrupted her, asking where the Quadratus was and what the Geissu was doing instead of navigating. Seeing the approach of the dead, the girl said that the ghostly knights had overwhelmed them again. Turning to her, Carls replied that by the time they got to the gills, they would have begun to open up again, so they had to hold out until then, and she should provide support in creating distance. The man frowned, vowing that when he got out of here, Sophia would regret it. Dark energy gathered in his hand, and he, calling himself the commander of the Lighthouse Stormtroopers, said that he did not intend to die here. A dark beam threw back the fallen knights. He raised his hand, ordering them to follow him, but he was surprised by what he saw. In front of them stood Hansu. The guy held Geisha after hearing about how he dared, and replied that showing up at a time like this makes him feel like a villain. The 3-headed man fell to the ground, saying that the man would not have listened to him anyway. Carls raised his hand, calling him a fearless fool. The hero approached him, saying that he was going to accept him without harm, but everything changed, and he changed his mind. Hansu was above him. The hero stretched out his hand, answering that words were no longer needed. Then he struck. The man was nailed to the ground. Rachel turned to him, frightened. Carls tried to get up, pondering what had knocked him back, despite the fact that he had been running all along, and perhaps the guy had become stronger by absorbing the runes of those guys from Quadratus. Taking a handful of stones powerfully, he decided that even in this case, the hero had no chance. Carls leaned forward, surprised that the boy believed that since he had absorbed the runes, he had become equal to him, promising to crush him and take back what he had taken from him. The commander drew his sword, and when he heard that the girl wanted to help him, he ordered him to move away, but was confused that he was considered so weak that he could not cope alone. Carls charged into battle, ordering the ghost knights to be held back. Hansu held out his sword in front of him, telling him not to worry, as he was planning to clear everything here anyway. The commander opened his mouth wide, answering that the guy was nothing more than a newborn puppy. Their sweeps left bright traces. Hansu blocked the attack with his sword, holding back the onslaught. Hansu heard that this was all he was capable of after all his loud speeches. The hero gritted his teeth, smiling broadly. The man thought about how he knew that the guy couldn't be stronger than him. Sparks flew from the blades, but he decided that he would never lose to such a novice. The ground shook under his feet. The commander withdrew his sword to attack, saying that this was the end. The blade headed for the hero. The blade pierced him. The man stretched out his hand, telling him that if he accepted his offer, he could become his subordinate. Hansu lowered his head when he heard that he could save his life this way. With a smile looking at him, Carls added that he would die for a simple reason. The guy dropped his weapon, hearing that he was simply weaker than his opponent. Blood flowed down the hero's face. He clarified whether this was true. Then he grabbed the blade with his hand. Looking at the man, Hansu replied that he would tell him the same thing. Blood ran down his arm. The hero continued to hold the blade, saying that the knight's artifacts were quite good. They were sharp enough to cut through the scales of the dragon energy art. Scales covered his face. Hansu thanked him for sharing them. He opened his mouth indignantly, saying that it had definitely pierced his heart. Seeing the clawed hand of his opponent, he exclaimed that the guy had modified his body. The guy pulled her back, replying that it was too late to realize. The hero punched through it. Blood was dripping to the ground. He wanted to say something, and his heart had changed with the change of race. There was a hole in his chest. Carls cursed about his skills. Hansu stood over the body of the defeated enemy. Later, he took the sword out of his chest, but then threw it aside. A rune appeared in his hands. Annex argued, and he noted that he only succeeded because he pushed himself to the limit to create 3 dragon hearts, and although there are few healing stones, there is nothing he can do about it. The young man remembered the dragon, thinking that the special ability of the dragon energy art was an imitation of the original owner of the art, and that the dragon energy art literally borrowed the power of the dragon. Blood flowed out of his wound. He thought about how it changed his body, and compared to the dragon's, the human body was too ineffective, and the return from the transformation was quite large, and he was still taking damage. Hansu picked up the sword, noting that his runes were about 35%, but he put the weapon in his belt. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he was still new to this art, so it was difficult to maintain the transformation. Then he clenched his fist, deciding that the rest was now only a matter of time. He frowned, realizing that if he didn't do everything instantly, he simply wouldn't have time. The guy headed forward. Gase's body was lying on the ground. The pupil of the third eye darted from side to side. Something was staring at Hansu as he left. The eye evaporated with the words that it would remember it. Seeing the fish core, the hero thought that the others had not yet come, so this was his chance. The guy quickly climbed up, thinking about the fact that thanks to Sophia, he had received information about the core of the fish of disasters. The core has closed. He noted that it is located high, so it will be difficult to reach it on your own, but the platform will be ready soon as it will react quickly. It opened up again. The guy thought that the fish did not have a defense system that could cope with external threats. However, there was one exception, seeing an internal defense mechanism for emergencies, and it was not only ghost knights. The tentacles headed towards him. It was a full-fledged defense system. Hansu avoided their attacks, thinking that any approach to the core would be immediately thwarted by physical attacks, and while simple, there was nothing more effective. He made a swing, thinking he could cut them down. The tentacles regenerated quickly, so considering the regeneration rate of the disaster fish, it wouldn't change anything. They rushed to the hero again. He took out a vial, determined to prevent them from regenerating. Then he threw it up, realizing that this was the only way to deal a decisive blow to the fish. A sweep of the blade shattered the vial. Then he struck the tentacle. Cracks appeared on it. Hansu reflected on the fact that the solution of forgetfulness is not simple. It strengthens things, but fastens everything it touches in a large area and prevents regeneration. Petrified, the tentacle fell apart. The hero took the second blade, noting that the composition worked as expected from the alchemist's recipe. The blade of the sword shattered another vial with the words that he was sure of the result. Liquid flowed down the tip of the blade. The hero put the weapon in front of him, saying that it remained to reduce the number of tentacles. Hansu rushed into battle. The monster opened its mouth, letting out a roar. 2 men watched him, one of them wondering what Ferris had said. Aaron frowned slightly, replying that the closest assistant needed to be nearby and ready. His interlocutor said that he had never seen a fish of disasters behave like this. She whirled, raising waves. They wondered what could make her so angry. Sophia was heading for the shore when they said that she had swallowed the fire, and was now thrashing in agony. Minchell shielded his eyes from the sun when he saw something, but his comrade replied that this was not the time, suggesting that we scout the area. The girl knocked him down when he talked about the possibilities. A mark of the blow remained on the guy's forehead. Looking at him, she said that a little more, and she would be finished. Minchell looked at her, asking where she was from. He was surprised to hear that now was not the time, and he had to run. The fish rose above the water, and they saw that it was shuddering more than before. Looking up, Sophia thought that she had never seen anything like this, and that she was really in pain. As she imagined her silhouette, she thought that it was just a ridiculous statement that anyone would have taken for fiction. Then she clenched her fist, angry that she could not do it with her own hands. Tears flowed down her face from the fact that she could finally be free from this feeling of guilt. Remembering Hansu, who held out his hand to her, the girl noted that he really kept his word. The fish opened its mouth again. Then she rushed to the shore. Sophia grabbed the interlocutor. She also grabbed Aaron. The fish of calamity hit the ground. The guys, shocked, opened their mouths. The girl dragged them with her. Various debris flew out of their mouths. They talked about how the fish of disasters spits out everything that it swallows, not understanding why. Minchell turned to the girl, asking what she had done. She, smiling, replied that they succeeded. Crying with happiness, she added that Hansu had won. Continuing to run forward, she said that they did not have time for this, because they could be washed away, so they needed to leave the roots as soon as possible. The man noticed the golden light in the sky after learning this skill. Michael looked up, thinking that it was Sophia. A girl came up behind, saying that if the rampage of the calamity fish worsened, then this area would suffer, and asked if she had sent a report. The guy turned around when he heard that she had just sent a carrier pigeon, saying that they would monitor the condition of the fish. He replied that this was not enough, demanding that another one be sent. Michael looked away tensely. The water was beating against the rocks. Imagining this fish, the guys wondered what this could be the beginning of the end of the balance that has been maintained in the red zone until now. Everything inside the fish was shaking. Liquid was dripping from its core. Hansu leaned on one knee. Raising his head, the guy noted that everything was as expected. He looked at the core, realizing that holding out on human strength alone was exhausting. He then leaned on his sword, thinking that the load on his body continued to increase due to the use of dragon transformation. One of the tentacles had a dark aura. He noted that the main thing was that they were cursed with a skill that weakened regeneration. The hero took the weapon aside. He rushed into battle again, deciding that his only chance was a direct attack. Several tentacles rushed towards him. The hero cut them with a swing of his blades. After cutting off a few more, he approached the core. The blades pierced him. Hansu held onto his swords, saying that fish could still be in pain. There were many cracks on the core. The guy decided that it was destroyed, and the subspace that formed the stomach began to collapse. A red aura surrounded the sword. Having snatched the weapon with a piece of the core, the hero decided that it was time for the next step. Hansu floated through the liquid. Air bubbles floated by. He thought that the first step to guarantee the killing of the calamity fish was to destroy its nucleus in its stomach, and the second was to go inside it and through the artery connected to the nucleus to reach its heart. The hero continued to move deeper, thinking that at the end of the day, the third step awaits him, which will allow him to finish off this fish. Stumbling upon the dark aura, he wondered if he could remove the poison using the art of dragon energy, and that he would be able to breathe thanks to a Hobbs breath. Tentacles reached out to him again as he thought that everything was going well. Hansu dodged one of them. Then he brought the blade to his face. The hero cut them, leaving bright traces. Still, he was stabbed in the back. The guy exhaled, feeling pain. He imagined his 3 hearts. Then he sliced through the tentacles. Hansu opened his mouth again, feeling pain. Waving his hand, he realized that he had no time to take a break, and he had to hurry. What he saw made him frown. There were many tentacles in front of him, much more than he thought. They rushed to him at once, and he decided to retreat. Hansu held back the onslaught. The guy gripped the hilt harder, thinking that if he retreated again, they would continue to retreat. Lightning bolts appeared around him, thinking that there was only a way forward left. The swipe cut off part of the huge tentacle. Rushing forward, he told himself that he needed to be a little faster. The hero pulled the weapon behind his back. Its sweeps left bright traces. After a moment, he saw a bright light in front of him. Seeing the shard of the divine stone, he reflected on the fact that it was the source of energy that powered the entire body of the calamity fish, and it had once been part of the base of the world tree, now shattered into shards placed in calamities. Looking at it, Hansu noted that it really complicates things. Then he began to swim closer. Tentacles formed near the target. The tentacles developed fangs. The hero looked at the many mouths. Clutching his sword, he noted that the enemy was marching to the very end. Then he picked him up, deciding that in this case he was not going to give up either. The guy rushed into battle. A swing cut off the monster's head. He left a bright trace of the attack behind him. The severed parts fell down. A tentacle grabbed his leg. Lowering his head, the guy was surprised that when it had time. Then he looked away. A lot of the same people headed towards him. The tentacles completely covered him with their bodies. A sound came from the center of them. Cracks appeared on the tentacles. Hansu escaped from captivity. Frowning, the hero thought that this was not enough to stop him. He raised the weapon above his head, telling the tentacles that he would now watch them fight as he emptied their battery. The blade struck the defense. Surrounding himself with lightning, the guy noted that it was stronger than anything he had encountered so far. Continuing to strike, he decided that a direct approach would not work. The sword blow tore through some of the tissues as he thought about severing the arteries connecting the shard of the divine stone to the fish of calamity. Some of the arteries flew apart. Gritting his teeth, Hansu raised his hand above his head. The blow tore through the defense. He saw a stone in front of him. Taking it, the guy said that it was smaller than expected, considering its incredible strength capable of feeding such a fish. With a smile as he looked at it, he was glad that he had finally got it. The whole space around shuddered. Seeing how the exit narrowed, he realized that since he had taken the shard, the internal structure of the fish had begun to collapse, and at this rate, he would stay here. A tentacle floated over his head. Striking, it threw him back. Hansu dropped the prey. The hero lost consciousness. It went along with the flow of water. A small bird sat on the hand. Someone said that it was an order from a certain person to find Hansu, who killed the fish of distress. The body of the fish was lying on the shore. The man turned, calling for the deputy commander. He held his hands behind his back. Lu looked inside, saying that meant it was true after all. Taking the mask to Yuroku, he noted that it belonged to the commander. Lu brought his hand to his face, pondering what had happened to him. A guy standing nearby said that they had found the bodies of the rest of the group nearby, and it was confirmed that they were all from the squad. The deputy raised his head, hearing that, as had been said, there were traces indicating that they had all been victims of the man, and wanted to know what they should do. Lu dropped his mask, noting that the commander was no longer with them, so they needed to update their rank. A smile appeared on his face as the assistant called him commander, and remarked that he liked the way it sounded, thinking about how different he was from the previous one, who had easily earned his rank of commander just because he had been here a couple of years longer than him. The sails of the ship were badly torn. He asked what had not yet been found and if there were any survivors. Lu stretched out his hand, hearing that the reconnaissance was still ongoing, but given the state of the wreckage, the presence of survivors was unlikely, and besides, they could not find any runes, but they were able to obtain artifacts that used to be inside the disaster fish. The blade fell apart when raised. He was surprised that something so large had died, leaving no runes behind. Given the situation, he asked how many things were left in working order. Discarding the thought of the previous commander, he added that more importantly, he did not know whether the hero managed to survive or not, but still ordered to search for any traces of him. Imagining the man with the third eye, he thought that he would have to test him. Lu stopped when he saw what was there. Looking at the fish's insides, he heard that this was most likely where its heart was. Examining the remains, the new captain asked what had happened here. Behind him, another man appeared as he marveled at how strong Hanu was, and addressed him as deputy commander. The man turned to him, answering that he was now the commander, and asked about what had happened. A huge crowd was standing nearby. The assistant said that the travelers were coming here. Looking at the subordinate, Lu said that they should keep what was happening a secret, clarified why he did not monitor the perimeter, to which the interlocutor replied that there were too many of them there, and they would not be able to restrain them all, waiting for orders on what to do about it. Seeing this crowd, he replied that everything was fine, because they must have come to see the dead fish of calamity. Sang-jin was standing among the crowd. He added that there was no need to make a fuss, and as long as they did not approach, they could stand as long as they wanted. Questions were heard in the crowd about what had happened and who had killed the fish. The guy smiled as he told the others that he had heard that there were tons of valuable artifacts inside the calamity fish. He threw up his hands, telling everyone that this group of people planned to monopolize all the artifacts and take everything for themselves. The others looked at him attentively, saying that runes were already difficult to obtain due to the extremely risky hunt. They were angry when they heard that there was no need to stand, they could go and take some artifacts for themselves. The crowd rushed towards Lu. He frowned, shouting that it was disrespectful to the memory of that person. He was willing to let them be here, but now they had to go away, and that this place was under the control of the lighthouse. His men rushed forward when they heard the order to get rid of the others. The eye watched what was happening. Then he flew away. The observer returned to Sophia. The girl held out her hand to him, saying that it was true. She asked people to gather in a crowd next to the fish to distract the attention of the lighthouse. Her observer had vanished in her hand, and she was surprised that there had been a riot there. Introducing the two guys, the girl noted that she had asked to spread some rumors, and that although she could not trust them completely, they were dissatisfied, but capable. Sophia tilted her head thoughtfully. She introduced Sang-jin, then more people in cloaks, thinking that they were deliberately inciting those who remained. Thinking so much about the guy and his comrades, she wondered who they were. Then she looked up, deciding that it was even better for her, and it was a good thing that they had distracted the lighthouse, although they would not be able to hold out for long. After creating a bright sphere, Sophia said that she needed to use this opportunity to search, and she didn't have much time, so if they couldn't, one would create several. Several eyes flew around. She said that it was difficult to control such a number at once, but if she wanted to keep her search undetected, there was no other option. Clenching her fist, Sophia thought about the fact that 3 days had passed. After releasing the observers, the girl realized that this time she had to find Hanu, because he could not die so easily, and she was sure that she would be able to find him. The hero was lying by the water. A sound was heard among the wreckage. Someone's shadow covered him. Fairy looked at the guy intently, saying that this day had finally come. The demon waved his hand. He punched Hanu in the face. He did not react in any way. The guy immediately stood up when he heard that if he didn't get up, he would be kissed. The creature happily spread its hands, saying that he had woken up. Hanu moved his hand and thought that he had managed to recover a bit before his draconification subsided. He reached for the award he received, noting that he had received everything he needed. The guy looked at the demon, noting that it woke him up. He replied that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked if he was bored. Looking intently at the creature, he asked again what he was doing in the red zone. Smiling broadly, Fairy noted that the person knows that they don't come down to them until something extraordinary happens. Hugging him, he added that it was true, but it was impossible to just sit and watch, since the situation was far from ordinary. The demon pointed to the side, calling it a masterpiece. Seeing the dead fish, he said that Hanu was the first traveler to kill such a thing, and that among them there was a rule of great deed, great reward. The hero looked at him with displeasure when he heard that the calamity fish was not intended as prey, so there was no special reward for killing it. He smiled, noting that it was strange because if he became stronger, they wouldn't be as interested. Seeing the sinister smile, he thought about how since they were sadists who adored violent situations, this parasite could not have come here with good intentions. Looking up, Fairy replied that he was quite right and that they had therefore thought carefully about the matter. Spreading his hands, the demon wondered what they should do to make the guy desperately jump straight into hell. Hanu watched as he rubbed his hands and said that they had thought about it carefully. The interlocutor flew higher, saying that therefore he wanted to make an offer and that it was not entirely bad for him. The demon withdrew his hand, saying that he could take the reward for defeating the calamity fish right now. A crystal appeared in the air. It was a skill that was in 8th place in the ranking of the Lord of the Dead. Looking at the creature, the guy thought about the fact that the skill allows him to turn the dead into phantoms and summon them. But that's not all. There was a magic seal on the crystal. He thought about the fact that there was also a magical enhancement effect, and even he couldn't comprehend how strong it was. For someone like him, who can only use 7 skills, this is just an incredibly lucrative reward. Fairy snapped his fingers, telling them not to be surprised ahead of time. Several runes appeared in front of him. He added that this reward has conditions related to the remaining disasters. Looking closely, Hansu realized that these were fragments of skills. A slight smile appeared on his face. The demon froze in amazement when he heard that this was enough, noting that there was more to come. With a smile, looking at him, the hero replied that he had heard enough and chose the second option. He held the crystal in his hands, hearing that unlike the first option, the second option would require him to kill all remaining disasters. If there was any left, he would not receive any rewards. The guy nodded when asked if he was sure of his choice. Then he stood up, adding that he was completely sure. Hansu jumped into the water, saying that they would see each other again. The demon smiled sheepishly, saying that he had made a choice without even listening to the full explanation, and that he really wouldn't disappoint. The man was diving underwater when he remarked that if he had chosen an easy reward, it would have been sad. Air bubbles rose to the surface. Fairy added that even detecting all the disasters of the red zone is no easy task, and he hopes that his struggle will last a very long time. The cave shook. The roots led to the tree. Eyes were visible on the trunk of the erupting root. The root stirred its sprouts, saying that it did not hear the voice of the fish of distress. Steam came out of his mouth. Opening his mouth wide, he let out a scream. The sun shone on the water surface. The hero went ashore. He shook the water from his hair. Remembering the conversation with the demon, I thought that maybe he readily accepted the offer, but in fact, the situation was quite complicated, and his existence definitely accelerated the corruption of the abyss. Looking into the distance, he decided that he had to complete everything faster than in his previous life. Introducing Conte, the hero remembered his words that if they set off without using the space-time crystal, then the more knowledge from the future they applied, the faster the corruption of the abyss would accelerate. The man gave a thumbs up, adding that the hero should act as quickly as possible and that it was more irritable than he looked, to which he replied that he himself could go back in time, but he didn't want to. Now Hansu looked away, noting that everything was blamed on him, and this was annoying. The guy looked at his hand, thinking that now that he thought about it, he realized that it was so, and they just left the task to him. Someone's hand touched him. The ghost of the girl looked at the hero with a smile. Then he went on. She vanished into thin air. Hansu clenched his fist. His eyes shone brightly. He looked at the weapons beside him, saying that each of those skills provided a great advantage. Approaching the body of the fish, the hero noted that he did not expect a reward for killing it at all. The guy grabbed a piece of it, saying that he would have to do it anyway to maintain the balance in the red zone and find the next disaster. So in his hand there was a part of the fish. He added that even a piece would be enough to lure them out. Hansu put the piece in his bag. As he moved, he remembered that unlike last time, he had killed a fish and got what he wanted, even paying back Sophia's debt. A group of people appeared from above, when he said that it was time to meet her, but first she had to go somewhere. 2 of them pounced on him, calling him a small fish and asking what he was doing here. A moment later, he was surrounded by a group of people. Hansu smiled, noting that they were just in time. Warming up, he added that he just wanted to clarify something. Hansu rushed forward, glad to have so many people to ask. The enemy became very nervous. Withdrawing his hand for a blow, the hero told them not to worry, because he would leave them the opportunity to speak. Later, he held one of them. Hansu glanced away. When he saw the tall tree, he said that 3 days had already passed, which meant that the rest of the disasters must have been set in motion. As he rushed forward, he thought that it was bad that he had been unconscious for so long. The hero frowned, thinking that he would not be able to take his chance if everything continued like this. A bright trail appeared in front of him. Something green touched the ground. Hansu looked up. A man appeared in front of him, specifying that it was him. Michael put his hands on his belt, saying his name. The interlocutor laughed. Looking at him intently, the guy asked about what he wanted. Noting that he was busy, he needed to go further. Several people gathered behind him. Aaron looked at him, thinking that Sophia was looking for a hero, but didn't seem to find him, which meant that he was just lucky to find him first. Michael leaned over to him, confirming his assistance in carrying out the orders of the 7 phantoms, as he wanted. Even though he himself was only an assistant to the Valkyrie clan, he still shouldn't try to pull something off. Then he jumped down. He landed with his hand touching the ground and said that he had to deal with Hansu first. Michael drew a sword from the magic circle. Something bright was descending to the ground. Sophia appeared next to the hero, glad that she had finally found him. She smiled, adding that he was really entangled in useless people. Then she turned her head away, calling it a relief that he was fine. Michael stepped forward, calling her name and asking why the one who was supposed to guard her place among the phantoms was helping him. She frowned, hearing that the man already knew what had happened here, and of course knew about her involvement. Lowering her head, Sophia replied that she had already decided everything for herself. A book appeared in her hand, and she told Hansu to leave and she would give him time, because he had unfinished business. Their opponent threw up his hands, saying that there had been a misunderstanding, and he wanted to know something. So, leaning forward, he clarified that the guy was indeed the one who dealt with the monster. Standing behind the girl, Hansu clarified why he would do this. Michael raised his hand, deciding that he had no choice. He handed it to the two of them. The others watched what was happening carefully. The guy smiled, offering to shake hands. Sophia looked at him in disbelief, not understanding what it was all about and why he wanted to unite. Hansu, folding his arms over his chest, wanted to know what he would get for such a handshake, noting that the same man would not get anything either. Their interlocutor threw up his hands again, saying that unlike this woman who was next to him, he could make sure that the hero received the support of assistants, calling it a good offer. The sun's rays fell on Michael as he talked about wanting this place to change and that the red zone hadn't changed since the day he came here. But he still managed to do it. Coming forward, Hansu listened to the fact that there was a need for a storm to disperse the stagnant waves, and someone like him. Covering her face with her hand, Sophia noted that this sounds suspicious, asking the hero if he is sure of this sentence. Turning to her, he replied that even now there are people who want an apology, and agreed. Michael smiled, saying that he had made the right choice. Looking down, Hansu interrupted him, feeling a vibration. The ground trembled under his feet, and he told everyone to dodge. Something burst out of the ground. The monster had a lot of spikes on it. The monster looked like a huge worm. Michael's eyes widened, wondering where this monster came from. The hero stared at the toothy maw when the system reported that it was the mouth of a demon, and thought that it was only the stem of the erupting root of one of the disasters, but it could suck up anything nearby, and due to its survivability, haphazard attacks would not even scratch it. People were running away from a few of the same kind when he thought there were quite a few of them. The demon's mouth pounced on the man. He only raised his hand. As people watched, Hansu reflected on the fact that this monster doesn't usually crawl to the surface without understanding why it's there. The hand withered. The man asked the commander to save him. Michael, shocked, opened his mouth. Someone grabbed his hand when he was shouting that if they stayed here, everyone would die, so they had to run. The hero held his hand, remembering his words that he wanted to help, and offered to go together. A slight smile appeared on his face, as he had long heard the question about where he wanted to go in such a situation, noting that now was not the time for jokes. Taking the weapon in his hand, he replied that it was not far. Turning back to his interlocutor, Hansu said that they were going inside. The lion tied the arm around Michael, who was surprised that the wood could be cut so easily, and did not understand his words about them coming in. The guy screamed when the hero dragged him with him. Hansu landed on his knee. Looking into the dark passage, he noticed that from the inside, the demon's mouth didn't look like what he had imagined. The comrade fell behind. He began to shout indignantly when he heard that he did not know how to land at all, asking whose fault it was. No one in their right mind would drag them like that, asking why he did it. The hero turned around, remembering that he had offered his help earlier. Getting to his feet, the comrade replied that this was not the help he had offered, and asked what he was planning to do here. Noticing the liquid under his feet, he noted that it looked like a nutrient. Turning away, Hansu replied that all disasters have one thing in common, offering to guess which one. Looking up, he noticed that the insides were moving. Tilting his head, the hero replied that he could say so, advising him to get ready. Dark silhouettes appeared ahead. The monsters opened their mouths. Gritting his teeth, Michael noticed that all the red zone monsters were running towards them. Turning around, he decided that it was too dangerous to fight such people, and it was better to escape. Looking at the monsters, the hero wanted to talk about the common feature of all disasters. Hansu grabbed the hilt of the blade. Lightning surrounded the sword when applying the dragon energy art awakening. Shrouded in lightning, the guy said that one should always look forward in the battle with them. There is no turning back. The wave cut through the crowd of monsters. Pieces of monsters flew in different directions. Shocked, Michael did not understand how he did it, and was so strong that he was used to moving alone. Parts of the monsters flew past Hansu when a comrade asked him if he was scared, but was told that he didn't understand. The comrade raised his head. Sophia appeared above him, saying that he had only recently met Hansu. Magic blades cut through the monsters. The hero turned to her, hearing that she could not believe that he had disappeared without saying a word, taking it for granted that she would follow him. Hansu turned away, replying that he knew well, to which she said that they had not known each other for a long time. Michael, who was standing behind, was indignant that they could talk calmly in such a place when they had to get out of here. The girl turned to him, saying that she had come to help the hero and fight with him. A shadow seemed to hang over him when he heard that if he was afraid, he could run. Frowning, the guy thought about how crazy they were. After all, this place endlessly creates monsters from all corners of the red zone, and it's not something that two people can handle. A crowd of monsters headed towards them. Sophia looked behind her back, feeling the wind. A hurricane swept past her, and she realized that it was the path of the wind artifact. Michael held out his blade in front of him, saying that no matter how stupid it was, he would give his word that he would help, and so he stayed for now. Smiling, he added that he wanted to see the true power of the seven phantoms, and also wanted to see the true strength of the hero with his own eyes. Looking at him from the back, the guy said that he managed to bring changes to the red zone, so he expects even more changes in the future. Looking ahead, the girl thought that even after a short conversation, she could understand that Hansu really did have such power. Everyone rushed into battle, and she noted that this force would change everyone and lead people. The sounds of the struggle resounded throughout the cave. Michael directed the wind. Hansu looked at him, hearing that they were still holding on, but they were gradually being pushed back, wondering how long they planned to hold the line, to which he replied that the number of monsters was gradually decreasing, which meant that the first wave would end soon. Then he looked at the girl, asking if she saw it. Her monocle reflected the light, and she replied that it was, and that from the moment she entered the room, she had been watching it with the help of the library. A divine eye appeared in her hand. An eye flew over the monsters. Imagining the monster, the girl thought that if the erupting root, the next calamity, had a fish-like structure, then attacking from the outside was pointless. Afterwards, she imagined the mouth, thinking that the demon's mouth was just a mouth-shaped organ of an erupting root, and it could only be damaged from the inside, and the real body of the root was under the world tree, and it was well hidden, so it was difficult to damage it. The monsters were reflected in her pupil, but she noted that if you entered through her mouth, she could find a path from which demons appeared. She looked forward, seeing everything through the divine eye and thinking that this was the only weak point connected to the insides. The eye noticed. Flying over the abyss, she said that she had found it. A horned monster could be seen below. Lightning appeared in her hand, and she said that she had found the right place, but the monsters were coming out of there, so her connection to the eye was lost. Hansu leaned over as she told him that other than this place was quite far away, so it would be difficult to pass through all the monsters. Clenching his fist, he replied that it was not a problem. His body was covered in dragon scales. He added that it would only take an instant. The pupils changed, becoming dragon. The comrades stood behind. Frowning, Sophia noticed that his art of body transformation had become even stronger. Then she glanced at Michael, who said that he even had the skill of the art of energy, and even capable of transforming his body. He did not understand who he was. The girl stepped forward, answering that the transformation of the body by the art of energy would not last long, so they should finish everything with one blow. After stopping, Sophia added that no matter how strong the hero is, he will not be able to cope with everyone. The girl opened the book in front of her, saying that she would clear the way for him. Hansu noticed his friend's smile. Smiling broadly, he said that he had requested help on the surface, and that although he did not know how soon they would arrive, they would help. The companion looked at the boy, who added that he could no longer stand there and watch them fight, although he was not sure if they would hold out until help arrived. A lot of monsters were heading towards them. The hero looked at his companions. He remembered his old comrades, thinking about nostalgia. Back then, his hair was blowing in the wind. He took the bag, saying that he would have to use what he had accumulated. The guy squeezed the crystal with his hands. The comrade was surprised, asking what he wanted to achieve by breaking it. A splinter flew past him as he replied that he wasn't just smashing it. Holding several fragments, he added that he uses particles. Hansu raised his sword above his head. A bright trail was left after the swing, and he noted that Gesu was good at spotting the right items. Holding the blade in front of him, he said that the task now looked doable. A deep mark was left in the ground. Others were surprised at the power of such a single blow, and that it was very different from the blade that Gesu used. Crystal shards appeared in front of his comrades, telling them to give him their weapons. The crystal touched the book and the blade, and there was a message about the resonance of magic power, and that it was a skill inherited from the artifact that allowed you to borrow your magic power. Looking at the remaining shards, Hansu thought that this was the purpose of this artifact, and that it was one of the most wanted relics of all those lost in the red zone. But of course, it was useless to try to activate it with a fragment of the divine crystal. They rushed into battle, hearing that they could not die. The battle continued on the surface. Monsters crawled out of the underground passages. Someone shouted that it was impossible to retreat, and that there had never been so many monsters around. Eren turned around, asking if reinforcements had arrived. A carrier pigeon, Michael, appeared in front of him. Stretching out his hand to him, he saw that he was asking for help. Lu grabbed the bird and the guy asked him what he was doing. Clenching it in his fist, the man called them rats that make noise on his territory. Frowning, he added that he had already said that they were looking for Hansu. The guy looked away. Standing in front of him, Lu was talking about how this was the lighthouse's business, and that matters relating to disasters were under the jurisdiction of a certain person, so it was better for the assistants to leave. He turned away when Eren replied that they couldn't leave because of the monsters surrounding them, and said that they didn't understand him, meaning that they were left with only what was on the surface. Smiling, the man added that they had plans for something more. Sounds came from the passage. Along with the others, another one came downstairs, saying that Michael was connected with the first officers, who asked what he was doing there. Looking up, the man pointed out that they had decided that they could do whatever they wanted on his territory, so they had to be responsible, and this place was under his jurisdiction, so they had to come out or else they would regret it. The cave shuddered when he said that there were limits to even bluffing. Stones fell from the ceiling. Looking around, he asked about the fact that the passage was closed and the walls were moving. Looking up, Lu said that he had never heard of a demonic mouth moving like this. Michael smiled, noting that it was harder to use skills here than on the surface, and he hadn't thought that such an important person would respond to his carrier pigeon. A monster appeared behind the interlocutor's back when he was indignant at these words. Hanu stood on the defeated monster. Lowering his eyes, he told him to be quiet and that if he wanted to live, he had to move. Turning to him, Lu thought that he was strong, but he was seeing him for the first time, and it seemed that this was the one who killed the fish of disaster. He gritted his teeth, realizing that the mailing was closed, then there was no point in losing his power here. His men rushed into battle, and he replied that he had no choice and ordered them to deal with the monsters. Looking at the carrier pigeon, Lu thought that he should explain the current situation to that person. Hanu could be dealt with later. After all, he had recently arrived here, but he was good at fighting, and his strength was growing rapidly, and it was obvious that he was becoming stronger thanks to Phantoms and Sophia. Behind him, I heard someone shouting saying that this was not enough. Frowning, the man decided that if he dealt with him, then the man would definitely make him the commander of the attack aircraft, and asked what the interlocutor was talking about. Hanu, who was standing in front of him, noted that he would not last in his current state. It seemed that the beacon was weaker than he remembered. A fist approached his face. Several shards of crystal glowed in the hero's hands. People looked at their weapons, asking what they were. Others fought the monsters, feeling that magical power had suddenly begun to pass through them. Everyone was very surprised. Lowering his hand, Hanu thought about how hard it was to channel mana through so many people. Lightning surrounded his face. Seeing the people fighting, he told them to focus on controlling their magic during the fight. The tree enveloped the cube. The roots squeezed him harder. Someone said that he could not take the whole plant yet. The monster's eyes shone brightly. Blue-skinned creatures appeared nearby, saying that they would get rid of the intruder. People continued to fight off the monsters when they heard that they needed to move forward. Lu smiled broadly, calling it amazing. Magic appeared in his hands. He thought about how he had never felt so helpless, and this was some kind of new feeling, and that Hanu was hiding such power. Flames surrounded him, and he shouted that this power was incredible. The ground trembled under his feet. He thought that he had to report it immediately, because most likely a certain person did not suspect the full scale of the hero's powers. Looking at the top of the cave, he also thought that even though the inside of the demon's mouth was covered with a stronger layer of magic power than the one outside, it was surely able to easily break through the wall of roots surrounding them on all sides. Rushing forward, Lu decided that if he could deal with Hanu and then escape, that person would look at him differently, and he wasn't the previous commander who died a stupid death. He prepared an attack, saying that he would sort it out. The monster grabbed him. Holding back his jaw, the man wondered why the flow of magic had suddenly evaporated. The crystals struck the monster. Lu landed on the ground, hearing that he could no longer be helped, so he had to displace the others on his own. Looking away with displeasure, he could not believe that he had been helped by the most dangerous of all phantoms. Lu turned away to the girl, asking what the assault team was up to, ordering her to hold positions and destroy the monsters. Sophia lowered her head. She stared at the crystal in her hand, thinking that she really couldn't help him anymore, because for some time now, the magical power that the heroes shared had become unstable. Looking deep into the cave, she wondered what was going on there. She remembered how she had previously approached a character who said that he would go inside. Sophia stared at him in fear, trying to stop him, because they hadn't even killed all the monsters yet, and it was too dangerous, to which she heard that everything was fine, because they couldn't last long like this, and the only way from here was forward. Standing with his back to them, he added that he could not leave the enemies behind, and so he left them to cover his back. Resolutely looking up, she thought that he didn't have to worry and would soon follow him. People with blue skin stood in front of a tree trunk inside the central area of the roots. On one knee, Hanu said that he knew that as soon as he headed inside, a defensive system would come out to protect the inside of the root. The hero gripped the hilt of his sword. He frowned, adding that in front of him were the last of the extinct race, the only survivors of Elphium's army. The guy rushed into battle. The enemy dodged the attack. Hanu attacked from behind. He turned. He raised his hand over the hero. Then he struck. The hero gritted his teeth. He could hardly hold back the onslaught, thinking that his movement was different since his body was still alive. The ring took on a bright glow. The monster took notice. Red lightning bolts spread from under his hand. Hanu thought about using Nirma's power in addition to the relic using the divine stone. The monster screamed, feeling pain in his arm. The guy realized that he had got rid of the defensive ability created by only magical power, and the attack worked. He removed his hand from him. Looking up, the hero saw that his wounds were not as deep as he expected, and he needed to concentrate more force. Someone's step was heard. Someone stood aside from the hero's fight with the giant. The unknown man stretched out his hand. The attack quickly moved forward. Hanu hid his hand from her. He was thrown back, raising a cloud of smoke. Echidron rose behind Fabian. Magic circles appeared near the sorcerer. The hero noted that, as expected, they were two dead generals of Elheim. Magical armor surrounded the enemy's body. He thought that the power he was using should have hurt them greatly, but they used the relic to block the attack. The dead looked at the hero, who said that these Elfheim defensive devices were originally used to guard the tree, and even though they fell long ago, they still work. Hanu wiped the blood from his face, adding that the effectiveness was amazing, because an average attack would not leave a scratch. Then he looked behind his back, noting that his arm was broken due to the last attack. A stats window appeared. He thought that it wasn't about the speed of development, because it was not bad, but rather that despite the rather high speed and the use of an analog of the red one, all this was not enough to protect against damage. Remembering how Michael and the others had fought, he thought about how he had distributed his power and left the others behind to sort things out, all according to his plan, and if there was a change, it would be only one. Grabbing the blade again, he thought about the fact that the generals of Elfheim were excellent at using relics. He had awakened his piece of divine stone, but he didn't yet know how to use them to their full potential like enemies, and he had to take the relics and divine stone to gain as much power as possible. Looking at the bright trunk of the tree, he thought that his target was not the generals, but what was more important was behind their backs, and who was behind their power. A hand rose from the ground. The dead opened their mouths. He realized that the second defense system had already been activated. The army of the dead headed towards him. The skeletons pounced on Hanu, though he said that if it was a battle of numbers, then he had come prepared. A lot of footsteps were heard. Sophia and the others rushed to help. People ran away at the dead. The man blocked the attack, not understanding what kind of monster it was, because they had just got rid of the bugs blocking the way here, when an army of zombies appeared, and they are quite strong. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, thinking of the fact that this army was in the stomach of the calamity fish, and had originally guarded this place. Lu fought the dead. He glanced away, thinking that he had noticed that something was wrong with the flow of magic, and who would have thought that a battle of such magnitude was unfolding here, and that if it continued like this, then the plan could be completely forgotten. The hero was striking the giant. The man did not understand how far he wanted to take this battle. Hanu makes a lunge. A deep wound remained on the enemy's body. Something hit the ground in front of them as he thought about doing damage, but the enemy was recovering too quickly. Hanu noticed a magic object. He immediately struck him. Looking at the dead generals in front of him, the guy said that their simultaneous attacks were a hindrance. Blood was dripping down his face. He thought about how if the battle dragged on, he would continue to use the art of controlling dragon energy. His body would simply not be able to withstand it, as he was using dragon power to forcibly heal his body while using magic power, and he felt as if his veins were about to explode. Looking at the root, he knew that he had only one goal, and the rest was distracting, and that was the central heart. Imagining many hands, the hero reflected on the fact that the Elfiums were creatures that in the past ruled the red zone to control the ecosystem, using their knowledge of magic, genetics and biology to create the world tree, and what became the basis of both the world tree and life in the red zone in general. The branches entwined the cube, a plant hidden deep under the roots of the tree, which, over time, due to disasters, ceased to fulfill its original duties. The spewing root opened its mouth wide. It was created to help the plant. The cube studied many energies, so over time it became angry and became one of the disasters itself. The giant struck without having enough power. All he can do now is stall for time. Hanu looked up, saying that this was most likely why he activated the defense systems. Ikidron raised his fist. The hero thought about how the army of Elfheim, or rather the entities that exist solely to protect plants, 5 generals, and thanks to the preservation spells cast on the still-living remains, they became an undead army, retaining their destructive and regenerative abilities that they had at their peak. Seeing 2 generals in front of him, he realized that their bodies were much stronger than human ones, which made them heavy opponents. Taking the blade in his hands, the hero decided that if he used the art of dragon energy to carry out the dragonification, he could gain a temporary advantage. The bright root was surrounded by lightning. The energy surrounded the giant. Hanu reflected on the fact that most of all he should pay attention to their regenerative abilities, also strengthened by the central heart through the magical power of the plant. Fabian rushed at him when he thought about how it was like fighting a constantly recovering zombie, and said that it wasn't over yet. Putting his hand to his face, the guy said that 5 generals were only a distraction from the main goal. Lightning encircled the blade as he exercised the power of destruction. Gripping the hilt tighter, he decided to use draconification to maximize the output of magical energy and focus it on a single point. A huge fist was approaching him as he thought about how on top of the relic power combined with the power of the divine stone piece, he would cast the power of the ring and gather all his strength to rush forward. Hanu stared ahead. The sweep of the blade left many bright marks. Many wounds appeared on the enemy's body. Withdrawing the weapon for the strike again, the boy said that although it was Fabian armor made from relics, it was not able to completely block the power of ring destruction. The hero struck another blow with the words that the enemy should just stand still while he regenerates. A deep mark was left on the body of the Fabian. Hanu looked behind him. He managed to block the magic projectile. The orb struck the blade, and he recognized a rosary, each of which was as strong as Fabian armor, which meant he could break it. The guy cut it open, adding a little more strength. The sphere split into 2. He was surprised that he didn't even hit with all his might, and she did it on her own. Ikidron surrounded himself with such. The hero thought he was shrewd and deliberately enveloped the relic in fortified mana to provoke him into attacking. Seeing his gaze from under the mask, he thought that as long as the main body was cut off, the relic was invulnerable. Several attacks were directed towards Hanu. The guy cut the spheres. One of them stabbed me in the back. Falling to the ground, he wondered that even if the relic was damaged, its power would not change. A Kidron soared above the ground. The hero felt great pain. The rest fought with the army of the dead. One of the guys plunged many daggers into the zombies. Lowering his head, he asked how much longer they should do this. Then he looked at his palm, saying that for some time the magic power shuddered so that he could not move normally. And even without this, he had already turned over at least once. The dead man raised his hand. He drew a dagger from himself as the man asked the commander how long they would have to fight like this. The zombie pounced on the guy while he was talking about how they were fighting without rest, but the number of enemies was not decreasing. Michael saved him by hitting the dead man and told him not to relax as they were coming back to life, to which Michael replied that it was all because of him and his men. Flashes surrounded the man's hand as he replied there was no point in complaining. Ice blocks struck the dead. Looking up in embarrassment, the boy recognized Sophia. Placing her hand on his shoulder, she told him to forget about everything and concentrate on fighting the army, otherwise they would all die here. Lou exchanged glances with her, thinking that she was one of the people who had struck down the disasters. Continuing to look at her, the man realized after watching her, and realized who really knew everything and was taking matters into his own hands. He hid the magic bird behind his arm, thinking that Hanu was stronger than he was supposed to be, and he needed to report it to the man, and wait for the rest until they got out of here. The bird flew over the fighting hero. He continued to fend off the artifact's attacks. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He noticed that by blocking one, 2 more were flying at him, and he could not defend himself from all of them. Then he rushed forward, deciding that there was no way he could dodge. A powerful blow sounded during the collision. Hanu was thrown back. The guy gritted his teeth, looking down. His leg looked badly damaged. He felt as if it had been torn off. Still, he headed forward. The hero was approaching a Kidron, deciding that if this was the maximum damage, he would use the bounce to break through. A powerful stream flew beside him as he thought that he only needed one successful blow, and then it wouldn't matter even if he got it himself in the process. The dead man created a large magic circle. Looking at him, Hanu realized that it was too late to block the attack. The hero made a wave, leaving a trail. A Kidron was looking ahead. The enemy turned around in surprise. The hero hit the main target. The blade pierced the crystal, saying that it wasn't aiming at a dead man. It shattered into pieces. Hanu landed on the ground, adding that he had already been here too long. He pointed his blade again. Then he made a series of punches, saying that it was time to put an end to this. Sophia was surprised by what she saw. The dead around stopped resurrecting. She clarified, it was all over, because they stopped moving. A guy came up to them and said that their source of strength was no longer there. Hanu looked at the object in his hand, saying that this was just the beginning, their business was not over yet, so they needed to go to a new place. He turned around when Lou asked him if he would go any further, and added that if he did, the beacon would retreat. The man withdrew his hand, adding that they weren't stupid enough to go to such a dangerous place, and followed him because there was an emergency but they didn't obey him. The hero took up the blade, hearing that they had no obligations to him, did not agree with this. There was a bright trail over his head as he suggested that everyone go their own way, and he couldn't believe he hadn't noticed the swing. Hanu put away his weapon when he was outraged that he had been attacked and replied that the attack was not for him. So, looking towards Lou, he added that he was only paving his way, clarifying that the others were good at holding their breath. A cut appeared in the roots. The man turned behind him. A stream of water rushed inside. Lou was shocked by this. The water washed people away. He called the hero a man. The flow of water filled the space. Lou looked up, calling the hero a psycho, and couldn't believe that he would do this when they tried to leave. Looking at the object in his hand, he thought that he didn't want to bring it to this. But there was no choice left, he just had to get out of here. A message appeared next to the quill that it could not be used. The man was surprised that an artifact that could send anywhere within the red zone could not be used in it. Lou looked at the artifact in shock when the hero told him that he still didn't understand the red zone and that this feather would not work inside the calamity fish or the world tree, or to be more precise, it would not work since they were not in the dungeon. Looking up, Hanu added that in the end, using a feather blocks the fragment of the divine stone. A group of people stood behind him as he pondered that here the erupting root was parasitic on the world tree, and the inside of the roots of that tree was the center of the red zone. Taking the artifact in his hand, the guy added that they were approaching the location of the plant. And the artifact emitted light. He added that since he had brought the relic of the 5 generals with him, he would try to use a piece of divine stone. Afterwards, he clenched his fist, thinking that simply increasing the relic he had made it much easier to stabilize the mana drain, and from the divine stone, although he didn't use it much initially, it was a power that could only be used by a skilled relic user or candidate. Surrounding himself with spheres, Hanu noted that now everything will be easier. The hero looked behind him, but when he heard the indignation about how he dared to pretend that there was nothing wrong after almost drowning them, he fell silent. Indignant, Lou clenched his fists, saying that when he got out of here, he would most likely officially take the place of the squad leader, and as the future commander of the first squad from the dominant beacon, he couldn't just leave it alone. Looking at him, the guy replied that if he wanted to leave, it would be quicker to destroy the main body. The girl frowned a little when she heard that everyone here had a lot of resistance, so they could withstand the poisoning, and noted that it was really better than being burned. Lu pointed at him, demanding that he stop snapping, and said that no one dared to order him. Hansu turned away, replying that he could do whatever he wanted, but it wouldn't change anything, and that it wouldn't be so dangerous here, so it was up to him to decide whether to follow him or not. Michael, who was on one knee, had heard that if they followed him, they could get out safely, and he would guarantee it. Standing with his back to him, Hansu added that the red zone would change as it had never changed before, suggesting that he should not miss the opportunity to follow him. He got to his feet, repeating the words about the change in the red zone. After that, he remembered himself and his words that he wanted this place to change, because since his arrival, the red zone has remained unchanged, but Hansu was able to change it. Seeing the hero surrounded by spheres, he also remembered that he needed a storm to replace the stagnant waves. They needed someone like him. Michael smiled, telling himself that he should be afraid of his desires. Taking a step forward, Lu replied that the beacon would operate independently. The man smiled confidently, also saying that even if the hero asked them to help, it would be too late, and he would make him suffer for daring to look down on them, to which the guy ironically replied that it was. Holding out his finger, the man trembled with anger. Looking back, he added that he could drag them with him, thinking that he wanted to meet the expectations of Ares as much as possible, but there will always be exceptions. Sophia noticed when he told him that he continued to be arrogant about the lighthouse, and asked if they thought something was wrong. Looking ahead, she said that maybe Hansu was wrong this time. Her eye saw something. A lot of monsters crawled out from under the roots of the trees as she said that her observation skill had detected movement nearby. Looking at them, Hansu thought that it was a twisted monster and that perhaps the plant had gone berserk. Imagining the monstrous maw, he mused that they didn't look like full-fledged creatures that were supposed to live in a full-fledged ecosystem, and he was sure that sooner or later they would die of exhaustion. But until then, they would eat everything they saw, and perhaps this cursed erupting root had lost control of the plant. Hansu smiled, surprised that the enemy thought such measures could stop him. Defeated monsters lay on the field. A field camp had been set up on the hill, and orders were heard for the mess group to finish organizing and the advance party to return, demanding a report from the assistant. The guy saw his comrade waving, saying that he needed more ammunition. Johann was carrying the crate when he heard the order to bring the nutrient slurry, and replied that he would come soon. The guy put the box down. Then he sat down on another, saying that there had been a mess in recent days, although he considered all this to be just rumors. He glanced at the people passing by, saying that it was true. The guy remembered the fish of disasters, noting that even now his hands are starting to shake, wondering when Hansu began planning to kill her. A man approached him, asking what he had just said. Hovering over him, he asked if he had met the hero. Johann thought that he looked quite strong and that he might be one of the first travelers to reach the red zone. Afterwards, he remembered the masked man, assuming that some other group was hunting him, thinking that then they could track him down. Frowning, the guy realized that they didn't know where he was anyway, and replied that he was not going to say anything to the stranger. His interlocutor put his hand on his belt, heard that there were many assistants around, so forcing him to speak by force was not a good idea, and he would shout if necessary, to which he apologized for the misunderstanding, because he didn't mean anything like that. The man took off his hood. Sangjin looked at him, giving his name, and explained that he was just curious since they were friends. Noticing the boxes, he noted that he had made it thanks to his help, just like on that ship where he had been helped a lot. Johann stood in front of him and said that from the moment the hero pulled the ship, he knew that Hansu was different from the rest, and wondered what he was trying to achieve. Smiling, the interlocutor replied that they did not know about the details, to which the guy remembered his words that they were friends. Sangjin looked away in annoyance. Johann laughed, hearing that the hero always had various plans and tricks, and he was not one to explain his every move, even if asked. Then he clenched his fist, deciding that it didn't matter and that he had already decided everything. He remembered frowning and telling the hero to use it. Then he remembered his gaze, thinking that he had also been saved by him. At that moment, he held out his hands to him. Now Sangjin looked at them, answering that he had decided to follow the same path as Hansu, thinking that in this way, if he needed his help, it would only be a matter of making it in time. The wind shook his belts, and the guy thought that the hero was not looking for him in the red zone, because he was not good enough. Waving, the girl called to him, saying that they had to go. As he left, Sangjin thanked the guy for telling him. Touching the hood, he wanted to say something about what if the interlocutors saw the hero. Putting it on his head, he decided that he would do it himself, because he would do the same. Sangjin walked past the others, thinking that he was still far from Hansu. They needed to put in more effort. Pieces flew to the side as he reflected on the fact that he was now in a battle while he was looking for him. Bright rays tore apart the monsters. The artifacts emitted a bright light. Hansu turned the orbs at the enemies. As he controlled them with his hand, he thought that he was supporting himself with the magical power of a piece of divine stone, so he would have to concentrate on strength rather than endurance. Around him lay the defeated monsters. Lu standing behind him couldn't believe it, even though he knew that he was so strong. The man gritted his teeth, realizing that the hero had become too strong in such a short period of time that his men did not say anything about it. Hansu stood with his back to him, saying that there was nothing behind him but a waterfall of poisonous water. Looking at him, he wished him good luck. He and his comrades rushed forward, suggesting that the others follow if they wished. An assistant standing behind him turned to the commander, saying that only Hansu knew how to get out of here, and that perhaps they should follow him, to which he replied that they would have to. Lu rushed forward, telling the others that if they wanted to live, they would have to run after him. The cube radiated energy. The monster spoke of what was almost ready. The silhouette of a man stretched out from the three spheres, and he added that he had created an alpha. A charge of energy passed along the route. The energy filled the sphere. He called it a life form, which supported the red zone. The creature spread its arm. With a blow, it shattered the sphere. He stood in front of the monster, hearing that he had to follow his orders. Root bent down, asking if he could hear him, and ordering the intruders to be destroyed as soon as possible. Alpha tilted his head, saying that it was strange and that someone as strange as him had no reason to obey orders. Root opened his mouth wide, indignant at this and saying that he was his creator and master, and that he was only a replica of him. Looking up, Alpha was indignant at the words about the creator. He immediately struck a blow at the Root. Deepening his hand, the Alpha said that something must be here. Root was shocked by this. Frowning, he demanded to give the key to the arsenal. Looking at him intently, the Root called it impudence. Surrounding it with branches, he was outraged that the creature would dare to attack him. Looking up, the Alpha replied that it was boring. Standing in front of him, he suggested that he think about the current situation, calling him a fool. Introducing monsters and roots, he said that he constantly creates them for self-defense, but because of this, he is unable to restore plants. So, holding his hand in it, the Alpha clarified that this is why he says to give the key. Smiling confidently, he added that he would change the outcome of the battle. Looking at him, the Root thought that although he was surprised by the sudden attack, it seemed that the guy still obeyed his order. Removing the branches, he agreed. The bark around the arm weakened. She opened up with the words that he could take him. Looking inside, Alpha said it was good. Inside, there was a bright crystal. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Alpha grabbed the crystal. The monster opened its mouth in surprise. The guy began to pull it out. The Root said that it was a divine stone, demanding to stop. A bright light appeared. The creature's smile widened. He managed to snatch out the divine stone. The monster froze, its mouth wide open. Lowering his hand, he replied that he did not have to be afraid. Then he looked at the stone again, adding that he would keep his promise and correct this situation. The zombie held out his hand. Lu delivered magical blows. Sophia attacked with her divine eyes. With a swing, Michael told the others to hold out a little longer, and that they were almost there. The monsters could not be infinite. Roots appeared from the ground. They broke free, knocking people down, so they ended up above them. They looked up in shock. Someone pushed off the ground. Hansu withdrew his hand for a shot. The swings of the blade cut through them. The guy landed with the severed parts. The hero looked away. Something caught his attention. New roots have appeared behind. Hansu attacked them. In front of him, he saw many monsters. With a bright swing, several spheres appeared. With bright rays, they struck monsters. The guy pulled his hand away again. The energy from the swing hit the nearest enemies. Looking at the falling parts, Hansu thought about how the defense system was definitely weaker than that of the calamity fish, just like the monsters themselves. But he looked away. Michael fought a monster. Sophia attacked with ice flows, and he thought that they continued to weaken. A wave of Lu's finger tore the monster apart. The hero thought that perhaps it was because the enemy had been cornered. So, looking to the side, he suggested that he should go directly to the target. The others looked around. The roots in front of them stopped moving. Hansu looked up, thinking that this could not be. The girl saw him running away somewhere. His footsteps could be heard in the cave. The hero saw the cube in front of him. It glowed brightly. In a moment, its glow disappeared. Looking at this, the guy realized that the plant had lost its source of nutrition. He was surprised to hear the offer to go down. Hansu looked down, thinking that someone was there. My legs pushed off the ground. He headed downstairs, thinking that it was most likely this someone who had taken the piece of divine stone. Landing on his knee, the guy wondered who it could be, because no one else could penetrate the center of the erupting root. The unknown person stood behind, saying that he was different from the others and that he was smaller. Hansu looked behind him. The Alpha held the divine stone and said that a person fully used the key, even if he was not of their race. Smiling, he offered to talk a little. Frowning, the hero heard a question about what he had. After presenting various artifacts, it was noted that the key is the real name of the 5 relics that the 5 generals had, and the reason for such a name is simple. The silhouette of a man held the world tree in the palm of his hand, gaining power and control over it, collecting all these relics. The hero was standing in front of Alf, looking at him carefully. Hansu thought about what this guy had called the relics a key. He held the sword in his hand, thinking that only the natives of Elfheim whom he had met in the abyss had called them that, and there was only one entity that would call the relics so, but that there was no way that entity could be here now. The hero lowered his eyes, thinking about it. The opponent tilted his head when he heard that he was a remark, and noted the guy's knowledge. Holding a bright crystal, Alpha said that the hero not only owns the key, but also knows about the original, to which he replied that he accidentally heard about it. So, looking at him, the hero asked him what he would say. Alpha pointed his finger, mentioning the keys. Then he pointed out help, telling the man to give it up and leave here. Looking in his direction, Hanu heard being called a pathetic worm who shouldn't possess him. Frowning, the guy replied that in this case they would make a return offer. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he demanded to calmly give him a piece of divine stone. He pointed at him with his blade, calling him a fake, unworthy of him. The Alpha was surprised at this. A wide smile appeared on his face. He saw a hero threatening him with a sword. Remark laughed, putting his hand on his head. Looking at the hero, he added that he did not know his place, thinking that he could kill him. Hanu stared at him. The opponent raised his hand above his head, saying that he had no choice. Something was forming in his hand. A moment later, a blade appeared in it. The orb on the blade turned red. Hanu was surprised by what he saw. A black hole formed above the opponent. Looking at it, he thought about how this thing could hold enough weapons to arm hundreds of thousands of warriors. Lightning burst out of the dark space. The Alpha said that he would show the man his place. Several green spheres appeared, saying that he must now resist with all his might. Hanu took his hand behind his back, ready for battle. The spheres rushed towards him. The guy created his own spheres. Their collision caused a bright flash. Observing this, the opponent noted the 7 sacred spheres and that it was befitting the weapons of the 5 generals. More green spheres appeared above them. They all rushed forward. The spheres were headed for Hanu. The hero prepared to attack. A sweep of the blade knocked off several at once. The slashed orbs fell behind. He thought that each of them individually was too weak and resembled a dilapidated version of the relics used by ordinary soldiers. But he frowned when he saw them approaching. More orbs were heading towards him. Hanu was able to jump away from them. Resting on the root, he thought that since there would be enough of hundreds of thousands of warriors here, the number was so simply overwhelming. The green spheres were already heading towards him. He avoided the attack again. Now they were chasing him. The hero looked behind him. The swing of the blade repelled them. Grabbing half of the sphere, he realized that the clone was using a reproducible weapon. So, stretching her out in his arms, he decided that he would use the same method. The rest of the spheres were surrounded by lightning bolts. Lightning surrounded the enemy's blade. The spheres froze near Hanu. They hung in the air all over the room. Remark looked at them in surprise. With his eyes wide open, he shouted that it couldn't be, not understanding why he couldn't control the 7 sacred realms. His sword was surrounded by an aura. He realized that the weapon system was not fully functioning, and the magic power he sent to all the sacred spheres was dissipating on its own. The clone opened his mouth wide again, shouting that this could not be. Holding the hemisphere in front of him, the hero heard that he knew the magic code. Hanu headed in his direction. With a bright swing, he melted several more spheres. Then he smiled, reminding him that he had only heard something about it. The hero remembered the interlocutor who told him about it. So, approaching the remark, he said that he was surprised that he was still able to summon an arsenal. Hanu continued to cut the spheres. The Alpha held the crystal. He heard that even a good weapon can only prove itself well in the hands of a skilled owner. The guy pushed off the ground. He raised his blade above his head, asking his opponent that this was all he could. Hanu stared at him. He gritted his teeth. The sword went to the enemy's head. Looking at him, the clone only said that this was the end. Still, he managed to dodge. A sweep cut off a strand of his hair. He raised his weapon above his head, sending the hero to hell. The guy looked away. Then he pushed with his foot. Hanu headed for the clone. He managed to strike with his elbow. He covered his face with his hand. At that moment, the hero withdrew the blade to strike. Blood spurted away from the swing of the blade. Remark raised his hand to the wound. Looking at him seriously, the man said that he was too weak. The Alpha stepped back. The guy stretched out his hand. Here he has blue spheres, with the words that he will not let him go. The spheres rushed towards the opponent. He avoided their hits. Still, one of them struck. The enemy dropped the crystal. He had to run on. He only cursed, clenching his teeth. The clone put his hands on the floor, realizing that the control of human magic was incredibly good. Alpha covered the wound again, realizing how he could control the key so perfectly, ensuring security without any risk. Hanu was surrounded by the orbs as he thought about how, even considering the use of a piece of divine stone, it was still unbelievable. Replica lowered his head, noting that it was as if he had been controlling magic power for decades, and when it came to exclusive magic control, it was on his level. The hero seemed to rise above him, and he still realized that the guy was much better. At that moment, Hanu approached him. The remarker's leg staggered as he realized that if things continued like this, he might kill him. A splash of blood flew to the side. Alpha froze in place. The shadow of the sword hung over him. Hanu was reflected in his eyes. Imagining the corpses behind him, he realized that he could not even do anything. It was as if a dark aura surrounded him. Replica grabbed his sword, deciding that he couldn't lose again. The hero's attack was already approaching him. Intercepting the sword, the opponent said that he could not afford to die in such a place. Hanu shoots. Seeing the smoke, he realized that he did not feel the blow. The enemy in front of him seemed to evaporate. He recognized this form. The opponent moved on. Watching him, the guy realized that there could be no mistake. The sky soldier's armor gleamed, reflecting the light. The clone was surrounded by this armor. It is an invulnerable set that absorbs weapons for its own growth, and cannot be penetrated by any absorbable weapons. Lowering his head, Hanu said it was a problem. He then thrust the weapon forward, adding that now he had another reason to strike him down. The enemies approached each other. The hero wielded his sword belligerently, saying that everything was as expected from an item at the top of the ranking. It turned out to be above the clone. Then he struck, noting that such durability was annoying. A shiver ran down Alpha's arm as he thought that while the armor couldn't suppress all power, it was still life-saving. Frowning, I also thought that the situation was extreme. Remembering the green orbs, he regretted that he couldn't use the armory, because if he could use it with the heavenly armor, then there would be a chance of winning. He continued to receive blows, thinking that if the situation did not turn around, it was only a matter of time before they could get him. Green spheres circled the armor. Looking at his weapon, he realized that he could do something. Various weapons appeared next to the spheres. He reflected on the fact that although he could not fully use the armory due to the magic code, the weapon itself remained. Hanu rushed towards the enemy. A black hole appeared above him, and he decided to strengthen the armor with all his weapons. Moving forward, the hero asked about what he was up to, because he should not be able to use the absorption of weapons. His eyes widened with awareness. The weapon burst out of the dark space. It went into the armor when the weapon eater was used. The blades were absorbed by the armor. With his mouth wide open, the clone shouted that the guy understood everything, but it was too late, and now he would show him the true power of creating weapons. But frowning, he felt something. The Alpha sat down on his knee, noticing the erosion that was trying to consume the sky armor wearer because he had fed too many weapons, noting that even with his current strength, he couldn't resist it. But he smiled again. Seeing the hero's thoughtfulness, he realized that he would not stand it either, and besides, he no longer had time to deal with him. The clone stretched out his hand, deciding what he wanted. The hero stood opposite when he heard the question that he had come for this. Heavenly armor began to surround him. Hanu resisted her when he heard it was a gift. The armor covered his vision. The hero tried to tear it off himself. Watching this, the enemy told him that it was useless and that the chances of dying from obtaining the heavenly demon armor were 10 to 1. Smiling ominously, he added that he was talking about the standard probability, because now, after feeding the armor to the armor of all the weapons in the arsenal, the current chances of survival have significantly decreased. Afterward, he frowned, thinking that he thought that the hero would be absorbed by the armor almost instantly, but he does quite well. Seeing how the armor completely covered Hansa's body, he realized that he would not be able to use it after his death anyway, so he should leave him here and go directly to the world tree. The clone turned away, telling the guy that he would come back when he died. Hanu furrowed his brows. He was pinned to the ground when he felt incredible pressure, and realized that the enemy had handed over power to him. As he ran his claws across the floor, he knew that one mistake would immediately lead to death. The guy was confident that by increasing his dragon art to the maximum, he would be able to overcome this situation, but it would still put his life in danger. Yet, with an aura surrounding himself, Hanu decided that now was not the time to think about such things. Horns appeared on his head. Scales covered his face. The blow rang out under his foot. Hanu raised his hands above his head. Parts of the armor flew apart. They fell to the ground with a crash. The guy spent his last strength. He fell to the floor. After a while, the hero tried to get up. His hands were still trembling. Hanu managed to get back on its feet. Frowning, he felt something. Blood splashed on the ground. Putting his hands to his face, he thought that it was dangerous. He saw the blood on his hand, realizing that the full use of dragon art was too much for him. Then he withdrew his hand, thinking that even a fleeting use of it seriously burdens his body, and now he is not at the level to use it calmly. So, looking down, he realized that he had to give it up for a while. The hero looked behind him. After wiping the blood from his face, Hanu noticed that he had escaped. In front of him lay a crystal. Picking up the crystal, the hero noted that he would not have left it otherwise. Opening his mouth slightly, he summoned the Sky Soldier armor. Armor began to surround him. Sharp claws appeared on the gloves. Hanu was shrouded in transparent armor. Clenching her fist, he thought that he liked the fact that she was moving according to his will. The guy put the item in his bag, noting that in addition to devouring weapons, it has another excellent property. Inspecting the armor, the hero noticed that it showed even more defensive characteristics against weapons similar to those already absorbed. Looking up, he noticed that the Sky Soldier's armor had already undergone a red evolution. Remembering the weapon that flew out, the hero suggested that it was most likely because it was fed to the armor. The armor clenched its fists. With a smile, looking at the ring, Hanu noted that he would not have to feed her anymore. Looking at the roots, someone noticed that the flow of monsters had stopped. Michael sheathed his weapon, asking where Hanu had gone. Tilting her head thoughtfully, Sophia replied that she had seen where he had run. Someone approached her, clarifying that the hero had abandoned her. Lu smirked, saying that this was despite the fact that he had told him to follow them, calling him irresponsible. The man folded his arms over his chest when the interlocutor drew attention to the fact that even so, the beacons still followed him quite well, and replied that they had no other choice. The two looked at him when they heard that if the heroine tried to drown them in the poisonous water, they would have the opportunity to leave, and that the lighthouse had insisted on retreating from the beginning. Hanu appeared behind him when he offered to say what it was if he was wrong. Lu looked behind Lu in fright when he asked about where exactly the hero had gone, and heard from him that he was leaving to deal with the main body. Michael wondered if he had been killed. Passing by, Lu replied that he did not do it. Hanu walked past his comrades when he wanted to know who had done it, and replied that they should follow him. He would bring them to the surface. Minchell stared at him silently. The hero turned around, saying that they were free not to listen to him, and he never gave orders. Lu clenched his fist in exasperation as he hoped he wouldn't have to repeat it. The man noticed Michael's gaze. The latter looked at him intently, and then feigned his fright, repeating the words that he did not notice the return of the hero. This embarrassed the man. He started yelling at the guy when the hero thought about how the main body had been destroyed and he had taken possession of a piece of divine stone. But something was bothering him. Hanu remembered how the clone raised the sword above his head, noting that it looked like he could use all of the king's power. Frowning, he decided that in this case, the situation began to deteriorate sharply. The snake coiled around the trunk of the tree as he mused that it might have gone directly to the flower. The platform was visible in the crown of a tree. The clone stood by the flower, saying that the loss of the sky soldier's armor was worth it, and he would finally have all the king's power. But he gritted his teeth in annoyance. Stepping out, opening his mouth, he didn't understand why after handing over all power to him, the main body was still asleep. The petals of the flower stirred slightly. Looking at him, the guy was talking about how the world tree was gone and Elfheim was gone, but there were people down there who would replace them, and he would correct the mistakes of the past. The wind blew his hair away when he said it was to revive his kin. Frowning, he added that it was for all of Acheron. There was only silence among the branches of the tree. Turning away from the flower, the clone said that he could not save his kind and could not save Elfheim. In the end he lost himself as a coward, so wherever he was, let him watch him do it himself. Imagining Hanu surrounded by orbs, the clone mused that he had the key and must return Galadriel's sword, shield, and bracelet. After that, he remembered the dead commanders and was sure that the hero had the bracelet. Heading forward, he decided that after regaining the administrator's power, he must enter the flower, and that would require overwhelming strength rather than pathetic tricks. The cloak fluttered in the wind. The clone lowered his eyes. He saw the trunk of a tree in front of him. Ouroboros caught his attention. He hung on a tree branch, then jumped to another. The clone jumped down. He managed to land on another branch. The guy looked away. The wind rustled between the branches of the tree. He headed down again. With great leaps he managed to descend lower and lower. My foot touched something. The clone ended up on a kite. He noticed something. Red eyes looked out from under the scales. Frowning, the guy said to get out of the way, outraged that they dared to bare their fangs at their creator. Many monsters gathered in front. The monsters retreated. The guy lifted his scales, noting the correctness of their behavior. After recovering from it, I thought that the original eventually lost. So, passing by the monsters, he reflected on the fact that he had lost his kind and no longer had power. A wide smile appeared on his face as he decided that he would now be the original himself. Stretching out his hand in front of him, the guy said that from now on he is Techeron. Hanu was standing by the water. A group of people was standing nearby, among whom there was talk that someone believed that another would die after failing to fight. Another was surprised that his comrade returned alive. Moonlight fell on Sophia. The girl turned around when she heard the question of what she was thinking. Michael approached her, saying that he was sure they were thinking the same thing, so there was no point in even asking. Seeing the hero looking at the stars, the guy talked about how he killed the calamity fish and the erupting root, and a lot had changed in the red zone after his appearance. Lowering his eyes, he admitted that he was ready to give up. Michael remembered the man's hand on his shoulder, his words that it was impossible, and that he could not imagine that one of the disasters could be killed. Looking at Hansa's serious look, the guy noted that he did it alone. Sophia looked at the hero, hearing that she also liked that person, and most likely he would calmly go to the orange zone. She frowned, thinking that from now on, the red zone would be a safer place, which meant that many who came from the training zone would survive. Then she clenched her fist, deciding that in this case, perhaps, her loved one would also survive in the red zone. Hanu took off his outerwear. She thought that he planned to save billions of lives. A slight smile appeared on her face. Laughing, she covered her mouth. Michael asked her about it. Smiling cheerfully, the girl replied that she felt as if something ridiculous had happened. The interlocutor withdrew his hand, saying that he understood. A bird flew over them. Looking up, people asked what it was, and someone remarked that it looked like a carrier pigeon. Everyone was surprised at the number of them. Ouroboros wound around the tree. Man strove forward. Others also ran with all their might. His foot tripped over a stone. The man fell on his face. He raised his hand, asking for help. His comrades turned around in fright, but decided to run on when he begged not to leave him. Blood spurted from his mouth. The monster pounced on him. He opened his mouth with sharp fangs. The monster tore off the flesh. Sophia spotted a group of people nearby. Hansu looked away. Next to him stood Sophia. Looking at them with red eyes, the monster heard the order to detain these people. Tekuran folded his hands on the engraving, saying that until he had full control of the robot, he needed to make sure they didn't leave the place, and that was his duty. He frowned, adding that they should not be allowed to get into the orange zone. Two more appeared next to the monster. A whole crowd joined him. They rushed forward. The hero and his companion were reflected in his eyes. The snake's body was wrapped around the trunk of a tree. A sound was heard near the roots. People were frightened, asking what it was. An army of ghostly locusts appeared in front of them. The monsters rushed to the tents. The woman pointed at them with her hand, telling everyone to get ready. They should stop them here. Eren and Minchel braced themselves for battle. Others also took up arms when they heard that they had to defend the place. Johan was visibly frightened when he heard about holding on until the rest of the clans came to the rescue. His hand trembled as he held the blade. Eren's face twisted from the fact that they had to stop them on their own. The trampling of locusts was heard throughout the area. Her army covered the land. The guy thought that this was a disaster. The bird flew up to his hand. Michael held out his hand in front of her. Opening his eyes slightly, he said that the report said that all the parasitic locusts had come out. Sophia looked at him in surprise when she heard that there were more than 100 million of them. People have gathered together, saying that even if they gather all the clans, they won't be able to deal with them, and it's just crazy. Hansu lowered his head, pondering that it was not clear why these locusts were on the offensive. He imagined the monsters, thinking that they were guarding the interior of Ouroboros, their gatekeepers who protected against anything that could break through its scales, so they couldn't just go anywhere. Imagining the head of the snake, he realized that the Ouroboros, the only creature capable of commanding them, was now focused on soaking up the poisonous water, and he had no reason to give such an order, especially now, and it had not happened in the past 500 years or in his past life. The hero furrowed his brows. Imagining Tekuran's ominous smile, the guy realized that it was him. The wind blew past him, and he thought that although he had assumed that it would become an unaccounted variable, things had become much more troublesome. Hansu turned when he heard the address to himself. Lu pointed it out, accusing it of driving the parasitic locusts into a frenzy. Turning around, the guy asked what he was talking about, and he replied that there was no need to pretend. The interlocutor opened his mouth wide, shouting that if he hadn't started killing disasters, this wouldn't have happened, asking how he would be held accountable for it. With an annoyed look at him, Michael told him not to talk nonsense, noting their uneasy relationship. The hero turned to Sophia, asking if she could use the librarian's skill and find out how long it would take him to descend after hearing the outrage at the ignorance. The interlocutor tilted her head, clarifying what he meant, how long it would take the entire level to descend. But Hansu pointed aside, clarifying that he was talking about Ouroboros. Looking at the giant serpent, he clarified that he was asking about how long it would take him to go down. The girl and his comrades looked in his direction in surprise. Looking intently in the same direction, the hero understood that the offensive of the parasitic locusts would not be limited to this. He introduced a split face to Tekuran, realizing that the clone had some degree of royalty, and could therefore order the locusts to move, and it was obvious that he was trying to control Ouroboros as well. The snake's eyes shone brightly. Imagining its huge maw, he mused that it would take a long time to take control of it, as the Ouroboros was one of the 4 disasters, and once the enemy gained power over it, he would send it to the land. The girl looked at him as he decided that there was an urgent need to know how much time they had and asked her to hurry up, also thinking that the longer the Ouroboros needed, the more time they would have to prepare. The trunk of the tree was reflected in her monocle. Lu and the others opened their mouths in surprise when they heard about 2 weeks. The man gritted his teeth, realizing that it was all over, and the order to bring Hansu no longer mattered. Turning to his subordinates, he said that the entire red zone was in danger and that the 1st and 2nd squads should report to Miyamoto, with the rest behind him. Sophia approached him, not understanding where he was going, as they had to work together to cope. Looking at her contemptuously, he asked why they would do this. Raising her hand, she heard about the mirror opening soon, and realized that they needed to be there in time to escape, and thought about the fact that the time to open it had already come. Imagining the pool behind the tree, she thought that the mirror was a huge lake located between 6 great pillars, and although it was a path to the next zone, it became so only once a month, and when the surface of the lake turned into such a mirror, it could be entered, but the unworthy could not, but only those who had manifested themselves. Frowning, Sophia pondered that all the clan members were high-level travelers. They would all surely successfully enter the mirror. Lu smirked at hearing that all the clan members would escape through the mirror when it opened, and replied that they had no reason to die here in vain. Indignantly, she asked him about Eren and Minchel, and how he hadn't even thought about what would happen to the rest of the people in the red zone. The interlocutor only lowered his eyebrows, saying that it was obvious. After introducing the army of monsters, he replied that they would die from the parasitic locusts. Then he imagined a snake, adding that perhaps from it. The man scratched his ear, not understanding why he should be worried about an order given 20 years ago. Angry, Sophia cursed at him. He brushed it off his shoulder, telling her not to look at him like that, because it's not just about them, and all the clan leaders probably think the same way he does. Turning around, the man added that everything would be different if order was established here and it was safe, because people maintain justice in heaven, not in hell. Lu left them. The girl put her hand on her head, realizing that at this rate all the remaining travelers would be killed. She lowered her eyes, imagining a glimpse from the darkness, thinking that if they weren't careful, the seal might be broken. Her attention was attracted by Hanu, who reassured her that 2 weeks is a long time. The hero stretched out his hand, adding that if they met certain conditions, then killing Ouroboros would not seem crazy. Putting her hand on her belt, she couldn't believe it, clarifying what he meant, as with the fish of distress and the erupting root. Both looked at Michael, who said that it didn't matter, because all the parasitic locusts responsible for protecting the snake were descending to the ground right now. Pointing with his hand, he also said that the guardians of the gate were not performing their duties, which meant that the Ouroboros was completely closed from outside access, and it would not be possible to use the same method as before. Raising 2 fingers, he added that this is why he mentioned 2 conditions. After imagining people fighting monsters, he said that the first condition was to gather all the clans to repel the locust attack. Sangjin was encouraged to hear that they should enlist the support of the strongest travelers in the red zone. Hansu smiled, replying that they could do it then. The leaves rustled on the tree. The serpent wrapped around the branches. Ouroboros grabbed his fangs. The hero added that this way they would defeat him. Comrades stood opposite Hansu. Looking at him excitedly, Michael asked if he really said that he wanted to unite the clans to confront the parasitic locusts. He imagined the monster's mouth, adding that the Ouroboros would soon descend and destroy everything around it. The young man folded his hands, hearing that it was impossible, and the clans would not act on his wishes. Frowning slightly, Sophia noted that she had followed his ideas so far, had seen him do things that seemed impossible, and even now her opinion and trust in him had not changed. Then she withdrew her hand, adding that she was sure that he knew why the 7 phantoms could not leave their posts, and even if they wanted to come to the rescue, they would not be able to. With a clenched fist, Hansu replied that that was why he was going to solve this problem by eliminating the very reason that shackled the phantoms. He turned away when his companion exclaimed that this could not be. Turning to her, he replied that they needed to unite the clans and force them to stop the locusts. They didn't have time. The serpent sank its fangs into the tree. His eyes shone brightly. Tekeron observed people from his central nervous system. The man restrained the monster's paw. With his mouth wide open, Minchell shouted to hold on and maintain his position. Folding his hands, he heard the question of when reinforcements would arrive. The guy brought his hand to his face. Surrounded by various windows, he noticed that they held up better than he had imagined. Seeing how people fought, he talked about how it was completely pointless, and the parasitic locusts had an advantage in numbers, so it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Tekeron put his hands on his feet, saying that he can't afford to kill too many people, because each of them is a valuable resource, and he still needs a population of sufficient size. His attention was attracted by Lu. It was reflected in his eyes. He saw the man and his squad. The locusts watched them as he called them rats fleeing the sinking ship, noting that a large group of people were about to make it to the passage to the next zone. Touching the floor, Tekeron called it disgusting, as they pay with the lives of their kin to save themselves. Smiling ominously, he added that there was nothing good about them, and that would be a divine punishment. So, looking at Lu, he called them pathetic insects. The man looked down. There were a lot of people standing by the water. Seeing the bald man, he recognized them as people from the Heavenly Association. Others were standing in cloaks. They were 6 independents. The man with the beard folded his hands. It was the monarch of the Chimera clan. Looking at them intently, Lu thought about the fact that everyone had come here except for the Valkyrie clan, repelling the onslaught of locusts, and considering that even the strongest had decided to escape, his decision was the right one. Turning to his assistant, he told him to settle down nearby so that he could escape as soon as the mirror opened. The man looked behind him. He threw up his hands, noticing them. Giacomo smiled broadly, calling him the one who stole the place of the deceased previous captain. Lu was going downstairs when he was asked that the man had given him permission to leave. His men would come down after him when he replied that he had no reason to talk, to which the interlocutor replied that he was sorry. Giacomo raised his hand, saying that given the situation, he expected to see him at least someday, because the man was so busy that he could hardly remember what he looked like. Lowering his head in annoyance, he replied that unlike the leaders of other clans, that person was doing a great duty, so it was only natural. His eyes grew larger from what he saw. A bright light appeared in front of him. Hansu came down to earth, saying that the 6 great clans had arrived quite quickly. Lu gritted his teeth and asked him what he was doing here. His comrades landed after him. Pointing at him, Lu called him insane, saying that he had come here to get in their way again. Calmly looking at the interlocutor, the hero replied that he did not come for this, but just wanted to share his plan. The people looked at him as they heard that the plan was simple, and they, the 6 great clans, would stop the parasitic locust invasion. Giacomo, tilting his head in discomprehension, heard that he would deal with Ouroboros at the same time. Leaning over each other, the people whispered that the man was telling them to fight the locusts, and that he seemed to have gone mad. Michael put his hand on his shoulder, noting that he had said that no one would follow his plan. Sophia lowered her head, not understanding why they were all so irresponsible. She walked forward, saying that they were 7 phantoms. The girl put her hand on her chest, reminding them that they had to defend the red zone, following the will of the lords. Looking at her, Hansu noted that they did mention the Miyamoto. He introduced the lord, thinking that he was already dead in the abyss. But until then, he had been helping people here, wondering if he had always done so. The girl looked at Lu, who told her not to cross the line. The man raised his hand threateningly, adding that it didn't give her the right to waste the lord's name. The hero and Michael looked at him thoughtfully, thinking that he was the first to ignore Miyamoto's words and try to escape. Hansu voiced it. Agreeing, the comrade pointed with his hand. The man smiled, calling the hero crazier than he thought. Gyakma stepped forward, clarifying his name and wanting to say something to him. He stood in front of Hansu, saying that he had heard him kill the calamity, and he was ashamed that he did not stay to fight, but the clan should act for its own good. Looking into the eyes, the man added that they just need to wait a couple of days and they can move to the orange zone, so there is no point in getting involved in a losing battle. Since it's every man for himself, then there is no need to stand in the way of each other. The hero looked at him silently. Then he turned away, answering that he had already realized that he could not get through to him. Turning around, he said that they were coming, and that it was best in the front rows to feel all the cruelty of this world. The ground trembled under his feet. People tried to resist. Gyakma turned to everyone, ordering them to stop panicking, because they only had to hold off the parasitic locusts for 2 days. Raising his head, the hero noted that it was not about locusts, because the movement was much stronger. Then he frowned, noting that there was only one creature capable of creating such a shaking in the red zone. The people saw the snake's tail moving, and he said it was Ouroboros. The serpent descended from the tree, starting its movement. Ouroboros headed for the lake. The tail rose above them. His shadow covered Lu, who asked what was going on, as he was supposed to come down only in 2 weeks. Looking up, Sophia noted that Ouroboros was not slipping. Seeing the movement of the tail, she noted that it only moved it. Everyone looked frightened, surprised by such an earthquake just from the movement of the tail. Hansu, frowning, noted that he knew he was trying to block the mirror. The tail headed for the water. His shadow covered the people. A wave rose from the impact on the water. Sophia created a barrier when the hero said that he had one more request, but she did not agree to it. The water stopped on magic circles. The stream bypassed people. The tail remained in the lake. Lu covered his face with his hand, thinking that this was bad. The tail almost completely covered the lake. His assistant pointed upstairs. Locusts were descending their tails. My legs were trembling with fear. Looking up, they talked about how it was a nightmare. The commander turned to them, shouting about retreat and that they needed to escape as far as possible. The bald man, gritting his teeth, said that they were also leaving. A lot of footsteps were heard. The girl turned to Gyakma, waiting for orders and asking what they should do. Lowering his head, the man mused that the tail blocked the mirror, and countless hordes of parasitic locusts were coming at them, and in order to go to the next zone, they needed to kill them all. Looking at the approaching monsters, he knew that with such a large number, this was not possible. Gritting his teeth, he decided that there was nothing they could do. Gyakma glanced away when he heard a question about what someone was doing. Raising his hand, Lu said that someone wanted to kill them all. An ice barrier appeared in front of them. Sophia stood on top of it, saying that the others understood as well as she did, that there was no point in running, they needed to stop the locusts if they wanted to survive. Lu gritted his teeth when he heard that they would die in a couple of weeks when the serpent descended anyway. His assistant turned to the others, shouting about an emergency. The locust had already descended to the ground. Someone rushed forward, hearing a shout that she was already behind. The monster attacked the people. In fright, they covered themselves with their hands. Hansu raised his sword to strike. A swing sliced the monster apart. Turning to Lu, he told him to follow the plan. Wiping the blood from his face, he added that otherwise they would not be able to survive. Holding his hands in front of him, he called him a psycho, not believing that he continued to talk like that. Then he pointed to the hero, telling him to come to his senses, because although he was talking about killing Ouroboros, the serpent was not like the rest of the disasters. Looking at him intently, Hansu replied that he wanted to cowardly escape. There were already many locusts behind him when he added that such an escape would ruin their only way to survive. Gyakma folded his hands, saying that the mirror would open in 2 days. Lu looked angry when he heard that as long as the tail blocked the mirror, the only thing they could do was wait 2 weeks. The others looked at him, hearing that the choice was theirs. The girl standing at the top had heard that it was possible to unite to defeat the calamity and survive. The monsters were moving forward, and he was talking about how you can follow your selfish desires by staying in the red zone and buried here. The locusts opened their mouths and screamed. Monsters appeared behind Gyakma. His men grabbed their weapons, saying they were coming. The man stood with his back, hearing the request to be saved. Someone rushed forward. Something dark flashed behind him. Gyakma smiled broadly, saying that he liked Hansu. He summoned his hammer. Then he took him behind his back. The man struck. The monster was thrown back. Tekuran gripped his hammer harder. Picking it up, he said that from now on, they must make sure that the parasitic locusts that filled the lake could not go anywhere else. Looking to the side, he ordered everyone to draw their weapons, because they would fight, and then collect the trophy. The girl behind him clarified that he would fight the locusts until the Ouroboros was killed, to which he was surprised by her opinion that he would actually do such a thing. But looking behind him, he said that as long as they fought, they would also prepare the way for a retreat, because it would be much easier for the 6 great clans to fight here together. Holding their weapons, people had heard that if they couldn't defeat Ouroboros, they wouldn't be able to go to the Orange Zone, and even the 6 great clans had to understand that. Then, with a smile, he looked at Hansu, saying that if something went wrong, he would blame him. After all, he said that he would deal with the kite and the 7 phantoms. The hero looked to the side, hearing that there was nothing to lose. The rays of the sun illuminated the body of the snake. People grabbed their weapons. The locusts rushed at them. A fight ensued between them. Another group of people stood aside. They looked frightened, asking if they would fight her. After all, even the rest of the clans had taken part, and perhaps they should join in. The guy in the hat turned around, asking the commander what they should do. But there was no Lu in front of him. The man moved away from the others, thinking that if he had known that everything would turn out this way, he would have prepared in advance. Gritting his teeth, he called everyone else fools, thinking that they were crazy. The hammer struck when he didn't understand how the others were going to stop the endless stream of locusts, holding out until the Ouroboros died. Gyokma struck down the monster in front of him. Lu decided that it was simply unthinkable, and such a plan would never work. Lightning has surrounded Hansu. The hero pulled the blade behind his back. The man thought that perhaps it was about him. The blade gleamed in the light. Lowering his eyes, he still thought that no one was capable of such a thing, and the plan was obviously bad. As he made his way through the forest, Lu told himself that he had to go back to that man, saying that it had taken a long time to learn more about the guy. Michael looked around. Looking at him, Sophia asked about what had happened. The guy replied that it was nothing. Hansu came to them, a comrade putting away the blade, saying that the clans had begun to execute the plan, so they had managed to slow down the descent of the parasitic locusts. He froze in amazement when he heard that the rest remained with him. Hansu shook off his shoulder, saying that he had done everything he had planned here, and now he had to go ahead and defeat all the phantoms. The girl frowned when she heard the name Miyamoto and that it was time to meet him. Michael pointed to himself, clarifying that if everything stays with him, then he himself needs to stay here, to which the guy said that this is the case. He remembered their last meeting, having heard that he had promised to provide him with the support of his assistants. Turning away, Hansu, he put his hand in front of him in confusion, but nevertheless agreed. Tents were set up in the field. It was the headquarters of the Mike, and someone said that there was a report that locusts occupied the mirror. They are now being detained by 6 great clans led by the Gyokma, and after Olga's clan completely destroyed the first wave of locusts, they began to move towards the mirror, early, so they need to make a decision. The cloaked man asked if they should avoid the battle by hiding in the seal and waiting for the passage to open, or if they would continue to guard it. The woman sitting opposite was listening to the phantoms who should guard the seal. Mariette withdrew her hand, suggesting that they hide near the seal and wait for it to be over, because the situation is not so dangerous. John Sang agreed, adding that neither locusts nor even Ouroboros are able to get inside, and in any case they will not be able to do anything with a sliding snake in 2 weeks. Tina slammed the table indignantly, asking about what would happen to the remaining travelers if they decided to hide, Kyle noting that it was their duty to protect the seal, but it was to save more lives. A man nearby lowered his head, hearing the argument that they should stay alive, because no one cares about the death of a couple of travelers. The other was indignant because he said this, to which the interlocutor replied that the red zone was over, and even this thing in the print would disappear. But he was indignant, saying that the thing in the print is something of a different level, and it can move to another zone. The man took a deep breath. Raising his head, Miyamoto asked for silence, saying that they should not argue with each other. The blonde guy looked at him guiltily, heard that the options were good. Mariette also lowered her eyes, also hearing that they should not create discord. The people sitting at the table apologized, to which he replied that there was no need to apologize. The man raised his hand, saying that given the situation, he understood the feeling perfectly, but even in such a situation, they should keep their sanity, reminding them that they were phantoms. And then he brought his hand to his beard, noting that first they had to find the cause of what was happening in the red zone. Lu walked into them. Quickly getting up, he turned to Miyamoto, saying that he had an urgent report. Looking at him reproachfully, Kyle noted that the phantoms were holding an important meeting, but heard that there was nothing wrong with it. The man got up from his seat. He went to Lu, saying that he had worked hard to take the vacant position of Stormtrooper Commander after the death of the previous one. The guy bowed and thanked him. The interlocutor put his hand on his shoulder. He smiled, asking me to tell me why he had come here. Lu, smiling broadly, spoke about the 6 great clans holding the political locusts near the mirror, and it was all Hansa's fault. But that's not all. He even proposed a plan that included defeating the Ouroboros, and he came to report it. He was very worried when he heard from the interlocutor that he understood. Miyamoto became more serious, asking what he was doing with the mirror. The guy opened his mouth wide, trying to find the words. The phantoms stared at him, hearing the request to calm down, because the fact that he went to the mirror perfectly shows his attempt to escape into the gray zone. John Sang lowered his head as the man talked about how the 7 phantoms had gathered here to decide the future of the red zone, and his actions spat in their faces. Nervously, Lu retorted that he was just following his orders. Miyamoto looked him in the eye, repeating the phrase about orders. The guy, shocked, opened his mouth. Lowering his head, he began to ask for forgiveness. The man shook his head, asking him to wait and they would continue this conversation later. Lu was standing at the entrance to the tent. Tina looked at the man, calling such an escape a disappointment. Turning to her, he replied that if you remember that a huge snake was coming down here, his actions were quite understandable. Marianne put her hand on her head, saying that in any case, a fact is a fact, and a kind of Hansu. And he really did all this, to which the interlocutor said that he would still like to meet with him once. He smiled slightly. Then he brought his hand to his face, saying that perhaps the hero was a reasonable person and would help the red zone. The subordinate said something to the man in the cloak. He raised his hand to Miyamoto. Hansu walked along with Sophia, then it was announced that he was coming. Miyamoto looked behind him. Looking at the light, he repeated the words about the appearance of the hero. The rays of the sun lit up the sky. The man said that he did not know if he had heard about it from Sophia, but decided that he should still introduce himself. Miyamoto put his hand on his chest, saying that he is one of the 7 phantoms who protect the red zone, as well as the current leader of the lighthouse. The girl, angry, looked at the hero, who only replied that he was pleased to meet him. The rest of the phantoms were sitting at the table next to the man when he added that given the tense situation, he would get straight to the point. Illuminated by the setting sun, Hansu said that he was going to kill the Ouroboros, asking for help. Everyone looked at him in silence. Kyle pulled his hand away, calling it impudence, and that he wasn't even worthy to talk to a man, which the others agreed on. The man himself smiled, noting that he was truly an honest man. Afterward, he stared at him, answering that they could not help him. Although he said that he was able to defeat the snake, there was a reason why they did not leave this place. On the face of Hansu, a smile appeared when he said what he knew. All the phantoms were surprised to hear the name Akuma. Beads of sweat ran down Sophia's face as he talked about how, as always, he would take their place by defeating him. Frowning, the guy told them that they could remove the seal. Someone rushed forward. The blades surrounded the hero. The phantoms pointed their weapons at him. Miyamoto lowered his head, calling it unexpected. The phantoms had not yet put away their weapons when the hero asked how he knew about Akuma. After imagining various monsters, he reflected on what travelers in the red zone know about the 4 disasters. Something peeked out of the roots, just as in the depths of the trunk of the world tree there exists, secretly from travelers, another calamity. The eyes of the dark silhouette burned brightly. This is the 5-sealed Akuma disaster. The guy introduced his comrades. The sphere was surrounded by chains. He noted that when it was discovered and people realized that it had to remain sealed. Chains bound and held the sphere in place, and it was assumed that this disaster was far more dangerous than the others, and it was obvious that it could be the end of the travelers in the red zone, so it was decided to keep the very existence of Akuma a secret. Miyamoto led the rest of the phantoms, as they were the only ones who knew about him. The man frowned, telling the hero that knowing what would happen if the seal holding Akuma was broken, he insisted on it anyway. So, standing surrounded by blades, he replied that it was so, and that it was because of the relics he had. Remembering the chains and the trident, he mentioned them and that he had previously needed them to defeat the Ouroboros. Raising an eyebrow, the man turned to Sophia. The girl shook her head when asked that she had told him this, and replied that he himself knew about these things. Miyamoto put his hand to his head, saying that it was strange, because the guy had recently arrived in the red zone, and yet he knew such details. The phantom held the blade of willpower, saying that it didn't even matter how he knew it. Tina controlled the ball, saying that they should get rid of this man here and now. Hansu stared at the blonde phantom as he heard about how his goal was obvious, and it was a reward for obtaining the relic and killing Akuma. The hero then glanced at John Sang, hearing that for the sake of his greed, he was willing to put the entire red zone at risk, and there was no doubt that he had set his sights on the rest of the scourges for the same reason. Sophia raised her hand, asking everyone to calm down, assuring that the guy was not like that. Not understanding, looking at her, Tina was surprised that the girl believed him. She folded her hands, answering that she did not believe him at once, and at first thought him mad, especially after he calmly said that he would kill the fish of misfortune. Remembering the fish and the root, she added that he had indeed killed them, and did it alone. Hansu stared at the others, hearing that everyone who had seen him in action would not doubt him if he said he could defeat the Akuma, and all these miracles were only possible in his execution. Sighing, the man repeated the words about miracles. The phantoms put away their weapons upon hearing the command. Folding his hands behind his back, the man said that he understood what he was talking about. Presenting this seal, he added that those who fell in that slaughter were calling out to him, and telling him how hopelessly overwhelming his all-destructive power was. Hansu tilted his head when asked about what he had that the others didn't. Opening his mouth slightly, the guy repeated the question. His energy spread, throwing the others away. As they slipped along the ground, they asked what it was. Armor appeared above him. Hansu took up arms and said that he would prove that he could defeat Akuma. Then he pointed his blade at the phantoms, suggesting that they attack at once. Looking at him, Janseng noted that he was overwhelmed with bravado. Putting up the weapon in response, he said that he would test it in practice. Mariette looked frightened. The phantoms rushed into battle. One of them intercepted the blade. The hero's wave left a bright mark. A bright flash appeared from the impact of the weapon. Hansu and Janseng crossed blades, and Janseng said they were phantoms. The other two were approaching him. The sword struck the armor as he said that the fact that the hero thought he could defeat all the defenders of the red zone at the same time was nothing but arrogance. Holding back the onslaught, Hansu replied that the opponent was definitely stronger than an ordinary traveler and really deserved the title of phantom. The blade struck sparks as it slipped through, and Janseng clarified what it meant. An aura surrounded the armor. The energy burst out into the heavens. The other two were surprised. His hands went to them. The hero grabbed them, replying that he meant that they would be a great test when armoring a poor soldier. Earlier, the hero and his comrades gathered at the table, and he asked about what could be said about Miyamoto. The interlocutor was interested in why he suddenly asked this. Looking at her, Hansu told me that he had heard that he was the one who ruled the area, but had died shortly after the discovery of the abyss, and was sure that one of them would come across him sooner or later, so he would like to know what the girl thought of him. The interlocutor lowered her head, answering that he was different from the rest of the clan leaders. Firstly, he led the others without emphasizing his leadership. His innate talents included protection and blessings, but he could also weaken enemies. Remembering the people behind her back, she said that while everyone was laying their foundations and chasing awards, hurrying for various reasons to the orange zone, he was the only one left in the red zone. Miyamoto stood with his hands behind his back. He said that he had decided to do this of his own free will, saying that he would guard the Akuma seal. Looking at her intently, Hansu, I also heard that he deliberately gave up his capabilities, sacrificing himself. Smiling, the girl noted that if the hero meets him, then he can be trusted. A comrade standing next to her folded his hands as she said that Miyamoto was a man who adhered to honor more strictly than any of the wanderers in the red zone. Now the man opened his mouth wide, demanding to stop and asking about what they were doing. He threw up his hands, saying that they didn't have enough strength even if they worked together. The captured phantoms averted their eyes when he said that the Ouroboros would descend in 2 weeks, and they were wasting their strength. Turning his head away, Kyle apologized. Miyamoto clenched his fist. Coming closer to the hero, the man said that he had heard about his strength, and therefore would ask to remove the weapon eater. Then he held out his hand, offering to discuss everything, because after all, even now, people are dying every second. The rays of the setting sun were visible above the tent. Everyone sat down at the table, Miyamoto acknowledging his power. The hero folded his hands on his chest, heard that he could not remove the seal, relying only on it. Presenting the seal, he said that no one can predict what will happen if it is removed, and therefore it should never be removed. He then introduced the silhouette of the Akuma, saying that as you approach the print, you begin to feel its overwhelming power. The man sat at the other end of the table, wanting to know if there was a concrete plan to eliminate him. Looking serious, Hansu, he replied that he existed. So, after presenting various artifacts, he said that out of the 5 existing relics, 2 of them are used in printing, and the other 3 are already in his possession, and with the help of 2 relics it is possible to suppress the power of Akuma, then using all 5, it can be destroyed. Folding his hands on the table, Hansu, he added that the chance of success of the plan is considered high, asking what others think. Miyamoto glanced at the cup, noting that he was familiar with it. He saw the hero in front of him, reflecting on the fact that he had a great responsibility, and will to lay down his life for the sake of the cause, without showing fear for his life. The man's gaze became more piercing, and he wondered if he had met a similar traveler in all the 20 years that he had been here, decided that he had. Imagining the man behind his interlocutor, he remembered the Ares. Frowning, he couldn't hear the others. Mariette raised her hand to address him. Miyamoto grabbed his mug. Taking a sip, he apologized for immersing himself in memories of the past, noting that unlike Hansu, who makes quick decisions, he is made differently and has a more measured personality. Sitting at the table, the hero heard a question about summarizing some thoughts before answering his question. The interlocutor tapped on the table, assuming that they would follow this plan and remove the seal to defeat Akuma. The phantoms glanced at the leader, who suggested that they might lose. But he imagined a dark silhouette among the corpses, saying that the Ouroboros had set in motion, and if Akuma joined him, he asked what could happen to the red zone. The hero clenched his fist when he said that he believed in his powers, because he opposed phantoms and was able to overcome as many as 2 disasters. So, sitting at the table, the man said that plans are good only in theory, and the better they go, the more cautious you need to be. Hansu frowned as he unveiled the artifacts. Miyamoto withdrew his hand with a smile, suggesting that the existing relics be used to strengthen the seal. He introduced the sword and the orbs, saying that if they used them, then the seal would be strengthened and there would be no more trouble even if the descending Ouroboros destroyed the entire red zone. The interlocutor imagined phantoms in the forest, saying that they would be able to leave this place, and accordingly help cope with the locusts that filled the mirror. He then imagined handing the weapon to a human, saying that he would be able to help as many travelers in the red zone as possible by protecting them while passing through the mirror. Miyamoto imagined the people at the aisle, saying that before the snakes could slide down, they would take everyone to the orange zone. Kyle clenched his fists happily, saying that it was as expected from the boss. He couldn't believe that he had come up with such an idea. Sophia looked at the guy when asked if that seemed more rational. The latter, opening his mouth slightly, noted that there was indeed logic in the plan. The man raised his hand to his face and heard that he would refuse him. Looking into his eyes, the guy added that the relics were not meant to be used in this way. Miyamoto lowered his eyes. Folding his hands, he clarified whether this was a selfish desire. Leaning on the table, Hansu replied that this was not the case and that there was an understanding that relics would be needed in other places as well. Then the interlocutor looked up, asking if he could tell where he planned to use them. Without taking his eyes off, the hero clarified if there was a difference if he killed Akuma, saying that he would deal quickly and there was nothing to worry about. Both looked at each other intently. Getting up from the table, Miyamoto decided that they would stop there for now. Sophia looked shocked and wanted to clarify what that meant after hearing that they had no choice but to trust the hero. With a smile as he looked at him, the man added that he relied on Hansu. Passing by, he asked to be followed and he would take him to the place where Akuma was sealed. Lu held up a finger, remembering something. Turning around, the hero heard a request to change clothes. Because his fighting style is based on dexterity, so the new clothes should suit him. The group walked among the branches of the tree. Hansu smirked. He took a look at the new clothes. The system reported that they were leather armor that was light and reduced air resistance, noting that it was quite good. He put his hand on his shoulder, noting that it was worth correcting it. Sophia looked behind her, noting that she felt better now. Miyamoto held his hands behind his back as she said that it was beautiful that he decided to trust him. Hansu frowned when he heard that all that remained was to defeat Akuma according to the plan. He remembered how the man took a sip, saying that he was immersed in memories of the past. He put her on the table, adding that unlike the hero, who makes decisions quickly, he is more measured. Hansu looked at him carefully. There are dents on the glass. The girl looked at him questioningly when she wanted to say something. The trident bound the chains. A monster was trapped inside it. His eyes lit up. The branches were intertwined. All this was 20 years ago. Ares covered her mouth in horror. There were many dead around. Keldian crouched over one of them, saying that these stones were human-shaped, and he guessed what happened here. Humans fell victim to an attack of incredible force. Looking up, he clarified that it was a single creature attack. Seeing the seal, he said that this creature was trapped here, and this dangerous creature should not awaken. Standing near the seal, he said that everywhere there was a remnant of an unknown energy radiating from him. Conte folded his hands, noting that the creature was sealed. If they left it alone, then it should be fine. The comrade adjusted his glasses, answering that he was mistaken. Looking at the aura around the seal, he said that it was weakening. The guy took notice of the cracks, saying that it was holding on because of the chains that bound it, but it was obvious that sooner or later it would fall off on its own. Keldian threw up his hands and, hearing that there was a slow-motion bomb in front of them, agreed. Miyamoto was standing beside her. The man touched the chains, telling the others that they needed to come up with a plan to deal with it. Looking intently, he heard an offer to return and discuss their further plan. His comrades were surprised to hear that he had a solution. He was looking at the seal in front of him. The energy spread from his ring. He was surprised that he would have to risk his life for ascension again. Red armor surrounded the seal. He thought that his weapon eater might be the strongest here. Ares opened her mouth in surprise when he realized that in the next zone he would have to start all over again. The armor wrapped around the trident. Keldian was shocked that he was crushing the seal with a weapon eater. He, looking at his comrades, did not understand how much longer he would have to do this and whether there would be an end, and replied that his weapon eater would help the seal, and thus Akuma would not be freed. The girl standing opposite clarified that he would have to stay here, in the red zone, to maintain the serviceability of the weapon eater, to which he replied that this was his conscious decision. Miyamoto put his hand on his chest, saying that it was all for the sake of a higher purpose in humanity, so he would stay here. Opening his mouth slightly, he added that there was no need to worry, because he would remain in the red zone and protect the seal. Now the man was looking down. There were still many bodies lying in front of the seal, and he silently walked forward as Kyle addressed him. Turning around, the leader replied that he remembered the past for a moment. Sophia gave a displeased look at Hansu, who told him to start as they don't have much time. Looking at him, Miyamoto replied that it was their duty. His ring lit up, and he said he was removing the seal. The armor let go of the trident. We are watching what is happening. The hero thought about the fact that the man fed his devourer a lot of weapons, and being much worse than the armor of the sky soldier, this devourer nevertheless has impressive strength. He glanced at the phantoms, realizing that their role was to make purchases. There were a lot of weapons under the devourer. The guy also thought that since Miyamoto had to take care of him, he was severely limited in what he could and could not do, and therefore, it was the 7 phantoms who were obliged to get the weapons required by the devourer. Touching his face, Hansu, I thought that something was wrong here. He saw the man in front of him, deciding that he couldn't understand something. The ring on his hand shone brightly. The chains began to loosen. The trident stabbed into the ground. Energy spread around. A shard of seal flew aside. Akuma climbed out. Sophia was surprised. A monster appeared in front of them. His tongue was hanging from his mouth. Looking at him, Tina realized that her body could not move, even though the enemy had only unleashed his killing intent, and that alone felt extremely dangerous. The monster lowered its head. The monster stood in front of her. Akuma's shadow loomed over the girl. Hansu drew his blade. He rushed forward. He managed to block the shot. His energy spread all around. The others covered their faces with their hands. The monster opened its mouth wider. The hero held back his onslaught. He managed to divert the enemy's hand. Hansu jumped, raising his blade. The hero struck. Akuma flew aside. Standing in front of the girl, he told everyone to listen to him carefully. The monster rose to his feet. Scales appeared on the guy's face, telling the others to protect themselves as he was going to keep his end of the bargain. Hansu squinted his eyes and looked ahead, adding that he would face the enemy alone. After that, he rushed to attack. He raised his blade to attack. Akuma turned in his direction. Something grew out of his hand. Akuma rushed forward. His tongue was thrown back. Hansu tucked his sword behind his back. They were approaching each other. I felt a shiver under my feet. Putting the hammer on his shoulder, the man said that the ground was shaking. The girl covered her eye from the sweat, thinking that it was because of the locusts. But looking down, he did not agree with her. The hero blocked the attack when he added that the tremors were coming from underground. The ground cracked from the impact. Stones flew in the direction of the phantoms. Kao covered his face with his hand, noting that it was a battle between two monsters. Hansu dodged a series of attacks. Akuma's swing went over his head. Orbs appeared in front of the hero. One of them was carrying a blow. Hansu noticed something. The monster raised his hand above his head. The guy had to retreat. Clouds of dust rose all around. Akuma appeared among them. Hansu withdrew his hand as he pounced on him. An arm of armor appeared next to his hand. The enemy paid attention to her. The hero struck the ground. He was surprised at what he saw. There was nothing under the fist. Akuma was behind him. The monster directed a blow. Something appeared near his face. Hansu was able to strike him. The monster was thrown back. The guy was surprised that he dodged such a blow. Opening its mouth, it let out a roar. The phantoms watched what was happening attentively. Looking at Hansu and Akuma, he talked about how this is not a battle they can interfere with, as their strength and speed are beyond their limits. Kyle frowned, noting that everything was as the hero said. Seeing him surrounded by the spheres, he noted that they had no choice but to leave everything to him. Looking at the enemy, Hansu reflected on the fact that he was faster than it seemed, even though he had partially summoned the Sky Soldier's armor just in such an eventuality, but it still couldn't keep up. His ring was emitting light, and he decided that attacks that couldn't hit the target were pointless, so he needed to summon it again when he was sure he would. Seeing Akuma in front of him, he decided that he would have to use them after all. A trident and a chain lay nearby. Hansu frowned when he heard the voice. Akuma trembled, asking for something. A bloody tear dripped from his eye as he asked to be killed. The spheres surrounded the hero. Opening his mouth slightly, the hero agreed, because he had come only for this. The monster rushed towards him. The guy stepped back. The sphere struck. Akuma opened his mouth as he felt pain. Hansu pointed his hand forward. Another sphere struck. The hero rushed to him. His hand reached for the chain. He managed to grab her. Looking down, he said that the chains had worked. The chains have taken on an aura. He spun it in front of the enemy. Akuma was shackled by them. Looking at him intently, the guy realized that he had tied him up with chains, but he would soon be free from them. Hansu raised his spear, deciding that he had to finish him off before that happened. Suddenly he felt something. A green aura surrounded his body, and he realized that it did not obey him. Hansu gritted his teeth as he felt that someone was pressing on him. Looking at the bound Akuma, he assumed that it was his skill. He jingled chains, trying to get out. The hero realized that this could not be, because, as far as he knew, he did not have skills that blocked the movement of the opponent. Then Hansu looked behind his back, realizing that it was someone else's fault, not understanding who it could be. He stared back. Behind him stood his comrades. Miyamoto stood behind everyone. He lowered his head, closing his eyes. There was the same green aura around his body. Akuma lashed out at the hero when he realized whose fault it was. The spear flew away from the blow. White dust shot up from the impact. Akuma landed nearby. The demon's body was chained, but then a powerful movement of the monster tore her apart. A dark silhouette could be seen in the rising smoke. Hansu was leaning on the ground and thought that he now understood what had alerted him in him earlier. He remembered the smiling man and thought what his attitude was to maintaining the Akuma seal. He imagined his hands reaching for a weapon and thought it was a devourer, a weapon that had consumed him in great numbers. Remembering the man's stern face, he thought that his skill was a debuff aimed at him. Imagining a Miyamoto squeezing an egg, he thought it was protecting Akuma. Closing his eyes, the hero imagined Iris and addressed her in his mind. Remembering that she said that he was a righteous man, he did not think that Miyamoto would be of any help. Suddenly, the guy stared intensely ahead. The red monster attacked him sharply. The hero jumped away, waving his green sword. Looking at the sharp fangs, the hero thought, has he become faster? The enemy attacked again, forcing the guy to dodge. Hanu gritted his teeth, tensely realizing that the opponent had not become faster, it was he who had become slower. The monster moved sharply from side to side, attacking. A slight smile appeared on the man's lips. Hanu put his hands back with his sword. He looked away seriously and thought again. The monster attacked again with a sharp movement. White rays shot up. Leaning on the ledge, Hanu thought about how tedious it was. The more time passed, the stronger the Miyamoto debuff became. Looking intensely ahead, the hero mentally asked Sophia to solve it faster. The girl arched her eyebrows in alarm. She looked at the comrade who was standing in front of the monster, and asked what was wrong with him. Akuma suddenly began to press him. Looking intently into the distance, Sophia thought that something was wrong here. The brunette clenched his fist. She thought that given how things had developed at the beginning of the fight, Hanu should have defeated Akuma a long time ago, then suddenly stopped, and now he was losing the battle altogether. A drop of sweat flowed down the girl's face. She thought that this could not be. The pink-haired woman remembered how surprised she was when the guy turned to her. Looking away, the brunette said that if he suddenly gave up and was unable to land even a single blow on the Akuma, he knew he was asking for a dangerous thing, but he was asking for a distraction. Opening his mouth, the hero decided to continue. A gloved hand clenched into a fist. Turning to the man, Sophia exclaimed that Hanu needed to be helped immediately. Lowering his head slightly, Miyamoto asked, "Does she mean they all need to help him?" He stood opposite with his hands behind his back and said that unlike Hanu, they had no way to fight Akuma. They would indeed recklessly rush to his rescue and attack, but it would be like rushing into a lion's den naked. Imagining a predator that held the man's hand in its mouth, he continued that they would only interfere with Hanu. The hero resolutely looked forward, and the man said that all they could do was believe in him and just watch him defeat Akuma alone. Waving her hand, Sophia retorted that if they stood aside, the situation could become dangerous. Drops of sweat dripped down the girl's face. She shouted that if Hanu fell, then they would all go after him, and not only them, but all the travelers of the Red Zone. Miyamoto frowned as he heard her ask, "Does he really want Hanu to die in battle?" Marianne put her hand on the girl's shoulder and told her to watch her words. She had just crossed the line. A man standing opposite said he believed in Hanu. Sophia looked at him indignantly when she was reminded that said Mr. said he could defeat Akuma alone. Lowering his head, Miyamoto said that he understands her concerns. The situation is really not going well. Calmly looking ahead, the man with the beard said that it only strengthened his decision not to help Hanu. Marianne and John Seng were standing nearby. On the other hand, a tense Tina heard that if Hanu fell, Akuma, then they would have to reseal Akuma using his power and relic. He imagined a silhouette protecting the monster inside the dome. Sophia looked intensely ahead at the suggestion that she had a better alternative. The girl furrowed her brows. She remembered how the brunette had looked at her and warned her to beware of the Miyamoto. Then she arched her eyebrows in surprise when she heard that he could stand in the way of defeating Akuma. The hero was sure he would insist on the need to reseal him. With a confident look, the guy looked forward when he heard the question, "Is he serious?" Opening his mouth, Hanu said that he wasn't sure, but if this was the same Miyamoto he knew, then he really believed he would betray them in the end. Vines were descending from the autumn trunks. Sophia thought that given Hansa's words, how Miyamoto intended to protect the seal and how suddenly Hanu began to lose ground. The man's eyebrows were furrowed. The heroine thought that he was going to kill Hanu. Miyamoto touches his chin with his fingers. He thinks Akuma is a calamity that needs to be killed. The guy with the sword was standing in front of the monster. The hero thought that no, he only thinks so because he sees Akuma as an enemy that should be destroyed. A tongue came out of the red demon's mouth. The hero thought that as long as they could maintain the seal, he was no different from a beast in a cage. Hanu jumped to avoid being hit, and the man thought that as long as he kept him in chains, the possibilities of using him were endless. As long as Akuma was under his control, he continued to keep the red zone under his control with ease. Looking carefully ahead, the man thought that Hanu was just an arrogant fool who was lost in the illusion of his own heroism. The guy fell with a sword, and the man thought that as a punishment for such arrogance, he would die, drowning in despair. Suddenly, the man's eyes opened in surprise. The hero raised his hands back with the sword, and he gritted his teeth forcefully. The guy sharply hit the monster from top to bottom. His foot slipped on the ground. Seeing Akuma fly to the side, drops of blood fell on the floor. Miyamoto was tensely looking ahead and thought that he had put all his strength into this skill. He couldn't help but act. He gritted his teeth angrily, thinking how? His face bulged with anger, and he mentally repeated his question. The hero could hardly lean on his sword, and he thought how it continued to stand. The blood-stained guy resolutely looked ahead. Opening his mouth, the guy was breathing heavily. The black-horned monster stared at him, and then he rushed forward. Akuma swung, stretching out his hand to the guy. Suddenly a block of ice surrounded his leg. The monster looked down in surprise. Sophia outstretched her arms and used magic. There were shining magic seals around her. Looking ahead in shock, Miyamoto screamed, asking what was she doing? Without turning, the heroine continued to hold the magic seal. Curling his fingers, The man shouted loudly that he was saying that now they themselves could be in danger, which is why he said to let Hansu fight Akuma alone. Turning her frown away, Sophia said that he was supposed to help someone who risked his life to save everyone living in the red zone, including them. Someone who can survive at least a few of Akuma's attacks refuses to help in battle just because they don't want to put themselves in danger? A golden beam of magic seal coiled around the guy. The girl asked if he was ashamed. Frowning angrily, the man asked how dare she. The red monster opened its mouth. Then, with a sharp movement, he broke the binding ice. Looking there in fright, Mariant shouted that he had paid attention to them. Sophia opened the book and ordered everyone to get ready. A green lightning bolt appeared around Miyamoto's arm. The black-eyed monster heard the hero order him not to be distracted. At the same time, Hansu said that his opponent is still him. A bright green beam crossed the monster's body from behind. The monster opened its mouth, its tongue sticking out. It frowned ahead. Frightened, Sophia stretched out her hand. Hansu turned around in displeasure when he heard her call out to him, a huge red hand clutching a sword. With a swift movement, the monster spiraled the hero back. The guy lowered his head, hitting his back. The heroine was holding an open book. In the space below the guy, shining sheets appeared from the use of the Steps of Ascension skill. Hansu smiled and said it was a good job. Then he confidently stepped on the support, and he rushed to the attack. The brunette looked ahead in surprise. Yellow growths appeared on the monster's back. Akuma stood bent over. Then he straightened up, directing sharp spikes forward. Kyle opened his mouth in fright, exclaiming that this thing is capable of such attacks. Blue vortexes hovered around the attacking hero. The golden beams of thorns were approaching him. Magic cannonballs slammed into sharp projectiles. Steam was coming from the monster's mouth. He saw the hero hanging from above, and chains appeared behind. The system reported that the infusion of mana restored the chains. At the ends of the chain there was a golden point. They wrapped around the body of the red monster. The blood-stained guy called out to Akuma. He reached for the hilt of the weapon that appeared and asked him to freeze for a moment. It would be fast. A red trident appeared in the hero's hand. He threw it, piercing through the monster's body. Akuma flew away, stamped against the wall. Blood splashed from his long tongue. The blond man and the hooded man looked at this in surprise. The man standing in front of him heard that this was incredible. Was he really beating Akuma? He clenched his fingers into a fist and mentally repeated no. Looking ahead with displeasure, the man thought that if they didn't stop him right now, Akuma would die. The green eye widened in hatred. He thought that they should delay Hansu. Looking at the brunette standing with his back to him, he thought that until Akuma could move again. The hero felt movement from behind. And then he turned around, stopping the green lightning bolts with red. From the tense guy's temple, he thought that the skill was destroyed. And red lightning circled around the hero's fingers. He turned to the man and asked him to stop, saying that he would no longer turn a blind eye to his actions. Turning in his direction, Hansu asked him to wait for a while. He would finish with him first. The disgruntled man gritted his teeth. Clenching his teeth tightly, he thought that because of him, he remembered again the feeling that he had forgotten. Looking at the guy holding the sword, he thought it was admiration. Then I remembered how I used to look ahead with delight. On the mountain of monsters' bodies stood a blonde girl. Ares turned her head to the side. Hansu standing in front of him was in the same pose. The man thought that he had not forgotten for 20 years. As he continued to clench his teeth, he thought he had a different feeling in his heart. The man's body was surrounded by a purple haze, and he thought it was envy. The figure of a man was reflected in the blade. The man, stained with blood, ran quickly. The huge monster in front of him opened its mouth, and he pointed his sharp horns at the man. Miyamoto squeezed his eyes shut, trying to cover himself with his hands. Then he opened one eye when he heard a loud sound. The girl with the white cloak protected him with many magical seals. With a sweet smile, Ares held out her hand and promised that everything would be fine now. Surprised, Miyamoto looked at her, thinking that she was the ruler of another world, loved by everyone. He imagined standing in the middle of a cheerful crowd, and thought that absolutely everyone in the red zone respected her. A blonde woman with a glowing crown stood next to her comrades. Miyamoto was pinching the wound on his arm and thought that he hated her, as he should have been in her shoes. Looking down, the gray-eyed man thought that this was when he discovered an opportunity. He remembered the egg surrounded by chains and thought it was Akuma's hidden scourge. Remembering the footage of what was happening, the man thought that the seal could only be maintained with a small portion of mana, but he lied to everyone in order to stay in the red zone. Remembering how sly he smiled, Miyamoto thought that he did it for his safety and pride. The image crumbled like broken glass. Hansu looked away confidently. The man clenched his fist, trembling. Staring furiously ahead, he asked how he dared. And then he directed the violet vortexes of energy forward. Turning around, the hero repulsed them with red lightning. Green magic seals appeared around Hansu. After that, everything disappeared in the flash of the explosion. Miyamoto stood with his hand outstretched with smoking fingers. Everything ahead was covered with smoke, and he thought what a fool, he didn't know how he could block magic. Hansu suddenly appeared and swung a green blade at the man's neck, who was sure that he had struck the final blow. Miyamoto's gaze turned in amazement. He glanced sideways at the sharp blade next to him. Hansu frowned as he looked at him, and remembered how his comrade had urged him to kill him and have no doubt. Keldian adjusted his glasses and continued to make sure that he had destroyed all obstacles to their plan, otherwise they would bring ruin to humanity, so there was no need for mercy on them. The guy gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and confirmed it in his mind. Miyamoto squinted at the blade in fright, and the hero thought that this man was their enemy. He would be a serious obstacle to the plan. He had to kill him here and now. Suddenly, Hensa's eyes opened in surprise when he heard another voice asking him to refrain from unnecessary killing. Ares arched her eyebrows piteously and said that the hope of humanity rested in his hands, so she asked him to take care of all she could, even when faced with a vile evil. Gritting his teeth, the guy remembered her words that she would leave it to him. Hanu continued to hold the blade to the man's neck. He remembered the blonde man who had turned around grimly, saying that for the good of mankind he must destroy all evil. They were unworthy of the repentance, they deserved to die. And the girl who looked at him pitifully, who said that for the good of humanity, she asked to give even the villains a chance. Through his mercy they would think over their actions, repent and become better. He imagined the guy opening his mouth and saying that people can't change. And like a girl, with her mouth half open, she says that under the right circumstances, people can change. The hero imagined the faces of his friends, who simultaneously asked to be killed and spared. Hanu frowned heavily, and then a sharp sword slash cut off the man's hand. He stared ahead in shock, and then he turned his gaze to the side, and grabbing the wounded shoulder, he screamed. Lowering the bloody blade, Hanu said that this was his last chance. He had shown him mercy. Looking down confidently, the brunette asked if he wanted to continue. Furious Miyamoto gritted his teeth and cursed. He turned around and shouted to the others, "Why are they standing? They must attack." However, the comrades did not move. The cloaked man stood behind, hearing the demands to follow his orders. The pink-haired woman opened her mouth and demanded that the man be quiet. Frowning angrily, she said that they were not his subordinates. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted that she was crazy. How dare she ignore his orders? Sophia approached the guy and sharply ordered him not to be mistaken. They are the defenders of the red zone and act from this paradigm. Frowning, the girl with the eyepiece said that he had committed a vile betrayal and had no right to command them. Tina and Kyle looked at each other and nodded. They came closer. Miyamoto stared at them in discouragement and remained silent. The heroes sided with Hanu. Looking down, the blonde man said that they were phantoms, existed to protect the red zone, and for the sake of fulfilling this duty, they obeyed his orders. Closing his eyes, Kyle said that he could not understand his current actions. As Sophia had said, he was no longer his subordinate. The man sitting on his knees was shocked to hear the words that he was disappointed in him. His fingers gripped his wounded shoulder. The brunette confidently towered over him. Just like Ares once stood. Sitting on the ground, the former phantom suddenly laughed. With a crazy big smile, he laughed louder and louder. His eyes reflected the silhouette of a brunette, and he asked, "The defense of the red zone is excellent, then let them try to protect it." Hanu put out his palms, said that, as he said, there was no point in it. But then he looked intensely to the side, realizing that he was not trying to put a curse on him. Something was wrong here. The monster's red hands gripped the hilt. The monster was surrounded by red lightning, and the guy realized that he was strengthening Akuma. The long-tongued monster was surrounded by lightning. The red blade flew forward swiftly. Clawed fingers hit the floor. Akuma stood up, throwing his head back. The heroes looked at this in surprise. The monster flew forward swiftly. A white flash shot up. Marianne covered herself with her hands, thinking what kind of attack it was, impossible to dodge. John Sang grabbed his sword and shouted to the blonde that he was approaching again. Everyone needed to be on the lookout. They looked ahead in surprise as everything calmed down. The monster opened its fanged mouth, and then it collapsed, sending pink vortices upward. Looking at the falling monster, the heroes asked, "What happened to him?" Sophia then turned sharply to the side. A gray portal appeared next to the man, and she shouted that Miyamoto was escaping. Turning angrily, the girl cursed. John Sang moved forward, wanting to grab him, but the brunette stopped him, asking what about Akuma, what should they do? Opening his mouth, Hanu ordered him to calm down. Standing in front of the others, he told them to leave Akuma on him and not let Miyamoto escape. Kyle closed his eyes and asked if he would be okay. Looking at him confidently, the brunette confirmed. The monster froze with his mouth open, and the guy reminded him that he had promised them this. The heroes moved between the trees. Two figures stood not far from the monster. The pink-haired girl glanced at the hero when she heard him say that it would be better for her to go with the others. Looking in his direction, Sophia said that if they wanted to meet them later, he needed a method of contacting them. Looking at the horned monster, she added that she also wanted to see the end of this creature. Bending her arm, the girl thought that the murderous intent she felt when she first met him was incomparable to what she felt now. Miyamoto's empowerment had turned Akuma into an even more creepy monster. Would Hanu be able to handle him? Standing behind, she asked the guy in her mind, "What is his plan?" The brunette confidently threw his sword to the ground. Sophia looked at it in surprise, asking what he was doing. Without turning, Hanu asked not to worry. A gust of wind tossed the hero's clothes, and the guy continued that he would no longer need him. The huge monster rose to its feet. Golden vortexes appeared above his head, and the hero mentally asked if his amplification would increase regeneration. Looking carefully ahead, he mused that if so, then Akuma would continue to fight. Surrounded by the mist, the demon rested on the ground, and the guy thought that even if the strengthening took away his vitality, he would not stop. Suddenly, the monster quickly approached, his arm outstretched. Hanu jumped away to avoid the shot, and then he quickly attacked from top to bottom. The guy was standing next to the monster's head. Placing a shining hand on his head, the hero called the name of the monster. Red lightning began to spread from the palm of his hand, and the guy ordered the monster to gather. Suddenly, Akuma's eyes widened in surprise, and instead of the monster, the surprised eyes of a man appeared. In front of the guy stood a surprised, crying boy. Looking at him carefully, Hanu heard the question of who he was and thought that he knew so. Remembering the monster sticking out his tongue, he thought that he must have been right. Akuma was not a monster who had completely lost himself, but lost control of himself because of anger. Remembering the man's wide eyes, his crazy smile, and the appearance of a demon, he thought that thanks to the increased regeneration from Miyamoto, Akuma was able to regain his consciousness that he had lost earlier in anger. The hero took his hand away from the white-haired man, thinking it was a great irony. In his malicious attempt to get Akuma to death, he instead gave him a chance to rebuild himself, and this child. Opening his mouth, the guy called out to Akuma. The boy with white hair was surprised to hear the question if he remembered his father. The long-haired child repeated in surprise. He remembered how the sharp spears were pointed at him. A man standing among the soldiers ordered him to order. There were ritual lines on the white-haired man's face. Opening his mouth, the boy sobbed and called to his father. His eyes were wide open, and he asked what he had done wrong, why he was torturing him. Akuma turned into a monster again, and crying asked not to touch him. He did not want to die. Hanu closed his eyes, heard him screaming that he was in pain, and asked why everyone hated him. The guy frowned at the rapid movement, and heard the order not to approach and leave him alone. The monster then forcibly pushed the guy back, ordering him to stop. Clouds of dust rose up. Hanu hit his back against the walls of the cave. He bowed his head. He remembered the dying man he had held in his arms, and remembered his words that he had killed his own son for the sake of his cause, but he regretted that he had made such a choice then. Sophia covered herself with a magical seal and called out to the hero. Sharp spikes flew from the monster's body. She screamed that he was attacking. The hero's eyes were closed. Then he rose to his feet, and with a confident gait he went towards the attacking monster. The guy resolutely looked ahead. Sharp spikes flew past his feet. The girl covered herself with her hands and screamed. The guy put his hand on the monster's forehead and said that everything was fine. Sitting down next to the monster on one knee, he said that he was like his father Tekuran. A boy appeared on the ground again when he heard that they were not to blame. Akuma looked at the hero in surprise, heard that he had suffered a lot. Surrounded by lightning, the guy closed his eyes and said that he could rest. Akuma's eyes were closed, and then he looked at his hand in surprise. Trembling, the boy touched his forehead and said in his body, to which he heard a request to relax. Hanu stood surrounded by yellow lightning and said that he had neutralized his rage. Now he was able to move freely. Looking at him in surprise, Akuma asked, did he heal him? His eyes opened in amazement when he heard that no, after a while, he would unfortunately return to his previous state. The hero remembered the pictures of the attacking monster and said that he could not completely erase his rage. The brunette looked attentively ahead. A trembling Akuma clutched his head in contrition, saying that he didn't want to be like that again. Tears flowed from his eyes. He said that he did not want to kill again and did not want to be hated. The brunette lowered his head and was silent. Then he stretched out his hand and invited the monster to join him. He introduced the crazy Miyamoto and said that his plan went haywire, he needed his help. Holding out his hand, Hanu said that when his rage surfaced again, he would help him find himself again, the only condition being that he would act according to his plan. The demon looked at him in surprise when he was asked if he agreed. He pursed his lips in indecision, and then he shook the outstretched hand. Suddenly a shout was heard that this was not allowed. In the glow appeared the silhouette of a smiling fairy, who said that such an end was no good at all. The guy standing opposite heard that he was glad to see him. Every time he looked at him, his heart was overflowing with delight. Sophia looked ahead in surprise, realizing that it was an assistant. Flying closer, Fairy slyly asked what about him, if he was happy to see him again. Opening his mouth, the guy demanded to be quiet and get down to business. He furrowed his brows sternly and asked, what does he want? Fairy narrowed his eyes as he looked at him. Then he smiled broadly and laughed, saying how cruel he was. He didn't like his cold attitude. Snapping his fingers, the assistant said that the reason he had come here was simple. Struck by lightning, the demon covered his mouth with his hand. Then he vomited blood. Fairy flew up to the shocked guy and ordered him to be killed. Hanu looked at him in surprise and heard that, to be honest, he had watched his entire fight with Akuma. Remembering the footage of the fight, the assistant said that it was a brutal, bloody battle, full of betrayal, balancing on the brink of life and death, desperate resistance, but still he won. With his arms outstretched insidiously, Fairy said what a wonderful sight, so beautiful that he could not take his eyes off it. But then he grimaced in displeasure as he waved his hand and said that he didn't like the end at all, even he couldn't describe how disappointing it was. Turning to him, Hanu said that was why he decided to intervene. Fairy snapped his fingers in confirmation and said it was all for the sake of seeing what they wanted. The trembling demon writhed on the ground in pain. The assistant said that therefore he decided to make it easier for him to kill him. Now Akuma could not offer any resistance. He would not have enough strength if he moved a finger. The white-haired man twisted in anguish, and Fairy said that he could take his life in one move or tear him to pieces instead. Hansu frowned at him, hearing that Fairy would prefer him to execute Akuma in the most painful way possible. Closing his eyes thoughtfully, the demon said that he refused, in which case he had no choice but to return to the rules. Stretching his toothy mouth in a smile, he said that he was obliged to get rid of all disasters. If he left even one, he would get nothing. He imagined the image of a man with red lines on his body and asked if he remembered it. 3 crystals floated in the palm of his hand. He said that this was the reward promised to him. Fairy waved his hand, chasing away the smoke, said that if you think about it, the erupting root was not killed by him. According to the rules, he did not fulfill the necessary conditions. As a result, they cannot give him his reward. Flying up next to the guy, the devil continued that there was literally a possibility in front of him. If he killed Akuma, they would count his death instead of the erupting root. The guy frowned at the suggestion to choose. He looked at the shining crystals and heard that this was the reward promised to him. Fairy pointed his hand at the demon lying on the ground and continued, or Akuma. With a sinister and treacherous look, he asked what he would choose. The guy with his mouth closed was silent. His fingers clenched into a fist. Exhausted, Akuma looked up at him. Tears appeared in his eyes. Hansu stood silently beside him. Then the demon bowed his head. Clutching his chest, Akuma said that it was quite logical. He understood that if he were in his place, he would have made the same choice. He remembered his family's furious faces, and how lightning rage had turned him into a monster. Looking down, Akuma tearfully said that no one would care about his death. Suddenly Hansu sat down next to him. The demon closed his eyes. But then he opened one eye when he heard a request to listen. The boy's eyes widened when he heard that as the son of Tekuran, he was a prince, which meant that he was the rightful heir. His gaze became even more shocked when he heard being called Shine. The brunette leaned beside him, hearing a whisper asking how he knew his name. Opening his mouth, the hero answered something. The demon's eyes widened. Blood splashed. Shocked, Sophia put her hands over her mouth. Laughing, Fairy touched his forehead with his palm and said that he was good. This is what he wanted to see. He never betrays his expectations. With a wave of his hand, the guy pierced the boy's body through. He stared ahead in shock. Then he calmly closed his eyes and said that he would wait. After that, Akuma's body was scattered with many runes. Looking at the red crystals in admiration, Fairy said how many of them, it seems, a secret calamity, a corresponding reward drops. Looking at the runes lying on in excitement, he said that he had expected it. Considering such a generous reward, of course, he couldn't resist killing it. Hansu looked down. He picked up a black round stone. Lazily resting his head on his hands, Fairy asked. He would take only this. He didn't need everything else, the hero confirmed. The brunette looked down. He had a black core in his bloody fingers, and said that was all he needed. The system reported that it was a shard of memories, a small shard containing someone's precious memories. The protagonist, along with the girl and Fairy, stands in the middle of red runes lying on the ground. The flying demon says that he took his killing quite calmly. The main character stands with his back to them. The girl calls him by name. She looks at him and asks if he's okay. Hansu silently turns back. The guy confidently declares that everything is fine, because in the end, this is how it was originally intended. They go further along the red crystals. The protagonist claims that he will return the relics. You just need to wait a little. Fairy and Sophia watch in surprise, wondering if he's okay. The demon smirks slightly with its sharp teeth. The protagonist goes further and understands that there are no problems, because the choice was made correctly. The main character looks ahead and thinks about something. Images of his comrades in arms are lined up in front of him. He understands that they would all have to face the same choice as he does today. Hansu hears with a displeased look that he is behaving quite unusually. Fairy tauntingly flies nearby and asks what it is because he is afraid that something like this could happen again in the future. The surprised monster hears that there is no need to worry about this. Frowning, MC turns around and claims that she will soon show him something really interesting. His gaze is stern. He says that the monster just needs to wait a little. Fairy smiles broadly as she flies beside him. The horn beast says that he understands him, so he needs to really try not to disappoint. Images of various attributes appear: a trident, a bracelet, chains. The main character understands that in this way he managed to collect all 5 relics. Bright spheres appear around him. The guy understands what will happen in this case. The chains begin to glow brightly. MC raises his hand and uses magic to affect the relics. A bright sign shines on his hand. This is the administrator's mark. Images of the villain appear. The protagonist realizes that he could control the Ouroboros because he was an administrator. The bizarre sign flashes brightly. Hansu thinks about how different the shape of the mark is from what he heard from the Alfheimers in the abyss. The system window says that the position of temporary administrator has been obtained. Limited administrator power has been obtained. Squinting, the protagonist reads this. White-haired warriors spew a purple aura. The protagonist reflects that only the people of Elheim can get full administrative rights. A group of guys stands in front of this sign. MC realizes that he is a person, then instead of full rights, he received only temporary ones. Hansu holds magic items. He is annoyed because he did not think that there would be such a restriction. With a slight grin, the guy understands that this is still more than enough. A silhouette of a snide villain appears in front of him. The main character is sure that he will finally be able to stand up to him. Astonished, Sophia sees a magical bird beside her. Disgruntled, Hansu hears that the phantoms have sent her a message. There is a battle between fighters. It is said that they have caught a Miyamoto, so you can meet them. The main character thinks with a smirk. The startled partner looks at the guy, who says that they need to do something first. MC is silent with a serious look. There was surprise in the girl's eyes. Hansu looks at her suspiciously, and she exclaims that she now understands. She confidently states that it will work. Dark trees are visible. A loud cry is heard, in which a man begs for mercy. The man in the raincoat falls to his knees and assures that his mind has been clouded for a while, and he has committed a mortal sin. The surprised girls hear that it was his fault. Miyamoto, through pain, asks them to remember everything they went through together. A girl with dark hair stretches out her hand while he asks them to show mercy. She demands to stop, because she already understands him. She picks up the poor guy and says that they have known each other for many years, so why does he think that he will be killed? He only thanks him in return. Another warrior with a sword claims that they cannot be sure of his sincerity. She clarifies whether it is worth leaving the potential traitor alone, as perhaps he is deceiving them right now. The dark-haired lady asks with pity if she really thinks so, and if you can't see how submissive he is. Miyamoto has already lost the will to fight. The fighters stand nearby and hear an offer to let Hansu deal with him. Suddenly, blood pours out of her mouth. The other soldiers are shackled by electricity. They shout Mariant in shock. The fighter, gritting his teeth, feels the deadly effects of magic. Miyamoto, clenching his fist, attacks his opponents. A strong explosion is heard in the forest. Red runes remain on the ground. The old man smiles broadly. Why does he start laughing? The scoundrel stands madly in the midst of the corpses, laughing. His eyes are wide open. He declares that even if he takes everything away from him, he will still live to the very end. The sun shines on the roots of the world tree. Hundreds of brave warriors fight against insects. The frightened guy covers himself with his hand in fear. He stands in the middle of the pile of corpses, realizing that they will no longer be able to hold their position. The red-eyed insects are moving forward. He realizes that while the ranks of people are thinning, the number of locusts has not decreased one iota. Closing his eyes, he wonders what Hansu is doing. The remaining sword-wielding warriors stand surrounded by giant insects. The surprised guy raises his head and notices magical carrier pigeons. One of them lands on the hand. The fighter's gaze is full of surprise and fear. He smirks at Hansu. A powerful wave resounds around him. He takes up his sword and wonders how such a message can be sent. The warrior skillfully cuts off the head of the locusts. The fighter exclaims that he cannot give up now. The system window says about the preparations for the eradication of the Ouroboros, which is complete. Hansu asks everyone not to give up until the very end. A fiery bird flies near the sorcerer's finger. The fighter says that he understands him. Sangjin claims with a slight grin that he will not give up. Dark trees stretched out under the pink sky. Sophia is shocked to understand how this could have happened. She is kneeling in the middle of the battlefield, wondering if everyone is really dead. Her hand trembles as she pronounces the name Miyamoto. He desperately holds his head and promises that he will never forgive him. At this moment, Hansu watches silently, crossing his arms. The surprised lady turns after hearing that they should forget about the villain. Sophia runs to MC in a rage, asking what he's even talking about, as they need to find Miyamoto as soon as possible. She stops, surprise on her face. The protagonist says to Sophia with a serious look. He goes further, stating that their purpose should not be forgotten. A tear runs down the cheek of the amazed girl. She realizes that he has already traveled a more difficult path than this. The lady stands in front of him and declares that he is right, while clarifying what he plans to do now. The main character calmly claims that they are returning to the mirror. With a stern look, he states that they are waiting there, those who will stand next to them instead of phantoms. A fighter with a sword in his hands bravely fights giant insects. Sangjin and the others are watching closely. The blonde is disgruntled, wondering if it's okay for them to just stand there. My partner stands silently by the tree, hearing that if they are surrounded by these locusts now. The guy with a serious look tells the indignant lady that they should wait here. There is no other option. Sangjin convincingly states that he made a promise to Hansu, namely to meet him here. The angry blonde takes her head and demands to stop it, because she is already tired of the mention of the protagonist. The twins nearby happily discuss that Sangjin doesn't seem to notice her, and therefore Eunchai begins to take offense. She in turn loudly demands to shut up. Blushing, she shouts that they have clearly never had a woman in their lives, so let them find someone soon. The angry girl points her finger at Sangjin and claims that it's all his fault. If he likes Hansu so much, then he should go with him. A disgruntled guy turns to Eunchai. With a sad look, he asks why she is angry with him. She angrily exclaims that he will drive her crazy. Not far from them, a girl appears. The blonde fearfully asks what this time. The woman who came with a sad look tries to explain. Behind her are ferocious insect monsters. She claims to be surrounded. The frightened soldiers are backing away. Locusts go on the attack. Sang-jin takes off and runs at them. He is getting closer and closer to the mutant, a weapon in his hands. A dark-haired guy swings his blades in a rage. Suddenly, a hand with a mark on it appears. This person is holding a bright sword. Hansu smashes the opponent in a matter of seconds. Sang-jin is shocked to see this. The main character with an energy blade stands in front of him and asks how they are coping. The partner, smiling, says that of course everything is fine. Sophia appears next to Hansu. The guy claims that they have not seen each other for a long time. A joyful Sang-jin shrugs his shoulders and exclaims that MC is truly incredible, because in the time they haven't seen each other, he has become even stronger. At the same time, the protagonist notes that he, apparently, has not changed at all. The dark-haired interlocutor remarks with a smirk that after all, they met here, as promised. The astonished protagonist hears the word above. Sang-jin goes to him, stating that he is very happy to meet him. He has been waiting for the moment when he will need help. He puts his hand on his chest and closing his eyes claims that he is ready, willing, and can help him, so that the protagonist can use him as he wishes. MC wants to keep this attitude with a smirk. He turns to the mage who is standing next to him. The black monarch calmly stands next to them. The protagonist pays attention to him. A flashback appears with him and the red cross. Hansu speculates that he came back to life through a cross on the third floor of the tower on the island. Armor gradually appears on the protagonist's face. He thinks if he will have to get rid of it again. Suddenly, the girl falls to the ground. The black monarch anxiously asks his daughter what happened to her legs. She replies that everything is not so bad. The main character remarks with a smirk that he must have been mistaken about him. Unchai approaches MC and declares that he is the same Hansu that Sang-jin has been chatting about. The blonde looks into his eyes with displeasure and asks if he knows how annoyed she is. An image of a girl similar to the main character appears. The blonde asks if he has a sister. He denies. MC looks around at the people who are standing next to him and realizes that he has already seen the others at least once. Hansu looks around carefully, thinking about how they haven't arrived yet, but they're fine for sure. Sang-jin asks with a smile what he can do for him. The imperturbable guy claims that he will be brief. A snake coils around the trunk of a tree. The protagonist declares that from now on, they will work together with him to get rid of the Ouroboros. The stunned guys hear this. The protagonist remarks that he will explain everything in detail when they get to the mirror. Hansu says emphatically that that's all for now. A group of people stand silently in front of him. Unchai indignantly gives him the middle finger, asking what all this means, since this is not a normal plan at all. In a rage, she turns to Sang-jin and demands that he tell him, because he is completely insane. The enthusiastic guy states that it's just wonderful and MC can count on him. They will give their best to meet his expectations. Suddenly he gets a blow on the cheek. He is shouted that he is a useless idiot. The twins restrain the blonde, who angrily declares that he has gone crazy. Sophia is surprised to hear her scream, in which the blonde asks who he thinks he is, that she doesn't even ask for their opinion. The pink-haired lady leans towards Hansu and clarifies if this is definitely normal. The protagonist's gaze is calm. They stand nearby and watch them as Sang-jin gets punched in the face once again. The same situation arises, in which Kante was punched on the cheek in the same way. The main character smiles slightly, stating that this is really normal. Long hair blows in the wind. A girl is standing in front of the guys. Hansu looks at her with a smirk, and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Mihi straightens her hair, remarking that it really has been a long time ago. The main character stands next to Sophia. They watch how the friends communicate with each other. Mihi laughs sweetly. Unchai looks at her enthusiastically while punching Sang-jin with one hand. Hansu crosses his arms and realizes that he has gathered those who will replace phantoms. He calmly looks away and thinks about the further plan of action. Ouroboros wraps around a giant tree trunk. MC with a stern face suddenly realizes that if he can find the treasure, then the monster is finished. The recording flashes on the screen. The observer declares that he cannot believe it. A disgruntled villain with sharp teeth wonders if this man really has administrator rights. He screams in a rage that this is all despite the fact that MC is not from Elfheim. Images of the main character appear in various classes. The villain declares that even the guy survived the transfer of the armor of the Sky Soldier is hard to believe, but it is not clear when the protagonist managed to collect all 5 keys and become an administrator. A group of guys stands in a dark forest. A villain watches them on the screen, while he wonders how a pathetic insect dared to do this. The scoundrel sits and, putting his hand on his head, says that he will never forgive him. He has a crazy look. He is absolutely sure that he is the only administrator in the red zone. A small settlement of people with tents is shown. Bloodthirsty insects have attacked them. A fierce battle for life is underway. Residents flee in panic in different directions. At the same time, there is a cry that another wave of parasitic locusts is approaching, so you need to be careful, and if suddenly someone wants to fight, then let them do just that. One of the warriors peeks out from behind the tent, frightened. Frowning, he realizes that in order to survive, he urgently needs to escape from the battlefield. At this time, the fighters are carrying wooden boxes, and he is aware that there are not many clan members left in the headquarters, which means that if he fights with them, he will definitely die. The guy stands at the tent and understands that when they encounter parasitic locusts in battle, he will take the opportunity to move to the safest place. Commander Lu is very frightened by the fact that he is suddenly called by a subordinate who somehow ended up behind his back. The commander turns around and with a forced smile assures that the soldier misunderstood everything, because he was just looking for a toilet. He, in turn, does not notice this and claims that they had an emergency. The worried boss looks at his subordinate and hears a request to go with him. The events unfold in the tent. Miyamoto lowered his head, while making it clear that the conversation will now be about him. Lu bursts into his room and calls out loudly to Sir Miyamoto. The battered old man looks up and turns to the commander who has appeared opposite him. The saddened victim suddenly hears questions about how it happened and who did it in the first place, as well as what happened to the phantoms, and where exactly Hanu went. A bearded soldier with blood stains on his face and clothes is silent. He is sitting on a chair and suddenly asks everyone except the commander to get out of there. The worried guys look at him. One of them assures that in fact the sir is badly injured and needs urgent treatment. Enraged, Miyamoto breaks down and starts shouting to the whole room that they are invisibly deaf because they don't hear his orders. The subordinates look at each other in bewilderment and understand everything. The next second, they hurriedly leave the tent. The old man suddenly grabs the commander by the arm and demands to look directly at him. The wounded gentleman shouts angrily, claiming that Hanu did it all. He worriedly claims that he will never be forgiven for this in his life. Then the master tells Lu that he should be killed. At this moment, Lu is shocked to hear that he wishes that he would kill the protagonist with his own hands. Thinking, the commander looks away from the interlocutor. At the same time, the nervous commander wonders if this is even possible, because the main character has long passed him, so it is unlikely that he will be able to withstand him. Sir suddenly puts his hand on his shoulder and asks him not to worry about it. He says with a mad smile that he will tell him the location of a special secret armory, which he has been replenishing all this time in order to protect the seal, so he needs to mobilize the beacon and become even stronger. The commander looks in surprise at the object lying on the table. Lu states with a smile that, as expected, the master always has a plan for everything. The commander kneels before his master and exclaims that his will always be his law. But at the same time, he understands with a sly smile that things are going perfectly, because soon he will become much stronger. Lu muses his plans with a crazy grin, namely that after killing Hanu, he will do away with Miyamoto. Evening sunlight falls on the dark trees. A ferocious locust is hit on the head with a blade, and blood splatters fly to the ground. The fighter spectacularly cuts through the insect in front of him. The protagonist stands in the middle of the forest. With a serious look, he declares that there is still a little time left, so we need to hurry. Un-Chai, in turn, stands behind the tree and agrees with everything that is said. Hanu puts his hands on his belt and says they need to be there before Miyamoto makes the first move. The blonde excitedly says that she understands him. Mihi pulls the bowstring and prepares to shoot at the enemy. Locusts receive several arrows in their thick belly. The sorceress creates an energy barrier with the help of magic. Sangjin at this moment is masterfully fighting with his small blades. Un-Chai stands near a tree and watches the battle take place. The evening sky around the children is illuminated with yellow and purple colors. The guys are sitting on the ground and notice that they are very tired after what happened. The excited blonde coughs slightly. In the next second, the protagonist is amazed to hear that, as expected, they failed. Un-Chai with a group of people apologizes to the protagonist, while stating that they will leave them immediately. Frowning, the main character, together with his comrades in arms, hear that they are simply incredible and probably the most skillful fighters in the red zone, because even on their own they can avoid death. A girl with trembling hands wonders why they can't understand her. Barely holding back a storm of emotions, she declares that ordinary travelers like them just want to survive. Tired fighters stand next to her as she says that this was the case with Sangjin and now with Hanu, so they in turn felt that this would increase their chances of survival. The blonde with a sad look declares that at this rate they can meet death at any moment, but this is no longer possible. Indignant, Sangjin points his finger and asks how she can say something weak. After all, if MC said he was taking them with him, they should happily go all the way to the end. Un-Chai punches him in the face and demands that he shut up immediately. The girl runs into him and beats him, asking if he really doesn't have a sense of tact, because he doesn't understand when to shut up. Sophia watches in amazement as she beats him up and screams that he can't learn anything without it, while the girl with pink hair realizes that with such strength, she should have no problem surviving. Mihi stands behind the protagonist with a sad look. The main character calmly watches. She suggests leaving. She says with a smile that it is everyone's choice to follow them or not. Surprised, the girl hears from him that Hanu doesn't think so. MC with a stern face offers to trust and follow him. Un-Chai stops hitting Sangjin and asks why she needs it. The outraged girl declares that he and one is enough to win, so why drag weaklings like them? Hanu says with a serious face that he is doing this to save lives. The protagonist with a stern look states that when he goes against the Ouroboros, the area will come to an end and therefore, in order to save as many people as possible, he needs them. The blonde woman stands next to him and asks what will happen next, if they will play the role of rescuers for him. He replies that by playing such a role, they will really save many lives. The surprised blonde hears that everyone will be saved, including them. MC turns around and walks away, claiming that it won't be free, but it will make them strong. The main one turns slightly. Unchai is astonished to hear that if they want to leave, he won't stop them. A group of fighters with weapons are standing nearby. Hansu tells them that in this world they are responsible for their own survival, so he will respect their decision. The main character with a stern face advises them to remember something. He turns around and declares that if they believe him and go all the way, they will not regret it in any way. The protagonist left them. The blonde thought about it. She smiles slightly and says that she thought he was a crazy bastard. Unchai looks at him with interest and remarks that he is crazy in good terms. Sang-jin, with a wary face, states that the protagonist is insane. The other guys pay attention to his words with a smirk. All the fighters follow the main character. The guy cannot believe that the protagonist has changed, because his Hansu would never have said such a thing before. He takes up the dagger, stating that it is most likely so. Sang-jin stretches his tongue to the knife with a mad look, exclaiming that he is an imposter who is only pretending to be MC, while Sophia says that he is delusional and needs to calm down. The pink-haired lady turns to the guys and clarifies if Mihi and Sang-jin were really his comrades from the beginning. The brunette replies with a sad look that she would like to be friends, but their paths diverged after training, so it is better to say that they were just school friends. Mihi looks at the girl intently, and wonders if she is the protagonist's current comrade and has been traveling with him since entering the red zone. After thinking about it, Sophia answers the question by saying that they are not comrades, but rather just working together with each other. Suddenly, the image of Hansu appears. The girls discuss the fact that he is still a lone wolf. The amazed ladies look at each other. They begin to giggle, with Mihi noting that they see him the same way, the other agreeing with her. The archer walks next to her partner and asks if she can tell her about their adventures with the protagonist. Strange sounds can be heard in the dense forest. Sang-jin exclaims with a smirk that it was like Hansu. He enthusiastically raises his hand and shouts that the hero has defeated the beast, the calamity, and even the root, so Hansu in his opinion continues to just move on like a true warrior. Mihi looks away thoughtfully. The surprised guys suddenly hear from her that the main character is a rather complex person in nature. MC climbs the stairs high into the sky. She explains that he has a purpose that he will not tell anyone and that no one can understand. Mihi and Sang-jin are surprised to follow him. She claims that this is why he constantly keeps them at a distance where they can't get closer, as there is a whole wall between them. The wind blows the brunette's hair. She continues to talk about this topic. Hansu turns around with an angry face, but he thinks that the choice is always theirs, because they cannot follow him voluntarily just because of their weakness. The main character calmly reflects that they need to believe and follow to the very end, and they will save many lives. Hansu goes further down the earth. The guys think that it is not the same as it was before. Mihi realizes with a wistful smile what kind of person he really is. The surprised comrades turn when they hear that they have already arrived. The main character bends down to the ground and touches it with his hand. He has a focused and stern look. Red lightning bolts erupt from his ring. He uses the power of destruction ability. Suddenly, the shock wave scatters in all directions. Sophia and others cover themselves with their hands from such a strong wind. The girl with the monocle looks forward in shock. Nearby, a secret entrance to the dungeon opened. At the same time, the face of the main character remains imperturbable. In a flashback, Conte sat across from him and said that he was known as a collector of artifacts because he hid a decent amount of useful things in a variety of places. So if he had to start over, he could make his life easier, so the protagonist would know when he went back in time, as they would help him a lot. The fighter with a stern face pointed his finger and stated that there was such a skill rune that he hadn't even mentioned Miyamoto. It was an extremely rare rune that couldn't be obtained even in the upper zones. Sang-jin and Sophia are standing in the middle of the cave in surprise at this time. At this moment they talk about the reasons for this. The guys are standing in front of a giant mountain of gold and various sparkling jewelry. At this time, the girls are looking at everything in shock. The pink-haired woman declares that there is an incredible number of runes and artifacts here. The joyful twins grab their shields, exclaiming that they can increase their stats by an order of magnitude. Hansu looks at them and understands that there is no way they will regret it. A stunned Unchai wonders if MC was really telling the truth. A glove with a red stone glitters on the fighter's hand. In the system window, it is written about precious bracers that increase the strength, agility, and endurance of the wearer by 10%, as well as add fire damage. She is shocked to realize that this is an artifact from the first 1000. Unchai, frowning, looks at the flaming hand and mentally assumes that there are still equally incredible artifacts here. She wonders how Hansu even knows about such a place. Sang-jin shakes his head in different directions and says that he has thought of something. The guy looks back at the others and wonders where the protagonist went. They are standing in the middle of a treasure cave. The fighter thinks about how MC couldn't have left them here and gone somewhere else. Smiling, he turns around when he hears his name. The imperturbable protagonist holds a purple attribute in his hand. A shocked comrade in arms examines the artifact and asks what it is. The object with the skull shines brightly. The system says about the Lord of the Dead. The main character claims that he must take it from here. Frowning, the protagonist reflects on seeing Conte again. He is sure that such a skill, one of the top 10, will be a great boost for him. In a flashback, A cunning animal flies in front of him. The protagonist realizes that not accepting that offer from Fairy was the right decision. The guy thinks carefully and decides that given the conditions for activating the skill, it does not suit him at all. The protagonist holds a purple artifact in his hand and offers Sang-jin to take it for himself. The discouraged follower takes the stone in his hand, while hearing that this skill will be a source of great power for him. The comrade in arms stands in amazement and turns to his leader. He exclaims with fanatical joy that he will take care of it all his life. The latter, in turn, offers to better use the artifact right now. Unchai holds a large red and gold box. Sophia uses a monocle to look at the bow and claims that this one is better for Mihi than her current one. She looks in amazement in the other direction. In a matter of moments, the sorceress runs forward, because she clearly notices some danger. The girl forms a huge magical barrier in front of her and stops someone's powerful attack. The frightened guys turn around and wonder if this is really an ambush. Sophia looks forward in shock. Lu and his henchmen are standing nearby, with a cunning smile. The heroine stands motionless in front of him. Mihi asks Miss if she really knows him, and she remarks that she wishes she didn't know. The scoundrel angrily announces that Sophia is a traitor. The bewildered girl hears that she turns out to be daring to steal Miyamoto's treasure. The disgruntled mage generates a beam of energy and shouts that this is the perfect chance because he will get rid of them before MC gets here. His comrades in arms happily run to the attack, exclaiming that this treasury belongs to them. Mihi, frowning, aims his bow. The blonde is very frightened at this moment. A red aura emanates from her fingers. The clan warriors counterattack, shouting that they are too strong. Lu moves forward in a rage and shouts that they are fools. He jumps over the girls, stating that he needs to aim at their rear. Unchai covers herself with her hands in shock as the enemy commander orders the destruction of all the weak first. Frowning, Mihi turns around and asks her to be careful. Suddenly, fear appeared in her eyes. Lu jumps right on top of the blonde, another girl screaming her name. One of the fighters in shock asks her to dodge and not stand still. Unchai closes her eyes, the blade moving towards her head. A bunch of warriors brutally kill each other. The lady is sure of her weakness. Blood splatters fall on the wall. In the flashback, the blonde was on her knees in front of an opponent who taunted her. She was in complete despair, and now she understands that she has lived to this moment solely thanks to luck. The opponent raised the sword. The girl realizes in the course of the story that death is quite natural. The blonde squints, feeling her death approaching. The main character with a serious face urged her to believe and follow him. There is a hand on her shoulder. She assures that she will try to do it. Determined, Unchai suddenly moves forward, declaring that she is no longer afraid of anything in her life. Her bracers burn with a bright flame. She has a focused gaze. She understands that she has finally changed. The villain receives a crushing blow to the face. The blonde jumps and catches up with him with another punch. The enemy flies high up after such an attack. Comrades in arms look at this in complete shock. Mihi covers her mouth in surprise. The villain appears behind her and angrily swings his sword. Suddenly, the blade shattered against her bracers as she held out her hand in front of her. The discouraged scoundrel feels a powerful counterattack. Blood pours out of his mouth. He falls near his comrades in arms, leaving deep cracks in the floor. The rest of the soldiers look at him in complete shock. Unchai resolutely clenches her fist, which emits a powerful aura. The amazed guys suddenly hear from her that they all need to believe in themselves. The blonde with a crazy smile holds a fighting stance and claims that they have become damn strong. Hansu stands next to Sang-jin and finds it amazing. The villains are lying on the floor. The main character says that he did not even think that this could happen. Mihi says with a serious face that she and Ms. Sophia didn't even have time to do anything. The twins enthusiastically shout about the blonde, who in a rage demands to shut up immediately. With his arms crossed, the protagonist stands in the middle of the corpses and thinks that given the superior forces of the enemy, the guys should have found themselves in a difficult situation, but they were able to defeat the enemies without losses, so the artifacts and runes they took were useful. Unchai stares in front of her with a serious face. The main character smiles slightly. He turns to the defeated opponent and says what needs to be done now. A magic blade forms in his hand. He claims that now it is necessary to finish their work. A trident stabs near the frightened Lu. It turns out that he was thrown by the protagonist. He demands to answer immediately. Unfazed, Hansu asks if it was Miyamoto who revealed the location of this treasure trove. The frightened villain lies on the ground and begs not to approach him. The main character breaks off and goes on the attack. A moment later, he kicks his opponent's chest with all his strength. Lu gritted his teeth in pain, told they wouldn't ask again. The disgruntled protagonist leans over to him and asks where the Miyamoto is now. The frightened villain shouts that he will tell everything now, because he realized that this guy is extremely serious. Through the pain, Lu states that he is in the lighthouse headquarters, has been seriously injured, so he must be there. The other guys turn around when they hear about this clan. Sophia holds her head in a rage and says that she was wondering where he fled, but it turns out that he just returned to the lighthouse headquarters. Frowning, Hansu thinks about his worst enemy. The protagonist has a serious look. He understands that he has one idea about this. Suddenly, he grabs the villain by the neck. MC holds him by the neck and states that he is sure that his opponent came here with a desire to increase his strength, and do everything to get in his way. The angry protagonist hears that this is all a complete misunderstanding. Lu points a finger at himself with a smirk and assures him that the old man is also his worst enemy. The bewildered protagonist looks at him. Squinting her eyes, Sophia tries to figure out what kind of nonsense he's talking about. The terrified villain desperately asks if Miyamoto has not been trampled in the mud, and despite his reputation, he says that he no longer believes him and refuses to obey. Enraged, Hansu hears a question in which the enemy wonders if strength is not the most important thing in the world, while the enemy offers to take the artifacts and runes from this place, and he will immediately return to the headquarters to kill the master. Worried, Unchai wonders if he is really begging for mercy in order to commit betrayal, while Sangjin tells her that he probably is. The pink-haired girl with a stern look calls him pathetic, because he is ready to say and promise anything to save his life. He, in turn, assures that he is telling the truth, and no longer serves Miyamoto. The protagonist closes his eyes. He is asked to take his word for it. The stunned guys suddenly hear that it really sounds logical. Discouraged, Sophia asks if MC really believed him. The girl with the monocle hears that if the scoundrel helps to get rid of the master, then they will get rid of one of the obstacles. The main character holds the joyful enemy by the neck and says that this is not a bad idea. The villain with a smirk offers to let him go so that he can prepare his plan. Suddenly, Hansu squeezes his neck with all his strength, and he cries out in pain. The unflappable protagonist orders him to return and give him a message. Hansu with an intimidating look claims that the old man will be next. The opponent falls to the ground after his neck is released. Lu lands on his back. The protagonist wants to add something. He angrily declares that he does not trust traitors. The beaten scoundrels lie on the ground near their broken swords. The enemy commander holds on to his neck and sighs. He looks back at his fallen comrades and begins to talk about the main character. Lu sits on the floor, surrounded by corpses, stating that MC has robbed everything here. Coughing, the villain rises from the floor and at the same time wishes death to the protagonist. He clenches his teeth in rage, claiming that he will never forget what he did to him. The Ouroboros wraps around the trunk of the tree and pierces the ground with one end. At this time, brave people continue to fight insects. A tired warrior stands in front of the locusts. The green-haired boy shouts Hansa's name in fury, asking when he will come. Ferocious monsters approach him from behind. He screams in a rage that the damned insects could give him a little rest. They only hiss in response. The hero jumps from his place and heads up. He flies over the uncomprehending locusts. A powerful explosion occurs, pieces of earth fly apart. A fighter with a sword shields himself from the shockwave. The main character appears in front of him, and claims that he held them back well. The interlocutor with a smirk declares that he almost died while waiting for him. The protagonist with an energy sword stands in front of him, and hears that he is almost late. Hansu looks at his colleague and asks how many he killed. The guy replies that he does not know, perhaps thousands or tens of thousands. An army of people valiantly fights insects. The question is, what is the point of counting them at all? Because in any case it was not easy to restrain them. A scheme with warriors and insects appears. It is said that they significantly outnumber them. A lot more locusts appeared on the diagram. The guy explains that in view of this, pushing their positions back was inevitable, not to mention the fact that the monsters that broke through the hole in the defenses go to who knows where. Closing his eyes, he assures with a smirk that now everything will be fine, because after all, his appearance here means that the protagonist has found strong reinforcements. An enthusiastic green-haired guy introduces Miyamoto and the others, asking where the greatest power in the entire red zone, phantoms and so on, is. The main character with a serious face notes that they are clearly not here. The soldiers stand silently opposite each other. The discouraged interlocutor asks again, opening his mouth. He is shocked and wonders how they can deal with the locusts without them, and MC assures them that everything is fine. Crossing his arms, Hansu reveals that he has brought tens of thousands of reinforcements. A powerful sword furrows the air. A huge warrior delivers a crushing blow to the enemy, cutting him open. A blond man in armor and with a huge sword shines on the battlefield. At the same time, the other shoots at the mutant with a bow. He draws a whole sword with his bowstring. At this time, the twins bravely fight off the locusts with the help of shields. Surprised, the soldier sees him being healed by a priestess with a staff. A column of fire bursts out of the pentagram. Unchai concentrates on striking with her bracers. An amazed green-haired guy watches everything that happens. The guys calmly appear before him. He asks who they are. The excited hero notices that they are definitely strong. The guy wonders where the other tens of thousands of reinforcements are. Sangjin asks in a stern voice who the guy thinks he is, who dares to ask Hansu questions. He approaches him with an intimidating look and claims that if the main character said so, then it is so. The MC's companion puts the blade to his neck, asking why he looks at him like that and if there is any problem. The protagonist stands opposite and tells the henchman to stop, who happily accepts the order. Amazed, Michael hears his name. The main character puts his hand on his shoulder and says that he did a good job. The excited guy hears that the rest can be left to them. Sangjin at this time picks up the blade from the floor. With a frightening look, with the help of gestures, he shows that he is watching him. Unchai hits him in the head in a rage and yells at him to stop doing nonsense. Gemini suddenly listens to swearing in their direction for their discussions. Michael says with a smile that he has indeed put together a strange band, but since he believes in them, there is nothing left to do but trust. Then the guy wishes him luck. The ferocious insects raise their claws and roar. The main character's group stands in front of the mutants. With a serious face, he begins to emit lightning and suggests that we start. A lot of green rays fly to attack. Hansu points his sword at them and declares that it will soon get dark. They need to follow the plan and destroy as many parasitic locusts as possible. Sang-jin deftly fights insects with his blades. At this time, Mihi aims 3 magic arrows from his bow at once. They fly into the locusts, making holes in it. The girl turns to the monster in shock. She is shouted that she needs to be careful. A fighter with a giant sword fights. A cry is heard that the enemies are advancing from the right. In shock, the twins cover themselves with shields from claws and declare that there are too many of them. They are literally everywhere. Un-chai fights with bracers and shouts that since he took the time to complain, it's better to use it to kill the bugs. Hansu strikes with his energy sword and exclaims that there is not much left. A pile of locusts have accumulated around the Ouroboros. The protagonist explains that they just need to hold out until nightfall, so there is very little left. Sophia casts spells with a book and yells at MC that it is becoming too dangerous, as they will be surrounded in a little while. The main character frowns. Bright sparks are floating in the sky. The protagonist turns to Sang-jin, who is standing nearby. A fighter with blades hears that the time has come. He is asked if he remembers everything. Hansu says with a smirk that it's his turn, so he can get started. The partner with a slight smile claims that he understands him. He puts the weapon on the ground. A purple glow begins to emanate from its attribute. A powerful energy flash illuminates everything around. Pieces of insects lie on the ground. The locust corpse's eyes lit up. The monster suddenly rises on its paws again. Equipped fighters stand next to the summoned locusts, shouting that it's finally time for battle, as there are tens of thousands of reinforcements here. Sang-jin smiles broadly, claiming to have been waiting for this order. He stands with a confident look near the summoned locusts. Sang-jin, with a satisfied face, suggests that Hansu leave them to him. A huge monster in the form of a snake moves to a tunnel in the ground, making loud noises in the process. Thousands of summoned monsters with purple eyes froze in place. Sang-jin, holding his weapon, points his finger forward. He directs them to attack with a grin. They rush at the enemy in a rage. They are opposed by a large army of locusts with red eyes. Monsters begin to furiously devour each other. They fight with their claws. Killed insects spray blood in all directions. The head of the rebellious locust flies to the ground. A monster in a rage devours another. The hero raises his hand, near which is a magic seal with a skull. He orders to rise up and fight after his end. The eyes of a killed mutant light up in a completely different color. In the system window, it is written about the 8th skill of the Lord of the Dead, in which you can raise the dead as undead in the night and make them fight endlessly. One mutant bloodthirsty deals with another, separating parts of its body with its claws. Pieces of insects scatter all over the battlefield, blood spurting in different directions. Mutants with red eyes are watching in bewilderment. Locusts with severed limbs and heads rise from the dead again. A giant Ouroboros towers over the battlefield. Sang-jin worriedly tells the protagonist that everything is working as planned, so you can move. The main character with a slight grin calls him a good fellow. Suddenly, he breaks off and rushes forward. Hansu runs at the head of his squad directly at the giant monster. MC has dragon scales on his cheeks. His gaze is determined. He orders everyone to go forward. A blade tip rides on the ground. It is said that it is necessary to kill as many parasitic locusts as possible before nightfall, after which they will use the Sang-jin skill to lift them up and make them fight with living relatives, so the guys can easily reach the lake where the Ouroboros tail is now located. In a flashback, the protagonist stood in front of Sophia and explained that he needed to take him to a place of concentration of magical energy. The astonished pink-haired lady raises her hand and asks how they are going to rise. He replies that in fact, everything is quite simple. Hansu assures with a serious look that they will use her skill of the Path of Humility and climb the monster. You can see the dense scales of Ouroboros, which shimmer in various shades of blue. The fighter runs swiftly right over it. The amazed fighter with a bow looks around and is silent. He sees a huge snake in front of him, which has enveloped the world tree with its body. The guys walk on the scales of the mutant. One of the fighters notices that if they fall from there will be nothing left of them. Un-chai advises to focus on not slipping. The third girl says that the surface is stronger and smoother than expected. Another participant agrees, because he thought that the scales would be slippery. The main character turns to the guys and asks for attention. He asserts with a serious look that from now on he will create the path, so let them follow him. Sophia, Un-chai, Lee, Mihi look at him intently. Hansa's squad begins to move rapidly, after the corresponding order of the protagonist to go up. The girl with the staff does not lag behind her teammates. She covers her eyes, intending to use the ability. Thousands of hungry monsters run to attack. The fighter jumps up and flies up. A warrior with a sword and a blonde deftly kill locusts that block the way. He turns to Un-chai and exclaims that they will stop the insects here, and he needs to hurry up to create a path. Mihi aims his bow with a serious face and shouts to leave those who are pushing from behind. Frowning, the main character notices everything. A horde of locusts is marching to attack. The amazed blonde runs forward, Next to her are other members of the squad. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, begins to emit yellow lightning. He frowns, his eyes turn white, and his cheeks are covered with dragon scales. In one move, the protagonist blows off the heads of several monsters at once. MC used the dragon archery skill. The blonde and Lee see this. She is extremely surprised by such a movement. Hansu turns to the guys and calls them to him. Sophia stands next to Mihi. They are very surprised. The guys are standing in front of a huge hole. The question is whether all this time it was really hidden under the scales. The protagonist looks at his companions and declares that this is the entrance to the Ouroboros ganglion, where its core is located. The snake envelopes a huge world tree. It is explained that including the brain, it has 3 nuclei, and if you destroy them all, you can kill the Ouroboros. Surprised, Unchai sees that Hansu has taken out a potion. He says that they need to take it. In his dragon hands is a bottle with a handicraft recipe for the red zone, namely explosives. He claims that this thing is designed to destroy the enemy's cores, so after penetrating the ganglion, you can wait half an hour and then throw the vial into the core. The perplexed guys remember the protagonist who made something. They wonder if this is true. Hansu with a stern face suggests splitting into teams, each getting 1 core. The blonde stands next to the other fighters. They are called the first team. Lee, Mihi and the healer are near each other. They are announced as the second. The protagonist hugs and embarrasses Sophia and declares that they will be third. He points a finger at Unchai and orders her team to go there, who asks in shock if they will really be the first. The scales of the giant Ouroboros are visible. MC says that there is no need to complain about the number, as all the entrances are in different places, so each team must enter one of them. Closing her eyes, the blonde declares that she understands everything. One of the twins jumps into the hole. The girl exclaims that in this case they will go first. She flies down with a stern look. The other guys are still on the surface. Sophia begins to cast spells with her book. She is told that she needs to block the entrance so that parasitic locusts do not get inside them. Bright blue crystals block the way into this hole in the ground. The protagonist looks around with a serious look and realizes that the beginning has been made and now it is necessary to go to the entrance at the top. Hundreds of ferocious red-eyed insects hiss loudly. Lee stands next to Mihi, who states that there are still a lot of them. The man with the mustache suggests that they probably reproduce by budding. The protagonist's blade flashes green. It says that it doesn't matter how many insects come. He calmly points his weapon forward and suggests that they move on. In the dark, the walls of the snake are visible. The stunned blonde stands with her partner and looks around. They are in front of a huge glowing crystal in the middle of the cave. She wonders if this is really the same ganglion. A group of fighters stands in front of a monster with claws, surrounded by the entrails of the Ouroboros. The red-eyed locust is hit on the head with a sword. The protagonist spectacularly cuts it in half, while Sophia is standing next to him. Hansu carefully examines the space in front of him. He sees a second entrance in front of him. Lee and Mihi look at him intently when they hear that it's the second team's turn, so they need to go inside by now. The mustachioed fighter hears with a stern look that 5 minutes have passed since the first team entered, so as soon as they enter, it is necessary to throw explosives at the core when the time comes. The main character is left alone with a pink-haired assistant. The second team goes on a mission. Mihi looks back cautiously. A bewildered Hansu looks back at her, asking if everything is okay. That nervous woman tries to say something, but it doesn't work out very well. Hansu stands in front of her. They are silent. The girl smiles broadly and assures that she completely forgot what she wanted to say. The main character is amazed to understand her, and she, in turn, says that there is no need to worry. Mihi, bow on his back, walks on and declares that he will escape before it's too late. Her long hair, beautiful blowing in the wind, she offers to talk later. In the next moment, the warrior quickly flies into the dungeon. Hansu sees it silently. Sophia opens her magic book. MC says that you need to block this passage as well and do not forget that it must be unlocked in half an hour. She understands. A lady with pink hair thinks sadly about Mihi. The girl with the bow is presented saddened. Sophia is sure she knows how she feels. Beautiful stars of different colors are visible in the sky. The protagonist moves swiftly forward, exclaiming that he feels the energy of the bastard right in front of them. The guys suddenly stop. The main character notices a silhouette in front of him. In front of them stands a monster with a red head and large paws. My partner is excitedly standing behind Hansu and wondering what it is, because it feels just like Alpha. However, frowning, MC realizes that it hasn't been long since he woke up. A red glow emanates from the mutant's head. The guy realizes that he has already installed the bait, and it seems that it is not for nothing that the main character has become a temporary administrator. The stunned protagonist suddenly hears a question that they are probably looking for him. A blue silhouette of a man appears in front of him, who says that she knew from the beginning that Hansu would be looking for him. The white-haired villain smiles frighteningly, claiming that they have not seen the enemy for a long time. The image of the opponent arises from the projection of the mutant. He says that it was imprudent on the part of the protagonist to send to destroy the cores of these pathetic weaklings. Hansu, with a stern face, wonders if he is done chatting, as they will see. The image of the enemy appears before him. He says that it was very arrogant, and pride will be the fall of the protagonist. In the next second, the main character in a rage delivers a powerful blow with his blade. The mutant has been torn in two, blood flowing out of his flesh. Sophia says with a worried look that if Alpha is not here, then he has gone to one of the teams. She asks if the protagonist is sure that they will cope. He replies that this is why he needs to destroy the core as soon as possible and move on. The main character and his partner go forward. He says that they have opened the ganglion, so they need to go in. She understands the order. Eun-chae stands next to her partner and tries to figure out what it is in shock. They stand in front of a huge crystal. The events take place at the first core with the first team. The blonde looks around and notices that it is much more spacious than expected, and not so dark. The assistant looks to the side anxiously and asks to see Eun-chae, who replies that she sees it herself. Purple tentacles have grown into a bright crystal. It is said that this is apparently the core of the Ouroboros. The twins in caps look around in surprise. One of them says that it is huge. The other remarks that this is not surprising, given the size. The blonde holds a green potion in her hand and advises them to cook the thing that Hansu gave them, because it is necessary to apply it immediately when the time comes, since they must destroy the kernel in exactly half an hour. Suddenly, the girl hears a sound and wonders if the others have heard it. They, in turn, look at her in bewilderment and ask what exactly. A suspicious sound comes from the depths of the dark tunnel. The ground under the hero's feet suddenly begins to tremble. They try to stay in place and understand what this sudden shaking is. Eun-chae looks up in amazement. Above them, in the hole, you can see the silhouettes of ferocious insects. She notifies everyone about it. 4 fighters stand with their backs to each other, everything around them trembling. The blonde warily turns around and sees a monster sneaking around. Other mutants also crawled out and are gradually surrounding the guys. Frowning, the lady suggests that apparently someone did not like that they got off the hook, so a decent crowd was brought by a scoundrel. In front of them, an army of ferocious locusts with red eyes had gathered. The twins with shields go forward. They are ordered to take up positions urgently. The guy pulls the arrow with the help of the bowstring. The blonde orders not to save. He understands. Surrounded by an army of bloodthirsty insects, Eun-chae declares that they need to hold out for half an hour. A red-eyed insect with long claws begins to attack the girl. She deftly dodges the mutant's blow, her fist glowing red. The blonde counterattacks hard with her frenetic punches. With about 28 minutes remaining, the twin bravely beats the mutant with his shield. It is said that there are 20 minutes left. A powerful arrow pierces the body of the insect. Eun-chae bravely holds back the onslaught of the enemy and shouts that they must continue to hold their positions, because they cannot afford to retreat. A huge army of locusts is drawn to the brave warriors. The leader shouts that he needs to hold out more, while saying that there are 15 minutes left before the start of the operation. Several monsters stood in front of the hero and his companion. Sophia closed her eyes. The book emitted a bright light as she applied the tricolored jade, the sphere of ice light, and the rune of containment. The ice was frozen with locusts. Hansu smiled, noting that they definitely did not expect this. The guy rushed forward. A sweep of the blade sliced off the heads of the monsters. He withdrew his blade and struck again. Behind the heroes were defeated monsters. The new ones peeked out of the aisle. Looking up, he thought about the fact that the rest of the locusts were just looking instead of coming down. Then he glanced at the system window, thinking that it wouldn't be a problem to hold out at this rate for half an hour. But still he couldn't believe that it had left one central core. Remembering Tekaran, his words that it would be imprudent of him to send out the cores of these weaklings, the hero thought that he had left the hologram as bait and avoided meeting him in order to protect the other core. Frowning, he decided that he would make him regret making such a choice. Sophia went to him, saying that it was strange, because no matter how you look at it, there must be some kind of trap here. Well, if there is none, then for some reason the others just sit in place. See what the guy agreed to. Putting his hand in his bag, he suggested that he forget about plans for half an hour and destroy the core right now, and then he would go and destroy the rest of the cores. The girl was visibly worried, asking that the situation was so desperate that he needed to go to the aid of the others and that they would not destroy the cores themselves, because their destruction immediately, contrary to the plan, would only cause confusion and chaos. Taking the vial in his hand, Hansu replied that if their opponent was only a parasitic locust, he wouldn't be worried, but the Tekaran that appeared through the hologram was somewhere inside the Ouroboros, and it was up to him to fight it. Clenching her fist, the girl clarified that the serpent would start moving if they destroyed all the cores, surprised that the Alpha was more dangerous than him. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that the Alpha was dangerous, but it was not comparable to the Ouroboros. Sophia pulled her hand aside, saying that he didn't understand, asking why they couldn't just trust them. Lowering her eyes with annoyance, she thought that even now he did not want to explain anything to her, although she believed that she had earned his trust. The man opened his mouth when there was a message about the 7 pieces of the soul and that this allows him to seize power over the minds of those in whom the piece of soul is placed. Miyamoto smiled ominously as he said he would take her body. Sophia opened her eyes wide. They changed color, becoming green. A dark aura surrounded her, and they listened to the words that the hero believed that the man would die so easily. Keeping his hand on the wound, the man added that, albeit a little, he still trusted this girl, given the way he had opened his back to her, and now they would pay for what was done to him. Hansu held the bottle in his hand. Frowning, he thought that he had been waiting for him. The guy rushed to the girl. A glow appeared around its ring when applied. A red aura surrounded Sophia. With his hand on his shoulder, Hanu thought about how after his regression, his allies had become enemies, and the inevitable enemies had become allies. Looking at his companion, he also thought that as long as they tried to kill him, he couldn't let the man stay alive, and said that he had found out where he was and was sure that the royal bees were hungry. A bright light came out of the tent with a message that the right of temporary administrator of the world tree was being used. Under Miyamoto, magical hands appeared. The man disappeared, leaving a bright flash. He appeared in a cave with bees. The shackers, despite the horror, said that this could not be. The bees pounced on him. Surrounded by them, Miyamoto thought about being the ruler of the red zone. Hanu held the girl in his arms, thinking about how the Soul Peace family skill was no longer valid, and considering that the king bees were finally able to eat high-quality magic energy, they must be happy. Not far away, the crack of a stone was heard. Looking in that direction, he realized that they had very little time left. Sophia was unconscious. The guy was thinking about how it would be nice if she woke up now, but it didn't look like that would happen, and he was sure that using the Sky Soldier armor would provide some protection. A message appeared that Hanu had less than 50% of the magical energy with a proposal to use the magical power of the world tree. Looking at this message, the guy thought about how the tree could die if he made a mistake, so he needed to be careful. Smiling slightly, he asked for forgiveness in front of the tree. A magical seal appeared on his hand with a message that the use of the magical energy of the world tree was authorized. Both were surrounded by a bright aura, and he said that with this amount of energy, he could use them as much as he wanted. The armor surrounded him along with the dragon art. Hanu bent his legs. Then he pushed off the ground. The hero rushed up. The crystal shone brightly. The moonlight reflected off the scales of the Ouroboros. The guy burst out like a bright beam. Scales flew apart. The serpent lay with his eyes closed. Then I began to open them. His eyes grew larger. Opening its mouth, the monster let out a roar. Hanu stared at the wound he had left behind, thinking that it was likely that the serpent had begun to move, but it didn't look like it had a full mind, as it would have attacked it right away. The seal on his arm glowed brightly, and he decided that instead of destroying Alpha, he would focus on stopping him for now. The branches of the world tree began to move upon receiving a message that the temporary administrator command has been received. As they moved, the branches made a loud sound. The serpent opened its mouth, letting out a roar. The branches of the tree wrapped around his body. The hero hovered over him. Looking down, the guy said that it was almost time, turning to an old friend. He imagined the cloaked man, thinking that Tekaran, it was time to wake up, and that the winds of Elheim would blow on the path he had chosen. Looking ahead, Hanu thought that he might betray him in the way of the king, and said that he would see him soon. The tail of the serpent covered the lake. The locust's eyes shone brightly. The monster fell near his feet. A bright light appeared in Sangjin's hand when the Lord of the Dead was cast. The monster rose to his feet when he heard the command. The guy was standing among the subordinate locusts. A dark aura emanated from him. He thought that they had a significant chance of winning, and he just needed to hold out until dawn. An explosion sounded on the branches. The monsters raised their heads. Others began to look around. The ground under their paws trembled. Sangjin kept his balance, not understanding what kind of explosion it was and what was going on above. He gritted his teeth, deciding that no matter what it was not worth adding to Hansu's problems with the locusts that had broken through, and therefore he had to stop them at all costs. The guy gripped the handle of the blade tighter. Then he put it in front of him, ordering the dead to kill the French man climbing up. Then he rushed forward, mentally asking for forgiveness in front of the hero. After all, he should have killed them all, but he didn't think he could stop them. Hanu hovered over the kite. Sophia was unconscious, noting that the effects of Miyamoto's skill were worse than he thought and hoped that she would regain consciousness soon, though in her current state, he didn't believe she would be able to go with him. The girl began to disappear. A message appeared that the temporary administrator right was activated, and it was transferred to Michael. The companion disappeared from Europe. Looking at his palm, the hero thought that the transfer was successful, and he left it to his friend. Like a tree, a cry came demanding that the beetles stop. Hanu turned around, looking down. The beetle army was fleeing from Sangjin, who demanded that they return and fight him. The hero smiled, noting that he was on time. Then he rushed to him. He hovered in the air above them. Orbs appeared around him. Sangjin looked up, surprised that Sangjin had come to help him, and noticed that there was something wrong with his appearance. The spheres headed down. They attacked the locusts. Monsters fell to the ground, taking hits. The guy covered himself with his hands from the wind flow. The hero landed in front of him. Sangjin approached him, asking about what had happened, noticing his wings and horns. Looking at him, he replied that he would explain later. There was something he had to do now. The interlocutor smiled, replied that he was glad to hear this, and asked what it was about. Looking at him, the hero replied that the monarch's group was in danger. He needed to help them destroy the core. Closing his eyes, he replied that such requests were not in his nature. Then, he glanced at the guy with a smile, reminding him that he had told him to use him however he wanted, so he was waiting for orders. Hanu smirked. Turning away, he told him that he was sending him straight to the first team, and leaving everything to him. Then he glanced at the guy, adding that it was an order not to die. As he teleported, Sangjin replied that there was nothing to worry about, as the Lord of the Dead would not die. A magic circle remained on the floor. Looking behind him, the hero thought that giving him the Lord of the Dead was the right decision, mentally promising to take him to the next zone. Hansu spread his wings, deciding he couldn't just stand there after the guy showed him his determination. As he rose into the air, he thought that he would rush to the aid of the second team, and it would be better for them not to die. The man was standing in front of the Tekeran. The man, looking at him, wondered why the man did not give up, since those two people who were near him had already been defeated, and did he really think that he could defeat him alone? Lee was badly wounded, surprised that the enemy thought he would die so easily. He put the weapon on his shoulder, surprised at such loyalty, noting that the cold-blooded man would not bother to save them. After all, they had all been abandoned. Tekeran held out his hand, asking why he would be loyal to such a king, noting that it was better to become his loyal soldier. The man raised his sword, noting that his opponent liked to talk, and noticed his fear of Hansu. This made him noticeably angry. Orbs and weapons appeared above his head, saying that they annoyed him. The spheres moved forward, and he said that if the man was so desperate to die, he would help him with it. Lee looked at this in surprise. Then he gritted his teeth. The weapon was approaching him. With a swing of his blade, he managed to deflect them. Tekeran watched his fight. As he bowed, he thought about how he was deflecting all attacks forward so as not to hurt those behind him, and defending himself was a kind of noble deed. His gaze grew angrier when he decided that this was already worthy of respect. A red aura surrounded his weapon, and he realized that he couldn't waste any more time fighting it, mentally apologizing for using such a devious method to defeat such a warrior. Near Lee, portals with blades appeared. The blades struck him from all sides. Blood spurted from his mouth. The sword plunged into the ground. The man fell to his knees. After stopping the monsters, Tekeran noted that he had seen him fiercely protective of his kin, and out of respect for such noble actions, he would personally end his life. Then he headed forward. Hansu appeared behind him. The hero grabbed him by the head. The guy sent him to the other end of the cave. He dropped his sword. Frowning, Hansu remarked that he was too late, telling the man to rest and he would take care of the rest. A lot of locusts stood behind him. They opened their mouths, letting out a roar. A blade appeared in his hand. The guy grabbed his hilt. A sweep blew off the monster's head. Another swipe left a bright light. Later, the defeated monsters lay on the ground. Wounded, Lee looked up, surprised at such insane destructive efforts. Hansu turned to him. The guy approached the man. Handing him the rune, he said that it looked very bad, and offered to take it, to which the man apologized for leading him like this, promising to repay for it. The rune glowed in his hand. The wounds began to heal. The girl regained consciousness. She was surprised to see the hero. Then I lowered my eyes with annoyance, thinking that I had lost consciousness in such a situation, and this was even after receiving such a weapon. Getting back on her feet, the girl apologized for being ballast, to which Hansu replied that it was not worth saying that, because it was his fault that he did not understand the trap. Taking the feather in his hand, he said that it was impossible to use the administrator's authority inside the Ouroboros, and they could go outside, using it to move to safety. The man took it, answering that everything was clear to him. The interlocutor took the bottle, saying that she was returning it. After retrieving it, Hansu noted that keeping it intact meant that she had more than completed her task, promising to return after the first team managed to break the core. Lowering her head, she agreed. Tekeran watched them, not understanding how the hero ended up here and now, thinking that perhaps it was due to the transformation. Frowning, he decided that it didn't matter, because he realized how valuable these people were to him. Something red was gathering in his hands when he decided that he had to at least get rid of them. The red energy emitted a bright light. With a beam he directed it at people. Hansu noticed this. The ring on his hand began to glow. Armor blocked the attack. The hero threw away the substance. Lee took the girl in his arms, saying that they would only detain him, so they were going as fast as they could. Looking in his direction, the guy replied that dying from such a thing would make their survival still completely meaningless. He was sure that they still had a lot to do in this life, so they had to try to survive. Together with the others, the man headed for the exit, thanking him for it. Tekeran stood in front of the hero. He was absolutely shocked, thinking that this was his strongest attack, and he took it with his chest and didn't even flinch. A dark aura surrounded him as he resented how long Hansu would mock him, calling himself the last hope of his race. Calmly looking at him, the hero clarified whether he was joking, because he was just garbage and a cheap fake. The enemy rushed at him, demanding that he be silenced, because he had no idea what he was talking about. Hansu stared at the enemy, thinking that they had gone berserk, and if it was a reinforced Acheron, he would be in trouble. The enemy was approaching him. The hero decided that it would not be difficult to deal with him. Bronia stopped his fist. Hansu folded his arms over his chest. Tekeran thought that this could not be. After all, this is the secret technique of his race. Glancing angrily at his hand, he saw that the hero hadn't even moved. The guy himself lowered his eyes, thinking that it was difficult to control the force affected by the racial transformation. His armor clenched his fist. The opponent closed his eyes after receiving a blow. He was thrown back. Remembering the blow, Hansu knew that killing Alpha in this state would be quite easy. Then a serious wound remained on his stomach. Afterwards, he remembered the other blonde man, knowing that if he killed him now while he didn't control his power, he would destroy a vessel that would be useful as a physical body. Hansu also remembered himself lying on the floor, noting that it didn't mean that he could afford to dispel the dragon art, as it was the first time he had gone so far into a transformation and didn't know how bad he would be after canceling the skill, and if he lost consciousness, all his plans would be ruined. Opening his mouth slightly, he said that it was troublesome. Surrounded by the Sky Soldier's armor, he knew that its charge wasn't that great, but it still improved what he could do in this state. Tekaran raised his head in surprise. The guy put his hands on his belt, deciding that it was time to finish cleaning up the garbage. Then he struck again. This threw the enemy towards the crystal. From the impact of the opponent on him, blood flowed. The hero tilted his head, surprised that this was enough, noting that this is why it is immediately obvious that he is a replica. Because although it has not been much time since he woke up, he is still weaker than Akuma. Hansu, going to him, thought that the sooner he handed over the body, the better. A loud sound echoed off the walls. The guy's eyes widened, recognizing him. Turning around, he realized that Sangjin had done it. Tekaran lay on the ground, thinking about how he had used his race's secret technique and didn't understand why he couldn't win. Then he raised his hand, thinking that he just wanted to revive his people and that he might have made a mistake. He began to crawl on the floor, indignant that his dream had been destroyed by just one inferior being. When he saw the crystal in front of him, he decided that he would take everything Hansu held dear. Then he put his hand on the crystal. The hero frowned, realizing what he was going to do. The guy opened his mouth wide, shouting for him to stop, and wondering that he would give up on his dreams so easily. The crystal was absorbing the body, and he thought that although it was offensive, it didn't matter in the end. With a final smile, Tekaran decided that since the core was destroyed, he just needed to take its place, inviting the hero to taste his medicine. The crystal began to glow brightly. Hansu stood in front of a bright crystal. Frowning, he thought about how Tekaran had mentioned that he was very hot-tempered in the news, and it seemed to be true, and he still couldn't believe that defeating him was more important to him than reviving his own kind. The crystal glow became brighter. The earth trembled. The green liquid began to fill the entire space. The armor emitted smoke when it hit it. Hiding behind it, the hero noted that the root should have created at least a mature clone. Frowning, he added that there were only problems from such a young version. The liquid was spreading around. The Ouroboros was waving its tail. Closing her eyes, the girl asked what was happening and why he suddenly began to move. Sangjin, who was staying close to her, asked her to calm down, because she was acting like a child. She was surprised at his calmness, because if they fell from such a height, they would crash. He smiled, noticing that there was someone in whom he believed, suggesting that she see for herself. Opening her eyes, she did not understand what could be there. But my eyes became bigger from what I saw. When she saw Hansu in front of her, she wondered why it was floating in the air. A system message appeared stating that using the temporary administrator privileges of the world tree moved the objects. A magic circle appeared under it. The same circle appeared near Sangjin. A few more appeared on the body of the serpent. People watched the Ouroboros. Michael put his hands on his belt, not understanding what the hero expects from him. Okay, a few comrades, but he sent everyone to him. Lowering his eyebrows in annoyance, the guy also thought that if Hansu wanted him to do something, he could say what it was. Someone came up from behind, calling his name. Turning around, the guy saw that Sophia was swaying. She asked how long she had been unconscious. Raising his shoulders, he replied that not much time had passed, and asked what had happened there. Putting her hand on her head, the girl replied that she did not know herself and that she had lost consciousness on the way to the core, and now her memory seemed to be in a fog. Tired, covering his face, Michael said that he was already starting to worry because he did not know what was happening. Sophia threw up her hands when he said that given the kite's movements, it was dangerous to stay here, suggesting that they retreat. She agreed, adding that she would contact the lighthouse. A magic circle appeared behind him as he talked about contacting December and his clan. Both looked at him, feeling the magic power. A lot of people appeared in this circle. Michael smiled in confusion, feeling like a babysitter and not knowing what to do with them. Then he looked at the serpent again, deciding that he would trust him, since he had made such a decision, and even if they did not think of dying there alone. Frowning, the guy also understood that his life was in his hands, and he had to win, and he would complain later. Hansu hovered over the Ouroboros. The monster was staring at him. Flames gathered at the mouth, thinking that even the hero could not dodge it. The monster closed its mouth. Then he spewed flames at the hero. He watched him approach, thinking that he would definitely suffer if he started fighting face to face. Well, if he returned, it would all be over, although it was not known how many casualties there would be. Opening his mouth slightly, he said that there was nothing he could do about it. There have been reports that the commands to summon orbs and changes to the Celestial Warrior Armor Defense Zone have been confirmed. Armor and orbs stood in front of him. Looking at this, the serpent noted that he knew that he would be blocked here. Flames covered the armor with the thought that the guy did not take into account something, namely that perhaps he would be able to repel the fire attack, but this skill would take his life. Sparks flew over the flames. A bright light illuminated the hero's face. A powerful explosion sounded. Fireballs flew everywhere. Some of them have come close to Hansu. He hid behind the wings. The balls fell to the ground. Smoke was coming from the guy. Blood spurted from his mouth. The hero looked down. The flames spread over the ground. People burned in the fire. He clenched his fist, knowing that the consequences would be too severe anyway, and he would have to use a powerful force. The message about the use of the powers of the temporary administrator of the World Tree, as well as the listing of names, has reappeared. New reports indicate that all 469011 confirmed, with a warning that objects with minor and severe injuries will consume increased amounts of mana, and the question of whether to include the wounded in the number of movables. Frowning, the guy answered yes, adding that absolutely every person needs to be moved. A huge magic circle appeared under it with a message that all targets would be moved to the cross. People looked up, seeing an appeal to everyone. The man also raised his head when the system announced that they would be transferred to the cross. So, looking up, they saw that they could stay if they wanted. Sangjin stood with the others, seeing that if they approached the Ouroboros, they would die. The magic circle became brighter. A lot of people appeared at the cross of the red zone. They looked around in surprise when they found themselves in a residential area of the port. Another group appeared at the hill of the lighthouse. The system notified that everyone had been moved. Hansu was breathing heavily as he saw the warning that the World Tree's magical power reserve had reached 40%. He was still hovering above the serpent. The monster opened its mouth, saying that it was wasting its mana on inferior creatures and that it would not be able to handle it once it fused. Raising his hand, the hero replied that they would see how it ended, thinking that if he wanted to kill this Hulk, he needed a way to deliver one powerful blow. Imagining the weapon in the flower, he thought that it must be the one that contained royalty, and it was a lightning splitter, and in order to get it, he needed to meet Tekaran on the king's path. Then he looked at the head of the serpent, realizing that this could not be done right now and that if he was not killed, then humanity would be destroyed. Closing one eye, the guy realized what he needed to do. A notification has appeared stating that the 7 Soul Shard skill has been activated and that an upgrade is available. With a smirk, Hansu noted that it was timely and agreed to improve. New reports have revealed that the dragon arts have been combined with the active equipment of the celestial warrior armor and transformed into the dragon god's vessel. The rings on her hands glowed. A golden aura surrounded Hansu. He spread his wings. The system gave notice that the dragon god's vessel had been activated and that the dragon god Incarnation had replaced the active species transformation skill. Hansu glanced in the direction of the enemy. New reports revealed the task and conditions of the dragon god's vessel. Looking at him, the serpent cursed, not realizing how many more tricks he had. His body began to move with the thought that it didn't matter and that he would just consume it. The monster attacked the hero. Hansu held out his hand in front of him. Alpha was shocked, not understanding how he was stopped with his bare hands. Frowning, the guy used a monstrous explosion. Ouroboros opened its mouth. Flames shot out of his head. Sangjin was standing on the hill with the others. Looking surprised, Michael said that although he knew that the hero was strong, he didn't think so much, wondering if he could be considered a person like them. Frowning, Unchai noted that he didn't know why he had brought them with him, given the difference in strength, and that if the guy could handle it alone from the start, then she didn't understand him at all. Opening her mouth slightly, Sophia noted that he was trying not to pull them into it, and the Ouroboros had just momentarily lost consciousness. Everyone looked at her in surprise. The girl withdrew her hand, asking if Hansu would kill him, because he only needed to carry out several such attacks. Turning to her, Sophia replied that she would not be able to use this attack again. Her book was emitting light, and she was talking about how the dragon god's vessel was transforming, but it took a huge amount of mana, and he had just spent almost all of it on this attack. Looking down, she also talked about how on top of that, the hero hadn't rested at all and hadn't taken a single sip of water, and at this rate, it wouldn't be surprising if he collapsed from exhaustion. Unchai put his hand on his chest, asking what would happen to them, because if he couldn't win alone, then why would he bring everyone here, to which he was told that it was for their safety. Sangjin glanced at the others, noting that they were too worried. Everyone looked up when he added that they knew they could rely on Hansu and that he had never let him down, and therefore he wouldn't let him down this time. The guy looked at the mouth of the serpent. His eyes were closed. His body weakened. The monster collapsed to the ground. The system warned that the reserve of magical power had reached 17%. Looking down, he thought about buying some time, but the situation hadn't changed. A new warning has been added that if the magic power drops below 5%, the connection will automatically be lost, and the tree itself may disappear. Looking away, Hansu knew that he had to finish him off with one powerful blow, asking the tree to hold out a little longer. Then he rushed to the side. As he flew up to the bees, he thought that their presence meant that the king's path was nearby. He examined these bees. So, seeing them, the hero noted that there were only old worker bees, although the comrade said that there should be at least 10 billion of them. But the world tree would weaken, and it seemed that their number had decreased. One of them rustled with its wings. Then she attacked the guy. Her swing left a bright mark. Hansu turned to the bee. Looking at her, he was surprised that she did not like dinner. The bee's eyes shone brightly, and he replied that being a calamity, he had devoured countless people, but this one was overflowing with magical power, and it was the best food, and it was only thanks to a hero like him that he could soar in the sky again. He withdrew his hand, noting that the magic power of the tree was almost exhausted, and if this happened, the red zone would turn into ruins. Looking intently at the man, he wanted to know if he was going to destroy the red zone. Putting his hand on his belt, Hansu replied that he had no such intentions and on the contrary, he planned to protect her, but he needed to enter the king's path as soon as possible, so if the bee wanted to fight, then they should start. Squinting, the interlocutor noted that the hero was a joker in that, although he was temporary, he was still an administrator, and whether the old soldier on the verge of death would be a worthy opponent for him. Looking at him, the guy replied that despite this, he landed a great punch. The bee lowered her head, apologizing, because he was too excited, and he wanted to see the skill, the power directed at the sworn enemy. Then he turned away, adding that they didn't have time, because they had talked too long, and that he would take him to the king of Elfheim, asking him to follow him. Hansu flew out with the swarm. Later, they found themselves at a flower in the depths of the world tree. Looking at the man, the bee said that this was the king's abode, and the last time he had seen himself was 500 years ago, so he could not know for sure if there would be an answer. Looking ahead, the hero replied that he should not worry, because he had a plan. Then he took a step forward, thinking that he had come to keep his promise, saying that they did not have time, so the bee should hurry up and use the gaze of reason. Lowering his head, he thought that this is a skill that the king possesses, and allows you to look into the inner world of another person with permission, wondering that Hansu knows about it. Seeing the new message in front of him, the guy realized that he was not trusted yet. Raising his hand, he decided that he would have to help him make a decision. Touching the flower, Hansu turned to Tekuran, saying that his son was waiting for him, and if he wanted to bring him back to life, he had to answer the call right now. A bright light appeared near the hand. The system notified that the mind's gaze was activated. He saw the scene of the battle, after the comrades and the red monster. Then, as he stretched out his hand to this monster, I was standing in front of Tekuran. Lowering his head, he said that even Fairy could not get into the inner world of another person, and therefore he would be frank. Remembering the man in the Ouroboros, he said that a variable had appeared in the red zone, and in 15 years an abyss would open. He then introduced a lot of people, saying that it would take an army to fight it. Putting his hands on his belt, Hansu added that they would form a grand alliance that would include humans and all other races, and for that, he needed Tekuran's help. The interlocutor smiled slightly, answering that he saw that it was so, and was convinced that it was not a lie. Looking at the hero, he said that if he wanted to destroy the Ouroboros, he would need a powerful weapon that would evolve with him and show its strength even in subsequent zones. Stretching out his hand, the guy agreed with him, asking him to give him the zipper splitter. Tekuran touched the ground with his staff. Everything around them disappeared. Closing his eyes, the interlocutor noted that he did not know whether the guy was under anyone's influence, and therefore did not understand how he could entrust him with the heritage of his race. Hansu frowned, remarking that these were unpleasant words, and was surprised that he believed that someone could control him. With his mouth slightly open, Tekuran said that it was so, and that he had seen his memories. After presenting the hero's past, he said that he was a member of the vanguard of the Valkyrie clan and a hero of the Abyss, and that if one was to trust someone with the future, it should be in the hands of a true hero, because he could not entrust it to a puppet. The main character frowned and asked what he was talking about, because his comrades had sent here, placing the hopes of 6 billion people on his shoulders. The brunette squeezed his hand and added that they would never rely on something like a simple curse, so the old man should take back his words that humiliated his comrades. The interlocutor tilted his head and replied that he did not intend to insult them, he just seemed curious. He narrowed his eyes and asked if the boy thought it was strange that the great sage Keldian had cast a curse so obvious that even the old man could see it. Hansu looked at him and clarified if that meant the mage knew Tekuran would notice. The long-haired man arched his eyebrows and confirmed, asking if the brunette had ever rested since arriving in this world. He frowned and added that to him he looked like a wild beast that rushed forward non-stop without taking a break, and at this pace, sooner or later he would fall, since he would entrust a lightning splitter to someone who was destined for such a fate. The main character closed his eyes and muttered that he had never noticed this in himself. The interlocutor looked at him and asked him to listen to the old elf's sincere advice about this, and then clarified whether he should start breaking the curse imposed on him, and the guy agreed. The old man folded his hands and muttered a spell. He floated in the air, and the space around him was filled with radiance. The brunette knitted his eyebrows as a sphere lit up in his chest. The old man raised his head, looking at the seal rings. Tekuran narrowed his eyes, noting that the wizard had combined the rituals of Acheron and Elvenheim so that only he could understand them, and this made him want to meet Keldian in person. The main character crossed his arms and reminded that there is no time, so if he wants to break the curse, then let him do it now. The interlocutor propped up his head and asked him not to hurry, because he made sure that the spell was specially created in such a way as to be removed. The man raised his hands and broke the shackles of the curse. The magic seals began to glow. Hansa's eyes widened and flinched as he felt something change inside him. Aaron frowned, demanding that the guy stand up instead of turning a blind eye to the sacrifice of 6 billion people. The other crew members were standing next to him, and Conte looked around, noticing that nothing would help here, because the light in his eyes had faded. The woman grinned, shouting that the brunette was not the only one who had lost a dear person, so why did he sit and not move? Keldian narrowed his eyes, clutching his hand with the ring, and apologized to the protagonist, explaining that they needed a warrior. The body of Hansu holding the girl was enveloped by energy. The guy looked at his hand and thought that the mage was right, because then he wouldn't be able to continue fighting and wouldn't know about Kiriel's feelings for sacrificing herself to save him. The wizard adjusted his glasses and noted that the fact that his thoughts reached the hero meant that he was slowly following the goal. The image of a magician appeared before their eyes. The main character looked at his old comrade in surprise. The old man smirked and said that he hadn't expected to see the sage so soon. Keldian closed his eyes and said that he wasn't surprised that someone who had once held the title of King of Acheron and Elvenheim was able to break the curse. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and asked him to finish with empty praises, asking that he had not cast the curse using their arts. The man bowed and confirmed that he had purposely created him so that only he could remove it, and now that the spell had dissipated, he could convey his message, but first he wanted him to accept his gratitude. Tekeron leaned on his staff and replied that he would gladly do so, because it was an honor to imprint such a beautiful spell in his memory. The brunette glanced at the mage, and noted that it was unusual for him to give compliments to someone. Could it be that this thought form had a slightly different personality? The interlocutor clenched his hand with the ring and said that he was grateful to the guy for following his plan without prior explanation. He should know that he could not send him back in time without this curse. Hansu arched his eyebrows and added that the task he had been given was a bit contradictory, because it was necessary to save everyone, but kill the obstructors, some kind of paradox. The wizard smiled and replied that if the brunette had acted too radically, nothing would have worked, and if he had saved everyone, the result would have been the same, so it was all according to plan. The main character knitted his eyebrows and admitted that sometimes it seems to him that a man treats people too irresponsibly, but since he appeared in front of him, does this mean that the guy can continue as he wants? Keldian closed his eyes and confirmed, adding that he could trust him since the warrior had come this far. He frowned and warned that the brunette still had to prepare for that day and not neglect to unite the hearts of humanity. The interlocutor crossed his arms and asked not to worry, from now on he would follow his own path. The space around began to crumble, exposing darkness. The trio was in a bluish dome. The old man looked at them and warned them that time was short, they could not indulge in reminiscences. All that remained was to say their last words to each other. Hansu looked at his friend with a smile and asked him to wait for him, because soon he would climb up and turn everything upside down, as usual. The mage chuckled and nodded. Tekeron sat in the lotus position in a large flower. Magic sparkled around his hands. He summoned a spear, the lightning splitter, which he now entrusts to the hero along with the rest of his life. The brunette clenched the grip, and the system announced that the weapon had been transferred to Hansu. The elf narrowed his eyes and said that the lightning splitter's charge depended on the wearer's reserve, but if he tried to charge it in its current state, the world tree would die. So what did he plan to do? The interlocutor smirked and replied that he would continue to use the mana of the world tree to maintain the dragon god's body. As for the charge, he would use his life force along with the energy of the divine stone shard. The representative of the tree protector race flashed his eyes and stated that he didn't need to use his own life force. The man turned to him. He put his paw on his chest and asked if the sinister Ouroboros would be slain if there was enough mana, because in that case he could use a shard of divine stone inside him, and if that wasn't enough, let him allow his kin to sacrifice himself for a noble cause. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked why they would go so far and sacrifice their entire species just to destroy the serpent. The interlocutor spread his hands and replied that everything was just the opposite. The brunette frowned and asked again. The leader looked at Hansu and admitted that he saw hope in him. He imagined the world tree and said that it was withering and its sap was depleted, depriving them of the nutrients without which their queen would not be able to lay eggs. The monster remembered the moments of the battle and revealed that they attacked humans to replenish their mana reserves, but found out that Ouroboros drank most of the juice, and then began to fight in a great war against him to protect the sap of the world tree. But then they lost their queen, and even with that, they could only put the serpent to sleep. The protagonist crossed his arms thoughtfully as he listened to him. The interlocutor pointed to himself and added that before she died, their queen left them one last hope. It was a shard of divine stone, a symbol of disaster, but the world tree was dying, and the sap was becoming less and less, and therefore the hatching of a new queen was impossible. The brunette turned to him and concluded that if Ouroboros died and the tree was restored, a new queen would be born. The monster knelt down and exclaimed that half a century ago they could not protect her and allowed her to die, so now they can only ask the hero to make them the foundation of the birth of a new queen. His eyes flashed resolutely, begging Hansu to help them accomplish their mission. The brunette looked down at him, thinking. The guy threw the spear over his shoulder and agreed to make sure that they could have a new queen. A mark lit up on his hand. The bees' bodies were engulfed in light, and the system alerted that Commander Kalpa and the others would be turned into energy for the lightning splitter. The leader looked at the nurse that the hero had left behind, and thought that he was quite attentive. Kalpa glanced at Tekuran, noting that he was glad to see an old friend again, and then said that he was leaving their queen and the future of their species as a human warrior. The brunette smiled and assured that he always keeps his promises. The sage crossed his arms and added that the bee commander had nothing to worry about, because this person in front of him was annoyingly adamant, so he was able to fulfill his greatest dream. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and replied that he trusted, and now the rest would be on them. The protagonist's weapon swept through the light, and he mentally thanked Kalpa for saving him a lot of time, and the system notified that due to the death of the commander of the royal bees with a piece of divine stone, their species was considered subdued, with the lightning splitter's charge reaching 98%. The old man looked at the young man, who asked to be left with the queen bee egg for a while. The hero turned the spear in his hand. Hansu took a fighting stance and alerted the other participants that he was about to kill the Ouroboros and they should prepare for precipitation. His weapon was filled with power. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that he understood well how much resentment there was against the snake because of the pain of losing something valuable. The nurse held an egg in her paws, and the hero mentally asked the future queen to carefully watch the single attack inflicted by the power of her entire family. Hansu swung his spear as he sliced through the air. A powerful pillar of light pierced the giant serpent, and was visible from all directions, startling the players. The shock wave spread around from the epicenter of the attack. Ouroboros lay on the ground, and the flesh on his neck was burned to the bone. His charred muzzle was still sparkling with lightning. Inside it was a blue core. It fell down into the crater formed after the impact. Inside was the body of a man, and almost immediately the system announced the victory over Ouroboros, and that all the disasters of the red zone had been defeated. The main character sat down on his knee. He was sweating and breathing heavily after releasing his strength. The old man looked at him and noted that the guy must have been in a hurry to destroy the royal residence, and the brunette asked him to take into account the fact that it was necessary to end it as soon as possible. Tekuran rubbed his chin and said that he understood, but now that he had defeated the serpent, how about a little rest? After all, storm could be used not only under the influence of body strengthening, and enduring such a thing had never benefited anyone. The brunette looked at him and replied that there were still some things to do, but there was time before the lake opened, so he would rest until then. He got to his feet and walked over to the pit, and then he jumped down, folding his wings. Tekuran looked after him and thought that no matter how much his skills helped him, his body was in extreme pain right now, despite the removal of the seal that was slowly destroying this man. The old man arched his eyebrows and decided that he would have to follow him. Hansu flew up to the core. He leaned his hand against the surface, and the system notified that no life had been detected. The brunette frowned and thought that if he used this potion, he would easily destroy the core, but in that case, the alpha's body would fly out. There was nothing to be done, and he would have to spend some more time. Under his palm, there was a golden light from the application of blazing nova. A body was found inside the stone. The guy smirked and muttered that this should be enough. He put his hand on the man's shoulder, and then he jerked sharply towards himself, pulling him out of the stone. Hansu sat down beside him, holding the balloon in his hand, and thought that this would be how he would be able to keep his promise to him. He placed the orb on the man's chest. The shard of memories began to glow, absorbed by the body. The brunette glanced at the long-haired man, noting that he had successfully implanted Shane's soul, and now he had to keep the promise he had made to the commander of the king bees. The blond man opened his eyes and muttered that Hansu had indeed kept his promise. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and said that he must be at a loss now, but his soul was preserved, so there was no need to worry. He would be taken to his father, so he could rest. His heart clenched painfully and skipped a beat. The main character rounded his eyes, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Shane looked at him anxiously and called out, and the system notified that the restoration of the magical energy of the world tree was beginning, so the connection with it was temporarily severed. The hero stood up, and his dragon god vessel form was forcibly dropped. The brunette lowered his head, coughing up blood. The long-haired man reached out to him, asking what was going on. Hansu put his hand over his mouth and thought that he knew that now that the bond that gave him magical energy was broken, he was fully feeling the consequences. The guy collapsed to the ground, regretfully noting that he could no longer keep Kalpa's promise. Shane ran up to the hero and asked him to hold on. He frowned and reminded him that the brunette had promised to travel together, and now he wanted to leave him like that. The old man grinned and used the sting of fire. The guy raised his head, noticing the attack. He jumped back, and blades stabbed into the ground between him and the hero. Shane shivered as he looked ahead. Tekuran looked down at him and ordered him to fall through. The old man frowned and warned that this man was the savior of the world, and if he planned to take revenge on him, he would be killed immediately. The blonde looked at him inquiringly. The sage grimaced and resented that he had been given power over Ouroboros and dared to use it to destroy the red zone. Tekuran knitted his eyebrows and said that he was simply disgusting, so let him fail. The mage hovered in the air above them. Shane began to cry, muttering that he had been waiting all this time alone and in the dark. He arched his eyebrows, saying that he believed that one day his father would come down to that dark place and take him, save him. The guy lowered his head and added that now, when they meet, the man is trying to kill him again. Shane covered his face with his hand and exclaimed that he expected him to call him by name and greet him warmly the next time they met, but he seemed to be mistaken. The old man rounded his eyes in shock and asked again. The guy grabbed the main character and shouted that he didn't care about himself, let him just save him. Tekuran cried and apologized for not being able to recognize him even as his father. He descended to the ground and said that even if the hero was not close to him, he still intended to heal him from the very beginning. The old man reached out and activated Elysian Circle, Ring of Life. The long-haired man raised his head and looked at his father. The interlocutor began to cry and asked what kind of father would call his child disgusting. Shane's eyes widened as he ran his cheek and apologized. The old man hugged him and confessed that he had always wanted to tell him that he and his mother loved him very much, and there were no words to describe their feelings. The guy's eyes widened when he heard that his dad missed him. He also hugged him tightly and stopped holding back his tears. The sun was setting over the camp. The main character was lying on the bed. He opened his eyes, coming to his senses. Then he sat down slowly. Hanu clenched his fist with the mark and mentally noted that the link to the world tree had been successfully reunited, which meant that there were no obstacles to its immediate advancement. He put his feet on the floor and put on his shoes. The brunette lowered his head and said that he knew he was here. The guy looked to the side and invited Fairy to show up. The demon grinned and noted that he was grabbing on the fly. He materialized next to the hero and admitted that he began to worry when he was bedridden, but he looks even better. Hanu narrowed his eyes and asked if they didn't want to look at his suffering, but he had overcome all the disasters, so he demanded the promised reward, the zero immersion skill. Fairy folded his hands and chuckled at the fact that the brunette already knew what he wanted. The demon held out a red stone, which allows you to deal attributeless damage in a large area and quickly reduces the magic resistance of all targets within the range of the skill. The admin grinned, imagining the explosion, and said that the hero had taken a skill that had destroyed an entire world once. Did that mean that he would please them with an even more brutal spectacle in the orange zone? Hanu took the trophy and said that he would decide how he would use it. This does not concern the demon. The interlocutor grinned slyly and replied that he understood. He bared his fangs and asked if the guy really wanted to arrange a mass genocide. Fairy puffed out his cheeks in embarrassment and revealed that the hero was too kind, and his superiors complained about it. But if the guy did something more exciting, he could be quickly dragged forward. The hero knitted his eyebrows and stated that he was not going to stage a mass genocide, and reminded him to demand a traveler to do anything against their rules. The demon grimaced in displeasure. Then he turned away offended, saying that he just wanted to help, and even gave out an award, but that was all then. The admin evaporated. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that the zero immersion skill was indeed good for mass genocide, but for those who could use it carefully and accurately, it specialized in killing enemies. Hanu leaned on his knee and remembered that in the orange zone, he would not be able to use the mana of the world tree, and using the dragon god's vessel without enough magic power would be fraught with loss of consciousness. He clutched the stone in his hand and decided that with zero immersion, the situation changed, and now that he had a finishing skill that effectively used magic energy, he would have to speed up, starting from the orange zone. A system window appeared in front of him with a message from Tekuran, who wanted to say something about his race. The guy smiled and replied that he would be soon. They both found themselves in subspace. The old man was sweating and said that the situation was tense, so there was no time to talk, but in his memories he saw Akron, and if there were still his relatives alive in the orange zone. The brunette looked at him and replied that it was true. However, his native tribe Nagahar was unable to adapt to the orange zone desert and became extinct. The man closed his eyes, hiding his tears, and muttered that he was not mistaken, and his kin, the Akron, was still alive. The guy narrowed his eyes and admitted that the old man he knew wasn't generous with information, so it happened that he, being from Akron, ended up being part of Elvenheim. The interlocutor removed his hand from his face and said that he would now explain everything to his savior. The old man introduced the lion and told him that one day the lazar that served as their home had changed, and his flesh and blood that had formed the dense forests had turned into barren wastelands. His fallen comrades flashed before his eyes, and he added that as the grace of his blood faded, more of their people died. Then, in order to restore the hope of their tribe, which was on the verge of extinction, the man used a soul transmitter to enter the other world and call the souls of Acheron of that world. He introduced the baby and said that the device worked according to plan, and he was lucky enough to be reborn as Prince Elvenheim, although his mind was still in Acheron. The old man thought of the man and confessed that it was his deepest desire to cultivate Acheron minds in the bodies of the Elfheimers, and that was what gave birth to the Alpha. Tekuran remembered the tree and revealed that after that he learned about the extinction of his tribe and decided to live life as one of Elvenheim. But then, as the hero himself knows, disasters began to appear, and as the world tree dried up, Elvenheim also died. The old man arched his eyebrows and stated that he had lost his son twice and failed to protect his people twice, and his life was a failure. He leaned on his staff and added that Hansu had appeared and recovered everything, even reporting on the surviving Acheronians, and there were no words to express the depth of his gratitude. The brunette made a hand gesture and asked to thank him after he saved the entire Acheron. The interlocutor opened his mouth and asked again. The hero smirked and said that there was a way to save them, but to do so, he needed his knowledge of where the ancient ruins and the soul transmitter were. Acheron looked at the guy anxiously and replied that he knew if he was the transmitter, but that the main problem was Lazar's disease, or the warrior was planning to heal him. Hansu put his hand on his chest and nodded, noting that there was not much time left, and in just 2 years, Grash would nurture the scourge of destruction, and then the entire Orange Zone, including his tribe, would come to an end. The interlocutor rounded his eyes and exclaimed that the Pope's task was to protect the Orange Zone. Why would he bring disaster upon him? The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and said that everyone involved in the event was dead, so they didn't know why they were killed, but he knew for sure that it had to be prevented. The sage rubbed his chin and muttered that it was hard to believe, but it was unlikely that the guy would lie, so he would follow him to the Orange Zone. Hansu looked at him and said that he was counting on him, but first he had to dot the I's and where Shane was. The guy was in the hive of royal bees, and the interlocutors went there as well. The guy looked back at his father and the warrior, asking if he had already recovered enough to leave, and the brunette assured that everything was fine. Hansu raised his hand with the mark and noted that the young man had done a good job of imbuing the queen with magical energy, and thanks to him, everything would go easier. Mana began to drain to the egg as the hero began to nourish it. Immediately, a new queen was born from the shell. The girl was floating in the air, thanks to the administrator. The queen bowed and said that she had the opportunity to awaken again, and now swears by the name of Kalpa that from now on, the enemies of the protagonist are her enemies, and the royal bees will follow his will to defeat the opponents. The guy looked at her and replied that since they shared a common goal, the negotiation would be much easier, and thought that given how much her form resembled that of a human, it could be assumed that his magic power had mixed with the magic power of the tree during the rebirth process. The hero turned to Shane and stated that he wanted to trust him with something. He extended his hand with the mark and handed over the temporary administrator rights to him, including the Galadrian sword, the Ekidrang orbs, the Caghorn spear, and the Ekim chains. The guy looked at his wrist in surprise, having received the privileges of a full-fledged administrator of the World Tree. The protagonist smiled and asked him to work alongside the Queen Bee to strengthen the humans. The interlocutor arched his eyebrows and asked if the brunette was leaving, since he was still subject to the influence of the Alpha, so he could be harsh with humanity, and Hansu replied that it was even better, and it would be useful in the next zone. Shane smiled and assured that he would try his best. The queen looked at the warrior and translated the bee's speech, which had something for him. A red crystal was placed in the palm of the guy's hand, a fragment of 7 pieces of the soul, thanks to which it becomes possible to communicate over long distances, as well as to share memories and skills. The brunette looked at him and thought that this ability was left behind by Miyamoto after death, and he wanted to find them all before moving on. The stone gleamed in the light, and the hero decided that if he put it in Shane, he would be able to communicate with it even in the Orange Zone, which would make it easier for him. He looked down and remembered that the only problem was that taking Acheron with him to the Orange Zone would ruin the family reunion that had been in the making for half a century. The hero knitted his eyebrows, remembering that the old man himself had said he wanted to go, but still. The guy looked inquiringly at the warrior, who felt guilty before him, but the lake would open soon, so he would have to talk now. The long-haired man looked at the brunette anxiously and noted that it didn't look good, as if something had happened, and the brunette replied that he had to tell him something. The interlocutor arched an eyebrow and asked if this was really more serious than victory over disasters. Hansu put his hand on his shoulder and told him that he needed to overcome the disaster of the Orange Zone, and for this he would need the help of his father, after which he asked if the guy would be very upset if he took him with him. Shane lowered his head and muttered that he understood. The brunette held out a stone and assured that their separation would not last long, and if he took this fragment, he would be able to communicate with him even in different zones, and the hero would regularly report how his father was doing. The young man smiled uncertainly and admitted that he was sorry to say goodbye so soon, but if it helped him get the news, he would accept it. Hansu concentrated the power in the palm of his hand and thanked him for his understanding, repeating again that the parting would not be long. The interlocutor sneered and reminded him that he had waited 500 years, after which he absorbed the 7th fragment of the soul. The protagonist turned around and noted that all the preparations were completed and Acheron could send him to the lake. He did not want to stand between him and his son. The old man smiled and replied that he would carry him to the rest of the people. It would be better. The brunette lowered his head and agreed, and his body began to dissolve. Hansu was inside the tent. A carrier pigeon landed on his finger with a message that he needed to talk to the guys before the camp. The bird swooped down to deliver the message. When it got dark, the hero went outside and thanked the audience for responding. Michael smiled when the guy thanked him for being an intermediary between him and the clans, because if it weren't for him, many more travelers would have died in the Red Zone, and he wants him to continue to help humanity in this place. He blushed slightly when the brunette said that he had known her since training, and her growth rate was twice that of any other traveler, and if she continued like this, she would be strong enough not to lose to anyone, and his personal desire was for her to become a monarch among monarchs. Chai twisted her curl in embarrassment, while the hero admitted that without the help of her clan, they would not have been able to destroy the cores, and as a leader, she must lead her people to prosperity, as well as help Mihi move forward. Sophia, Sang Jin, and Wongyang took a look at the guy, who said he knew they intended to follow him. Hansu knitted his eyebrows and warned that the orange zone was too dangerous, let alone what would happen next, and they could die at any moment, and if they went with him, they would be obliged to obey any of his orders without question, so would they agree to such conditions? Sang Jin looked at him resolutely, and replied that he would follow any of his orders. The sorceress smiled and confirmed that now that the disasters were over, she wanted to clear the way forward to make it easier for her younger relatives to cross the zones. The man knitted his eyebrows and said that he also agreed and wanted to go first, pave the way so that it would be easier for his daughter to move forward, and he would also like to look for his missing son. The main character looked at them and said that since they had decided everything, they would go to the orange zone tomorrow, and until then, let them rest. Wongyang nodded to Michael and asked to look after his daughter. A lot of people were standing on the shore. Tekaran looked at them and said that he was glad to meet Hansa's associates. The man grabbed his sword, remembering the long-haired man's face. The main character looked at him and explained that this is their guide through the orange zone, who will be their faithful companion, so there is no need to worry. The old man closed his eyes and concluded that the swordsman was hostile to his clan, for which he apologized. A golden light appeared in front of them, and the brunette invited them to talk on the other side. The trio resolutely looked at their leader, who said that they would go inside as soon as the gate fully opened, so everyone had to get ready. A golden rift was growing in the air. Hansu and his squad went into the water and went to the orange zone. A desert with monsters stretched out in front of them. The main character looked out of the portal. The travelers flew down, where the creatures had already opened their predatory mouths. The brunette knitted his eyebrows together and asked Sophia to cover them down so they wouldn't fall into the enemy's mouth. The sorceress opened the book and shouted that she understood. The girl created an air path that picked up her comrades. Hansu began to descend quickly to the ground, swinging his spear. He jumped up and struck with force. The monster roared as its tongue was cut off. The guy landed nearby. Some of the flesh flopped to the ground. The brunette frowned and thought that he had just arrived, so he couldn't do much damage, but even this result was not bad. He narrowed his eyes and decided that he was strong enough to cut the tongue of Magos, which meant that by the standards of the travelers of the orange zone, his strength was quite average. The monster opened its mouth and roared. Other monsters ran to his call. The sorceress sweated and shouted at the hero to get up faster, because now even he could not cope with these monsters. The guy knitted his eyebrows and admitted that this was the right observation. Her skill as a librarian was still incredible. After all, perhaps he could handle one enemy like that, but not 5. The hero smirked, deciding that he would have to deal with Muggos after the body enhancement technique was over, and muttered that he would let them live for now. He was standing in front of huge monsters. One of them raised a clawed paw. Then he swung it sharply. Hansu ran to the side and dodged, asking Sophia to lift the path down in that direction 1 kilometer into the air. The guy knitted his eyebrows and explained that they would go upstairs and conduct a reconnaissance, so they had to hurry. The girl waved her hand and nodded. The squad rose high above the desert, beginning its journey through the orange zone. Unknown people watched them through binoculars, suggesting that phantoms had appeared. They took a closer look, and the guy thought that, apart from Sophia, he hadn't seen any of them in the red zone. Maybe it had something to do with why the travelers hadn't come here until now. Shimura Ken, the head of the Sector 12-1 intelligence clan of the Larauaro clan, knitted his eyebrows and decided that now that he was sure that the sorceress was here, he couldn't stop at simple reconnaissance. He paid attention to the protagonist, who followed last, and wondered who this rookie was who reacted so carefully to Muggos' actions. The man turned to his partner, thinking that he just needed to kill them all and take Sophia with him, and asked to give him a magic rifle to shoot them. The interlocutor took off his hood and asked why he suddenly decided to hunt instead of scouting, if he was planning to take revenge on that woman for rejecting him once. Ken tore out the butt and demanded to close his mouth if he didn't decide to die first. He smirked and thought that he would kill all the men and capture Sophia. The man knelt down and said that he would give him a chance when this hunt was over, and it would be better for him to shut his mouth or be caught like last time, to which the subordinate assured that he would follow him for the rest of his life. The shooter turned his mana into the weapon and remembered that a month in the orange zone is equal to more than a year in the red zone, and he had already spent a year here. Ken narrowed his eyes and grinned, confident that a red zone traveler would bend from a single bullet from a magic rifle capable of killing Muggos in one shot. His eyes widened in surprise. The main character stared at him, and the man wondered how long he had been staring, because he was at least 700 meters away from him, but he still would not be able to attack. In the sight, it was clear that the brunette stretched out his arm. Hansu spread his fingers and activated Zero Dive. Then he clenched his fist sharply. He knitted his eyebrows, and black smoke was coming from his palm. Suddenly, Dark energy enveloped the shooter's body, and the subordinate exclaimed that something was happening to the head. The guy looked at his hands in a panic, which were also burning. Both travelers were soon scattered to the wind. In their place, orange stones remained. Hanu looked back at them and thought that pointing a rifle designed to hunt monsters at humans was just stupid. The sorceress looked at the leader and asked if anything had happened. The brunette closed his eyes and replied that it was okay, it was time to move on. Travelers stepped along the air route, climbing higher and higher. There was a desert below, and the hero thought that by this time the muggos must have lost him. The young man turned to the old man and asked to use his flow string, adding that from now on, they would move with his skill. Tekeron closed his eyes and replied that it would be done. He folded his hands and created a magic circle. The girl narrowed her eyes and muttered that it would be nice to use such a skill earlier, and the old man explained that his ability, unlike hers, could not be used at will at any time. The elf smirked and added that she, who had the skill of a librarian, should understand this, so don't complain too much. He narrowed his eyes, looking at his homeland. There was only sand below, and Tekeron said that there were once dense forests here. The sorceress looked at him with interest and asked if his homeland was the Orange Zone, and he confirmed. The sage pointed ahead and clarified what they saw there. The girl looked down and replied that it was just a desert. The interlocutor leaned on his hand and noted that those who are not familiar with his homeland will say so, but they do not see everything. He turned to the protagonist and said that he would like to see Lazar when they reached the place, if the guy didn't mind deviating 10 kilometers off course. The brunette looked at him and agreed, adding that it would help him understand this place better. Their silhouettes disappeared in the light of the magic seal. The travelers were transported to another place. Tekeron smiled and introduced his homeland to them. Below was the land of Lazar, high cliffs, sand and lava all around. The companions looked there dumbfounded, wondering that this desert had once been a living being. The sorceress's eyes widened as she realized that the horizon they saw was a tail, and Sangjin touched his head and asked how huge it was that they could only see the lower part from such a height. Li rubbed his chin and muttered that he had seen an incredibly huge tree and a snake, but that was beyond imagination. The sage smiled and admitted that comparisons with Ouroboros are somewhat depressing. His gaze turned sad as he said that Lazar was a golden lion, a holy beast that roamed these lands. The old man remembered the huge creature that drank herringson from the scorching sea, controlled its body and turned the spread waters into a powerful source of energy, giving its grace to many living creatures, including Acheron. The man imagined different landscapes and added that now everything has turned into a desert. The sage lowered his head and muttered that he did not know how long Lazar's grace would last. The main character looked at him and reminded him that he had brought him here to fix the situation, and he knew what to do, so let him not worry and just lead them where they needed to go. Tekeron arched an eyebrow and said with a grin that he believed him, just sad because of the sad state of his homeland. Ahead of him was a city beyond the walls, which did not look like a settlement of his kind, so perhaps it was human. The brunette looked down and said that they were in the right place, but they needed to take the height lower to get runes on the way to the city. They began to descend on the magic circle. The main character turned to his comrades and said that from now on, they would mine runes for 6 hours, and he would choose which monsters to hunt. The guy swung his spear, cutting through the enemy, and said that he would fight the scorpions near the city. The brunette swept between the enemies, striking them with a single blow. The rest fought with the basilisks, combining their forces. Sangjin jumped on top of the creature, thrusting blades into it. The monster collapsed on the sand. His comrades sat down wearily near the corpse. The brunette came up to them and complimented them on their good work. He smiled and said that these runes would be enough to buy a set of equipment in the city. So today they were resting, and tomorrow they were moving out. Everyone stared at the hero, and he asked to say if something bothered them. The old man glanced at Hanu and explained that no one expected to hear from him about rest, and everyone assumed that he would insist on marching to the city. The guy put his hand on his belt and said that one of the foundations of winning a fight is to be fed and rested, and he has no plans to go too far and force him to go beyond with an unknown result, and the interlocutor agreed that it was better this way. Tekeron held up a finger and added that Acheron had long passed down an old recipe, because basilisks had excellent meat, so if no one minded, he could cook dinner for everyone. Hanu closed his eyes and agreed with a smile. Everyone settled down near the defeated monster. Meanwhile, the Envin Cross clan base in the city was illuminated by the setting sun. Behind the wall were the buildings of the Cross Tarnas clan base. The hero stopped at a high wall. Putting her hand on the map, Sophia yelled at them not to say they didn't know her. She was one of the Red Zone phantoms and asked to open the gate. The guards peered down. One said it was really her, and the other asked why the Red Zone phantom would come here. The hooded guy opened his mouth in surprise, exclaiming that they were in a situation they couldn't open the gate right away. The figures above disappeared, and words were heard that they would report their arrival to the head of the clan and give them his answer. Let them wait. Hanu thoughtfully touched his chin with his finger, thinking that it was strange. The assistants who were supposed to help were sitting at the base, guarding it. He imagined the monster and the young man with the gun and thought that normally, these guys would definitely prevent travelers from hunting, but instead, they were waiting for some bad people from the clan who liked to hunt travelers. According to what he remembers from his previous life, the Laralaro clan should not exist yet. But the main one has already been formed, they are already shooting them. Frowning ahead, he mused that it seemed that his rebirth had shifted events in time. And he didn't know how far this shift extended. He needed to make sure he wasn't wrong. Someone jumped sharply, moving forward. The figure jumped down, saying to see who had come to them. The girl with the purple hair happily recognized Sophia. She looked at her in surprise, realizing that it was Eren. The girl's hair was flying. The hero thought that it was the vigilante Ares. And here was the comrade with whom he had fought together for 50 years of his past life, now not the leader of the United Clan and the ruler of the city of Helpers Tarnus. Eren shook the girl's hand with a smile, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. By the way, like her younger brother, had they already met? Closing her eyes in a smile, Sophia said that not yet. She had decided to deal with the disasters of the Red Zone first so that he would have an easier road. Her friend looked at her dumbfoundedly and asked, "Did she mean to say that she killed them? How is that even possible?" Looking at her in confusion, Sophia said that it was a long story. It was not worth telling it on the doorstep. Besides, why was she so alarmed? Something had happened. Eren tiredly touched the bridge of her nose and said that she didn't know the current situation. She imagined a guy standing with his back and said that there was a certain coffin emperor who founded the Laralaro clan. She imagined a smiling man who threatened the young man with his leg, and said that the problem was that the clan accepted all kinds of bad people, rapists, murderers, all those who liked to break the law. They were constantly attacking their city. The bandits in red cloaks smiled. The girl said that in just a year their strength had grown so rapidly that now they could only defend themselves. Touching her head in exasperation, Eren said that they had to uphold the rules left by Ares. She came from the Red Zone, and they, the helpers, couldn't even support her. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy thought that this situation was so successful. This explains the attack on them. With such safety it can be dangerous to move all together. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy thought that Sangjin, Lee and Sophia would stay here to train, and he and Tekeron would go to the temple. Closing her eyes, Eren waved her hand and said that she was glad they were able to get to them. At a time like this, the arrival of an entire group from the Red Zone is a nightmare. The girl pointed her hand at the brunette, said that to be honest, thanks to Hanu, who single-handedly banished all the disasters, traveling in the Red Zone has become much safer. Eren crossed her arms and looked at him suspiciously. Then, pointing her finger, she said that she immediately felt his unusual aura. But he was even stronger than she thought. How about a friendly duel? Hanu put out his palms, said that he had just arrived from the Red Zone yesterday. It was unlikely that he would make a good opponent. Looking at him with a slight smile, the girl said that she thought he was some kind of adrenaline maniac or a lover of fighting, since he had dealt with all the disasters. Was she wrong? Curling his fingers thoughtfully, the brunette replied that he was not one to engage in losing battles, and then asked what had happened to the dungeon within the city. Frowning slightly, Eren said that she didn't know how he knew about it, but it only occasionally had some gold, so they didn't use it often. The comrades stood behind the hero. The girl said that since they were now in the orange zone, they could use it as much as they wanted. The hero thanked her for immediately allowing the use of the dungeon. Grinning, the girl replied that since he was Sophia's comrade, then he was a good man. Let him tell him if he needed any help. Closing his eyes, the hero agreed and said that if something was needed, he would turn to her. A blue bird was flying in the sky. She sat on the finger of the girl who said that she had received a message, and from there she heard the words that they had discovered the coordinates of the cauldron. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that they were going there immediately. Let them wait for her. Resolutely resting her hand on her side, she asked for an apology, saying that she had urgent business. They would talk later. Jumping up on the wall, she told the others to open the gate and escort them to the location. They were guests, so let them be treated with respect. The guy on the wall said that he welcomed Lady Sophia and her escort to Tarnus. They were honored to welcome them to the city. He hoped they would get along. The bars on the gate began to rise up. People walked between tents in the shopping district. The girl looked at Sophia with shining eyes, saying that the Phantom was here. She did not get a chance to talk in the Red Zone. It was an honor for her to meet her. She replied that she was also very pleased. Hanu was walking in the center of the group and said that they were located near the central temple. The girl confirmed and asked how he knew everything. Stretching out his palm, the guy said that since they were already in the shopping area, he would like to upgrade the equipment first. Could she conduct them or at least provide a map? The girl reached into her bag, and I handed the guy the badge from which the map was projected. He thanked him. Putting her palms together, she bowed, wished them good shopping and hoped that they would meet again. Confidently resting his hand on his side, the guy invited me to update my equipment and meet at the abandoned dungeon at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. An agreement was heard among the stalls. The girls were walking down the street. The brunette walked over to the sword seller. Lee held a sword with a skull-shaped hilt. On the wall was a sign of a clothing store. He wore black boots called the Flying Walk, an artifact that allowed him to fly by redirecting mana to his soles. The hero adjusted the storm cloak on his shoulder, a light cape that saved him from sandstorms. Then he pulled on his shield gloves, which helped control the flow of mana. With a slight smile, the guy said that it would be enough for now. Dressed in new equipment, Hanu made a move. Tekeron bowed his head, looked at him and said that it suits him. He hasn't seen anything like this in the Red Zone. Do people sell and buy things like this? Lowering his gaze, the hero replied that it was so. Before the advent of trading, it was common for people. Most likely, he had not seen anything like this due to Miyamoto's shenanigans. The hooded old man said that it was still strange. One of the 12 temples had become a human city, a hero, otherwise his efforts to return him as a human would be in vain. Holding his cane, Tekaran agreed and asked him not to grumble. The guide turned to the seller and asked how much did it all cost. The fat man with the mustache lazily shook his head and said that judging by his equipment, he had just come from the red zone. Did he have runes? There was a small bag in the guy's hand. He poured out a lot of red crystals from it, looking at the stones in front of him. Confidently resting his hands on his side, Hansu said that his reserves should be enough. The seller smiled happily, thanked him, and asked him to come back again. There was an arrow on the sign leading to the training dungeon. The heroes were waiting at the entrance. Standing against the wall, Hansu said that here they are. Sangjin walked with his hand on his side, and said that he had called them here because it was a simple dungeon, and they needed to stretch their legs. They were ready at any time, let them just tell them. Closing his eyes, Hansu chuckled, saying that this was not an easy dungeon. Looking at the dark entrance, he said that he would see what they had to say when they were inside. The heroes were standing at the entrance to the dungeon. Hansu looked at Tekaran standing next to him, and said that he would start explaining, and let him show what he had prepared. The old man's blue rays flashed. The comrades were surprised to look at the blue projection that appeared in front of them. Looking at the diagram with the cube, they imagined the monster and heard that when they entered the dungeon, the monster bully would appear. Raising a finger, the brunette said that he was a little higher in danger than the insects they had seen in the red zone. There would not be many of them, so there should be no problems. He presented a scheme of the premises and said that when they deal with the monsters, they must go straight 500 m and find themselves in a large hall. They need to go to the opposite wall from the entrance. They will find 21 bricks on it. He opens the entrance to the secret dungeon. As soon as they are there, monsters will immediately pour into them. Sangjin looked at the hero after hearing that his role was the most important. A pink magic seal appeared on the gauntlet, and it was said that if he used the Lord of the Dead correctly, then 30% of the runes would easily be collected in 3 days. Introducing the black monster, he said that when they got 30% in the dungeon core room, they should kill King Bully. His comrades looked at him in surprise when they heard that after that, the dungeon would belong to them. They would be able to control the number of monsters, so farming would become even easier. Hansu lifted a finger, saying that if there are no skills aimed at killing insects, it is almost impossible to kill it before it is 30% full. Therefore, they should not touch the Monster King until the condition is met. Looking confidently ahead, the hero said that he thinks everything is clear. He will send them a messenger about further plans, and until then, they can focus on mining runes. The girl crossed her arms and said that it looked like he wasn't going to go with them. Sangjin turned to her and said that it was Hansu. He probably had urgent business as usual. Reaching for the pocket on his sleeve, the hero confirmed that he would not go with them. He really had things to do. He handed his comrades a small bag and said that it would be easy to store food with it, but not for free. Sangjin pointed his finger knowingly. Resting his hand on his side, Hansu held the bag and said that he was not going to take something just like that. They would collect runes for him, and from him the information and this bag for food. Lee glanced at him and asked if he was too fixated on the rules. Given what he had done in the red zone, they could have just given them to him. The brunette standing in front of him replied that everything had to be fair, especially when they climbed higher. Without rules, the community would fall apart. Surprised, Sophia looked at him and said that his rune level was almost 0. Would he like to collect at least some of it? The brunette tossed them a bag, saying that she had seen the guards' guns as long as there were magic cannons. Frivolous farming was pointless. He would collect runes along the way, enough to fight. A large amount would be needed later. Sangjin caught the abandoned bag and said that he understood. He would collect so much that he would be surprised if he just waited. Tilting his head, the hero turned away and promised to wait. He went to the Tekaran in the magic seal and said that they would see each other later, and wished everyone good luck. The heroes on the magic seal were floating in the air. Tekaran, who was sitting next to him, asked if the nearest temple to the city was in the east. They were heading there. The brunette replied that it didn't matter. Lowering his gaze, the old man said that 2 high priests were needed for the body enhancement procedure, and since there was a small temple, there might not be a high priest, then they would waste their time. Looking in his direction, Hansu said that he already knew that, and besides, since 1 was not enough, he himself had been a high priest in the past. 1 would be enough. Tekaran closed his eyes, thanking him for believing in him, but 500 years later, he didn't know if his kin would recognize him as a high priest. The brunette turned to him and said that he shouldn't worry. He had seen his memories, so he should understand, and even in the song, they still remembered him and revered him. Looking sadly into the distance, the old man said that at the thought of meeting them he was too much given to feelings. With age his thoughts became more and more confused. Hansu looked down, saying that he himself had spent more than 60 years here, so he understood, but thinking too much was also bad. You had to focus on the current goal. Closing his eyes, the old man said that he was right. It was time to throw away those meaningless chairs. He would direct all his efforts to help him. Laughing with a satisfied smile, the brunette said that they had agreed. He sat with his hand on his knee and thought that the closest temple to the Cross clan was the base of the Laralaro clan. He imagined the blade and the silhouette of the monster, musing that the clan leader had expanded his influence so quickly was due to the body enhancement procedure. But it remained a mystery why the high priest had become close to him. No one had ever explained to him. Looking thoughtfully ahead, the guy thought that he would like to find at least some clue. Then he knitted his eyebrows tensely. Below, a figure was running near the stone vaults. There were ropes in the palm of the man's hand. The bandaged legs quickly ran forward. And then the beast-man fell. In his palm was a green crystal tied with a rope. With tears in her eyes, the beast-man clutched the crystal and called out to her parents. Aylin remembered how her mother turned to her, giving her the crystal, and asked her to run away, and she and her father would detain him. The girl's face was distorted in sobs. She said that she did it in vain, and called her mom and dad. There was a predatory smile on the beast's face. He asked if she wanted to see them. The white-haired woman's eyes widened. Then she turned around with an angry grin. The beast-man approached with a predatory look, holding a blade and a severed head. He waved his fingers. Yulova rolled on the ground in the direction of the girl. She covered her mouth with her palms in fright, recognizing her mother and father, and then she reached forward with her hand, denying. His fingers froze above his head. Aylin sobbed, clenching her fists. She looked ahead in confusion, asking why and for what bad did Dad do? The man bared his mouth in a smile and asked if she didn't know, because he wanted to see despair on their faces. He stretched his clawed paw forward and said that he really liked her expression now, wondering if he could make him even more desperate. Squeezing her eyes shut, Aylin clutched the blood-bound crystal in her hands and begged him to save her child in danger. Suddenly, a golden blade flashed in the sky. The beast man turned around in displeasure as he looked at him. The weapon then pierced his body. The werewolf was pierced through by the blade, not understanding what it was. Then he raised his head, seeing many more of the same kind looming over him. The golden blades moved down. They all pierced the beast's body. In the sky near the full moon, a magical seal with heroes hovered. Aylin watched as the heroes jumped down. Hansu stood with his arms crossed beside the monster's body. The crying girl clutched the crystal, thinking that her prayers had been answered. Tekaran stared at her silently. His fingers held the glowing green stone tightly. On the ground nearby were the severed heads of his parents. The old man sat down beside him, touching his palm. The girl's hands lit up with a golden glow. Directing bright golden rays towards her, Tekaran apologized and said that he should have found her earlier. Aylin trembled, telling the savior that if he came after hearing her prayers, then she had a request. Her parents' duty was her duty. Looking down, the man asked in surprise, and then said that he was blinding her. She needed to rest. He would listen to her afterward. Shutting her eyes, the girl sobbed and shouted that they couldn't do their duty because of her. She squeezed the clothes of the man who had outstretched his arm. Trembling, she clutched Tekaran's sleeve and asked him to listen to her and take her to the gorge. Opening his mouth, the old man repeated and thought that this child was to become a priest. Their bodies were surrounded by blue waves from the use of the moon cradle. The crying girl's eyes began to close. She heard that she should not worry. Let her sleep be pleasant. Hugging the girl as she fell asleep, Tekaran said that her prayer and the plea of all the people had brought him here, even though he had to travel 500 years. Hansu, who was standing nearby, squinted at them and thought that the situation in the temple was obvious. Given their plans, it was worth helping this child. He frowned in displeasure, thinking that, however, it was better to focus on destroying the pursuers right now. Dark silhouettes could be seen nearby. The hero thought that there were 6 of them. This was a great opportunity to test the dragon god vessel in close combat. Shifting his gaze to the side, the brunette said that intruders were approaching them. He had to get ready. Tekaran stepped closer and said he saw them too. A purple glow surrounded his angry face, and he said that it was the damned tribe of Gracia. What they had done, none of the Acheron would have done. Such a sin did not deserve words. Golden swords appeared next to the old man. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, Hansu said that there were 3 Acherons and 3 people. He would take 2 in the front, and he would take 4 in the back. Tekaran frowned and said that he understood what he would say. Golden swords flew around Hansu, who developed horns. The opponents quickly ran forward. Opening his mouth, the beast-man said that the skill they had seen recently was like a sting. Could it be that the priest had arrived? With a smile on his face, he said that the noble priests would never leave their sanctuaries. He ran with his fist clenched and thought that this couldn't be a priest's skill. Such a blow could destroy the entire gorge. The beast's eyes widened in surprise just when he thought he had to check it out for himself. A group of attackers saw a bright glow ahead. Hansu then swiftly approached them, chopping off one of their heads. The gray beast turned around in shock. The hero moved quickly from one to the other. The head was cut off. The man screamed in horror. The other was divided in half. One of the men grimaced. Hansu stared at him carefully, thinking that he was different from the others. The sharp spikes of the weapon were next to his neck. Then the hero put the staff on the ground. The fallen man looked at him in surprise, wondering where someone like him came from. A blue haze surrounded Hansu's body, and he told him to leave, go and do what he had to do. The gray-haired man looked at him in surprise and thought, what is he talking about? Hansu touched his hair and told him not to make him repeat it, and left. The man quickly jumped to his feet. And then he jumped up. Hansu imagined the characters and thought that the enemies from his past life had become his allies, and the allies had become his enemies. The gray-haired guy ran tensely forward, and the hero thought that Teres, a spy embedded by Eren, should stay true to his role. A gray monster appeared ahead. The information announced that this is a Mugos, an absolute being that rules the Orange Zone. The hunters for them are called Mugos ranks. The power of such travelers is in the same league compared to ordinary travelers. The cloaked guy was holding a sword in front of the huge monster. In his hand was a round golden shield. Mugos attacked with his paw, but the blow was blocked by an iron arrow. Images of eyes appeared next to the bespectacled guy as he cast his basilisk gaze. The monster's pupil doubled. A hero with a sword was rapidly approaching the monster. Then, jumping, he attacked from top to bottom. Opening his mouth, the red-cloaked guy summoned poison blood. A purple liquid bubbled at the blade. A colored haze surrounded the monster's closed eye. The guy forcefully pressed his sword into the monster's carcass. Then he sat down next to him. The man clapped his hands, saying that as expected of him. The guy adjusted his glasses. Coffin Emperor, the head of the Laralaro clan, clapped his hands, saying that he was a real Mugos rank, he had dealt with it. Then, the monster's eyes opened. Suddenly, he opened his mouth. The Emperor touched the hilt, and asked why he was standing. He should stop making him nervous. A bright beam flew forward from the weapon. There was a hole left in the body of the huge monster. The guy jumped down, looming over the ground. Then he bowed and told the clan leader that he had an urgent report. The desert was illuminated by the rays of the rising sun, and words were heard that someone strong had appeared in the Orange Zone. The carcasses of defeated monsters were lying everywhere. The head of the clan said that it seemed that a good hunt awaited him.